Chapter 1. The Rebirth of the King of Striving, Becoming a God by Slacking Off. Lin Yi opened his eyes and smelled the strong scent of disinfectant. It was sharp and pungent. Yet, he felt an unprecedented sense of relief. At least, this smell was much better than the bowl of braised beef noodles that had been sitting on his desk for 3 hours, now a lump of mush. The memories of his past life were frozen at the moment he stared at an endless PPT on his computer screen, coupled with the intense, sharp pain in his heart. He, Lin Yi, a proud project manager at a major internet company, a proud king of striving, had gloriously died of a heart attack after a continuous 96-hour work stint. He died where he belonged. A king of striving should die on the road of striving.mr. Lin, you're awake? How do you feel? A nurse peeked in. Lin Yi blinked, adjusting to this young, healthy body without dark circles. He took a second to merge with the original owner's memories. His name was also Lin Yi, 22 years old, a recent graduate who ended up here due to a car accident, with the other party fully responsible and having compensated some of. Money, not bad. He had startup funds right from the get-go. More importantly, he had crossed over to a parallel world called Blue Star, and I'm fine. Just want to discharge. Lin Yi spoke, his voice clear and youthful, completely different from the hoarse tone ruined by smoking coffee in his previous life. After the nurse left, Lin Yi picked up the original owner's phone. The screen lit up, showing the time was 2024, that he casually opened a news app, then switched to a music app and a novel website. 10 minutes later, Lin Yi lay on the hospital bed, his mouth curving into a wild grin, ultimately unable to contain himself and pulling the blanket over his head, bursting into pig-like laughter. What a cultural wasteland. The #1 song on the charts was about as good as Earth's novelty songs. The top-grossing movie had a plot so cringeworthy it could be used to scrape out a 3-bedroom apartment. The most outrageous was the novel ranked first in fantasy literature, where the protagonist was still using the tired old trope of 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West, and the writing was dry with a dragged-out plot. There were no Jin Yong or Gulong, no Tolkien, and certainly none of those web novel gods that kept millions of readers up all night. Lin Yi felt like he hadn't crossed over. He had arrived with maxed-out dragon-slaying skills, reborn in a novice village. If he couldn't take off from here, then all those hours he spent in his previous life were truly in vain. After being discharged, Lin Yi used the compensation money to rent a small apartment and bought a high-end computer. Then, he began his glorious career as a literary copyist. No, wait, a cultural transporter. He registered a pen name, A Dream for 1,000 Years. Then he brought over the groundbreaking work that ignited the wasteful divorce trend and inspired countless people, Do Pa Song Cheong, changing its title to better fit this. World's Style Chi Chong Xing He. When the first chapter was uploaded to Blue Star's largest novel website, Fantasy Library, Lin Yi stretched lazily. He knew this world was about to change. In the following year, Blue Star's web novel readers went completely insane. Wow, novels can be written like this. I'm so tired of genius tropes. This underdog comeback is just too satisfying. Terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. The author is simply terrifying. If I don't read Chi Chong Xing He every day, I feel awful. Chi Chong Xing He swept through all the charts with unstoppable force, breaking one record after another on the site. The name A Dream for 1,000 Years became legendary overnight, just when all the readers and websites thought this great author would continue to delve into fantasy. Lin Yi surprised them by releasing a science fiction novel. He gave the 3-body problem a new skin, calling it Deep Space. When the plot point don't answer, appeared, the entire science fiction community of Blue Star exploded. When the Dark Force theory was introduced, countless scholars and experts jumped into discussion, sparking a nationwide ideological storm. Chi Chong Xing, he was just a celebration in the web novel circle. Deep Space, however, broke barriers, adding a rich layer of legend to the name A Dream for 1,000 Years. Just when everyone revered A Dream for 1,000 Years as the god of science fiction, Lin Yi moved again that he uploaded his 3rd book, a novel called Earth Officials. Candles lit by humans, ghosts blow out the lights. It pioneered a completely new genre tomb rating. With its eerie atmosphere, mysterious underground world, and tightly woven suspense, readers were once again captivated. I declare, A Dream for 1,000 Years is my only true god. Fantasy, science fiction, suspense, what else does he not know how to write? Please leave some breathing room for other authors. 1 year. Just 1 year. 3 phenomenal masterpieces. Lin Yi, or A Dream for 1,000 Years, became a legend in Blue Star's web novel scene that no one could ignore. Meanwhile, Lin Yi himself was looking at the long string of zeros in his bank account, revealing a smile reminiscent of a laid-back fish. Royalties, film adaptation rights, game adaptation rights. He didn't even look at the specific terms of those complicated contracts, simply letting the website's editor-in-chief, Wang Tao, convert it all into a lump sum. A number he could never have earned even if he had worked himself to death in his past life. Enough. Really enough. He closed the banking app and opened the encrypted chat software with editor-in-chief Wang Tao. Wang Tao's avatar was a cute, smiling Buddha, but the messages he sent were filled with lament. Wang Tao. Great God. Ancestor. It's been a month since Earth officials ended, and you've disappeared. What about the new book? At least give me a name. A Dream for 1,000 Years. No new book. Lin Yi replied succinctly. There was silence on the other end for a full 5 minutes. Wang Tao. Great God, don't joke, my heart isn't good. A Dream for 1,000 Years. I'm not joking, I'm retiring. Wang Tao on the other end felt a buzzing in his head. Retiring? A supreme being at the peak of creativity, capable of turning stone into gold. Saying he was retiring? This was even more absurd than the Trisolarans attacking in deep space. Wang Tao, great God. Why? Is it a money issue? We can negotiate. The company is ready to offer you a long-term creative contract worth hundreds of billions. Hundreds of billions. A dream for 1,000 years. Oh, a dream for 1,000 years. I refuse. Wang Tao. Wang Tao. Then for what reason? Just tell me, as long as we can do it. Anything is possible. Lin Yi picked up the soda by his side, took a sip, and typed slowly. A dream for 1,000 years, because I've run out of inspiration. He casually found an excuse. A dream for 1,000 years. I need to settle down. A dream for 1,000 years. The return date is uncertain. Please do not disturb. After sending these 3 messages, Lin Yi directly set the encrypted software to Do Not Disturb mode. He could imagine Wang Tao at this moment, anxious and desperate to crawl through the internet to beg him. But why should that matter to him? He had strived enough in his past life. In this life, having earned enough money, he just wanted to lie flat, slack off, and enjoy life. No one should expect him to think hard anymore. The world had nothing to do with him. He opened the real estate agent's app, his gaze immediately locking onto the top-tier riverside luxury apartment in Tianhai City. Cloud Peak Palace. With top-notch security and high privacy, it was a gathering place for countless celebrities and wealthy individuals. It was perfect for someone like him who wanted to be a hidden rich man, isolated from the world. He casually chose a flat with the best view and purchased it outright. On the day of signing the contract, the gold medal lawyer, Old Jean, who was responsible for receiving him, was trembling. Lin, Mr. Lin, are you sure you want to pay in full? Old Jean looked at the number on the contract, feeling that his decades-long career had been shaken. The young man in a white t-shirt and jeans, looking like a college student, casually bought a set of luxury apartments worth hundreds of millions, as if he were picking a cabbage at the market. Got a problem? Lin Yi raised an eyebrow. No problem. Old Jean quickly lowered his head and handed over the pen. Just sign here. Swipe the card, sign, take the keys. Done in one go. Lin Yi dragged a suitcase and stood on the 32nd floor of Yunding Tiangong. Looking at the magnificent river view and the bustling city skyline outside the window, he let out a long sigh. Freedom. This damn, sweet, unpretentious freedom of the wealthy. From today onward, Lin Yi's life motto would be just one. That is, take laziness to the extreme. He took out his phone and dialed the only best friend in this world, Zhao Lei. As soon as the call connected, Zhao Lei's loud voice came through. Damn, Iga, you finally decided to talk to me? I thought you had ascended. Almost, Lin Yi lazily leaned against the floor-to-ceiling window, basking in the sunlight. I've found my place to ascend. Huh? What are you talking about? Are you rambling? Zhao Lei was confused. Lin Yi chuckled and revealed his new address. There was silence on the other end for 3 seconds, then a scream erupted. Yending Tiangong. What the hell? Did you rob a bank? Your vision is too small, Lin Yi said lightly. The bank can't make money as fast as I do. So what are you doing now? Preparing to start my retirement life. Retirement? You're only 23. What the hell do you mean by retirement? Your talent, your ambitions. After those 3 masterpieces, the whole world is waiting for you. And you tell me you're retiring? Zhao Lei shouted in frustration. Lin Yi dug in his ear and walked over to the soft leather sofa, lying down with a big stretch. Comfortable, he sighed contentedly and said to his roaring best friend on the phone, in a tone that could be described as reverent, expressing his life ideals. From today on, don't call me a literary god. Please call me a professional slacker. Zhao Lei was speechless for a long time, choked by Lin Yi's confident declaration of laziness. Are you really planning to just lie around for a lifetime? Why not? Lin Yi retorted. But that's such a waste. Old Zhao, you don't understand. Lin Yi's voice carried a hint of a veteran's weariness and detachment. Striving is for you mortals. Someone like me, a god, was born to enjoy. On the other end of the line, Zhao Lei finally couldn't help but curse. Go to hell, Chapter 2. Yunding Tiangong, the ideal paradise for slackers. After hanging up with Zhao Lei, Lin Yi casually tossed his phone aside. The phone sank into the soft sofa, silent and still. The whole world fell quiet. He sprawled out, his gaze landing on the nearly 5-meter-high living room and a whole wall of floor-to-ceiling windows. Outside, the most prosperous CBD of Tianhai City sparkled like a flowing galaxy. And all of this was just the backdrop of his new home. TSK. Lin Yi smacked his lips and sat up from the sofa. The first day of retirement life should have some sense of ceremony. For example, a tour of his territory. Barefoot, he stepped onto the warm hardwood floor and began to stroll through the over 400 square meters of space. Fully smart home, he walked to the window and softly said, "Open the curtains." "Okay, master." A gentle female voice responded. The heavy velvet curtains obediently slid open, revealing a huge viewing balcony. There was even an infinity temperature-controlled swimming pool on the balcony. Lin Yi thought about his daw paddle swimming style and decided to use this pool for chilling watermelons in the future. Perfect. He wandered into the kitchen. This place was simply a dream kitchen for food bloggers, a double-door refrigerator, built-in steam oven, coffee machine, and a full set of brand-new German kitchenware on the island, shining with a cold yet charming light. Lin Yi opened the refrigerator for a look. It was completely empty. He nodded in satisfaction. Such a good kitchen should be spotless in the future. He would just use that self-heating water dispenser to make instant noodles. Luxury. Next was the home theater. A giant screen, JBL top-notch sound system, and a row of electric sofas that were so comfortable one could fall asleep. Lin Yi had already planned. He would stay up all night playing games here. And when tired, just sleep. This was simply a heavenly life. He pushed open the master bedroom door. A super king-size bed that could fit 5 of him, and a walk-in closet bigger than the entire apartment he had rented before. Lin Yi walked in and looked at the empty clothes racks. He dragged in the lonely suitcase he had brought and opened it. No branded suits, no limited edition sneakers. Just a Topophyline Logitech wireless keyboard and mouse, a pair of Sennheiser headphones, and a few Uniqlo t-shirts and loose shorts. This was all he owned. He carefully placed the keyboard and mouse and headphones on the gaming desk in the study, then casually crumpled the clothes and stuffed them into a drawer. Done. The entire spacious walk-in closet was thus utilized, truly making the most of resources. After the tour, Lin Yi flopped back down on the sofa in the living room, feeling every cell in his body cheer with joy. This was the life he had always dreamed of. No KPIs, no deadlines, no boss's grand plans, and no office politics. All there was freedom and endless money. He picked up his phone and opened a game called Demon and God Battlefield. This was the most popular MOBA game in Blue Star and would be his main work from now on. Just as he was about to start his first retirement ranked match, his phone vibrated. The caller ID showed Mom. Lin Yi immediately sat up straight and cleared his throat. "Hey, Mom. Xiao Yi, are you getting used to living in the new place? How's the job search going?" His mother's concerned voice came from the other end. Zhang Huilan. Lin Yi blinked and began to lie without batting an eye. "Getting used to it? Everything's fine. I found a job at a small company doing copywriting and planning. It's pretty laid back." He couldn't tell the truth. He was afraid of giving his mom a heart attack. He couldn't say, "Mom, I casually wrote some stuff and made over $1 billion, and now I'm retired," could he? That's good. Don't skimp on food and clothing in the big city. "If you run out of money, just tell us," Zhang Huilan advised. "Don't worry, Mom, it's enough. My salary is pretty high after the probation period. I can earn more than $10,000 a month." Lin Yi continued to fabricate without losing his composure. "Really?" Zhang Huilan was a bit surprised, then happy. "My son is really promising. But don't overwork yourself. Take care of your health. I know, I know. After chatting about some family matters, Lin Yi sighed in relief after hanging up. Done. Being an ordinary office worker earning over 10,000 a month felt pretty good too. He reopened the game interface, ready to dominate. Suddenly, his stomach let out a loud growl. He remembered he hadn't eaten anything since moving in. Cooking? Not a chance. It would never happen in this lifetime. He opened his phone and skillfully tapped on the takeout app, finding the highest-rated barbecue restaurant. Boss, 20 skewers of lamb, 20 skewers of pork belly, and 10 big kidneys, spicy and extra spicy, and a case of ice beer. He placed the order grandly into his phone. Then he set the address to Yunding Tiangong Building A, room 3201. Order placed successfully, waiting for the delivery of salted fish, the happiest salted fish in the world. Half an hour later, the doorbell rang. Lin Yi shuffled in his slippers to open the door, and a delivery guy stood at the entrance, his eyes filled with awe. The delivery guy looked at Lin Yi, then glanced at the entrance that was decorated like a palace, cautiously handing over the takeout. Your delivery. Thanks. Lin Yi took the delivery and closed the door. He placed all the barbecue skewers on the precious mahogany coffee table and opened a bottle of beer. Logged into the game. Barbecue paired with beer. In this life, he wouldn't trade it for anything. Even if offered to be an emperor, he controlled the assassin in the game, slaughtering enemies while munching on skewers and occasionally taking a sip of cold beer. Double kill, triple kill, pentakill. In the game, he was a fearsome overlord of the wild. In reality, he was a happy, chubby homebody with grease on the corners of his mouth. A game ended with a perfect victory. 20 skewers of lamb down the hatch, feeling satisfied. Lin Yi let out a burp, tossed the skewers into the trash bag, and prepared to start another game. He felt that he could live this way for 10,000 years. He had even planned out his schedule for the next week. Monday, play games. Tuesday, play games. Wednesday, switch to another game. Thursday, watch a movie. Friday, watch anime. Weekend, play games, watch movies, and watch anime. A flawless plan. Just as he was about to hit the start matching button, the doorbell rang again. Who is it? Lin Yi was a bit annoyed who was the inconsiderate person interrupting his ranking. He swiped open the smart door access screen on the wall. He saw a guy in a floral shirt with bleached hair, making faces at the camera. He was holding 2 big packs of beer. It was Zhao Lei. This guy really came over. Lin Yi rolled his eyes and pressed the door open button. Yes, as soon as the door opened, Zhao Lei rushed in like Lu Lao Lao, entering the Grandview Garden, exclaiming wow, repeatedly. Wow, this floor, this chandelier, this sofa. He dashed to the floor-to-ceiling window, looking at the night view outside, and exclaimed, I finally understand why emperors in ancient times loved to build palaces. Lin Yi leaned against the door frame, lazily watching him. Done? Not yet. Zhao Lei turned around, looking at Lin Yi with a pained expression. You brat, living in a place like this, and you're just wearing shorts, eating takeout barbecue? Wasting it. It's simply a waste. Lin Yi rolled his eyes. What else? Wear Armani, eat Michelin 3-star, then open the computer. And write a planning proposal? That wouldn't be necessary. Zhao Lei was momentarily speechless, then raised the beer in his hand. But drinking alone is so boring. I'm here to keep you company. Aren't you touched? Lin Yi glanced at the beer in his hand. Very touched. By the way, put on the shoe covers on your feet. Don't dirty my floor. Zhao Lei looked down at the glaring shoe prints on his feet, then at Lin Yi's spotless floor, begrudgingly took a shoe cover from the entrance. He sat cross-legged on the carpet, opened a can of beer, and handed it to Lin Yi. Seriously, are you really planning to live like this in the future? Of course. Lin Yi took a sip and answered as if it were a given. Zhao Lei looked at him in his lazy state and sighed. Do you know that people outside are going crazy trying to find you? The stock price of Fantasy Library dropped almost 10 points because you said I'm done writing. What does that have to do with me? Lin Yi said innocently. That's hundreds of billions in market value. All because of your words. Oh, Lin Yi thought for a moment, then looked at Zhao Lei seriously. Should I buy some of their stocks tomorrow? Zhao Lei spat out a mouthful of beer. You really are a business genius. Chapter 3. Taking out the trash, encountering a big star? The next day, Lin Yi woke up to a pungent smell. He opened his eyes to see beer, cans leaning haphazardly, and a small mountain of barbecue skewers. That guy Zhao Lei drank until midnight yesterday and confidently promised to help him clean up before leaving. And what happened? Nothing was cleaned up. Useless man, unreliable. Lin Yi muttered to himself as he crawled up from the sofa, feeling like his back was about to break. Indeed, no matter how comfortable a sofa is, it can't replace a bed for sleeping. He stretched, walked into the bathroom to take a shower, and changed into a new pair of shorts and a white shirt. He felt much more refreshed. However, the mixed smell of beer, barbecue, and the summer heat in the living room still stubbornly irritated his nostrils. No way. This smell seriously affected the quality of his lazy life. Lin Yi frowned, unable to endure it any longer. Reluctantly, he picked up a huge black trash bag from the corner and began to clean up the mess. After 10 minutes, he finally swept all the garbage into the bag. A heavy trash bag, exuding an aura of sin, was thus born. He glanced at the clock on the wall. 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Well, it was time to go out for a bit and take out the trash. He slipped on a pair of flip-flops, held the trash bag that was even taller than him with one hand, and confidently walked toward the door. Hairstyle? Didn't he care. Charm? Non-existent. Right now, he was just an ordinary, handsome young man preparing to take out the trash. Click. The heavy door of room 3201 opened. Lin Yi dragged the trash bag and had just stepped out with one leg when his movement froze. He saw a person standing at his door, room 3202. A person wrapped up like a mummy. A wide fisherman hat with the brim pulled low, almost covering the upper half of the face. A pair of oversized sunglasses that could block half the face. A black mask covering the lower half of the face. Wearing a loose trench coat that made it impossible to discern their figure, looking out of place in the hot summer. This person stood there straight and still, like a statue of performance art. A few words flashed through Lin Yi's mind. Suspicious person? Burglars casing the place? Or maybe the wealthy living in the Yunding Tiangong have some undisclosed peculiarities? He stood in the hallway, silently confronting the person. The air was filled with a hint of awkwardness and a sour smell of garbage. Lin Yi felt that the latter's odor might be even more intense. He didn't care who the person was. He only cared that they were blocking his way to the elevator. Moreover, the trash bag in his hands was really heavy. The beer cans inside were still dripping some unknown liquid. He waited for 10 seconds. The person didn't move. He waited another 10 seconds. Still no movement from the other side. Lin Yi's patience was wearing thin. For a professional slacker, wasting more than 30 seconds on taking out the trash was a desecration of life. So, he boldly walked past with the trash bag. As he passed by the mummy, he even stumbled a bit because the trash bag was too heavy. The trash bag thudded against the person's suitcase. The mummy let out a very soft grunt, and her body swayed slightly. Lin Yi caught a whiff of a pleasant fragrance. Faint, like gardenia after rain, contrasting sharply with the biochemical weapon in his hands. Sorry, Lin Yi said apologetically without sincerity, not even looking back, and directly pressed the down button for the elevator. Ding! The elevator door opened. It was empty inside. Lin Yi dragged the trash bag in, turned around, and pressed the button for the first floor. Just as the elevator doors were about to close, a figure swiftly slipped in. It was the mummy. She was dragging a silver suitcase, standing in the corner of the elevator, the farthest position from Lin Yi. She still kept her head down, shrinking into her trench coat, as if trying to become invisible in the air. The elevator doors slowly closed. In the small enclosed space, only the faint hum of the ventilation system remained, and the increasingly intense smell of the trash bag in Lin Yi's hands. Lin Yi felt a bit awkward. He could even sense that the lady in the corner seemed to hold her breath for a moment. He quietly shifted the trash bag behind him, trying to seal off the damned smell with his tall figure. However, it was of no use. He even began to ponder a philosophical question. A billionaire, dressed in shorts and flip-flops, and a mysterious lady in the elevator of a top luxury apartment, feeling socially dead because of a bag of trash. What kind of spiritual realm is that? The mirror in the elevator clearly reflected the silhouettes of the two. One was Lin Yi, lazy and casual, standing with a trash bag in hand. The other was the tense, mysterious mummy, seemingly wanting to shrink into a point. This scene looked increasingly bizarre. Lin Yi's gaze scanned the woman in the mirror out of boredom. Although he couldn't see her face, her height and figure, wow, she had long legs. The small exposed section of her ankle had skin so fair it was blinding. But that was all. Lin Yi quickly looked away. He wasn't interested in beautiful women. He was only interested in his bed and the phone on his bedside table. Ding! The elevator reached the first floor. As the door opened, Lin Yi felt like he had been pardoned and rushed out with a trash bag. He took 2 steps at a time to the community's trash classification point and slammed the bag of biochemical weapons into it. Phew! He let out a sigh of relief. The world was finally quiet. He clapped his hands, turned around, and prepared to go home to continue his climbing game. But when he turned around, he found the mummy lady also dragging her suitcase out of the elevator. She seemed to be looking for a way, glancing around in confusion. Then, had Gazet landed on Lin Yi. To be precise, it landed on the trash Kenny had just used. Lin Yi guessed she might also be there to take out the trash. However, looking at her clean appearance and that pristine suitcase, it didn't seem likely. Forget it. Not my business. Lin Yi shoved his hands into his pockets, whistling as he leisurely walked away. He brushed past her. The pleasant gardenia fragrance wafted over again. This time, without the interference of the garbage smell, it felt exceptionally clear. Just as he was about to walk out of the hall, a voice came from behind. A hesitant, cool voice with a hint of subtlety like water droplets on jade. Very pleasant to hear. Excuse me, do you know where building 3202 is? Lin Yi stopped, turning back impatiently. He saw the mummy lady finally take off her sunglasses. Her eyes, like pools filled with stars, were clear and bright. However, at this moment, those eyes held a hint of embarrassment and a plea for help. Do you know where building 3202 is? Chapter 4. Hello, I'm your new neighbor, Xia Wanqing. Lin Yi was stunned. Building 3202? He blinked, doubting he heard wrong. Isn't that just across from his apartment? So, the suspicious person wrapped up like a dumpling in the hallway just now was actually his new neighbor? He looked her up and down. The fisherman hat, black mask, and those bright, yet slightly weary eyes. Lin Yi's mind raced. Only the wealthy could live in Yunding Tiangong. Wrapping oneself like this is likely not about being expensive, but about being famous. A thought flashed through his mind. His expression shifted from impatience to a mix of curiosity and wariness. This subtle change was keenly captured by the other party. The woman seemed to think that Lin Yi regarded her as some kind of bad person, and a hint of helplessness flickered in her clear eyes. She hesitated for a moment, then slowly raised her hand to remove the mask from her face. The mask slipped away. A stunningly beautiful face, tinged with a bit of paleness and fatigue, unexpectedly entered Lin Yi's view. Hiss! Lin Yi inhaled sharply in his heart. It wasn't because he was dazzled. As a man bombarded by images and beauty filters in the information age, he had developed a certain immunity to beautiful women. What surprised him was this face. Too familiar. A perfect oval face, skin so pale it was almost translucent, like fine mutton fat jade. A delicate nose and cherry lips. Features so exquisite they seemed like the most outstanding artwork of God. Especially those eyes, shaped like beautiful peach blossom eyes, slightly upturned at the corners, carrying a natural coolness and aloofness when not smiling, making one feel unattainable. But at this moment, those eyes held more of an undeniable weariness. There was a faint bluish hue beneath her eyelids. Even the highest level of beauty could not conceal the exhaustion that seeped from her bones. Lin Yi dared to bet that she hadn't had a good night's sleep in at least 24 hours. But that wasn't the point. The point was, this face. He had just seen on the largest advertising screen in the city center a couple of days ago. It belonged to the national goddess who endorsed some international luxury brand. So popular that it was said her fans could circle the blue planet. The top-tier diva, Xia Wanqing. Damn. Lin Yi's heart was instantly bombarded by these two massive words. For the first time, a crack appeared on his otherwise indifferent face. It wasn't excitement. It wasn't joy. It wasn't even the ecstasy of a fan seeing their idol. It was a huge shock of what the hell, how could it be her? And a deep-seated panic that his laid-back life might be ruined. Trouble. Huge trouble. What does having a superstar neighbor mean? It means paparazzi. It means flashlights. It means stalker fans. It means his doorstep might become a fan pilgrimage site. It means that, in the future, he might even have to worry about being caught up in some inexplicable scandal just by taking out the trash. How could he continue to live a carefree life like this? How could he be a professional slacker with peace of mind? Lin Yi's heart was roaring, but his face still maintained an inscrutable calm. He merely looked at her, his eyes devoid of any ripples. As if he were looking at an ordinary passerby, who happened to be good-looking. Xia Wanqing clearly didn't expect that after she took off her mask. The other party would have no reaction whatsoever. No shock, no joy, not even a hint of surprise. This made her tense nerves relax a little. It seemed like just an ordinary resident who didn't pay much attention to the entertainment industry. Great. She had quietly moved to this highly secure community to avoid those prying eyes. Her biggest fear was being recognized by her neighbors and having her peaceful life completely shattered. Thinking of this, she felt a bit of goodwill towards the seemingly laid-back young man in front of her, whose eyes were very clean. She smiled politely and slightly apologetically at Lin Yi. "Hello, I'm Xia Wanqing." She introduced her name. "I just moved in today and am not very familiar with this place." Lin Yi rolled his eyes internally upon hearing this. It really was her. He nodded expressionlessly and then raised his hand, lazily pointing in the direction he had just come from. "That building, just this one." His voice revealed no emotion. "The elevator you just came from, take it to the 32nd floor. Xia Wanqing glanced in the direction he pointed and then realized. She had just come out of that elevator. Her cheeks flushed slightly. How embarrassing. She didn't even find the right building and was wandering around in the lobby. "Thank you." Her voice lowered, tinged with a bit of awkwardness. "No problem." Lin Yi was terse. He just wanted to hurry home, close the door, and pretend nothing had happened today. However, Xia Wanqing did not leave immediately. She dragged her suitcase to Lin Yi's side, waiting for the elevator together. The pleasant scent of gardenias once again lingered at Lin Yi's nose. The atmosphere became subtle again. Lin Yi had his hands in his pockets, looking down at his flip-flops, studying the patterns on them. Xia Wanqing kept her head down, staring at her suitcase, seemingly lost in thought. Ding! The elevator arrived. The doors opened, and it was still empty. Lin Yi stepped in first and stood still. Xia Wanqing followed in, still standing in the farthest corner from him. The elevator doors closed again. In the mirror, their figures appeared once more. Only this time, there was no bag of smelly garbage. The atmosphere, however, was even more awkward than before. Lin Yi could sense that the woman beside him seemed very nervous. Even her breathing had softened. Meanwhile, he was calculating a serious question in his mind. Should he put his house up for sale right now? To move to a place without a big star neighbor and continue his slacker lifestyle? This thought only appeared for a second before he dismissed it. No way. Too much of a loss. And too troublesome. Moving just to avoid a neighbor didn't fit his slacker persona. Forget it. As long as he doesn't go out, trouble won't catch up with him. As long as he remains a slacker, a big star is just an extra. Thinking this way, Lin Yi's mindset calmed down again. The elevator rose steadily. The numbers jumped from 1 straight to 32. Ding! The elevator doors opened. Outside was a quiet and elegant corridor, covered in thick carpet that absorbed all sound. Lin Yi stepped out. Xia Wanqing followed with her suitcase. Then, both of them stopped simultaneously in the corridor. Lin Yi turned and walked toward the left side to 3201. Xia Wanqing stood in place, looking at 3202 directly opposite. Their eyes met. The air seemed to freeze. A hint of genuine, unmasked surprise finally appeared in Xia Wanqing's beautiful eyes. "You live on this floor too?" Lin Yi paused in his action of taking out his key. He expressionlessly pointed to his door number. "I live at 3201. The implication was self-evident. Xia Wanqing was completely stunned. She never expected that her casual inquiry about directions would lead her to her future neighbor across the hall. What a coincidence! She looked at Lin Yi's lazy demeanor and the plain white shirt he wore, then recalled the bag of smelly garbage in the elevator earlier. A sense of absurdity and wonder rose in her heart. She opened her mouth, seemingly wanting to say something to ease the awkwardness. Perhaps some polite words like, "Please take care of me in the future." But Lin Yi clearly didn't give her that opportunity. He had already unlocked the door, pushed it open a crack, and was ready to slip inside. Just before entering, he seemed to remember something and turned to look at Xia Wanqing. Xia Wanqing was also looking at him, her eyes carrying a hint of inquiry. Lin Yi thought for a moment and decided to clarify things. That, Xia Wanqing's eyes brightened for a moment, thinking he was going to say something. "When you go out later, remember to take your keys." Lin Yi pointed to her empty hands and the closed door behind her. "Don't get locked out. The property management here doesn't respond that quickly." After saying that, He didn't give Xia Wanqing any time to react and slammed the door shut, isolating all the noise outside. In the corridor, only Xia Wanqing was left, dragging her suitcase. Standing at her own door, disheveled in the wind. She looked down at her hands. Then, she started frantically searching her pockets for her windbreaker. A minute later, she took out her phone and dialed a number, her voice tinged with a hint of crying. "Sister Sophie, it seems I left my keys on the nanny car." Inside, Lin Yi leaned against the door, listening to the faint sounds coming from outside, his mouth twitching slightly. As expected, the trouble had begun. He shook his head, changed into slippers, and threw himself heavily onto the living room sofa. He picked up his phone, ready to continue his gaming pursuits. At that moment, a news notification popped up on the screen. Shock. National goddess Xia Wanqing suspected of being overwhelmed by pressure, secretly moving. New address, a mystery. Lin Yi glanced at the headline and then at the direction of his front door. With a blank expression, he dismissed the news. Then he opened the game. Accompanied by the passionate background music, he muttered to himself, "Hello, new neighbor. Goodbye, new neighbor." Chapter 5. The Goddess's Predicament, Soy Sauce Leading to Social Death Inside. The world was a paradise for sloths. Lin Yi had completely entered a state of unity with the game. His fingers danced on the keyboard, sometimes light and agile, sometimes wild and furious. On the screen, his assassin hero darted around the battlefield like a ghost. Each attack accompanied by the wails of enemy heroes and kill notifications popping up on the screen. So exhilarating. This kind of game, which required no consideration of consequences and was purely for enjoyment, was the true essence of life. He comfortably changed his position, resting his feet on the expensive mahogany coffee table, next to a half-drunk bottle of chilled cola. Just as he was about to lead his teammates to push into the enemy's high ground for a resounding victory, ding-dong. The doorbell rang, inopportunely interrupting him. Lin Yi's hand shook, and the mouse slightly shifted, causing a crucial skill to miss. "Damn," he muttered under his breath. "Who is it?" "Zhao, Lei just came by yesterday. He can't be back today. Property management? They would call ahead if there was an issue." He maneuvered his character back to a safe zone and swiped open the smart door access screen on the wall. On the screen appeared a face that made his eyelids twitch. It was Xia Wanqing. She had changed out of her heavy windbreaker and was wearing a comfortable-looking set of loungewear, light pink with a cute cartoon rabbit printed on it. Her long hair was casually tied back with a hair tie, revealing her smooth forehead and slender neck. Without the hat and sunglasses, her face appeared even more fair and captivating under the camera's light. However, at that moment, the national goddess's face was filled with entanglement, hesitation, and a hint of embarrassment. Her small hands clutched the hem of her clothing, lips pressed tightly together, her gaze drifting as if engaged in a fierce internal struggle. Lin Yi looked at her on the screen, his brows furrowing enough to crush a fly. He decisively pressed the mute button. "Pretend I'm not home." "Yes, I'm not home. I'm just a sloth engrossed in gaming, isolated from the world." He comfortably turned his head, ready to continue his game. Ding-dong, ding-dong. The doorbell rang insistently 2 more times. Each ring felt like it was stepping on the rhythm of his imminent victory. Lin Yi's mouth twitched. Is it ever going to end? All he wanted was to finish this game quietly. He took a deep breath and chose to ignore it again. However, 3 seconds later, bang, bang, bang. A gentle knocking sound came from outside the door. The sound was not loud, but in this overly quiet room, it rang out particularly clear, carrying a cautious, probing quality. Lin Yi, he surrendered. He knew that if he didn't respond, this big star neighbor might do something unpredictable. If she thought she had fainted at home and called property management and security, that would be a big mess. Weighing the pros and cons, Lin Yi found that opening the door was actually the easiest option at the moment. He irritably raked his slightly messy hair and paused the game. Then, wearing flip-flops, he slowly and reluctantly walked to the door. He didn't open the door directly. Instead, he first looked through the peephole. Xia Wanqing was still standing there, like a student waiting for the teacher to hand out papers, standing straight, but looking very nervous. She was holding a small white porcelain bowl. What the hell? Lin Yi's mind was filled with question marks. He sighed and finally opened the door, but only a crack wide enough for half of his body to fit through. His tall figure blocked the doorway, looking down at Xia Wanqing with an expression that screamed, "I'm busy. Hurry up. Is there something?" His voice was hoarse and displeased, having just been pulled out of the gaming world. Xia Wanqing was startled by his unapproachable demeanor, instinctively leaning back. She saw the impatience in Lin Yi's eyes and noticed he was still wearing the same big shorts and white shirt he had on yesterday. His hair was messy, and his gaze slightly unfocused, a typical homebody state. This made her already tense mood even more awkward. She felt her cheeks burning. God knows how long she had been mentally preparing at the door. As a well-known top star, she had never imagined that one day she would knock on a stranger's door for something like this, especially a neighbor who had just witnessed her embarrassing moment yesterday. She slightly pushed the small white porcelain bowl forward, like a little girl gathering all her courage to present a treasure. Her voice was as faint as a mosquito. Sorry to bother you again. Lin Yi raised an eyebrow, remaining silent and gesturing with his eyes for her to continue. Xia Wanqing took a deep breath, closed her eyes as if she was going all out, and spoke rapidly. Do you have soy sauce at home? I wanted to cook, but realized I have no seasonings at home, and the supermarket delivery will take an hour. After saying this, she lowered her head, not daring to look Lin Yi in the eyes. It's over. Social death scene. She had never felt so embarrassed in her 20-plus years of life. Lin Yi froze in place after hearing her words. He looked at Xia Wanqing and then at the empty white porcelain bowl in her hands. For a moment, his brain crashed. Soy sauce? A top star with a fortune likely higher than his. Someone who always appeared radiant on camera and seemed out of touch with the mundane world, was now standing at his door wearing rabbit pajamas, holding a little bowl and asking to borrow soy sauce. This scene was too surreal. Surreal enough that Lin even questioned whether this was a hidden camera segment from a prank show. His gaze instinctively swept around the corridor for fire hydrants and corners of the ceiling. He found no suspicious cameras. So this is real? His expression shifted from impatience to a strangely indescribable awkwardness, a mix of disbelief and as expected. He should have thought of this long ago. A person who can't even figure out which floor their home is on and can forget their keys in the car. Can you expect her to prepare rice, oil, and salt in advance? That's simply a fantasy. Lin Yi sighed. He felt his temples throbbing. He really wanted to slam the door shut right now and tell her, no, go away. But seeing Xia Wanqing's expression, as if she wanted to bury her head in the ground. Her pale earlobes were already turning red, as if they were about to bleed. Even a salted fish has its limits. Bullying a woman who has already socially died is not his style. Trouble. It's really a huge trouble. He remained silent, turned around, and walked towards the kitchen. He didn't even care about Xia Wanqing still blocking the doorway. When Xia Wanqing saw him suddenly turn and leave without saying a word, her heart instantly sank. Was he angry? Or did he find her too annoying? Well, anyone would be unhappy if interrupted during a game for such trivial matters. She stood at the doorway, unsure whether to enter or retreat, her hand holding the small bowl without knowing where to place it. She bit her lip, her voice carrying a hint of grievance and uncertainty, and quietly asked Lin Yi's back, "Is that inconvenient?" Chapter 6. A bowl of ordinary fried rice. Lin Yi did not answer her. His back looked very aloof. Xia Wanqing's heart sank little by little. She felt so foolish. How could she think of borrowing something from a stranger, especially something as mundane as soy sauce? She and he were simply not from the same world. He must think she is a huge hassle. Xia Wanqing tightened her grip on the small bowl, her knuckles turning white. She turned around, ready to quietly leave this place that made her feel so embarrassed. Just as she was about to turn away, Lin Yi's voice came from behind her. It still had that emotionless tone, but it made her footstep freeze abruptly. She turned back. She saw Lin Yi holding a half-full bottle of soy sauce, looking at her with annoyance. "Aren't you borrowing soy sauce? What are you dazed for?" Xia Wanqing's eyes lit up instantly, like stars suddenly ignited in the night. Okay. She quickly jogged back to the doorway and cautiously handed over her small bowl. Lin Yi took the bowl, unscrewed the cap of the soy sauce bottle. Then, looking at the pitifully small bowl, he glanced at Xia Wanqing again, his brows furrowing once more. "You're planning to use this?" "Huh?" Xia Wanqing was confused. "Are you going to dip food in it?" Lin Yi's tone was filled with a desire to complain. This bowl probably wouldn't even be enough for a bottom. Xia Wanqing's face turned red again all of a sudden. She had thought that much. She just felt that bringing a big bottle over wasn't appropriate. So she took a rice bowl instead. She stammered, not knowing how to explain. Looking at her silly and cute expression, Lin Yi felt the anger he had just felt for being interrupted during his game dissipate inexplicably. Forget it. What is the point of arguing with a life idiot? Gumin. He stepped aside and fully opened the door. Huh? Xia Wanqing was stunned again. I can just wait at the door. Just come in if I tell you to stop talking so much. Lin Yi's tone was somewhat impatient, but Xia Wanqing strangely didn't feel any malice. She hesitated for a moment, then cautiously took small steps and walked in. This was her first time stepping into Lin Yi's home. It was completely different from the home of a typical homebody she had imagined. There were no takeaway boxes everywhere, no mountains of dirty clothes. The entire space was spacious, bright, and could even be described as spotless. The decor style was extremely minimalist and modern, with black, white, and gray tones that appeared high-end and cold. The only disorder was probably the game controller and soda cans on the coffee table that hadn't been tidied up yet. Xia Wanqing changed into the guest slippers at the entrance, standing awkwardly at the foyer like a little animal that had wandered into human territory, not daring to move. Lin Yi ignored her and walked straight into the luxurious open kitchen. He placed the soy sauce bottle on the island counter and then opened the refrigerator door. It was completely empty. Oh wait, in the corner, there were a few eggs and a bowl of leftover rice from yesterday. This was brought by that guy Zhao Lei, who said it was the best rice from downstairs and insisted Lin Yi try it. As a result, Lin Yi hadn't touched it at all. He looked at these few, lonely ingredients, lost in thought. He heard his stomach growl. Since yesterday, he had only eaten a bit of barbecue and was already starving. He had planned to order takeout after finishing his game. Now that he was interrupted, he glanced at Xia Wanqing, who was still standing foolishly at the foyer. Her complexion looked worse than yesterday, and her lips were a bit pale. She was probably hungry too. A thought popped into his mind. Trouble. Then solve all the troubles at once. He took out the eggs and leftover rice from the refrigerator. Then, he looked at Xia Wanqing and nodded towards the sofa in the living room. Are you hungry? Huh? Xia Wanqing's mind couldn't keep up with his rhythm. I asked you, are you hungry? Lin Yi repeated. Xia Wanqing instinctively nodded. From morning until now, she had only drunk a few sips of water and was already starving. Go sit over there, Lin Yi ordered. I'll cook. After saying that, he ignored Xia Wanqing's shocked expression and began to busy himself, turning on the fire, heating the pan, pouring oil. His movements were fluid and carried a pleasing sense of proficiency. Xia Wanqing stared foolishly at his back. He asked, cooking? For me? She felt like she was dreaming. This man who seemed lazy and introverted, with a bit of a bad temper, could actually cook? She inexplicably followed his instructions and moved to the side of the sofa, carefully sitting down. Soon, a sizzling sound came from the kitchen. It was the sound of eggs hitting the pan. Immediately after, a rich egg aroma began to waft through the air. Xia Wanqing's stomach embarrassingly growled twice. She quickly covered her stomach, her cheeks flushed. She saw Lin Yi's movements were incredibly fast. Crack the eggs, scramble the eggs, serve the golden eggs. Add the rice. Quickly break apart the clumped rice with the spatula, letting each grain of rice dance evenly in the pan. Then, he poured the scrambled eggs back into the pan and quickly stir-fried. Finally, he picked up the bottle of soy sauce. Instead of pouring it directly in, he slowly drizzled it around the hot edge of the pan. The soy sauce met the heat and instantly evaporated, releasing an incredibly powerful aroma that mixed the scent of soy sauce and rice, bursting forth. This smell Xia Wanqing's eyes widened. So fragrant. Too fragrant. It was a pure aroma she had never smelled before, instantly arousing all her appetite. She could even feel her saliva wildly secreting. Lin Yi's movements continued. He tossed the pan and stir-fried, ensuring every grain of rice was evenly coated with the color of soy sauce and the golden bits of egg. Finally, he sprinkled a handful of green onions. Turn off the heat. Serve. The whole process took no more than 5 minutes. He served 2 bowls. One bowl was placed on the coffee table in front of Xia Wanqing. The other bowl he held and confidently sat down on the single sofa opposite Xia Wanqing. Eat. He picked up his chopsticks and said succinctly. Xia Wanqing stared blankly at the bowl of rice in front of her. It was a bowl of ordinary fried rice. The grains of rice were distinct, each one dyed an enticing soy sauce color. Golden bits of scrambled eggs and vibrant green scallions adorned it. The steam was rising, and the aroma was mouth-watering. Is this the legendary soy sauce fried rice? She even forgot her initial purpose of just borrowing a small bowl of soy sauce. She picked up her chopsticks, hesitated a bit, and took a small bite, sending it to her mouth. The moment the rice entered her mouth, Xia Wanqing's eyes widened in surprise. Her beautiful peach blossom eyes were filled with an incredible light. It was delicious. So delicious. The rice had a bouncy texture with just the right amount of chewiness, and it was not greasy at all. The tenderness of the eggs and the freshness of the scallions blended perfectly together. The most amazing part was the soy sauce flavor. Fresh, fragrant, salty, and sweet. It brought out the aroma of the rice to the fullest without overshadowing its natural sweetness. This complex flavor unfolded layer by layer on her tongue. Could this really be the taste of an ordinary bowl of fried rice? She had eaten at the best Michelin restaurants around the world and tasted countless so-called delicacies. But no dish had ever given her such a simple yet profound shock and emotion. This bowl of rice seemed to possess a kind of magic. It instantly soothed all her weary nerves from the past few days and her heart burdened by various affairs. She looked up at Lin Yi across from her. He was eating heartily, his posture not particularly elegant, but it exuded a comforting sense of satisfaction. It was as if he was eating not some delicacy, but just an ordinary home-cooked meal. A warm current suddenly surged in Xia Wanqing's heart. She no longer held back and imitated Lin Yi, eating heartily. The food disappeared quickly. When she finished the last grain of rice, she realized that her face was inexplicably wet with tears. She was startled. How long had it been since she cried over something as simple as eating? She saw Lin Yi had finished as well and was looking at her with a gaze that seemed to regard her as a monster. Are you okay? Lin Yi was a bit confused. It's just a bowl of fried rice. Is it necessary to cry over it? He started to seriously doubt the mental state of this big star. Xia Wanqing hurriedly wiped away her tears with the back of her hand. Feeling embarrassed and unable to speak. I'm fine. It's just that it's too delicious, she stammered an explanation. Also, I got sand in my eyes. Lin Yi looked at her poor excuse, and the corner of his mouth unconsciously curled into a slight arc that even he didn't notice. He stood up, collected the 2 empty bowls, and prepared to take them to the kitchen. As he passed by Xia Wanqing, he paused for a moment and said casually, "Does your home also have a glutton like this?" Xia Wanqing was stunned for a moment before realizing what he was saying, and her cheeks flushed again. She was about to explain when Lin Yi interrupted her. "If you want to eat in the future, just come over. I have plenty of leftover rice." Xia Wanqing suddenly looked up, staring at him in disbelief. Lin Yi didn't look at her, only leaving her with his back as he walked toward the kitchen. The premise is, don't come knocking when I'm playing games. Chapter 7. Shocked. The goddess turns out to be a clueless person. Xia Wanqing didn't know how she left Lin Yi's house. She only remembered that when she returned to her spacious, cold home, still smelling of new furniture, she was holding the empty bowl she had cleaned out. Her stomach felt warm, and so did her heart. The aftertaste of that soy sauce fried rice seemed to linger on her lips and teeth. Lin Yi's last words echoed in her mind again and again. If you want to eat in the future, just come over. The premise is, don't come knocking when I'm playing games. His tone had been so disdainful. Yet, Xia Wanqing felt it was the sweetest thing she had heard in years. No, it wasn't sweet talk. It was a kind of wonderful concern, filled with warmth. She hugged the empty bowl and sat on her equally luxurious sofa, grinning foolishly for a long time, until a rapid doorbell brought her thoughts back to reality. She glanced at the door security screen and saw 2 people. One was her efficient manager, Sophie, who seemed to wear high heels 25 hours a day. The other was her lively and slightly scatterbrained assistant, Chen Mingming. Xia Wanqing quickly hid the bowl behind her and ran to open the door. As soon as the door opened, Sophie rushed in like the wind, followed by Chen Mingming carrying several bags. "My goodness, you finally opened the door." Sophie stormed in, hands on her hips, ready to hold her accountable. "I tried calling, and you didn't answer. I sent messages, and you didn't reply. I thought you had been kidnapped. My phone was on silent," Xia Wanqing explained softly. "Silent? Look at what time it is. Did you have lunch? What are you planning for dinner? Do you know the organic vegetable salad I ordered for you is already downstairs?" Sophie's rapid-fire questions left Xia Wanqing feeling dizzy. Xia Wanqing replied weakly. "You ate?" Sophie paused for a moment, then frowned. What did you eat? You didn't order fried chicken and burgers again, did you? Xia Wanqing, I warn you, you're going to start filming next week. The director is very strict about body shape. No, I didn't eat those. Xia Wanqing quickly waved her hands. Then what did you eat? Sophie looked at her suspiciously. Xia Wanqing's gaze instinctively flicked to the empty bowl she was hiding behind her. This little movement did not escape Sophie's keen eyes. What are you hiding behind you? Sophie stepped forward swiftly, reaching out to grab it. Oh, it's nothing. Xia Wanqing was startled and turned to run. The two of them, a top-tier female star with a net worth of over 100 million and a gold medal manager in the entertainment circle, staged a bowl-snatching battle in this over 400-square-meter mansion. Chen Mingming beside them had seen enough of such scenes. She skillfully set down what she was holding and began to admire the new house. Wow, Sister Wanqing, your place is so big and beautiful, but it feels a bit cold. Huh, what is that smell? It's so fragrant. Chen Mingming's nose was sharp. She caught the faint, lingering aroma of soy sauce in the air. The smell made her unable to resist sniffing. Over there, the bowl-snatching battle had already yielded a winner. Sophie successfully snatched the empty bowl from Xia Wanqing's hands. A completely empty white porcelain bowl, with not a single grain of rice left. Sophie brought the bowl to her nose and sniffed. A rich, indescribable aroma of food wafted into her nostrils. She was stunned. Is this the smell of fried rice? She looked at Xia Wanqing in disbelief. Did you make this yourself? Xia Wanqing's face flushed all the way to her neck. If she could cook, even pigs could climb trees. And no, who made it? Mingming? Sophie looked at Chen Mingming, who was glancing around. Chen Mingming innocently pointed to herself. Sister Fei, I just entered with you. Sophie's frown deepened. She stared at Xia Wanqing with eyes sharp as a scalpel. Xia Wanqing, you better tell me honestly. Where did this bowl of rice come from? Is there someone else hiding in your house? Xia Wanqing felt her scalp tingle under her gaze and had no choice but to recount everything that had happened today, trimming the details. Of course, she omitted all the physical and personality traits of the man. She only mentioned that he was her neighbor across the street, who, seeing her in a pitiful state, casually made her a bowl of rice. After hearing this, Sophie fell silent. Her expression became unusually serious. A neighbor across the street? A man? He even cooked for you? Xia Wanqing nodded. Sophie gasped. She immediately rushed to the door, peering through the peephole, vigilantly looking at the tightly closed door across the way, as if something dangerous was hiding behind it. Wanqing, are you crazy? She turned around, looking at Xia Wanqing with a mix of disappointment and frustration. How could you eat something from a strange man without thinking? What if he drugged it? How could you just go into a strange man's house? What if he has ulterior motives? Do you know how sensitive your current status is? If you're seen with a strange man by paparazzi, your career will be ruined. Xia Wanqing felt so scolded that she couldn't lift her head. He shouldn't be a bad person, she muttered softly in defense. Not a bad person? Sophie sneered. Do men who want to take advantage of you have I'm a bad person written all over their faces? No, we can't stay here. We need to move immediately. Sophie made a decisive statement. Huh? Move again? Xia Wanqing was bewildered. They had only just moved in less than half a day. We have to move. Sophie's attitude was resolute. This neighbor is too suspicious. He must have approached you with a plan. Would an ordinary neighbor cook for you, especially such fragrant fried rice? Sophie picked up the bowl again and sniffed it. To be fair, this smell is indeed a bit excessive. It's more fragrant than any five-star hotel chef's dish I've ever had. Can an ordinary man have such skills? She didn't believe it. He must be your obsessed fan, or some rich second generation with ulterior motives. He deliberately moved across from you to win your favor this way. Sophie's imagination had soared to the skies. Xia Wanqing listened to her analysis, feeling a mix of amusement and helplessness. Obsessed fan? With that disdainful expression he had. Does he look like a fan? Rich second generation? With those clothes costing less than 200 yuan, does he look like a rich second generation? Although the house he lived in was indeed expensive. Sophie, you're overthinking it. He really is just an ordinary person. An ordinary person would live in a luxury apartment? Sophie's retort silenced her. Meanwhile, Chen Mingming, who had been listening to their conversation, quietly took the empty bowl from Sophie's hand. She curiously sniffed it, and her eyes instantly lit up. Wow, Sophie, Wanqing, This smell is incredible. This is definitely the most fragrant fried rice I've ever smelled. Chen Mingming was a foodie with an extraordinary obsession for delicious food. She looked at the smooth, mirror-like bottom of the bowl, unable to help but swallow. Wanqing, at least leave me a bite, she said with a pitiful expression. Xia Wanqing felt even more embarrassed hearing her. Is your neighbor really that good at cooking? Chen Mingming looked on with admiration. Sophie shot her a glare. What's good about it? That is not the point. The point is safety. She looked back at Xia Wanqing, speaking earnestly. Wanqing, listen to me. Stay away from that man. I'll contact an agent tomorrow, and we'll move to another place. Xia Wanqing fell silent. She didn't want to move. She had finally found a place where she could feel a little relaxed. Moreover, she felt a twinge of reluctance. Reluctant about what? The taste of that bowl of rice? Or the person who cooked it? She couldn't quite say. Sophie, let us observe a bit longer. She mustered her courage to voice her dissent. I really think he is not the kind of person you imagine. Also, his place seems quite messy. Xia Wanqing recalled the game controller and soda cans on the coffee table, trying to provide some evidence for Lin Yi's ordinariness. Sophie wanted to say something else, but was interrupted by Chen Mingming. Sophie, Wanqing, don't argue for now. Chen Mingming raised the empty bowl like a detective and pointed out a blind spot. Shouldn't we return the bowl to him and thank him in person? Sophie and Xia Wanqing both froze. Oh, right. We ate his food, and we haven't returned the bowl yet. Sophie's expression changed several times. Going to return the bowl meant having direct contact with that dangerous neighbor. She was initially unwilling, but then thought, why not? Let her personally meet that guy and see what kind of person he really is. If there's really a problem, she could protect Wanqing right away. With that thought, she made up her mind. All right, let's go now. She looked at Xia Wanqing and ordered, you stay at home and don't go out. Then she turned to Chen Mingming. You come with me. Huh? Do I have to go too? Chen Mingming felt a mix of excitement and fear. Sophie shot her a glance and said confidently, of course. You're in charge of knocking and handing over the bowl. I'll observe and protect you from behind. Chen Mingming felt like she was the one going to defuse a landmine. Xia Wanqing watched the two of them, wanting to say something. He seems to dislike being disturbed when he is playing games. Sophie scoffed. A big man only knows how to play games. What kind of future does he have? If he doesn't like it, we'll go anyway. Let us go. Mingming, show your spirit. Sophie pushed Chen Mingming's back, marching boldly toward the door. Xia Wanqing silently lit a candle for Lin Yi across the street, feeling a strong premonition. A new, even bigger social disaster was about to be born. And this time, it seemed like it was her manager and assistant's turn. Sophie, do you call this living life like a fool? Chapter 8. Zhao Lei's complaints. You're wasting it. Lin Yi stood in the kitchen, leisurely washing the dishes. 2 bowls, 2 pairs of chopsticks. Very simple, but he washed them with great seriousness, as if performing some sacred ritual. After washing the dishes and drying his hands, he was just about to return to his throne to continue his battle when the doorbell rang again. Lin Yi's expression instantly fell. He glanced at the smart doorbell on the wall. On the screen were 2 completely different faces. One looked nervous and excited, holding the bowl that Xia Wanqing had just emptied. The other was the one with an imposing aura, arms crossed, sharp eyes like a leopard ready to pounce. Interrogating a suspect? Lin Yi curled his lip. He sighed and walked over to open the door again, just a crack. Returning the bowl, he looked at the bowl in Chen Mingming's hand, keeping it brief. Ah, yes. Yes. Chen Mingming jumped at his sudden opening of the door and stammered in response. Hello, sir. We are here to return the bowl. Thank you very much for the fried rice earlier. She bowed as she spoke, her movements so exaggerated that she almost flung the bowl away. Lin Yi quickly caught the bowl. Oh, he replied, then prepared to close the door. Wait. Sophie's voice rang out just in time. She stepped out from behind Chen Mingming, standing in front of Lin Yi, examining him from top to bottom with a scrutinizing gaze. Hello, sir. Her tone was professionally polite, but the wariness in her eyes was unmistakable. Lin Yi lazily lifted his eyelids to look at her. Is there something you need? I'm Sophie, Wanqing's manager. She introduced herself. Lin Yi nodded, acknowledged. And then, what does that have to do with me? Seeing his indifferent demeanor, Sophie felt even more strongly that something was off. May I ask what you do for a living, sir? She asked directly. Lin Yi thought for a moment. Unemployed? He answered confidently. Sophie was taken aback. Chen Mingming was also stunned. Unemployed? An unemployed person living in Cloud Top Palace? That sounds even less reliable than saying, I'm Qin Shi. Sophie's gaze turned colder. You really are good at jokes. I'm not joking, Lin Yi replied seriously. My life goal is to be a qualified waste. Sophie and Chen Mingming thought, this man doesn't play by the rules. Sophie took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down. She changed her question. How'd you come to know Wanqing, sir? Neighbor, Lin Yi pointed to the door across the hall. Met her yesterday. Just met her and invited her over for dinner? Sophie questioned, her tone carrying a hint of accusation. Lin Yi frowned, starting to feel annoyed. She knocked on my door and said she was hungry. I happened to be making food, so I made an extra bowl. Is there a problem? He retorted. This reason was so strong that Sophie couldn't find any flaws in it for a moment. She wanted to mention that men and women shouldn't be too close, that a man and a woman alone in a room was inappropriate. But looking at Lin Yi's shamelessly nonchalant face and his casual attire, those words seemed unnecessary. He looked like he truly had no ulterior motives towards Xia Wanqing. His gaze towards her was even less affectionate than how he looked at the bowl he had just retrieved. This was even stranger. How could a healthy young man remain indifferent in front of such a beauty as Xia Wanqing, unless he had bigger ambitions? In Sophie's mind, a dramatic business espionage scenario was unfolding. Sir, she wanted to continue questioning, but Lin Yi had lost all patience. I returned the bowl and expressed my thanks. If there is nothing else, I'm closing the door. My game is still running. After saying that, he didn't wait for Sophie to respond and slammed the door shut. The action was swift and decisive, with no lingering attachment. In the corridor, only Sophie and Chen Mingming were left staring at each other. Sophie's face alternated between green and white. After 10 years in the industry, she had seen all sorts of bizarre characters, but someone like Lin Yi was a first for her. He was impervious to persuasion, resistant to pressure, exuding a strong aura of don't bother me. Fei, he really seems like just a gaming nerd, Chen Mingming said quietly, looking at the closed door. Sophie didn't respond. She stared intently at the door, her vigilance only increasing. The more she felt this way, the more it indicated that this man was unfathomable. Too dangerous. Wanqing must stay away from him. Inside, Lin Yi let out a long sigh of relief. Finally, the pest was gone. He felt like making a bowl of fried rice was more exhausting than writing a 3-million-word novel. He casually set the bowl down, collapsed onto the sofa, and picked up his phone. But he didn't immediately open the game. Instead, he called Zhao Lei. As soon as the call connected, he began to complain. Old Zhao, I regret it. Regret what? Zhao Lei sounded excited. Regret not listening to me and buying stocks in Fantasy Library? No. Lin Yi's tone was filled with despair. I regret moving to this damn place. Zhao Lei was stunned for a moment. Huh? Cloud Top Palace has become a damn place? Don't be ridiculous. I'm telling you. My neighbor is a huge trouble. Neighbor? Zhao Lei's gossip instincts were ignited. Is it a male or female? Are they attractive? Do they have a crush on you? Lin Yi was silent for 2 seconds. It's a female. Attractive. But she isn't interested in me. She wants me dead. Upon hearing this, Zhao Lei became even more excited. What? Love-hate relationship? How thrilling. Tell me more. Lin Yi succinctly recounted what happened today, from borrowing soy sauce to the fried rice, and then to the relentless questioning by that manager. On the other end of the line, Zhao Lei fell silent. A long silence. So long that Lin Yi thought the call had dropped. Hello? Are you still there? Yeah. Zhao Lei's voice sounded distant and a bit trembling. Lin Yi, hey Mei. I have a question for you. Go ahead. My newly opened CF still needs someone to clean the restroom, with a monthly salary of 3,000, including meals and accommodation. Are you coming? Lin Yi was baffled. What are you talking about? I'm not joking. Zhao Lei's voice suddenly shot up an octave, filled with a heart-wrenching roar. You sold the house in Cloud Top Palace. Come here and clean the restroom, because you don't deserve to live there. It's a waste. Lin Yi was yelled at until his ears hurt. How am I wasting it? How are you not wasting it? Zhao Lei's voice sounded like he was about to cry. And who the hell is that? Xia Wanqing, the living Xia Wanqing, the national goddess, the top-tier diva. Countless men have to line up in their dreams just to say a word to her. She lives across from you. She even knocked on your door. She ate your cooking. What is this? This is a windfall. This is luck from your ancestors. This is the treatment of a protagonist in a novel. And what are you doing? You actually find her annoying? Still thinking about your stupid game? Zhao Lei became more and more agitated. Do you know what kind of behavior this is? It's like a beggar suddenly being rewarded with a mountain of gold by the king. And then he melts it down to play mahjong. You are that beggar. No, you're even worse than a beggar. Lin Yi was left dumbfounded by this series of metaphors. Is it really that exaggerated? Exaggerated? Not all. Zhao Lei said decisively. Let me ask you, does she look as good as on TV? She is okay. Lin Yi replied honestly. Let me ask you again, has she shown any hint of interest in you? Seems like a bit. Lin Yi recalled Xia Wanqing's almost tearful expression after finishing her meal. Then what are you waiting for? Zhao Lei yelled. Go for it, my dude. You have the advantage of time and place. If you just take a little initiative to win over Xia Wanqing, you will be the enemy of all men in Blue Star. No, you will be an idol. At that point, you can forget about being a waste. You'll be the Dragon King. Listening to his best friend's earnest advice, Lin Yi rolled his eyes. Dragon King? Not interested. I just want to quietly play my game. Zhao Lei felt like he was about to have a heart attack. He let out a desperate shout into the phone. You're hopeless. You're like mud that can't stick to the wall. Do you believe that if you post this online, you'll be drowned in a flood of scorn from netizens? Lin Yi scratched his ear. Then don't post it. You. Zhao Lei was completely at a loss. He felt that communicating with someone as odd as Lin Yi was impossible. After a long moment of silence, he finally asked a soul-searching question. So what are you planning to do now? Are you really just going to do nothing? Just watch a stunning beauty sway in front of you and continue playing your game? Lin Yi lay on the sofa, adjusting to a more comfortable position. Of course, he wasn't doing nothing. Zhao Lei's eyes lit up. Oh, you finally get it? Lin Yi responded with a hum and said slowly, I'm thinking, should I change my home's Wi-Fi name and password to Don't Knock if there's nothing important? Knock and the internet goes down? Zhao Lei asked, do you think that's intimidating enough? Chapter 9. The Editor-in-Chief's Life or Death Urgency. Great God, come out. At the headquarters of the Fantasy Library, in the Editor-in-Chief's office, Wang Tao, a man nearing 40 with a receding hairline that had retreated to the Maginot Line, was pacing anxiously back and forth in the office. Beneath his feet were circles upon circles of invisible year rings he had tread upon. His face was filled with anxiety. The ashtray on the desk was already piled high with cigarette butts, resembling a small graveyard. The office was shrouded in smoke, resembling a fairyland. If one didn't know better, they might think this was a Taoist priest performing a rain-drawing ritual. Mr. Wang, why don't you sit down and have some water? His assistant, Xiaoya, a recent graduate intern, carefully advised while holding a cup of brewed goji berry tea. She felt that if this continued, Mr. Wang would wear through the floor of this level. Wang Tao stopped pacing and looked back at her. His eyes were bloodshot, like a wild beast trapped in a cage. Drink water? What water? He slapped his shiny forehead, making a crisp sound. Can water extinguish the fire in my heart? It needs a great God to douse it with updates. Xiaoya shrank her neck, fearing to say anything more. She understood why Mr. Wang had been so irritable lately. It all stemmed from that man, the one who, like a dragon seen only in glimpses, single-handedly overturned the entire online literature scene of Blue Star. One dream for 1,000 years. Ever since this great god finished the Earth official a month ago and said he had run out of inspiration and was uncertain when he would return, he had vanished without a trace. The entire fantasy library felt like the sky had fallen. Stock prices plummeted. Readers rioted. Authors went berserk. Countless readers wailed daily in the comment section and on the official blog, inquiring about the great god's new book. Countless authors looked at the 3 books of the great god standing like monuments on the list and felt despair, struggling to write. And he, Wang Tao, as the only person able to contact the great god, felt pressure greater than a mountain. He had to face the board's inquiries, soothe the emotions of readers and authors, and find every possible way to coax that willful ancestor, like a child, out of hiding. But he had failed. No matter how many heartfelt and tear-jerking messages he sent on that encrypted software, the other party's reply was always read but never responded to. That feeling was like shouting into a black hole, with not even an echo in return. Despair. No, I can't just sit here and wait for death. Wang Tao suddenly slammed the table and stood up. I can't wait any longer. He picked up his phone, his eyes flashing with a desperate determination. I'm going to call him. Xiaoya was taken aback. Mr. Wang. No. Didn't the great god say not to call him? The contract they signed clearly stated that communication was limited to the encrypted software, with exceptions for emergencies. Unless the website went bankrupt or the earth exploded. Phone harassment was strictly prohibited. The consequences for violators were not specified in the contract, but Wang Tao, with his scant hair, knew they would be severe. Could a man who could write deep space, a dark forest system, be easy to deal with? But now, he couldn't care less. If the website continued like this, bankruptcy was not far off. If the earth didn't explode, his mentality would explode first. Rules are dead, but people are alive. Wang Tao gritted his teeth and found the number he had pinned, but never dared to dial. He named that number Ancestor. Taking a deep breath, he pressed the dial button solemnly, as if pressing the launch button for a nuclear bomb. Beep, 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 the call was connected, but rang for a long time without anyone answering. Wang Tao's heart sank with each beep. Just when he thought the call would hang up due to no answer, it was picked up. Hello? A lazy, slightly hoarse young male voice, as if just waking up, came through the receiver. Wang Tao nearly cried. It's connected. Finally connected. Great God, it's me, Wang Tao. Little Wang. His voice trembled with excitement, filled with flattery and humility. There was silence for 2 seconds on the other end. Then the voice spoke again, sounding uncertain. Who? Wang Tao's heart shattered. He, the esteemed editor-in-chief of the Fantasy Library. A figure whose stomp could cause earthquakes in the online literature world. This ancestor couldn't even recognize his voice. Wang Tao, the fat guy from the Fantasy Library. He quickly added a label for himself. Oh, Lin Yi on the other end finally remembered. The Mediterranean editor. What is up? His voice was filled with the annoyance of being disturbed during his sleep. There's something. A big deal, great God. Wang Tao began to lament on the phone. Great God, you've disappeared for a month. Do you have any idea how I've been during these days without you? I can't eat well, can't sleep. My hair is falling out in clumps, and the stock price is plummeting. As he spoke, he squeezed out a few crocodile tears, trying to touch the other party with emotion. However, Lin Yi just yawned. Oh, if the website is going down, will my royalties still come in normally? Wang Tao's sobbing abruptly stopped. Big brother, is that the point? We're talking about feelings, ideals, the eager expectations of countless readers. How can you bring up money right away? That's too vulgar. Can. Of course it can, Wang Tao quickly assured. Your money won't be short a single cent. But great God, money isn't the most important thing, right? The most important thing is the passion for creation. It's the dream of literature. Lin Yi turned over, burying his face in the soft pillow. The passion is gone. The dream has been realized. My dream is to not work and have money to spend. Isn't that what I've achieved now? Wang Tao felt like he was punching cotton. He changed his strategy. Great God, think about the readers. Do you know how pitiful your fans are? They wait for your updates online every day, eagerly. They're about to become stone waiting for their husbands. Can you bear to let them keep waiting like this? Lin Yi pondered for a moment. Bear to? Wang Tao felt like he was about to have a heart attack. This day, we really can't talk at all. He just couldn't understand how someone could be indifferent to fame, wealth, and the adoration of the masses. It was unscientific. A terrifying thought emerged in Wang Tao's mind. Could it be that this great god has run out of talent? Those 3 books have exhausted all his creativity and inspiration. So he uses time to settle down as an excuse when he actually can't write anymore. As soon as this thought emerged, Wang Tao felt his heart chill. If that were true, everything would be over. A great god who can't write books is no different from salted fish. No, I can't think like this. I must believe in him. He is the one who dreams for 1,000 years. Wang Tao forcefully suppressed the terrifying thought and decided to take some drastic measures. Master, he cleared his throat and spoke in an extremely serious tone. I need to discuss something important with you. The film and television rights to your book Qi, Chongqing, have already been sold, right? Seems like it. Lin Yi recalled that it was signed with the website, giving them full authority to handle it. Do you know who bought the rights? No, it's the Huaxia Film and Television Group, the industry leader. They are very optimistic about this and are prepared to invest 10 billion, turning it into the first true fantasy epic drama of our Blue Star. Wang Tao's tone was filled with pride. Lin Yi yawned. Oh, that's great. What's great about it? Wang Tao became anxious. It's good, but now there's a big problem. What problem? The screenwriters. Wang Tao's tone was heavy. We hired the best screenwriting team in the industry to adapt your script. And the result? It's been a month. They haven't even written the outline for the first episode. They said your novel has too grand a worldview, too complex characters, and too amazing a plot. They can't adapt it. They're afraid of ruining the original work and being criticized by your tens of millions of fans. Wang Tao grew more agitated. Master, only you can save this project now. If you personally step in and serve as the chief screenwriter for this drama, don't say 10 billion. Even 20 billion in investment can be secured. By then, you'll be the godfather of our Blue Star film and television circle. A true legend. He painted a grand picture, trying to dazzle Lin Yi. However, on the other end of the phone, Lin Yi simply responded with a faint "oh." Then he asked a question that almost made Wang Tao faint on the spot. Does being a screenwriter require staying at the office? Wang Tao was stunned for 3 seconds before realizing what he was asking. Oh, well, in principle, yes. Then forget it. Lin Yi rejected him decisively. I hate staying at the office the most. Wang Tao was utterly desperate. He felt that all his efforts and eloquence were like a joke in front of this man. He was just a stubborn monster who only wanted to lie flat. Master, his voice took on a crying tone, genuinely pleading. I'm begging you, just pity me. Okay, even if you write another book, that would be fine. Anything you write, even if it's a romance, just casually write something, and our website will offer you the highest price. Romance? Upon hearing those 2 words, Lin Yi's mind inexplicably conjured up the face of Xia Wanqing. The image of her standing at the door, holding a small bowl, asking to borrow soy sauce popped into his head. He fell silent. On the other end, Wang Tao sensed a glimmer of hope. There's a chance. He hesitated on the topic of romance. Could it be that the master has fallen in love recently? Wang Tao's heart came alive again. Yes. Homancy. Master, think about it. With your writing skills, if you write a romance, it would be so sweet and charming. It would definitely drive all the girls in Blue Star crazy for you. Just write something casual, like your daily life with your girlfriend. Wang Tao asked tentatively. Lin Yi's mouth twitched. Girlfriend? He didn't have one, but he did have a neighbor. A very troublesome neighbor, a top-tier celebrity who couldn't take care of herself. Suddenly, he thought that if he wrote a novel about his experiences these days, it might be quite interesting. Just then, he heard Wang Tao lower his voice on the other end of the phone and say something to someone nearby. Xiaoya, Hitty, check the bank account opening address for the master. I don't believe it. I'll personally go to block him. I'll sleep at his doorstep. If he doesn't write a new book, I'll leave. Lin Yi's eyes narrowed instantly. Wow, he wants to block me? He cleared his throat and spoke into the phone with an extremely innocent tone. Mr. Wang. Master, you just said that you can't find out where I live, right? Wang Tao's heart sank, feeling a bad premonition. Yes, Master, your personal information is highly confidential. That's good. Lin Yi smiled. Mr. Wang, I suddenly feel that your suggestion just now seems pretty good. Wang Tao was overjoyed. You mean writing a romance novel? No. Lin Yi said slowly. I mean, changing my pen name and writing on another website seems quite interesting. What do you think, Mr. Wang? Chapter 10. Refusing a billion contract. I just want to fish. What do you think, Mr. Wang? Lin Yi's light-hearted rhetorical question reached Wang Tao's ears through the phone, exploding like an atomic bomb in his mind. Wang Tao was petrified. He held his phone, frozen in that position, like a statue weathered for 1,000 years. The few strands of hair he had seemed to fall out even more at that moment. Writing on another website? Changing my pen name? Each of those 6 words felt like poison-tipped daggers stabbing deep into his heart. He could even feel his blood pressure shoot up to 250 in an instant. The assistant, Xiaoya, looked at Wang Tao's suddenly pale face and hollow eyes, terrified. Mr. Wang? What's wrong? Don't scare me. Wang Tao ignored her. In his world, only Lin Yi's devilish voice echoed in an endless loop. He knew this was no joke. With this ancestor's talent and his disregard for money, if he really wanted to change his alias and write on another website, forget about causing a stir, He could directly elevate that site to compete with Fantasy Literature Library. Then, he wouldn't just be a contributor to the website. He would be a sinner, the eternal sinner who drove away a national treasure-level master. He would be devoured by the board of directors and drowned in spit by readers all over the internet. He couldn't bear to think of the consequences. No, this won't do. Wang Tao finally regained his voice from his petrified state. His voice was hoarse, dry, filled with fear and pleading. Master, ancestor, grandpa, please don't act impulsively. I was wrong. I really was wrong. I shouldn't have called you. I shouldn't have thought of sending someone to block you. I deserve to die. I'm not human. He raised his hand and lightly slapped his own face twice. Xia watched in shock. She had never seen her powerful and dictatorial boss so humble. On the other end of the phone, Lin Yi raised an eyebrow upon hearing the slapping sounds. Mr. Wang, what are you doing? I didn't force you. No, I wanted to hit myself. It was my own fault, Wang Tao said with a mournful face. Master, just consider everything I said earlier as nonsense. Please don't take it to heart. From now on, you can update whenever you want, even if you never update again. You will always be our Fantasy Literature Library's supreme god. As long as you don't leave, everything can be discussed. His survival instinct erupted to the extreme at that moment. Lin Yi listened to his tone, which was as humble as dust, and smiled with satisfaction. Got it. This is the effect I wanted. He didn't want to be harassed every day in the future. Solving it all at once would prevent future troubles. All right, Mr. Wang. Lin Yi's tone finally softened a bit. I was just saying that. Why are you so excited? Wang Tao almost knelt down upon hearing this. Yes. I was too excited. I was too petty. I apologize. Let's talk about the new book later. Lin Yi yawned, and right now I just want to rest well. All right. You take a good rest. How long do you want to rest? Just rest as long as you want. Wang Tao nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Lin Yi replied, and then seemed to suddenly remember something, adding, by the way, Mr. Wang. Hey, what can I do for you, sir? In the future, don't call me anymore. You should understand my rules. His voice wasn't loud, but it carried an undeniable authority. Wang Tao's heart trembled. He knew this was the final warning. Understood. I understand. He quickly assured, if I dare to call you again, just let me. He thought for a long time, but couldn't come up with a curse. Finally, he gritted his teeth. Just let all my remaining hair fall out overnight. For a middle-aged man, this was the most vicious oath he could make. Lin Yi was satisfied. All right, I'm hanging up. Okay, sir. Take care. No, slow hang up. Wang Tao respectfully waited for Lin Yi to hang up the phone before daring to take the phone away from his ear. He looked at the call-ended screen, took a long, deep breath. He felt like he'd just been pulled out of water. His back was soaked. Damn, that was too intense. He sat down in his chair, picked up the cup of cold goji berry tea on the table, and drank it all in one go. Xia watched him, looking like he had survived a disaster, and cautiously asked, Mr. Wang, did he agree to write the new book? Wang Tao glanced at her and weakly waved his hand. Right my ass. This guy is dead set on being a salted fish now. No one can make him think anymore. Disappointment appeared on Xiaoya's face, but Wang Tao seemed to have come to some realization. An awry smile appeared on his face. But that's fine. At least he is still on our website. As long as this Godmaster card is still here, the roots of our fantasy library will not be severed. He leaned back in his chair, looking at the ceiling, muttering to himself. Just don't know when this guy will come out of retirement. At that moment, the man who kept Wang Tao up at night was lying on his own sofa, pondering a very serious question. What to eat for lunch? Should he order a spicy hot pot or a pig trotter rice? This was a life decision more important than whether to write a new book. Just as he opened the food delivery app to make a difficult choice, his phone vibrated again. It was a message from an unknown number. Lin Yi frowned and clicked it open. Hello, Mr. Lin. I am Feng Yuanzheng, chairman of Huaxia Film and Television Group. Sorry to disturb you. We have long admired your works, especially Qi Chong Xing He. We believe it has the potential to become a great work. We sincerely hope to meet with you to discuss the possibility of film adaptation. We are willing to offer the highest price in the industry and can even customize a long-term cooperation contract worth billions for you. I wonder if you are available? The wording of the message was very polite and full of respect for a dream that had lasted 1,000 years. A billion contract. If this number had come a month ago, it would have excited Lin Yi to the point of sleeplessness for 3 days and nights. But now, he looked at these 4 words with no waves in his heart, even feeling a bit like laughing. He picked up his phone and slowly replied with 2 words. No time. Then he blacklisted that number. The whole process was smooth and effortless. For him, let alone a billion, even 10 billion or 100 billion. Could it compare to lying at home fishing? Oh, right, fishing. He suddenly remembered that there was an extremely important activity on his retirement life checklist that had not been carried out. That was fishing. Imagine this. On a sunny afternoon, wearing a straw hat, sitting by the lake with a bucket of iced drinks beside him. He casts the fishing rod and can quietly daze for the whole afternoon. No need to think about anything. No need to do anything. Whether the fish bite or not doesn't matter. What matters is the ambience. It's that kind of detached, transcendent philosophical realm belonging to a qualified salted fish. Thinking of this, Lin Yi's heart soared. He immediately closed the food delivery app. Food can be skipped, but fishing cannot be missed. He opened the shopping app and began searching for top-notch fishing gear. The fishing rod had to be the lightest carbon fiber. The fishing line had to be the strongest. As for bait, forget it. Bait is too troublesome. Better use artificial lures. And folding chairs, sun umbrellas, refrigerators. He placed an order for more than 100,000 worth of equipment in one breath. The address was still Yunding Tiangong. After placing the order, he leaned back on the sofa, satisfied, and began to plan his fishing strategy for tomorrow. Just then, ding-dong. The doorbell rang again. Lin Yi's face instantly darkened. Who was it again? He irritably swiped the door control screen. On the screen appeared a face he didn't expect. It was Xia Wanqing. She was back. Moreover, she was carrying 2 huge shopping bags. The bags were filled with all kinds of fresh vegetables and meats. Did she bring the whole supermarket? Lin Yi looked at the woman standing at the door. A bit at a loss, but with a hint of expectation in her eyes. He covered his face. He had a strong premonition. His fishing plan for tomorrow might be ruined. He looked at Xia Wanqing, then at the pile of fishing gear he had just ordered, and thought with great frustration. All I want is to fish quietly. Why is it so hard? Xia Wanqing seemed to sense his resentment, and in front of the camera, she gave a flattering yet somewhat guilty smile. She raised the shopping bags in her hand and silently mouthed, "Do you need leftover food at home?" Chapter 11. Xia Wanqing's Troubles, the Hypocritical Dinner Party. The night was like a huge piece of black velvet, enveloping the entire Tianhai city. The Starry Sky Club, one of the top private clubs in Tianhai City. Anyone who could enter here was a person of prominence. At this moment, in the most luxurious peony hall, a dinner party was underway. The crystal chandelier sparkled brilliantly, casting soft light on everyone's faces, making their smiles look somewhat unreal. Xia Wanqing sat under this unreal light. She wore a high-end little dress, with exquisite makeup and an elegant posture. On her face was a perfectly impeccable smile. This was her professional instinct. Just like a soldier who subconsciously picks up a weapon when on the battlefield, she automatically wore the mask of the national goddess Xia Wanqing whenever she sat in such an occasion. "Wanqing, you're getting more and more beautiful," a middle-aged man with a potbelly and gold-rimmed glasses said, holding up a wine glass with a smile. He was the biggest investor in this new movie, Mr. Wang. "Mr. Wang, you flatter me," Xia Wanqing politely responded, raising her glass of orange juice. "Hey, why drink orange juice?" Mr. Wang's expression slightly darkened. "Today is such a happy occasion. You must have a drink. Come, fill our leading lady's glass." He gestured to the waiter beside him. The waiter immediately understood, holding a bottle of expensive red wine, ready to approach. "Mr. Wang, excuse me." A hand blocked the waiter in front of him. It was Sophie. She wore a smile that was as unyielding as a steel wall, but her eyes held a hint of resolute defiance. "We have a show tomorrow morning, Wenxing, so we can't drink. That's written in the contract. Moreover, she's allergic to alcohol, so please be understanding." President Wang's face immediately darkened. However, after looking at Xia Wenqing's flawless face, he ultimately refrained from losing his temper. Fine, fine. If you're allergic, then let's forget it." He laughed awkwardly and turned the page. But the atmosphere at the dinner table became subtly tense because of this. Xia Wenqing picked up her orange juice and took a small sip. The icy liquid slid down her throat, but it couldn't suppress the simmering frustration inside her. She hated this kind of dinner party. She hated it very much. She despised these greasy men who looked at her with a naked gaze, as if appraising a commodity. She loathed the hypocritical pleasantries and insincere flattery. Most of all, she detested having to wear a fake smile to cope with it all. She felt like a meticulously packaged puppet. Every word, every action, every smile and frown did not belong to her. They belonged to the symbol called Xia Wanqing. Wanqing, I'm so delighted to collaborate with you this time. Director Zhang Jingji, a middle-aged man who seemed to have an artistic flair, also raised his glass. Your acting is unparalleled among the younger generation. I watched your last play, and your grasp of the character was very precise. Compared to President Wang's blatant desires, Director Zhang's compliments seemed much more sophisticated. But Xia Wanqing knew it was still a formality. It was a social rule that everyone in this circle had to abide by. She could only continue to smile and say things like, "Thank you for your appreciation, Director. I will keep working hard." She felt her face was about to freeze from smiling. Her stomach was slightly aching from tension and disgust. She couldn't eat anything. The exquisite dishes on the table, which looked like works of art, were no different from wax models in her eyes. Her thoughts drifted far away. They floated back to that spacious, bright, and somewhat empty living room. They returned to that man wearing baggy shorts, with disheveled hair and an impatient expression. They also floated back to that plain but delicious fried rice that made her want to cry. What kind of taste was that? She couldn't describe it, but she knew it was the most heartfelt meal she had ever had. There were no hypocritical pleasantries, no ulterior motives. He cooked for her as if it was simply because she was hungry and he happened to need to eat too. It was that simple, simple enough to make her feel somewhat unreal. She even remembered the last thing he said. "If you want to eat, just come over. Just don't knock on my door while I'm gaming." Thinking of this, Xia Wanqing couldn't help but let a genuine smile curve her lips slightly. This small change was immediately caught by the people at the table. "Oh, what is our Wanqing smiling about? So happy." President Wang immediately seized the opportunity to tease. "Did you think of something joyful?" Xia Wanqing's heart skipped a beat, and she quickly suppressed her smile. No, it's nothing. I just feel very honored to work with President Wang, Director Zhang, and all the seniors." She once again delivered a perfect line that could be written in a textbook. The dinner continued. Glasses clinked and voices rose. But it all seemed to be separated from Xia Wanqing by a thick layer of glass. She was just an emotionless smile machine. She felt like she was about to suffocate. She really wanted to stand up right now and tell everyone, "I'm done." Then, rush out of this gilded cage. Back to that place where she felt at ease. Back to that somewhat strange neighbor, even if it was just standing at his door, smelling the aroma of food wafting through the crack. She felt it would be 1,000 times happier than sitting here. "Excuse me, I need to go to the restroom." She finally found an excuse and stood up. Sophie immediately understood and stood up as well. "I'll go with you." The two of them walked out of the noisy private room. The hallway was much quieter. Xia Wanqing took a long, deep breath. It was as if a suffocating fish finally returned to the water. "What's wrong? Not feeling well?" Sophie asked with concern. She noticed that Xia Wanqing's face was even paler than when she was in the private room. "I'm fine, Sister Fei." Xia Wanqing shook her head, just a bit stuffy. Sophie sighed. She of course knew why Xia Wanqing felt this way. "Just hang in there. There's half an hour left, and it will be over." She patted Xia Wanqing's shoulder. "I know you don't like this, but there's nothing we can do. It's the way of the world. President Wang is our biggest investor. We can't afford to offend him." Xia Wanqing said nothing. She leaned against the cold wall of the hallway, feeling the chill seep through her thin dress and touch her skin. It made her restless heart calm down a bit. Suddenly, she really wanted to send a message to Lin Yi. She wanted to ask him what he was doing now. Was he gaming again? Had he eaten dinner? What did he have? The thought startled her. When did she become so curious about a man she had only met a few times? Moreover, they didn't even have each other's contact information. "Sister Fei," she hesitated to speak. What kind of person do you think my neighbor is?" Sophie was taken aback. She didn't expect her to suddenly ask this. She recalled the man in baggy shorts, with a look of disdain, who called himself a waste. She frowned. A very strange person. That was the most objective evaluation she could give. "However, Wanqing, I still need to remind you." Her tone turned serious. "No matter what kind of person he is, you need to keep your distance from him. Your identity does not allow you to have excessive contact with any man of unclear background. Do you understand?" Xia Wanqing nodded silently. She understood. She understood all these principles. But principles are one thing, and feelings are another. She felt that her heart, which had been dormant for over 20 years, seemed to ripple slightly due to that bowl of fried rice and that strange man. This ripple was faint, but it truly existed, making it impossible for her to ignore. Just then, the door of the private room was pushed open. A figure staggered out. It was President Wang, whose face was flushed from drinking. When he saw Xia Wanqing and Sophie standing in the hallway, his eyes lit up. He held up his glass and walked straight towards Xia Wanqing, a lewd smile on his face. "Wanqing, so you are here. Come, that last cup doesn't count. This cup, I toast to you. You have to give me this face no matter what." Sophie's expression changed instantly. She immediately stepped forward to shield Xia Wanqing. "President Wang, you've drunk too much. Wanqing really cannot drink." President Wang's face darkened completely. "Get out of my way." He pushed Sophie aside and directly handed the full glass of red wine to Xia Wanqing. The glass swayed with the crimson liquid, along with President Wang's eyes, which were filled with desire and murkiness. "Xia Wanqing, I'll ask you one last time. Will you drink this glass of wine or not?" Chapter 12 Elevator Encounter. She looks very tired. Lin Yi ultimately didn't get to go fishing, because Xia Wanqing really took over his kitchen. Facing the woman who was holding 2 large bags of top-notch ingredients and looking at him eagerly, asking if they needed any leftover food, Lin Yi felt a sense of helplessness for the first time. What could he do? Throw her and her pile of expensive ingredients out? He couldn't do that. Even a salted fish has its bottom line. So, his fishing plan was ruthlessly crushed by a bunch of lively shrimp and a piece of prime snowflake beef. In his frustration, he transformed his anger into appetite and cooked a feast, 4 dishes and a soup. Braised shrimp in oil, black pepper beef cubes, steamed base, garlic broccoli, and a tomato egg soup. Very homely, but Xia Wanqing ate even more happily than last time with the egg fried rice. Lin Yi seriously suspected that she must have starved to death in her previous life. After dinner, Xia Wanqing voluntarily went to wash the dishes. As a result, she almost dropped Lin Yi's limited edition plate worth 5 figures. Lin Yi couldn't tolerate it anymore and kicked her out of the kitchen. He vowed never to let this woman come within 5 meters of his kitchen again. It was too dangerous. Not only dangerous for the dishes, but even more dangerous for his heart, which just wanted to lie down quietly. After that day, Lin Yi enjoyed a few rare, peaceful days. Xia Wanqing didn't come knocking on his door anymore. Lin Yi happily spent his days playing games and watching movies at home, living a carefree life. The fishing gear he ordered also arrived one after another. He placed the expensive fishing rod in the most prominent spot in the living room like a treasure. Every day when he got up, he would take a look at it. It was as if it was reminding him not to forget that he was still a fisherman with dreams and aspirations. That afternoon, after finishing a game, Lin Yi felt a bit hungry. He opened the fridge, and it was empty. The ingredients Xia Wanqing brought last time had long been consumed by the two of them. He sighed. It seemed that today he would have to rely on takeout again. Just as he was about to place an order, he suddenly remembered that his favorite soda was also finished. This wouldn't do. A life without cola was incomplete. He thought for a moment and decided to go downstairs himself to the 24-hour convenience store in the community to replenish some strategic supplies. And by the way, to stretch his legs. He changed into a classic outfit, a white shirt, baggy shorts, and flip-flops. Then, taking his phone and keys, he stepped out. He pressed the elevator button. The elevator slowly rose from downstairs. Ding! The door opened. Lin Yi stepped inside. Then he froze. There was already someone standing in the elevator. Someone he was very familiar with. It was Xia Wanqing. Today she wasn't wearing loungewear. Instead, she was dressed in a smart professional outfit. A cream-colored suit skirt that accentuated her beautiful figure. Her long hair was styled up, revealing a delicate makeup look. She looked like a city beauty who had just walked off the cover of a fashion magazine. But Lin Yi's gaze fell on her face. Her makeup was heavy, tried to conceal something, but Lin Yi still noticed. The fatigue on her face was even heavier than when he saw her at the dinner party last time. The dark circles under her eyes were almost visible even with thick concealer. Her gaze was somewhat vacant. Her whole demeanor exuded a low pressure of exhaustion. As if to say, "I'm so tired, don't bother me." Lin Yi walked in and stood next to her. Neither of them spoke. The atmosphere in the elevator was somewhat quiet. Lin Yi could smell the faint scent of a mix of high-end perfume and a subtle hint of alcohol on her. She had been drinking? Lin Yi frowned. He glanced at the reflection in the elevator mirror. Xia Wanqing leaned against the corner of the elevator, her eyes closed, brows slightly furrowed, as if she were enduring some kind of pain. Her complexion looked unusually pale under the lights. Lin Yi felt an inexplicable surge of emotions rising in his heart. A bit irritable, and a bit of heartache. He was startled by this thought. Heartache? Why would I feel heartache for her? She is a big star, a top influencer, earning more than I do, with more fans than I have. If she is tired, that's her business. What is it to me? I'm just a salted fish wanting to lie down quietly. Yes, that's right. Lin Yi mentally reassured himself. He decided to continue playing the role of a cold, uninvolved neighbor. The elevator descended. Silence spread in the cramped space. Lin Yi could hear Xia Wanqing's somewhat irregular breathing. He could even feel her body slightly trembling. Lin Yi's brows tightened even more. Finally, he couldn't hold back any longer. Hey, he spoke up. His voice wasn't loud, but in the quiet elevator, it sounded particularly abrupt. Xia Wanqing's body jolted. She slowly opened her eyes and looked at Lin Yi. Her beautiful peach blossom eyes were filled with bloodshot veins and a deep weariness. Did you call me? Her voice was raspy. What else? Lin Yi rolled his eyes. Is there anyone else in this elevator? Xia Wanqing fell silent. She looked at Lin Yi, her eyes carrying a hint of wariness and detachment. This was her instinctive reaction when facing strangers. Even though this man had cooked for her twice, Lin Yi saw her like this, and his irritation grew even more. What he hated most was this kind of look, clearly exhausted to the point of falling apart, yet still forcing herself to hold on and wear a mask. It reminded him too much of his past self, who had literally worked himself to death over a trivial project. Have you been drinking? He asked straightforwardly. Xia Wanqing's pupils contracted slightly. She instinctively wanted to deny it. But looking at Lin Yi's eyes, which seemed to see through everything, she inexplicably nodded. Just a little. A little? Lin Yi scoffed. You call that a little? The smell of alcohol on you is enough to get me drunk. Xia Wanqing's face paled. She didn't expect her disguise to be so easily seen through by this man. Is your stomach upset? Lin Yi asked again. Xia Wanqing froze again. How'd he know? Her stomach was indeed very uncomfortable. Earlier at the dinner, she had been forced by that Mr. Wang to drink 2 glasses of wine. She had already felt uneasy in her stomach due to nervousness and disgust. Those 2 glasses of wine were like adding fuel to the fire. Now, it felt like there was a flame burning in her stomach, making her break out in cold sweat. Why are you? Your face is as white as a ghost. Can I see that? Lin Yi's tone was still so ungracious. Are you stupid? Can't drink, yet you still force yourself to drink? Just because someone else tells you to drink, you do? Then if someone tells you to die, would you go? His series of questions hit Xia Wanqing like a machine gun, leaving her stunned. In her life, no one had ever dared to speak to her this way. Everyone treated her like a goddess, holding her up and cherishing her. Only he treated her like a brainless fool, scolding her. Xia Wanqing's eyes suddenly turned red. Not because she felt wronged, but because of a very strange feeling. She felt that the hard shell she used to protect herself had been shattered by this man in the most brutal and direct way, revealing the softest and most vulnerable part of herself inside. Ding! The elevator reached the first floor. The door opened. Lin Yi was the first to walk out. After taking 2 steps, he noticed that Xia Wanqing was still dazed in the elevator, not moving. He turned back and impatiently urged, "What are you still dazing for? Are you waiting for the elevator to take you back to heaven?" Only then did Xia Wanqing seem to wake from a dream, staggering out of the elevator. The sound of her high heels clicking on the floor was crisp, but her steps were unsteady. After just 2 steps, her body swayed violently, and she almost fell. Lin Yi was quick to react, grabbing her arm. Her skin was icy to the touch, smooth as silk. Lin Yi's heart skipped a beat. He could feel Xia Wanqing's entire weight pressing against his arm. It seemed she couldn't even stand steadily. Hey, are you okay? Lin Yi's tone finally carried a hint of genuine concern. Leaning against his arm, Xia Wanqing looked up at him. Her eyes were misty. Her voice carried a hint of a sob. My stomach, it hurts. As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Yi noticed a layer of cold sweat already forming on her forehead. Her body also began to tremble uncontrollably. Lin Yi's expression changed completely. He knew this wasn't an act. Something was genuinely wrong with her. Damn it! He cursed under his breath. The trouble he hated most had finally come knocking on his door. He looked at Xia Wanqing's pale face, and her eyes filled with pain and helplessness. Taking a deep breath, he made a decision that even he found unbelievable. He bent down, swept her up in his arms, and, amid her startled cry, carried her horizontally. "What are you doing?" Xia Wanqing was startled by his sudden action. Lin Yi didn't answer her. He just held her tightly and strode towards the entrance of the community. His face was unusually serious and focused. "What else could I do? I'm taking you to the hospital, you fool." As Xia Wanqing was held in his arms, she felt his strong arms and the steady heartbeat from his chest. She caught a faint, pleasant scent from him, reminiscent of sunshine. Looking at his sharply defined side profile and the urgency in his eyes, her heart suddenly stopped hurting. Her stomach seemed to ache less as well. She inexplicably asked, "Are you still going to buy cola?" Chapter 13. The piano sound in the late night. A soothing melody. "What time is it? And you're still thinking about your cola?" Lin Yi was almost amused by her words. He looked down and shot her a glare. "If you say one more word, do you believe I'll throw you in the trash can right now?" Xia Wanqing shrank her neck at his fierce gaze, not daring to say anything more. However, the corners of her mouth secretly curled into a smile that she didn't even notice. She gently rested her face against Lin Yi's shoulder, feeling very secure. Lin Yi, carrying a living person, moved swiftly. After being cooped up for nearly a month, his body unleashed an incredible potential at that moment. The security personnel at Yunding Tiangong were stunned by the sight. They saw the legendary new owner of 3201, a seemingly lazy young man, carrying a woman who looked like a big star out of the lobby. "Do you need help, Mr. Lin?" asked the security captain, a burly man with a military background, rushing forward. "Call a car to the nearest hospital, quickly," Lin Yi ordered succinctly. "Yes." The security captain quickly reacted, using his walkie-talkie to call for assistance. Soon, a black business vehicle stopped at the entrance. Lin Yi carried Xia Wanqing inside. The car sped off. At the hospital, the emergency room corridor was brightly lit. The air was filled with the scent of disinfectant and a hint of panic. Lin Yi sat on a bench in the corridor, staring at the closed door of the emergency room, his brows tightly knitted. He was still wearing that white shirt and large shorts, with flip-flops on his feet, completely out of place in the serious and tense atmosphere of the hospital. Nearby, Su Fei and Chen Mingming also arrived. Su Fei's face was filled with anxiety and self-blame. "It's all my fault, all my fault." She kept rubbing her hands. "I shouldn't have let her go to that stupid dinner. I should have taken that drink for her." Chen Mingming was beside her, red-eyed and constantly comforting her. "Sister Fei, don't say that. It's not your fault. That President Wang went too far." Lin Yi ignored them. He just sat quietly, watching the door. After an unknown amount of time, the door finally opened. A doctor in a white coat walked out. "Who is the patient's family?" "I am." Su Fei and Lin Yi boasted up almost simultaneously, speaking in unison. They exchanged glances. Su Fei's eyes were filled with scrutiny and a hint of hostility, while Lin Yi's gaze was calm. The doctor looked at them and said, "The patient has acute gastric spasms. It's not a big deal. Mainly due to emotional stress and alcohol irritation. We've given her pain relief and 4 fluids. She just needs to rest." Hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. However, the doctor added, "Has she been under too much stress lately? Her body seems to be quite depleted, so she needs to pay more attention to rest and have a light diet." Okay. Thank you, doctor, we understand." Su Fei nadie repeatedly. After the doctor left, Su Fei immediately rushed into the ward. Lin Yi stood at the door, hesitating before not going in. He glanced through the glass window on the door. Xia Wanqing lay on the hospital bed, eyes closed, her brow relaxed, seemingly asleep. Her face still bore a sickly pallor, but her breathing had stabilized. Lin Yi's heart finally settled down completely. He turned around, ready to leave. He felt that he had fulfilled his duty as a neighbor. The rest could be left to her capable agent. Just as he took a couple of steps, Chen Mingming chased after him. "Mr. Lin." Lin Yi stopped and turned back to look at her. "Thank you." Chen Mingming deeply bowed to him. "Thank you so much for tonight. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't know what to do." Her eyes were filled with genuine gratitude. "It's nothing," Lin Yi replied lightly. Don't mind what Sister Fei said. She was just too worried about Sister Wanqing, so she spoke a bit harshly. Don't take it to heart, Chen Mingming explained on Su Fei's behalf. Lin Yi shuruk nonjo mitai. This is your phone and keys, right? Chen Mingming took out Lin Yi's phone and keys that he had left at the entrance and handed them over. Lin Yi then remembered that he had rushed out without taking anything. Thanks, he said as he accepted them. Are you going back? Chen Mingming asked cautiously. How will you get back? Let me call a car for you? No need. Lin Yi shook the phone in his hand. I can call myself. After saying that, he turned around and walked toward the hospital entrance without looking back. Chen Mingming watched his cool, yet somewhat lazy figure. Her eyes filled with curiosity and a hint of admiration. This man is so cool. By the time Lin Yi returned home, it was already late at night. The entire Yunding Tiangong was enveloped in slumber. He stood in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window of his home, looking out at the city's nightscape. But the usual leisure was gone. In his mind, the pale face of Xia Wanqing would uncontrollably surface. The way she leaned against him, fragile and helpless. Trouble. He muttered a curse under his breath. But he knew he wasn't cursing Xia Wanqing. Rather, it was himself, the one who couldn't help but meddle in others' affairs. He irritably ran his fingers through his hair, deciding to numb himself with a game. But when he opened his computer, he found that he couldn't settle down at all. The violent scenes on the screen felt unbearably noisy. He closed the game. Then, as if compelled by a strange force, he walked to the corner of the living room. There stood a black grand piano, part of the house. Lin Yi hadn't touched it since moving in. He lifted the lid, revealing the contrasting black and white keys underneath. He sat down. His fingers gently rested on the keys. In his past life, due to work, he had learned to play the piano for a while. He wasn't proficient, but playing a few pieces was still manageable. He closed his eyes. A quiet, gentle tune surfaced in his mind. A lesser-known but healing piano piece from Earth. His fingers began to lightly dance on the keys. Ding-dong. The first note flowed out like a clear spring. Then came the second, the third, a gentle melody, tinged with a hint of sadness, slowly unfurled in the quiet night. The sound of the piano was neither intense nor high-pitched. It flowed quietly like a serene river under the moonlight. It seemed to carry a kind of magic, instantly soothing all the restlessness and anxiety within. Lin Yi immersed himself in his musical world. He played with great concentration. He didn't notice that in the dark room across the hall, Xia Wanqing was lying in bed, tossing and turning. Since returning from the hospital, she hadn't been able to sleep. Although her stomach no longer hurt, her heart felt heavy. The hypocritical faces at the dinner and the disgusting demeanor of Mr. Wang lingered in her mind like a nightmare. She felt as if this circle was driving her mad. Just when she was about to explode from frustration, a sporadic, heavenly piano sound drifted through the thick wall, faint yet present. Xia Wanqing froze. Is this the sound of a piano? Is it an illusion? She held her breath and listened carefully. It's real. It really is a piano sound. The melody was unfamiliar, but as soon as the first note sounded, it instantly captured her heart. The piano was so gentle that it felt like a warm pair of hands softly caressing her tired and fragile heart. All her irritations, all her grievances, all her anxieties were gradually soothed and healed by this gentle piano sound. She felt like a small boat that had drifted in a storm for a long time. Finally, finding a calm harbor to dock, she pulled off the covers barefoot and got out of bed, following the source of the sound. She walked step by step to her door. She gently pressed her ear against the cold door panel. The piano sound became clearer. It was coming from across the hall. Was it him? That strange neighbor who wore big shorts and had a disdainful expression. You would pick her up and take her to the hospital when she was at her most vulnerable? He could actually play the piano, and so well. Xia Wanqing's heart was filled with shock and an indescribable flutter. She leaned against the door, closed her eyes, and greedily listened to the comforting melody. The piece ended, and a lingering sound resonated. The entire world fell silent. Yet Xia Wanqing felt that something in her heart had changed. She took out her phone and opened the Weibo account she had only ever used to lurk. She hesitated for a long time, then logged into her little account. A small account known only to her, called today, I want to eat fried rice. She clicked on the search box and typed 3 words, a dream of 1,000 years. Then she entered the homepage of the author revered by countless fans. She looked at the titles of the author's three masterpieces: The Rage of the Stars, Deep Space, and The Earth Official. Suddenly, an extremely absurd, yet heart-racing thought emerged in her mind. She clicked on the private message. Then, facing the gray avatar of the author who had never replied to anyone, she typed a line. Author, do you believe it? I seem to have heard a sound that only exists in your book. There really is someone in this world whose mystery surpassed the world you have penned. What do you think I should do? Chapter 14. The warning from Agent Sophie. Stay away from that man the next morning. Sunlight streamed through the huge floor-to-ceiling window into Xia Wanqing's bedroom. Rarely, she had a good night's sleep. No nightmares, no insomnia. The gentle piano melody seemed to have a magical quality, lingering in her dreams all night long. She opened her eyes, feeling refreshed. Her stomach no longer hurt. She picked up her phone, habitually opening her Weibo account. The author named A Dream of 1,000 Years still hadn't replied to her private message. His homepage, like yesterday, showed no activity. Xia Wanqing felt a bit disappointed, but also thought that this was normal. How could a lofty figure like him care about the ramblings of an ordinary reader? She put down her phone, got up, and washed up. After changing clothes, she walked out her bedroom. Then she saw Sophie sitting on the sofa in her living room, looking at her with a serious expression. In front of her was a laptop. On the computer screen was an enlarged high-definition photo. The subject of the photo was Lin Yi. It was a screenshot from the hospital corridor surveillance footage from last night. In the picture, he was wearing that classic white shirt and big shorts, striding forward while carrying Xia Wanqing. His profile was sharp, and his eyes held an urgency and seriousness she had never seen before. Good morning, Sophie. Xia Wanqing's heart skipped a beat, and she pretended to be nonchalant as she greeted her. It's not early. Sophie's voice was cold. She pointed at the computer screen. Can we talk about him? Xia Wanqing knew this day would come sooner or later. She walked over to the sofa and sat down. Sophie, what do you want to talk about? I want to talk about who this man really is. Sophie's gaze was as sharp as an eagle's. I've already checked. His name is Lin Yi, 23 years old. A local from Tianhai City, from an ordinary family. He graduated from a very average second-tier university, majoring in marketing. After graduation, there are no work records. But half a month ago, he bought the apartment across from you in full, a property worth over 300 million. With every word Sophie spoke, Xia Wanqing's surprise grew. She knew Lin Yi lived here, so he must have money. But she hadn't expected him to buy it outright. How could a 23-year-old with no work record have so much money? I can't trace his source of funds. Sophie's expression grew more serious. His personal information seems to be protected by an invisible wall, and with my connections, I can't uncover anything deeper. Wanqing, you tell me, do you think a normal, ordinary person would be like this? Xia Wanqing fell silent. She didn't know how to answer, because in her eyes, Lin Yi was not a normal person at all. He was lazy, sharp-tongued, loved playing games, and dressed like a freshly graduated college student. But he could cook, and his meals were tastier than those of Michelin chefs. He could also play the piano, more beautifully than musicians in concert halls. He was full of contradictions, like a huge mystery, making people unable to resist wanting to explore and get closer. Sister Fei, I don't know. Xia Wanqing chose to speak the truth. All I know is that last night, he saved me. Upon hearing this, Su Fei's expression softened a bit. She sighed. I know. I admit, we both owe him a thank you for what happened last night. But that's one thing, and this is another. Wanqing, you must be more clear-headed. She turned off the computer, faced Xia Wanqing, and looked at her earnestly. This man is too dangerous. His background is too mysterious. His appearing next to you is definitely not a coincidence. I suspect he has bigger schemes behind him. Xia Wanqing frowned slightly. Sister Fei, you're overthinking it. If he had schemes, what would he scheme against me? My money? He can afford to buy a house here outright. My fame? He seems to dislike trouble even more than you do. What about scheming for me? Su Fei struck a nerve. Xia Wanqing's face turned red. He doesn't seem to have much interest in me. She recalled Lin Yi's disdainful expression. Su Fei sneered. Men are like this. I understand them better than you do. The more he acts disinterested, the more it shows he is deep-minded and understands a strategy of bide your time and then act. This is a more sophisticated hunting tactic. Xia Wanqing felt like she was living in two different worlds compared to Su Fei. In her eyes, Lin Yi was a bit strange, but had a gentle heart. In Su Fei's eyes, Lin Yi had already turned into a scheming, calculating villain. Sister Fei, you really misunderstood him. Xia Wanqing tried to defend Lin Yi. Misunderstood? Su Fei raised her voice. Wanqing, have you forgotten who you are? You are a public figure. Every move you make is under the spotlight. If you get too close to a man with an unclear background, what kind of uproar would it cause if you're photographed? How would the media write about you? How would your fans view you? Your career and future could be ruined because of this ambiguous man. Su Fei's words were like a bucket of cold water pouring down on Xia Wanqing, extinguishing the flicker of warmth that had just ignited in her heart. She fell silent because she knew that Su Fei was right. These were the costs she had to bear as the symbol of Xia Wanqing. She didn't have the right, like an ordinary girl, to be curious or to get close to a man she had feelings for. I understand, Sister Fei. Her voice lowered, carrying a sense of loss that she could feel herself. Seeing her like this, Su Fei felt a pang of sympathy. She softened her tone. Wanqing, I'm not trying to limit your friendships. I'm just worried about you. This circle is too complicated, and people's hearts are too treacherous. I fear you'll get hurt. Once you finish filming this drama, I'll introduce you to some talented young men from good families with integrity. Those are the ones truly suitable for you. Xia Wanqing remained silent, just lowering her head to look at her fingers. Talented young men? Good family background? What came to her mind was still the figure of that man in baggy shorts, disdainfully making her fried rice. All right, let's not talk about this anymore. Su Fei stood up. You have no appointments this morning, so rest while at home. I've already sent Meng Meng to buy groceries. I'll personally cook something light for you at noon. Xia Wanqing nodded. As Su Fei reached the door, she turned back and reminded her one last time. Remember what I said today. Keep your distance from that man. Bang. The door was closed. The living room returned to silence. Xia Wanqing sat alone on the sofa, lost in thought for a long time. She knew Su Fei meant well, but her heart felt heavy. She felt like she was trapped in a luxurious cage. And the man named Lin, it was like the free sky outside the cage, full of unknowns and temptations. She longed to fly out, but the shackles on her told her, you can't. She took out her phone and opened the Weibo account of the user named a dream for 1,000 years again. Looking at that gray avatar, she suddenly wanted to send him another private message. She wanted to ask him, if the female lead in your story faced such troubles, what would she do? Would she choose to follow the secular arrangement and stay obediently in the cage? Or would she recklessly break through the cage and fly toward the sky that belongs to her? Just as she was thinking, her phone suddenly vibrated. It was a message from an unfamiliar number. Xia Wanqing curiously opened it. The message was very simple, just one sentence. It seems my pot is easier to break than your bowl. Xia Wanqing was stunned. She stared at this nonsensical message for a full half-minute. Then, her eyes suddenly lit up. The corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise wildly. She knew who sent this and understood what he meant. Was this an invitation? Was he inviting her to his house for dinner again? This man, how can he be so proud, yet so adorable? Xia Wanqing felt that her heart, which had just been doused with cold water by Su Fei, reignited at this moment, burning even more fiercely than before. She immediately jumped up from the sofa and rushed to the kitchen. She opened the fridge, looking at the empty shelves. Then, she picked up her phone and dialed Chen Meng Meng's number. Meng Meng, where are you right now? Huh? Wanqing Jia. I'm at the supermarket. Sister Fei asked me to buy groceries. Chen Meng Meng sounded a bit confused on the other end. Xia Wanqing's tone was filled with unprecedented excitement and urgency. Don't buy any more. No, keep buying. Follow the top-notch recipe I sent you yesterday. Buy double portions of everything. After you finish, deliver it directly to the door next door. Chen Meng Meng was completely dumbfounded on the other end of the phone. Huh, deliver it next door? Wanqing Jia, what are you planning? Chapter 15. The Loyal Assistant of a Dream for 1,000 Years, Chen Meng Meng. Chen Meng Meng, female, 22 years old. Her profession is the personal assistant of the top star Xia Wanqing. But she has another identity that she is even prouder of. She is a diehard fan of a dream for 1,000 years. A loyal fan, a crazy fan, since the first chapter of Raging the Star River. She has been hooked. She witnessed Xiao Yan's journey from a useless boy to becoming the Flame Emperor. She also stayed up all night for the Grand Universe and dark survival rules in deep space. Moreover, she was terrified to go to the bathroom alone because of the bizarre plots and mysterious underground world in the Earth Official. In her heart, a dream for 1,000 years is a god, the only god in the online literature world. Her greatest joy every day, besides taking good care of Wanting Jia's daily life, is to urge the author for updates with other fans on Weibo and various forums. By the way, she had fought with those who dared to speak ill of the deity for 300 rounds. So, when she received the call from Xia Wanqing about delivering groceries to the neighbor's door, her first reaction was confusion. Her second reaction was panic. Sister Wanqing, what are you trying to do? Didn't Sister Fei say to keep your distance from that man? If you do this and Sister Fei finds out, she will kill me. Chen Mingming's voice was tinged with a cry. She didn't want to lose this job she had worked so hard to find, the one that allowed her to be close to her goddess. On the other end of the line, Xia Wanqing's tone was unusually firm. Mingming, listen to me. This matter is between you and me, and the heavens and the earth. As long as we don't say anything, Sister Fei won't know. However, Chen Mingming was still hesitating. Nobles, Xia Wanqing interrupted her. I'm telling you, this matter is very important. It relates to my future happiness, even my meals. Chen Mingming felt that her goddess, who seemed to be aloof from the mundane world, had become a bit strange since moving here, especially regarding food. She seemed to have an unusual obsession. Mingming, please help me this once, okay? Xia Wanqing's tone softened, carrying a hint of a pout. This was her trump card. Chen Mingming couldn't resist this at all. All right, she finally yielded. Then I'll deliver it to the door and say it was a mistake by the property management and let him take it himself. Is that okay? She tried to make one last struggle. No, Xia Wanqing flatly refused. You must hand it to him personally, and you have to tell him. Xia Wanqing then provided Chen Mingming with a pre-delivery briefing over the phone. After hanging up, Chen Mingming looked at the pile of top-quality ingredients in her shopping cart. Feeling like crying, Australian grain-fed Wagyu, Icelandic flounder, French blue lobster. Wasn't this just delivering groceries? This was simply bribery. She felt like a spy sent to carry out a dangerous mission. If successful, the goddess would be happy. If she failed, she would be cut off by the Iron Lady Sophie. Half an hour later, Chen Mingming stood at the door of 3201, carrying 7 or 8 heavy shopping bags. She took several deep breaths to muster her courage and pressed the doorbell. The door opened quickly. It was still that man in a white shirt, looking as if he hadn't woken up yet. Lin Yi. When he saw Chen Mingming at the door and the pile of shopping bags at her feet, his brows instinctively furrowed. You. Hello, Mr. Lin. Chen Mingming didn't wait for him to speak and rushed to say. She recited the lines Xia Wanqing had taught her, as if she were reciting a script. This is a little gift prepared by our Wanqing sister to thank you for saving her last night. It's just a token of appreciation. Please, you must accept it without hesitation. As she spoke, she bowed at a 90-degree angle. It was as if she was about to kowtow to Lin Yi. Lin Yi was a bit taken aback by her demeanor. He looked down at the shopping bags on the ground. The bags were transparent, and he could clearly see the beautifully packaged ingredients inside. Wagyu lobster. He even saw a box of white strawberries from the island country. Just that small box probably cost 4 figures. Is this what you call a little gift? Does your family have some misunderstanding about the word little? I can't accept this. Lin Yi rejected it without a second thought. He and Xia Wanqing were not relatives. Cooking 2 meals for her was already the limit of his humanitarianism. Accepting such expensive items? Please don't, Mr. Lin. Chen Mingming panicked when she heard he was going to refuse. If you don't accept it, I want to be able to explain to my Wanqing sister. She will deduct my salary. In a moment of inspiration, she started to play the sympathy card. Lin Yi looked at her almost on the verge of tears and felt a headache coming on. He noticed that everyone around Xia Wanqing seemed a bit abnormal. One was the manager who saw everyone as a class enemy. The other was this overly dramatic assistant in front of him. This is your business. It has nothing to do with me. Lin Yi's attitude was very firm. He was about to close the door. Just then, Chen Mingming suddenly saw the black grand piano in the corner of the living room behind Lin Yi. Her eyes lit up. Mr. Lin, do you play the piano? Her voice was filled with surprise. Lin Yi paused in his action of closing the door. A little, he replied. Wow, that's amazing. Chen Mingming's face immediately lit up with starry eyes. I think I heard you playing last night. That piece was so beautiful. I've never heard it before. Did you compose it yourself? She was like a curious baby, throwing out a series of questions. Lin Yi's brows furrowed even tighter. She heard it last night too? That meant he glanced at the door across the way. Xia Wanqing had heard it too? It's not my composition, he answered vaguely. What is the name of that piece? I searched online for a long time and couldn't find it. Chen Mingming had a face full of curiosity. Lin Yi fell silent. What could he say? That the piece came from another world? He could only choose to change the subject. Do you have something to say or not? If not, I'm closing the door. Chen Mingming panicked when she saw him about to close the door. She looked at the piano, and a light bulb went off in her head. She suddenly remembered that her Wanqing sister was also a musical talent. Although her main profession was acting, she played the piano very well and had even held a small personal concert. Moreover, Chen Mingming's eyes grew brighter. She suddenly recalled a piece of trivia known only to hardcore fans about the author of A Dream of 1,000 Years. It was said that hidden in the 3 books of the author were musical Easter eggs. In The Fury of the Star River, the protagonist's confidant was a fairy skilled in sound wave techniques. In Deep Space, the Trisolarans used cosmic strings to transmit information. In The Official of the Earth, the mechanisms in ancient tombs were even related to the ancient 5 tones and 12 pitches. Therefore, many fans speculated that the author of A Dream of 1,000 Years must also be a master of music in reality. A thought, a bold and even somewhat absurd thought, took root and sprouted wildly in Chen Mingming's mind. This man in front of her, his surname was Lin. He also lived here. His cooking skills were heavenly. He could play the piano, and the tunes were divine, one she had never heard before. The aura he carried, that lazy yet mysterious feeling. And that handwriting. Chen Mingming suddenly remembered the shopping list Lin Yi had written the last time she was at Xia Wanqing's house. That handwriting, that slender golden style, was exactly the same as the signature in her treasured physical copy of Deep Space, signed by the author of A Dream of 1,000 Years. Boom! Chen Mingming felt like her brain had been struck by lightning. All the clues connected at that moment, forming a conclusion that made her tremble with excitement. Almost fainting on the spot, she looked at Lin Yi, her eyes no longer filled with curiosity and admiration, but rather with a gaze of worship, a gaze like a believer seeing the totem of their faith. She opened her mouth, her finger trembling as she pointed at Lin Yi. Her voice changed pitch. Are you really the god of a dream for 1,000 years? Lin Yi was startled by her appearance. What was this little assistant going crazy about again? I'm not. I don't talk nonsense. He instinctively wanted to deny it. But Chen Mingming couldn't hear him anymore. Her eyes turned red, and tears fell like pearls from a broken string. She cried out, I finally get to see you. I'm your most loyal fan. I've been following you since Rage Against the Galaxy. I've read every one of your books at least 10 times. You are the lighthouse of my life. You are my motivation to move forward. She incoherently expressed her overwhelming admiration. Lin Yi was completely dumbfounded. He stood at the door, watching this little assistant, who was crying and clinging to his doorframe. He felt his head buzzing. What the hell? How did this get exposed? I thought I had hidden it well. Where did the problem lie? He looked at Chen Mingming, who was crying so hard she could hardly breathe, and then at the pile of bribery ingredients at her feet. A huge sense of crisis surged within him. This little assistant was from Xia Wanqing. If she knew, didn't that mean Xia Wanqing also knew? It's over. It's done for. His lazy life seemed like it was really coming to an end. Lin Yi took a deep breath and looked at the still, crying Chen Mingming, asking in a very complicated tone, well, you come in first. Let us talk properly. First tell me, how did you guess it? Chapter 16. Lin Yi's daily life, fishing, gaming, and food. In the end, Lin Yi still couldn't get any clear answers from Chen Mingming. Because after confirming his identity as the god of a dream for 1,000 years, the little assistant completely entered a fanatical state of meeting her idol. She cried one moment, laughed the next. She excitedly recited classic lines from Rage Against the Galaxy at one moment, then pulled out her phone and insisted on taking a photo with Lin Yi. Lin Yi felt completely overwhelmed. Dealing with such a fervent fan was more exhausting than writing a 1,000,000-word novel. Finally, he could only threaten to throw her out if she kept making noise, which calmed her down a little. He set 3 rules with her. First, she was not to tell anyone about his identity, especially the shrewd-looking agent, Sophie. Second, she shouldn't come knocking on his door without a reason, and even if she had something to say, she should try not to come. Third, and most importantly, she absolutely must not urge him for updates. Chen Mingming nodded vigorously, tears still in her eyes, and promised one by one. When she left, she looked back 3 times, her eyes filled with reluctance and admiration. It seemed such an honor to witness the life of a god firsthand. The several large bags of top-quality ingredients at her feet were ultimately left with her. In her words, "This is a tribute to the god. How can a god refuse the offerings of a believer?" Lin Yi looked at her fanatical expression and felt he didn't even have the strength to refuse. He felt a small crack had been opened in his lazy life. Although it was small, it made him very uncomfortable. In the following days, Lin Yi's life returned to its usual calm. To his surprise, Xia Wanqing really didn't come to disturb him again. She didn't run overexcitedly to acknowledge him like Chen Mingming. But did she treat him like a dangerous element with suspicion like Sophie? It was as if she knew nothing. Every day, she still came and went, busy with her work. Lin Yi would occasionally run into her in the elevator. She would politely nod and smile at him. The look in her eyes had lost some of the previous distance and vigilance, gaining a touch of inexplicable tenderness. But that was all. She didn't mention the piano music from that night, nor did she bring up the matter of a dream for 1,000 years. This unspoken understanding made Lin Yi's restless heart feel a little more settled. He thought Xia Wanqing was a clever woman. She knew how to maintain the most comfortable distance with someone who wanted to be lazy. Since she didn't come to disturb him, Lin Yi naturally enjoyed the peace. He could finally implement his long-delayed grand plan. Fishing. Early one morning, Lin Yi got up. He put on a full set of professional outdoor gear, a sun hat, and sunglasses. Then he carried his prized fishing rod and a tackle box full of various equipment, striding out confidently. To those who didn't know, it seemed like he was going to conquer the stars and the sea. In reality, he was just heading to the artificial lake in his community. The artificial lake at Yunding Tiangong was large and clean. It was said that the property management had stocked it with many valuable ornamental koi to enhance the community's style. Each one was worth a fortune. Lin Yi's target was them. He found the best scenic spot, set up his sunshade, and placed his small stool. Then he took out his brand new fishing rod and attached a flashy-looking imitation bait. With a flick of his wrist, the fishing line drew a beautiful arc in the air, landing precisely in the center of the lake. Done. Lin Yi sat down contentedly on his stool and pulled out a can of chilled cola from the cooler beside him. Click. He pulled the tab and took a big sip. Burp. He satisfiedly burped. The sun was just right, and a gentle breeze blew. The willows by the lake swayed in the wind. Not far away, several old men were leisurely fishing. The whole world was filled with a lazy and peaceful atmosphere. This was the life he wanted. What big star neighbor, what supreme god identity, all that could go to hell. Right now, he was just an ordinary guy enjoying his retirement life as a fisherman. He sat there for the entire morning. During that time, his fishing rod remained motionless. The old men beside him had already caught several big crucian carp and kept glancing at him with looks that said, "Kid, your skills are lacking." Lin Yi didn't care at all. Can fishing be called empty-handed? That is called being solitary. That is called having a realm. He wasn't fishing for fish. He was fishing for solitude. It was a transcendent state of sitting alone in a bamboo grove, playing the lute and singing. Although he couldn't play the lute or sing, he could drink cola. At noon, the old men all carried their catches home, satisfied. Lin Yi also packed up his fishing rod. He glanced at the empty fish bag, a profound smile appearing on his face. Today was yet another day of harmonious coexistence with nature. He carried his gear back home. Then, he took out the top-quality Wagyu beef that Chen Mingming had offered last time from the fridge. He decided to treat himself well for the hard work of fishing all morning. He tied on an apron and walked into the kitchen. He cut the Wagyu beef, heated the pan, and added butter. With a sizzling sound, the rich aroma of milk and meat instantly filled the room. He seared all 4 sides of the Wagyu beef until golden and crispy, then sprinkled it with sea salt and freshly ground black pepper. Paired with a glass of ice-cold cola for 1982. Perfect. He sat at the dining table, leisurely enjoying his lunch. The beef melted in his mouth, juicy and rich. Every bite tasted like money. Lin Yi was very satisfied. He felt that the sense of self-sufficiency and abundance was even more fulfilling than winning a game. In the afternoon, it was his fixed gaming time. He put on his headphones and logged into Battle of Gods and Demons. His gaming friends, Keyboard Knight and Sweetheart Egg, were already online waiting for him. Keyboard Knight, Lazy King, you finally made it. Which lake are you going to wreak havoc in today? Sweetheart Egg, boss. Take me to the top. I want to be a champion. Lin Yi smiled as he read the messages from his two lively teammates. Lin Yi, don't rush. Today I'll show you what real skill looks like. The three of them began their enjoyable ranked journey. Lin Yi's gaming skills were quite high. After all, he had the hand speed cultivated from 30 years of being single in his previous life, and the calmness developed from being a slacker in this life. Under his leadership, the three of them achieved a series of consecutive victories, unstoppable. The battles and victories in the game greatly satisfied his lazy heart. In the evening, Lin Yi finished the game. He stretched lazily and walked to the balcony. The sunset's afterglow dyed the sky a brilliant orange-red. He looked at the view outside the window, feeling completely relaxed and joyful. Fishing, gaming, delicious food. This was his daily life. Simple, pure, and happy. He loved this feeling. He enjoyed the sense of being able to completely control the pace of his life. Just as he was about to go back inside to decide whether to eat lobster or flounder for dinner, he caught a glimpse of the neighboring balcony out of the corner of his eye. He saw Xia Wanqing standing there. She wasn't looking at the scenery. Instead, she was holding a script and reading it intently. The sunset light gently bathed her profile, giving her a warm golden edge. Her brows were slightly furrowed, as if she was facing some difficult problem. She stood there quietly, isolated from the noisy world. In that moment, she didn't seem like a superstar in the limelight, but rather like an ordinary girl, earnestly working for her dreams. Lin Yi's heart was inexplicably touched. He realized that this woman didn't seem so troublesome after all. In fact, she was a bit cute. He was startled by this thought. He quickly shook his head, trying to push this dangerous idea out of his mind. What you shouldn't look at, don't look at it. He turned around, ready to go back inside. Just then, he heard a soft, slightly troubled sigh from next door. Sigh, how am I supposed to play this character? If only the great master could come back. He would know how to shape this character. Lin Yi's footsteps halted. He turned back to glance at the woman next door, who was mumbling to herself while looking at the script. A very complicated expression appeared on his face. He felt that his calm, carefree life as a slacker was about to stir up some waves again. He sighed and, speaking to the air in a voice only he could hear, complained, I just want to be a quiet fisherman. Why does someone always have to force me to be a screenwriter too? And also, if you want to compliment me, can you not use that tone that sounds like you're summoning a dragon? Chapter 17. An encounter in the community. He is actually playing chess with an old man. Xia Wanqing had been very troubled lately. Extremely troubled. The source of her troubles was the script in her hands. This was the new drama that director Zhang Jingji had been preparing for 3 years, a historical political intrigue epic. The quality of the script was very high, with complex character relationships and a grand plot. The role she received was the female lead, a legendary woman who struggles to survive in a chaotic world, evolving from a naive girl into a powerful empress wielding great influence. This character was very complex and challenging. If she performed well, her career could reach a new level. But the problem was that she couldn't find the feeling. She repeatedly pondered over the script and wrote dozens of pages of character backgrounds, yet still felt a thick veil separating her from the character. She couldn't understand what kind of transformation would occur within a woman after experiencing the destruction of her country and the betrayal of her kin. She also couldn't grasp the ruthlessness and decisiveness of someone who could sacrifice everything for power, even their own conscience. She couldn't portray it. She feared that she would ruin the character and betray director Zhang's trust. This anxiety weighed heavily on her heart like a huge stone, leaving her restless. Sigh. She closed the script and sighed again. Sighing again, Sophie's voice came from his side. She walked over with a cup of hot milk and handed it to Xia Wanqing. Drink some milk and relax. Xia Wanqing took the milk but didn't drink it. Sister Fei, I still can't find the feeling. Her voice was filled with frustration. Sophie sat down beside her and patted her shoulder. Don't rush, take your time. Director Zhang's plays are notoriously difficult to perform. You've already done very well. What is so good about it? Xia Wanqing forced a bitter smile. I know myself. I'm only portraying some superficial emotions. I haven't captured her essence. Sophie looked at her with concern. After thinking for a moment, she suggested, "How about we go for a walk? Don't stay cooped up at home all day. You'll get moldy. Going out for a change of scenery might spark some inspiration." Xia Wanqing thought about it and agreed. They changed into casual clothes, put on hats and masks, and stepped out of the house. The greenery in Yunding Tiangong was very well done, resembling a huge city park isolated from the world. The two of them strolled slowly along the artificial lake in the community. A gentle breeze brushed their faces, carrying the scent of grass and lake water. Xia Wanqing's restless heart calmed down a bit. She watched the leisurely koi swimming on the lake's surface, but inexplicably thought of that man again. Lin Yi. She remembered that he seemed to like fishing as well. I wonder if he has ever fished here? If he catches a fish, will the property management make him pay for it? Thinking of this, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl up slightly. "What are you smiling about?" Sophie glanced at her. "Nothing." Xia Wanqing quickly suppressed her smile. The two continued walking. As they walked, they reached the activity center of the community. This was a favorite gathering place for the retired old men and women in the community. They noticed a large crowd gathered around a pavilion not far away. 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside, seemingly watching something lively. "What's going on over there?" Xia Wanqing asked curiously. "Probably playing chess again," Sophie casually replied. "There are many retired old cadres here who enjoy these games." Xia Wanqing hadn't paid much attention at first, but her peripheral vision caught a familiar figure through the crowd. A familiar figure wearing a white shirt and big shorts. Her footsteps suddenly halted. "What's wrong?" Sophie asked. "Sister Fei, look quickly." Xia Wanqing pointed at the pavilion, her voice filled with incredulous surprise. "Isn't that him?" Sophie squinted and looked in the direction she was pointing. Then her expression also turned strange. "It really is him. That strange neighbor named Lin. What's he doing here?" And, judging by the crowd, it seems he is the center of attention. Two people exchanged a glance and saw the same curiosity in each other's eyes. They quietly lightened their footsteps and stealthily walked towards the pavilion. They squeezed at the edge of the crowd, peering through the gaps between people. Then, they saw a scene that would shock them for a lifetime. On the stone table in the pavilion, there was a chessboard. On one side sat an elderly man with white hair, looking sprightly and possessing an ethereal air. On the other side sat Lin Yi, still in his lazy demeanor, sitting awkwardly with a bottle of cola in hand, taking sips occasionally. Around him was a circle of old men, all stretching their necks, staring at the chessboard with tense expressions and discussing among themselves. "It's over. Old Yang is going to be checkmated. This young guy is too ruthless. Every move is a killing blow. Indeed, Old Yang is the chess sage of our community. It's the first time I've seen him push to this point. Who is this young man? His chess skills are terrifying." Xia Wanqing and Sophie exchanged glances, listening to the old men's discussions. Playing chess? He is actually playing against the chess sage of the community? And, judging by the situation, he has Old Yang cornered? What's going on? Isn't he just an unemployed drifter who only knows how to play games? How can he also play chess? And at such a high level, Xia Wanqing felt her perception of Lin Yi being refreshed once again. She looked at the man sitting in front of the chessboard, appearing calm and collected, as if everything was under his control. She realized that the lazy aura around him had transformed into an inscrutable master's demeanor at that moment. She even felt that he looked more like a chess sage than the ethereal chess sage sitting across from him. "Check," Lin Yi said calmly, placing a cannon that perfectly blocked the opposing king's escape route. Old Yang, known as the chess sage, stared at the chessboard, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. His hand gripped a soldier, hesitating, unable to make a move. The entire pavilion was silent. Everyone held their breath. Xia Wanqing's heart also raced. Although she couldn't understand chess, she could feel the invisible, tense atmosphere of slaughter on the chessboard. Finally, Old Yang let out a long, deep sigh. He put down the piece in his hand and, with a bitter smile, shook his head at Lin Yi. "I lost. Young man, your chess skills are truly unfathomable. I, an old man, bow to your expertise." As soon as he said this, the surrounding old men erupted in excitement. Wow, Old Yang surrendered. The chess sage actually admitted defeat. This is the first time in the history of our community. Is this young man a celestial being? Lin Yi looked at the old man across from him, who was sincerely convinced and smiled. Thank you, old sir. He stood up, ready to leave. He was just passing by today, saw the commotion, and felt like playing a game. He didn't expect it to be so interesting. Hey, young man, don't go. Old Yang hurriedly called out to him. Your chess skills shouldn't be buried. I recommend you participate in the citywide chess tournament. With your level, winning a championship is absolutely no problem. Lin Yi waved his hand. Forget it, too troublesome. I play chess just for fun. Winning championships or anything like that doesn't interest me. After saying this, he squeezed out of the crowd, elegantly waving his sleeve without taking a single cloud with him, under the admiring and awe-filled gazes of the old man. Xia Wanqing and Sophie quickly hid behind a big tree, fearing he would spot them. They watched Lin Yi's lazy figure gradually fade away. Both of them felt a storm of emotions inside, especially Xia Wanqing. She felt that the mysteries surrounding Lin Yi had not only not been solved, but had multiplied. Cooking, piano, and now chess. How much more is there that she doesn't know about him? Is he really just an ordinary unemployed drifter? Sophie's expression also became unusually serious. She initially thought Lin Yi was just a dangerous figure with a mysterious background. But now it seemed that this man was even more unfathomable than she had imagined. He was like an endless abyss. You think you see the bottom, but in reality, that is just the beginning of another layer of abyss. Sister Fei, Xia Wanqing murmured. I suddenly feel like my character is starting to resonate a bit. Sophie was taken aback. What do you mean? Xia Wanqing looked in the direction Lin Yi had disappeared, her eyes glimmering with a strange light. The female protagonist she faced was in a court full of power struggles and schemes that she could never fully understand. And now, what I'm facing is a man full of mysteries that I will never fully comprehend. Do you think there is a slight connection between these two feelings? Sophie looked at Xia Wanqing's contemplative expression, opened her mouth, but couldn't say a word. She had a premonition. The firewall she had painstakingly built between Xia Wanqing and Lin Yi seemed about to collapse, and it was being pushed down by Xia Wanqing herself. She looked at Xia Wanqing and asked in a very complicated tone, So, are you planning to treat him as your tool for honing your acting skills now? Chapter 18. Xia Wanqing's Curiosity. What kind of person is he really? Tool? Xia Wanqing was taken aback by Sophie's description. Then she shook her head, revealing a mischievous smile that even she found unfamiliar. No, Sister Fei, you don't understand. He is not a tool. He is my muse of inspiration. Sophie looked at the rekindled light in Xia Wanqing's eyes, feeling her worldview was shaken like never before. She felt that her own fairy, who was aloof and kept her distance from any man, seemed to have been completely led astray by that peculiar man named Lin Yi. And it was racing toward a direction she couldn't predict at all. Ever since that day at the community pavilion, witnessing Lin Yi's extraordinary chess skills, Xia Wanqing's curiosity about him had erupted completely. Like a seed that had been suppressed for a long time, it finally broke through the soil and grew wildly. She felt like a detective, and Lin Yi was the most challenging and interesting case she had taken on. She began to subconsciously observe everything about him. She noted the time he left the house. He usually only went out in the afternoon, wearing his usual t-shirt and shorts, either going downstairs to buy cola or fishing by the lake. Oh, right, he is an Air Force guy. She also paid attention to the time he returned home. He usually came back in the evening, either carrying a cola or lugging his prized fishing rod. Then, the kitchen at his place would waft various mouth-watering aromas. She also discovered that he was very reclusive, extremely reclusive. Apart from buying cola and fishing, he hardly went out. Most of his time was spent in that luxurious 400-square-meter house. Doing what? Playing games. Because several times late at night, she had heard faint sounds of keyboard and mouse clicks coming from the opposite door, accompanied by some incomprehensible shouts. She felt like a viewer following a suspense drama. Every day, a little new clue about the male lead can be discovered. These clues seem ordinary and unremarkable, but when combined, they make Lin Yi's character increasingly contradictory and captivating. What kind of person is he really? This question is like a little hook, constantly scratching at her heart, making her feel itchy and unable to resist. That afternoon, Xia Wanqing had no appointments. She was home alone, continuing to ponder her character while looking at the script. She tried to put herself in Lin Yi's perspective. If she were Lin Yi, a master with extraordinary skills but willing to live a mundane life, what mindset would she have to face the world? Would she play around with life or observe it coldly? As she thought about it, she became lost in contemplation. Ding dong. The doorbell suddenly rang. Xia Wanqing came back to her senses and checked the intercom. It was Chun Mingming. She opened the door. Chun Mingming flew in like a cheerful little bird. Sister Wanqing, I'm here. She was holding a cup of milk tea and a box of freshly baked egg tarts. Ding, ding, ding. It's afternoon tea time. Xia Wanqing smiled at her lively demeanor. Isn't Sister Fei asking you to supervise my diet? Oh, come on. Everyone needs to indulge occasionally. Chun Mingming stuck out her tongue. Besides, Sister Fei is in a meeting today, far away from here. She placed the afternoon tea on the table and then leaned in close to Xia Wanqing, speaking in a mysterious tone. Sister Wanqing, I have a secret to tell you. What? When I came up just now, I ran into the big guy in the elevator. Chun Mingming's eyes sparkled with gossip. Xia Wanqing's heart skipped a beat. Did he go out to buy cola again? That was the only reason she could think of for Lin Yi to leave the house. No. Chun Mingming shook her head. He looked really handsome today. Although he's still wearing that white shirt, he changed into black work pants and wore sneakers. It's the first time I've seen him dress so formally. Xia Wanqing was taken aback. She immediately imagined Lin Yi's outfit. He seemed quite handsome. Where's he going? She asked instinctively. I asked. Chun Mingming had a face full of excitement. He said he's going to meet a friend who owns a CAF. A trace of inexplicable disappointment surged in Xia Wanqing's heart. Oh, he's going to see a friend? Huh? Well, he can't stay home every day, right? He has his own social circle. It's just that I've never known about it. Sister Wanqing, tell me. Chun Mingming's gossip spirit was burning fiercely. Is that friend of the big guy male or female? He's dressed so nicely. Could it be a date? Xia Wanqing's heart felt like it was gently pricked by something. It was a bit uncomfortable. I don't know. She shook her head and took a bite of the egg tart on the table. It was sweet, but she found it a bit cloying. Oh well. Chun Mingming quickly tossed the question aside. She took out a small notebook and a pen, looking at Xia Wanqing with anticipation. Sister Wanqing, let's do a scene together. I watched Shi Chung Xing He again last night. I found that the character Yun Yun Zhongzhu is a bit like your Empress character. They're both high-ranking women who feel lonely and trapped. Xia Wanqing looked at Chun Mingming's serious expression and felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. This little assistant really couldn't stop talking about a dream of 1,000 years. However, what she said seemed to have some merit. She took the script from Chun Mingming and nodded. All right. The two started rehearsing in the living room. Although Chun Mingming was not a professional actor, she had a deep understanding of the characters in A Dream of 1,000 Years. She passionately played the male lead, while Xia Wanqing gradually got into character. She tried to blend her curiosity, confusion, and exploration of Lin Yi into her role. She found that when she imagined her scene partner as Lin Yi, the man she couldn't fully understand, her gaze, her lines, and her micro-expressions all changed. They gained a depth and complexity she had never been able to express before. Cut! Chun Mingming suddenly shouted. She looked at Xia Wanqing with eyes full of shock and admiration. Sister Wanqing, that part you just did was amazing, especially that gaze. The kind that wants to get closer but is afraid to, wanting to probe but fearing being seen through. It was simply incredible. Xia Wanqing felt a bit shy from the praise. Really? Really? 100 times better than your previous performances. Chun Mingming nodded vigorously. A hint of joy rose in Xia Wanqing's heart. It seemed that this method really worked. Lin Yi was truly her muse. Just then, Chun Mingming suddenly thought of something. She looked at Xia Wanqing, her eyes flashing with mischief. Sister Wanqing, I suddenly have a very bold idea. Xia Wanqing felt a bad premonition looking at her expression. What idea? Chun Mingming leaned closer to her ear, lowered her voice, and said something that made Xia Wanqing's heart skip a beat. What if we secretly go to the CAF where the big guy's friend is and take a look? Xia Wanqing's pupils shrank suddenly. Are you crazy? She instinctively rejected the idea. This is stalking. No. How could it be called stalking? Chun Mingming waved her hand dismissively. We're just fans showing normal concern for our idol. Besides, we're not going to do anything, just sit in a corner, have a cup of coffee, and take a distant look. Is that not okay? Who knows? It might inspire you for more performance. She coaxed. Xia Wanqing's heart wavered. She admitted that she really wanted to go. She wanted to know what Lin Yi was like in front of his friends. Would he still have that lazy, indifferent demeanor? Or would he show a side of himself she had never seen before? The temptation was too great, enough for her to take the risk. But we don't even know where that CAF is. She raised the last and most crucial question. Upon hearing this, Chen Mingming's face revealed a knowing smile, as if everything was under her control. She took out her phone, opened a map, and then handed it to Xia Wanqing. On the map, a red pinpoint was flashing. Next to the pinpoint, there was a line of small text. Zhao's orphan CAF. Xia Wanqing was stunned. How did you know? Chen Mingming proudly shook her phone. When I was waiting for the elevator just now, I accidentally glanced at his phone screen. He happened to be looking at this map. Xia Wanqing stared at her assistant, who was almost evolving into a spy for chasing stars, opened her mouth, but didn't know what to say. In the end, she could only ask in a very complicated tone, "So, how accidental was your accidental just now?" Chapter 19. The Rival Appears. Gu Chen's courteous visit Lin Yi was enjoying a rare afternoon tea time at Zhao Lei CAF. Zhao Lei CAF is located in a very artistic neighborhood. The store is not big, but it's decorated with a lot of style. The industrial design, combined with warm yellow lighting and greenery everywhere, makes people feel very comfortable. How about it? This place is nice, right? Zhao Lei, holding 2 cups of hand-brewed coffee, sat down opposite Lin, looking quite pleased with himself. Today, he was dressed quite flamboyantly too. A floral shirt, ripped jeans, and his hair was styled like a peacock showing off its feathers. Lin Yi glanced at him, then looked at the name of his CAF, Zhao's Orphans. The store is nice. It's just that the name sounds like a shelter. Zhao Lei was taken aback. What do you know? This is called art. It's called sentiment. Besides, my CAF is a popular check-in spot on this street. So many girls line up to take photos here. Lin Yi took a sip of coffee and remained silent. The taste is okay. It's a little better than the instant coffee he makes himself. To be honest, why did you think of coming here today? Zhao Lei asked curiously. I thought you had already ascended to immortality and completely left the mundane world. Just came to inspect your business, Lin Yi said lightly. And by the way, to see if you're on the verge of bankruptcy due to mismanagement. If so, I might consider buying your CAF and turning it into my private game room. Zhao Lei felt that chatting with Lin Yi was a severe test for his cardiovascular health. Get lost. He laughed and scolded. My business is doing great. I'm about to open a branch. What about you? How's that big star neighbor of yours? Zhao Lei's face revealed a gossipy smile. Has anything interesting happened recently? As soon as Lin Yi heard the words big star neighbor, he felt a headache coming on. Nothing much, he mumbled. Didn't T want to share his troubled neighborly life with Zhao Lei? He feared this troublesome friend would burst out laughing uncontrollably. Zhao Lei looked at him and knew something was up. Just as he was about to continue probing, the CAF door was pushed open. The bell chimed cheerfully. 2 girls, wearing hats and masks, wrapped up tightly, walked in. As soon as they entered, they found a corner that was the least conspicuous and sat down. Then, they sneakily kept glancing in Lin Yi and Zhao Lei's direction. Zhao Lei's eyes lit up instantly. Oh, we have guests. He stood up, tidied his floral shirt, and prepared to serve them personally. Lin Yi glanced at the 2 girls. For some reason, he felt that one of the girls looked a bit familiar, but he didn't think much of it. After all, the girls who come to check in at popular CAFs all look alike. Big eyes, high-nosed bridges, small faces. In the corner, Xia Wanqing and Chen Mingming were nervously conducting their secret investigation. Sister Wanqing, did you see that? That's the friend of the great god. Chen Mingming whispered excitedly. He looks quite handsome, huh? Just a bit flamboyantly dressed. Xia Wanqing ignored her. Her gaze was fixed on Lin Yi. This was the first time she had seen Lin Yi outside of home. He was sitting by the window, the sunlight slanting down on him. He exuded a lazily relaxed aura. When he chatted with that friend in the floral shirt, a faint smile appeared on his face. That smile was very genuine and quite attractive. It was completely different from the disdainful expression he had when facing her at home. A strange feeling surged in Xia Wanqing's heart. It was a bit sour, yet sweet. She realized that she seemed to really like watching him smile. What would you 2 lovely ladies like to drink? Zhao Lei's voice suddenly rang in their ears, startling them. Xia Wanqing quickly buried her head lower, afraid of being recognized. Chen Mingming, on the other hand, raised her head, pretending to be natural, and picked up the menu. 2 lattes, please. Sure thing, Zhao Lei replied, turning around to head to the bar. As he walked, he glanced back at the 2 girls again. He felt that the girl in the pink hat looked a bit familiar, like he had seen her somewhere. He brought 2 lattes over. Here are your lattes. Thank you, Chen Mingming said softly. Zhao Lei set down the coffee and did not leave immediately. He leaned on a nearby table and looked at Xia Wanqing, smilingly asking, "Beautiful lady, have we met somewhere before?" He used the most cliché pickup line. Xia Wanqing's heart leapt to her throat. She kept her head low, too scared to speak. Chen Mingming quickly tried to smooth things over. "Handsome guy, your pickup line is too old-fashioned, right?" Zhao Lei rubbed his nose, not feeling awkward. "Mainly, your friend's aura is too much like that of a big star," he said half-jokingly. "I know a friend who has been getting close to a big star recently. That big star's aura is just like your friend's." Naturally, he was referring to Lin Yi and Xia Wanqing, but he didn't know that his words sounded like a thunderclap to Xia Wanqing and Chen Mingming, especially to Xia Wanqing. Her heart sank suddenly. Lin Yi is close to a big star? Who is it? Which female star? What is their relationship? In an instant, countless questions flooded her mind like a tide. She felt as if her heart was tightly grasped by an invisible hand. It was both sour and bitter, and a bit painful. Suddenly, she didn't want to stay here anymore. She just wanted to escape, to flee from this suffocating place. She stood up, grabbed Chen Mingming's hand, and headed for the exit. "Hey, beautiful, why are you leaving? You haven't even finished your coffee," Zhao Lei shouted from behind. But Xia Wanqing didn't look back. Lin Yi watched the 2 girls hurriedly leave, frowning. He looked at Zhao Lei and asked, "What did you say to them?" "Nothing much," Zhao Lei replied innocently as he walked back. "I just said that her friend's aura is like a big star. I mentioned you in passing." Upon hearing this, Lin Yi's heart sank. He suddenly had a very bad premonition. The girl in the pink hat couldn't possibly be Xia Wanqing, could she? Is she following me? He felt his temples throb again. Why is this woman so persistent? He was just thinking about whether he should go home now and confront her. The CAF door was pushed open again. This time, the person who walked in made Lin Yi frown even tighter. The newcomer was a young man, tall and handsome, dressed in expensive trendy clothes, and his hair was meticulously styled. He wore a sunny and cheerful smile, but it also carried just the right amount of arrogance. The kind that is most popular among young girls, the so-called sunshine schoolboy type. But upon seeing him, Lin Yi felt very displeased, because he recognized this person, Gu Chun, a popular young star. He was also Xia Wanqing's rumored boyfriend, tied up for promotion by the company. What was he doing here? Lin Yi saw Gu Chun walk straight toward him as soon as he entered. He was holding a beautifully packaged gift box in his hand. "Excuse me, is this Mr. Lin Yi?" Gu Chun approached Lin Yi politely and asked, but in his eyes, there was a hint of imperceptible scrutiny and hostility. Lin Yi raised his eyelids and looked at him. "It's me. What's the matter?" Gu Chun smiled and placed the gift box in his hand on the table. "I'm Gu Chun, a friend of Wanqing. I heard that she was unwell a few days ago, and you took her to the hospital. So, I specially came to thank you on her behalf." His words were flawless, indicating both his close relationship with Xia Wanqing and that he was here to express gratitude for her. It was as if he was the legitimate boyfriend of Xia Wanqing, while Lin Yi was merely an inconsequential outsider. Lin Yi looked at his hypocritical face and sneered coldly in his heart. "Arriba? Just this? He actually thinks he qualifies?" Leaning back in his chair, he lazily looked at Gu Chun and said in a tone that was extremely infuriating, "Oh, no need for thanks. Next time, keep an eye on your Wanqing. Don't let her come knocking on my door again. We're almost out of soy sauce." Chapter 20. Lin Yi's Sharp Tongue. A single sentence chokes the rising star as soon as Lin Yi's words came out. The air in the entire CF seemed to freeze. Zhao Lei, sitting opposite, almost spat out the sip of coffee he had just taken. He forced himself to hold it back, turning red in the face. Damn, that S ruthless. This guy's mouth is like a poison knife, killing without blood. What do you mean by your Wanqing? What do you mean by Don T, let her come knocking on my door again? What do you mean by weary, almost out of soy sauce? These few sentences were packed with information. They not only proclaimed his claim, but also highlighted the intimate relationship that was more than neighborly but less than romantic between the two. The most amazing part was that he said it in a tone of extreme disdain, as if to say, "Your girlfriend keeps bothering me. Can't you manage her?" This was simply a strike from a higher dimension. Zhao Lei watched Gu Chun's face turn ashen in an instant, and he felt only one word in his heart: satisfying. Gu Chun was indeed choked. The sunny and handsome smile he had meticulously maintained shattered completely at that moment. He felt as if he had been slapped publicly, a burning sensation on his face. He never expected that the seemingly ordinary man before him, dressed in shabby clothes, would have such a sharp tongue. Before he came, he had imagined many scenarios. He thought Lin Yi was either a poor kid trying to cling to Xia Wanqing, whom he could humiliate with money or his celebrity status to make him back off. Or he thought he was a wealthy second generation with some background, and he could be polite and subtly suggest that Xia Wanqing was his. But he never expected that the other party wouldn't play by the rules at all. He directly told him in the most contemptuous and straightforward way, "You're out." Gu Chen's fists unconsciously clenched by his side. His previously clear eyes were now filled with jealousy and anger. He stared hard at Lin Yi, trying to find a flaw in his lazy face. But he failed. Lin Yi's face remained indifferent, as if Gu Chun, the rising star with millions of fans, was no different from air in his eyes. This feeling of being completely ignored was more painful than any vicious words. "You." Gu Chun gritted his teeth and squeezed out a word through clenched teeth. "Don't be so arrogant." Lin Yi raised an eyebrow. "Am I being arrogant?" He spread his hands, looking innocent. "I'm just stating a fact. Or do you think it's something glorious that Xia Wanqing borrows soy sauce from a neighbor?" Gu Chun was choked again. He felt that his proud eloquence and emotional intelligence were like a joke in front of this man. He was simply not on the same level. "Who the hell are you?" Gu Chun finally asked the question he most wanted to know. He couldn't understand how a woman as aloof and distant as Xia Wanqing could have such a deep connection with a man who looked like a street vagabond. Lin Yi looked at his exasperated expression and smiled. He picked up the coffee on the table and took a slow sip. Then, he looked at Gu Chun and said in an extremely bland tone, "My surname is Lin, and I'm Lin Yi, an unemployed drifter, and Xia Wanqing as creditor." Creditor? Gu Chun was stunned. Zhao Lei was also stunned. What kind of strange title is that? What do you mean? Gu Chun frowned and asked. Lin Yi put down the coffee cup and extended 2 fingers. 2 meals. One was fried rice. The other was 4 dishes and a soup. She hasn't paid for the meals yet. So, tell me, am I her creditor? After hearing this, Gu Chun felt that his intelligence had been insulted like never before. He thought he was playing music to a cow. This man was simply a madman, a lunatic. He no longer wanted to waste time on these meaningless topics with Lin Yi. He decided to end this farce in the most direct and effective way. He pointed to the exquisite gift box on the table. "This is a top-notch sound system that I specially brought back from abroad. I know Wanqing loves music. She will definitely like it." His tone was full of boasting, as if to say, "Look, this is how people in our circle give gifts. What about you? You can only make her a bowl of cheap fried rice." However, Lin Yi just glanced at the gift box and shook his head. "She won't like it." "How do you know?" Gu Chun's expression darkened again. Lin Yi smiled. "Because last night, she just listened to me play the piano. After listening, she said she had never heard such a beautiful sound in her life. So, do you think she would still be interested in your industrial garbage?" Boom. Gu Chun felt like his head had been blown up by a bomb. Play the piano? This man can play the piano? And he played for Xia Wanqing? Xia Wanqing said that was the most beautiful sound she had ever heard in her life. How is this possible? A drifter in shorts can play the piano and play better than a top-notch sound system? This is simply a fantasy. He instinctively wanted to refute, "You're bragging." But looking at Lin Yi's certain and even somewhat pitying eyes, a sense of panic inexplicably arose in his heart. He suddenly wasn't so sure anymore, because the profound aura around Lin Yi was just too eerie. He was like a black hole. You could never know what else he was hiding inside. Believe it or not, it's up to you. Lin Yi didn't want to waste more time talking to him. He stood up, ready to leave. He felt that spending even a second with such a person was a waste of his precious time meant for relaxation. He walked to Gu Chun's side, paused for a moment, leaned down, and whispered in Gu Chun's ear in a voice only they could hear, "By the way, I forgot to tell you one thing." Gu Chun's body tensed instinctively. "Xia Wanqing." Lin Yi's voice carried a hint of mockery. "She looks very cute when she eats." especially when she's eating the food I made. After speaking, he didn't look at Gu Chun's face, which was already distorted with jealousy and anger. He patted Zhao Lei on the shoulder and left. Put the coffee money on my tab. Then, he gracefully left, amidst the awe and curiosity of everyone in the CF, leaving only Gu Chun standing there like a volcano about to erupt, along with the ironically expensive gift box in front of him. Zhao Lei looked at Gu Chen's almost furious expression and felt elated. He walked over, picked up the gift box on the table, weighed it in his hands, and then looked at Gu Chan with a smile, saying, "Sir, I think you might as well not give away this sound system. Why not sell it to me at a discount? I'll put it in our store specifically for use. What do you think?" Chapter 21. The Goddess's Plea. My kitchen exploded. Lin Yi returned home in a good mood. The feeling of confronting someone, especially someone like Gu Chun who was so self-righteous, was simply more satisfying than winning a game. He whistled and collapsed onto the sofa. He felt that his lazy life, although occasionally stirred up by small waves, was generally developing smoothly in the direction he anticipated. For example, he could now quietly enjoy an afternoon alone. Just as he was about to open his computer for a ranked game of winners, the doorbell rang. Lin Yi's face instantly darkened. He felt that this doorbell was a curse. Whenever it rang, it meant trouble. He irritably swiped open the door screen. On the screen appeared a face he did not expect, but also felt was reasonable. It was Xia Wanqing. She wasn't wearing a hat or a mask today, just standing at his door with a plain face. However, she looked somewhat disheveled. Her hair was a bit messy, and her pretty little face had several patches of black, mysterious substances on it, like a little cat that had just crawled out of a chimney. Her eyes were filled with panic, helplessness, and a guilty look typical of a child who had done something wrong. Lin Yi looked at her and felt a sudden bad premonition. He sighed and resignedly walked over to open the door. What now? His tone was filled with helplessness. He felt that sooner or later, he would have to hang a sign on this door saying no entry for Xia Wanqing and dogs. As soon as Xia Wanqing saw Lin Yi, her eyes turned red. She pointed at her closed door, her voice cracking as she almost cried. "I think my kitchen exploded." Lin Yi. He rubbed his ears, doubting he had heard correctly. "Exploded? Is your kitchen an arsenal?" Just like that? Before he could finish his sarcasm, a strong, pungent, burnt smell wafted out from the crack under the door, accompanied by a strange, sizzling noise. Lin Yi's expression changed. Without a word, he dashed to Xia Wanqing's door. He tried the doorknob. The door wasn't locked. He pushed it open and rushed inside. What he saw next was something he would never forget. Xia Wanqing's kitchen hadn't exploded, but it was close enough. The entire open kitchen was now enveloped in thick black smoke, visibility less than half a meter. The range hood was emitting a woeful sound, overwhelmed. A pot on the stove was glowing red, containing a lump of black, unidentifiable substance from which the original ingredients were completely unrecognizable. Above it, a small flame was still flickering. The microwave next to it had its door open, and inside was also char black. On the floor, a sticky, colorful liquid was flowing. The whole kitchen looked like a disaster site that had just experienced a small chemical weapon attack. Lin Yi was completely dumbfounded. He stood at the door, looking at the mess, feeling that his worldview had been refreshed once again. He had always thought Xia Wanqing was just a living idiot, but now he realized he was wrong. She wasn't an idiot. She was a genius, someone who could precisely destroy a $1 million top kitchen into a post-war Syrian-style disaster in just 10 minutes. "What did you do?" Lin Yi turned to look at Xia Wanqing, who was following him with a face full of shock, and asked in a very complicated tone. Xia Wanqing was so embarrassed under his gaze that her head nearly buried itself in her chest. She hesitantly pointed at the unidentifiable substance on the stove. "I just want to learn how to make fried rice like you did last time. I saw online that leftover rice should be used, and the eggs should be cooked first." Lin Yi's eyelid twitched. "So you just put yesterday's leftover rice, along with the plastic container, straight into the microwave to heat it?" Xia Wanqing's head drooped even lower. Lin Yi took a deep breath and pointed at the pot that was still smoking. "And what about this? I forgot to turn on the range hood and forgot to add oil, so I just cracked the eggs directly into it. Then it stuck to the pot and caught fire." Lin Yi felt his blood pressure start to rise again. He fought the impulse to strangle this woman and pointed at the sticky liquids on the floor. "And these? They can't possibly be the result of your fried rice. right? Xia Wanqing's body trembled. Her voice was as faint as a mosquito's buzz. I saw the pot was on fire and got scared. I remembered that for an oil fire, you can't use water, so I poured everything I had in the fridge, cola, milk, juice, yogurt, into it. I thought that would put it out. Lin Yi, he fell silent. A long silence. He felt that all his words seemed so pale and powerless in front of Xia Wanqing's god-level operation. What could he say? He couldn't say anything anymore. He could only give this woman a thumbs up. You're amazing. After saying that, he ignored the woman who was about to cry and rushed into the kitchen, swiftly turning off the gas main valve and the main power switch. Then, he picked up a pot lid nearby and accurately covered the still-burning pot. The flames instantly extinguished. The whole world finally quieted down, leaving only the strong, lingering burnt smell. Lin Yi looked at the devastated kitchen and felt more exhausted than after a 3-day-long team battle. He turned back to see Xia Wanqing still standing at the door, looking like a child who had done something wrong, helpless. He sighed. He knew that his afternoon tea and evening ranked match were ruined again. He felt that he must have owed this woman something in his past life, owed her a kitchen. Wearily, he waved his hand at her. All right, stop standing there. Come over and help me. Xia Wanqing was taken aback. Help? What should I do? She asked nervously. Lin Yi pointed to the unopened trash can in the corner. First, throw all the remnants of those chemical weapons in there. Oh, okay. Xia Wanqing immediately sprang into action, although her movements were still clumsy, almost either tripping over herself or nearly throwing trash at her own feet. But at least she was trying. Lin Yi watched her flustered yet earnest appearance, and the inexplicable anger in his heart dissipated for no reason. He even found it a bit amusing. He shook his head and started to help clean up the mess. One person was responsible for throwing out the trash, while the other wiped the floor. One took care of the burnt pot, and the other cleaned the contaminated wall. No one spoke, but the atmosphere was not awkward. Instead, there was a strange sense of harmony, as if they were not two neighbors who had just met not long ago, but a couple who had been living together for a long time, dealing with the little, laughable accidents of life together. An hour later, the kitchen was finally tidied up. More or less. Although there was still a faint burnt smell, at least it had returned to its original clean and tidy appearance. Both of them were exhausted and plopped down on the living room carpet. I'm sorry, Xia Wanqing said softly, lowering her head. I caused you trouble. Lin Yi glanced at her, but didn't say anything. He picked up a bottle of mineral water from the side, opened it, and handed it to her. Xia Wanqing took it. Thank you. She took a sip of water and felt her tense heart finally calm down completely. She looked at Lin Yi beside her. He was leaning against the sofa, eyes closed, looking weary. There were beads of sweat on his forehead, and a small patch on the back of his white shirt was damp. Suddenly, a wave of indescribable heartache and guilt surged in Xia Wanqing's heart. She felt she was really too useless. Not only could she not take care of herself, but she also always caused him trouble. She gathered her courage to speak. Lin, he answered with his eyes closed. As an apology, I'd like to treat you to dinner, okay? Upon hearing this, Lin Yi's eyes shot open. He looked at Xia Wanqing with a guarded expression. You want to treat me to dinner? Where? At 1TB in your kitchen, which just experienced a nuclear explosion. Right? Xia Wanqing was caught off guard, and her cheeks flushed slightly. Of course not. She shook her head. I know a great private restaurant. The food is excellent, and the environment is very quiet. Just the two of us. What do you think? She looked at Lin Yi, her eyes filled with sincerity and anticipation, like a little cat hoping to be forgiven by its owner. Lin Yi stared at her for a moment, silent. He originally wanted to refuse because he hated trouble and even more so disliked going out. But looking at Xia Wanqing's bright, hopeful eyes, he couldn't bring himself to say no. He sighed, then said in a tone of extreme helplessness, as if he were making a significant sacrifice. Fine. But I have a condition. What condition? Xia Wanqing's eyes lit up instantly. Lin Yi looked at her and said slowly, from now on, stay away from your kitchen. Just for the sake of fire safety for our entire community. Chapter 22. The reluctant repairman Xia Wanqing was quick to act. Or rather, she was afraid Lin Yi would change his mind. After getting Lin Yi's reluctant agreement, she immediately took out her phone and reserved a spot at that private restaurant for that evening. Lin Yi watched her efficient demeanor and shook his head helplessly. He felt like he had been tricked, but whatever. He was hungry anyway. Going out to eat was less of a hassle than making food himself. He comforted himself with this thought. The two quickly tidied up a bit and got ready to head out. Before leaving, Xia Wanqing went into her bedroom to change clothes. When she came out, Lin Yi couldn't help but brighten up a bit. She had changed out of her disheveled loungewear and into a light blue dress. The style of the dress was simple, but on her, it looked exceptionally fresh and elegant, like a freshly bloomed lily with dewdrops. She had also put on light makeup, which covered her pale complexion well. She looked radiant, exuding the aura of a star. "Let us go." She walked up to Lin Yi, a faint yet genuine smile on her face. Lin Yi replied with an mm and didn't say much else. But in his heart, he quietly complained, "Troublesome woman. Just going out for a meal and making it such a big deal. Unlike me, wearing the same old shirt and shorts, unafraid to go anywhere." The two walked out of the door, one in front and the other behind. When they reached the elevator, Lin Yi pressed the down button. However, strangely, the elevator showed no response. The display screen was completely dark. Lin Yi frowned. He pressed it a couple more times, still no response. "What's wrong?" Xia Wanqing asked. "The elevator seems to be broken," Lin Yi replied. "Broken?" Xia Wanqing was taken aback. "Then how do we get down?" "Walk down the stairs. 32 floors. We'll break our legs walking down." Lin Yi didn't answer her. He walked over to check the fire escape door. There was a sign hanging that said it was under repair and prohibited entry. "It looks like we can't use the stairs either. Looks like we're stuck here." Lin Yi shrugged, wearing a look that said it wasn't his problem. Xia Wanqing's face showed disappointment. "Then our dinner is canceled," Lin Yi said matter-of-factly. He even felt a bit smug. "Great. We don't have to go out anymore. I can quietly play games at home." He turned around, ready to go back inside. "Wait," Xia Wanqing called out to him. She pointed at the unremarkable red emergency call button next to the elevator. "We can press this to call the property management. Let them send someone to fix it." Lin Yi's footsteps halted. The smile on his face froze. How did he forget about that? He looked at the red button, filled with inner struggle. He really didn't want to go out. But looking at Xia Wanqing's eyes full of anticipation, he knew if he said, "Forget it, let us just go home," this woman would probably cry on spot. Sigh. He resigned himself and sighed. Then he walked over and pressed the button. "Hello, this is the Property Management Center. How can I help you?" A sweet voice from a customer service representative came through the intercom. "The elevator on the 32nd floor is broken, and the fire escape is also sealed. Please send someone over to take a look," Lin Yi said concisely. "All right, sir. Please hold on. We'll notify the engineering department right away," the customer service representative replied. After hanging up, the two stood there at the elevator entrance, staring at each other. The atmosphere was a bit awkward. Xia Wanqing took the initiative to break the silence. "Does your home often have broken things?" She recalled her own kitchen disaster. Lin Yi glanced at her. "My home never has broken things, because I don't use them at all." Xia Wanqing, "Okay, this topic is dead." The two fell silent again. After about 10 minutes, a series of clanging sounds came from the stairwell. Then, a maintenance worker in a blue jumpsuit, appearing to be in his 50s, came out of the stairwell, panting and carrying a toolbox. He leaned against the wall, catching his breath. "Finally made it up here. Is this the maintenance you called for?" "Yes, it is," Lin Yi nodded. The worker walked to the elevator, opened the control panel, and took a look. Then, he took out various tools from his toolbox and started tinkering. Lin Yi and Xia Wanqing watched from the side. After another 10 minutes, the worker wiped the sweat from his forehead, straightened up, and shook his head at Lin Yi and Xia Wanqing. "This one do. It seems like the main board is burnt. We need to replace it with a new one. However, the spare main boards from our company are all stored in the warehouse. At this time, the warehouse is already closed." So, he looked at Lin Yi and Xia Wanqing with a helpless expression. "You might have to wait until tomorrow to go down." Xia Wanqing's face immediately fell. Tomorrow? Then her dinner would really be ruined. She felt a wave of disappointment. However, a scheming smile appeared on Lin Yi's face. "Great. Even the heavens are helping me." "All right, understood. Uncle, thank you for your hard work," he said politely to the maintenance worker. Then, he turned around, ready to go home and start his pleasant gaming night. However, at that moment, the maintenance worker looked at Lin Yi and suddenly exclaimed, "Young man." Lin Yi turned back. "Why do I feel like I've seen you before?" The worker squinted his eyes and carefully scrutinized Lin Yi. Do you understand this too? Lin Yi was taken aback. What? This? The worker pointed at the elevator control panel. I remember last time, when there was a problem with the wiring on the 30th floor, you fixed it, right? At that time, several of our engineers couldn't solve it. It was you who resolved it in no time. As soon as he said this, Xia Wanqing's eyes widened in disbelief. She looked at Lin Yi in shock. Fixing circuits? He can also fix circuits? Lin Yi's expression also froze. He remembered that there was indeed such an incident. It was just a few days after he moved in. One day, his internet suddenly went down. After checking for a long time, he found out that the entire floor's wiring had a problem. The property management sent someone to fix it, but after a long time, they still couldn't solve it. Frustrated with their slow pace affecting his gaming, he decided to fix it himself. He didn't expect that the worker would remember him. You must be mistaken, right? Lin Yi instinctively wanted to deny it. No, it's definitely you. The worker was certain. I was watching right next to you. Young man, can you take another look? Maybe you can fix it. He looked at Lin Yi with an expectant expression. Xia Wanqing also looked at Lin Yi with the same anticipation. Even with a hint of admiration in her eyes, Lin Yi felt overwhelmed. He looked at the control panel filled with complex wiring. Then he glanced at Xia Wanqing's sparkling eyes. He felt like he was being put on the spot again. He originally wanted to refuse, but for some reason, when he met Xia Wanqing's trusting gaze, he couldn't bring himself to say no. Sigh. He sighed resignedly once again. Then, under the astonished and admiring gazes of Xia Wanqing and the maintenance worker, he stepped forward. He took the tools from the worker's hand and began to study the complex control panel. Although he was a project manager in his previous life, his interests were actually in physics and mechanics. He even minored in electronic engineering in college. He could say he was quite familiar with these circuit problems. In less than a minute, he found the source of the problem. Indeed, the main board was burnt. However, it was completely damaged. Only one capacitor had blown. As long as he replaced this capacitor or used a temporary workaround, it would be fine. He found a short piece of wire and a soldering gun from the toolbox. Then, he began his surgical level operation. His fingers were nimble and steady. The soldering movements were precise and quick. The entire process flowed smoothly, filled with the beauty of the industrial age. The maintenance worker next to him was dumbfounded. He felt like all his decades of electrical work were in vain. Meanwhile, Xia Wanqing watched with stars in her eyes. She felt that this man in front of her was simply capable of anything. He can cook, play the piano, play chess. And now he can even fix elevators. What else can he not do? All right. In less than 5 minutes, Lin Yi straightened up and clapped his hands. He returned the tools to the still stunned worker. Then, he walked to the elevator and pressed the down button. Ding! A crisp sound rang out. The elevator display lit up, and the door slowly opened. Success! He really fixed it. Wow! Xia Wanqing couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. She looked at Lin Yi, her eyes filled with unabashed admiration and affection. Lin Yi felt a bit uncomfortable under her gaze. He cleared his throat to cover his embarrassment. Then he entered the elevator first. He turned back to look at Xia Wanqing and the maintenance worker, who were still frozen in place, and said in an extremely casual yet pretentious tone, "Are we going or not? Or do you want to wait for me to break this elevator again?" Chapter 23. Shocked Sophie. Is this culinary skill for real? Xia Wanqing ultimately couldn't have that dinner alone with Lin Yi. Just as they got into the car, ready to go to that private restaurant, Sophie's call came in. Her voice on the phone was filled with undeniable authority. Xia Wanqing, where are you right now? I'm outside. Xia Wanqing's voice sounded a bit guilty. With whom? With a friend. Is it that man named Lin? Sophie hit the nail on the head. Xia Wanqing fell silent. On the other end of the line, Sophie took a deep breath. I don't care where you are or what you're doing. Come home immediately within half an hour or face the consequences. After saying that, she hung up the phone. Xia Wanqing held her phone, her expression somewhat dim. Lin Yi sat next to her. Although he didn't hear the content of the call, he could guess what was happening from Xia Wanqing's look. Great. It's ruined again. He shrugged nonchalantly, even feeling a bit schadenfreude. Seeing his expression, Xia Wanqing felt a bit wronged. I'm sorry for causing you trouble again. Lin Yi glanced at her. It's not really a trouble, just a bit hungry. His stomach cooperatively growled. Upon hearing that, Xia Wanqing felt even guiltier. After thinking for a moment, she mustered her courage and suggested, How about we go home to eat? I'll have Ming Ming send the dishes to your house. Can you cook again? She looked at Lin Yi, her eyes filled with hope and a hint of pleading. Lin Yi looked at her pitiful expression and fell silent. He felt that his resistance to this woman was getting lower and lower. Sigh. He resignedly sighed for the first time. Let me be clear, this is the last time. After this meal, you should lock up your kitchen and stop coming to bother me. When Lin Yi and Xia Wanqing returned to Yunding Tiangong, they stepped out of the elevator and saw Sophie standing at Xia Wanqing's door like a guardian deity, her face dark. Next to her was Chun Mingming, shivering like a guilty little student. Upon seeing Lin Yi and Xia Wanqing return together, Sophie's expression darkened even more. She quickly stepped forward, pulling Xia Wanqing behind her like a protective hen. Then, she looked at Lin Yi with an extremely wary gaze. Mr. Lin, I hope you can stay away from our Wanqing. Her tone was cold and rude. Lin Yi was too lazy to waste words with her. He directly repeated what Xia Wanqing had said to him in the car, of course, in his own version. Your artist blew up her own kitchen just to have a meal with me, and even tricked me into going out, only to be called back by your phone. Now, she wants to go to my house to eat my cooking. So, are you planning to manage your artist's meals too? His words left Sophie stunned, especially the phrases about having a meal with me and blew up her own kitchen. The amount of information was so overwhelming that her brain seemed to crash. She turned to look at Xia Wanqing, who lowered her head in guilt. Sophie immediately understood. She felt like she was going to be driven mad by her unworthy artist. Taking a deep breath, she wanted to say something more, but Lin Yi was already impatient. He pointed to the pile of top-quality ingredients at his door. And have your little assistant move these inside. I'm cooking, not a mover. After saying that, he took out his keys, opened his door, and walked in, leaving Sophie alone in the hallway, feeling disheveled. She felt that the skills she had honed over 10 years in the entertainment industry, her toughness and imperviousness, seemed useless in front of this man. He simply didn't play by the rules. In the end, she darkened her face and had Chun Mingming move the ingredients into Lin Yi's house. She was worried. She decided she needed to keep an eye on what this man was up to. So, she followed him into Lin Yi's home. Then, she witnessed a scene she would never forget for the rest of her life. She saw that dangerous man, who seemed shrouded in mystery and had ulterior motives in her eyes, walk into the kitchen and transform into a different person. He tied on an apron, washed his hands, and took out those top-quality ingredients. His movements were slow yet deliberate, exuding an indescribable calmness and elegance. When handling the Wagyu beef, he used a specialized boning knife, cutting with precision and speed like lightning. When preparing the lobster, he didn't even frown as he skillfully and effortlessly peeled the hard shell away. The entire process was smooth and pleasing to the eye. It didn't seem like cooking at all. It was more like an artistic performance. Sophie was mesmerized. She was someone who had seen the world. She had worked with countless crews and tasted meals prepared by top chefs, but she had never seen anyone cook so beautifully. Chun Mingming beside her was even more starry-eyed. Wow, what a master. No, Mr. Lin, you're too handsome. This knife skill, this technique, it's simply incredible. Only Xia Wanqing wore a proud expression, as if the man shining in the kitchen was her own pride. Soon, a variety of aromas wafted from the kitchen, making one want to commit a crime just by smelling them. The buttery aroma of seared Wagyu, the fresh scent of garlic-baked lobster, the delicate fragrance of steamed halibut, and the refreshing scent of various vegetables mixed together. These aromas aggressively filled the entire room, penetrating every pore of Sophia's body. She felt her stomach, which had lost its appetite due to anger, surprisingly growl at that moment. The sound was not loud, but all three of them heard it. Sophie's face turned bright red, and she felt like she had lost all her dignity that day. Xia Wanqing and Chun Mingming wanted to laugh but dared not, feeling very uncomfortable. Half an hour later, Lin Yi came out of the kitchen with the last dish, placing a large table full of visually appealing and aromatic dishes in front of Sophie. Charcoal grilled Australian Wagyu with black truffle sauce, cheese and butter baked Boston lobster, steamed Icelandic halibut, blanched organic asparagus from the Alps, and a pot of rich Buddha jumps over the wall made with various seafood and mushrooms simmered for several hours. Sophie was completely dumbfounded. She looked at this table of dishes, more exquisite and tempting than any Michelin three-star restaurant's offerings, and then at Lin Yi, who had taken off his apron and resumed his lazy demeanor. She felt her brain was no longer functioning properly. Is this culinary skill for real? A 23-year-old man claiming to be unemployed can make dishes of this level? Is this reasonable? Is this scientific? She even began to suspect that this man might be the illegitimate son of some world-renowned chef living incognito. What are you looking at? Not eating? Lin Yi sat down, picked up his chopsticks, and said casually, "If you don't eat, I'll finish it all myself." Sophie came back to her senses. She looked at Lin Yi and then at Xia Wanqing. She finally understood why her picky eater artist would be won over by this man with just one meal. If it were her, she couldn't resist either. Ahem. She cleared her throat, trying to maintain her last shred of dignity. Since Mr. Lin is so sincere, I'll graciously accept. After saying that, she picked up her chopsticks and then couldn't stop. She felt that the food she had eaten for the past 20 years was pig food. This was truly food for humans. The meal ended in an extremely strange, silent, and harmonious atmosphere. Sophie ate the most. She almost single-handedly finished half a lobster and an entire piece of Wagyu. After finishing, she leaned back in her chair, rubbing her slightly bulging belly with an unprecedented satisfied expression on her face. She looked at Lin Yi, who was leisurely sipping on a cola, and the intense vigilance and hostility in her eyes had disappeared, replaced by a complex mix of shock, admiration, and a hint of awe. She felt that all her previous judgments about this man might have been wrong. He was definitely not a simple character. Just then, she heard Lin Yi speak casually. "Finished eating?" Sophie nodded. "Now that you're full, it's time to work." Lin Yi pointed to the mess on the table. "Whoever ate the most does the dishes. No objections?" Sophie's expression froze. She looked at Lin Yi and then at the pile of lobster shells in front of her that looked like a small mountain. She opened her mouth to argue, but found she couldn't come up with any rebuttal. She could only look at Xia Wanqing with an extremely resentful gaze, as if to say, look at the kind of person you found. Xia Wanqing received her gaze and held back her laughter, silently mouthing to her, "Sister Fei, the capable take on more work. Aren't you the most capable one?" Chapter 24, a meal that brings us closer in the end. Su Fei resignedly walked into the kitchen. As she walked, she turned back and shot a fierce glare at Lin Yi and Xia Wanqing, her eyes seemingly saying, "You two wait for me." Lin Yi didn't care at all. Leaning back on the sofa, he leisurely drank his cola, watching Su Fei's angry back, a mischievous smile curling up at the corners of his mouth. He found it quite interesting to tease this woman, who was like a porcupine, full of defenses. Xia Wanqing, sitting nearby, covered her mouth and secretly laughed. It was the first time she saw her usually omnipotent, commanding sister Fei so flustered, especially in front of a man. It felt new and amusing. Soon, the sounds of clattering dishes and bowls echoed from the kitchen, accompanied by Su Fei's suppressed, frantic growls. "How do you use this dish soap? Why is the water so hot?" "Xia Wanqing, get over here." Hearing her name, Xia Wanqing shivered and quickly stood up, ready to run to the kitchen. But Lin Yi pulled her back. "Don't go," he said lightly. "Let her figure it out on her own. If you go now, it will only add fuel to the fire." Xia Wanqing thought for a moment and agreed. Given Sister Fei's current state, if she went over, she would probably be treated like a dish and end up getting washed too. So she sat back down. In the living room, only Lin Yi and Xia Wanqing were left. The atmosphere suddenly became somewhat subtle. It was Xia Wanqing who spoke first. "Thank you for today." She looked at Lin Yi, her eyes filled with sincerity. "Not only did you fix the elevator, but you also made such delicious food for me." Lin Yi glanced at her. "The food wasn't made for you. I was just hungry. You were just a convenient excuse." Xia Wanqing didn't get angry at this. Instead, she smiled. She had grown accustomed to Lin Yi's way of speaking, which was often harsh but kind-hearted. "Then I should thank you for giving me the chance to be a convenient excuse." Her voice carried a hint of teasing. Lin Yi was taken aback by her response. He realized this woman didn't seem so naive anymore. How did she learn to fight back? He cleared his throat, changing the subject. "It seems your manager has a big issue with me?" Xia Wanqing stuck out her tongue. "Sister Fei is just too protective of me. She sees every man who gets close to me as a bad guy with ulterior motives." "Oh, Lin Yi raised an eyebrow. So, she's in the kitchen right now, using the bad guy's sink to wash the bad guy's dishes. Wouldn't that count as a form of split personality? Xia Wanqing finally couldn't hold back her laughter. She laughed so hard that she nearly cried. She realized that although Lin Yi's words could be sharp, his critiques were truly hilarious. Lin Yi looked at her unrestrained laughter, and a soft smile flickered in his eyes, one he didn't even notice himself. He thought that this version of Xia Wanqing was much more real and endearing than the poised national goddess she always presented in front of the camera. The two of them chatted casually, covering a lot of topics, from food to music, from games to movies. Xia Wanqing was surprised to find that Lin Yi knew a lot about various subjects. No matter what topic she brought up, he could connect to it. Moreover, he always managed to express unique and insightful perspectives that opened her mind. For instance, when they talked about music, Xia Wanqing mentioned that she felt modern pop music was becoming increasingly homogenized and lacked novelty. Lin Yi responded, "That's not a problem with the music. It's a problem with the people making the music. They're not creating, they're producing. They're not thinking about how to make good music, but how to create music that can sell. When music becomes a product on an assembly line, it naturally loses its soul." When they discussed movies, Xia Wanqing expressed her frustration over the scarcity of good scripts nowadays, noting that many films relied on popular stars and special effects to draw in box office revenue. Lin Yi said, "That's because storytelling requires a certain level of qualification. In this era, too many unqualified people want to tell stories. They forget that the core of a movie is always people, is emotion. No matter how dazzling the special effects are, they can't support an empty story, nor can they move an audience that truly wants to see a story." Listening to his words, Xia Wanqing felt as if she had opened a door to a new world. She realized that Lin Yi's perspective on issues was always so transparent and profound. It was as if he wasn't a 23-year-old young man, but rather an old monster who had seen and understood everything in the world for hundreds of years. She looked at Lin Yi's young, yet slightly lazy face, and her curiosity and admiration for him deepened. She increasingly felt that she might really be starting to like this strange man. Just then, the kitchen door swung open. Su Fei, with her hair still damp, walked out like a defeated rooster. She was wearing Lin Yi's apron. The cartoon apron that read, "I'm a genius," appeared particularly ridiculous on her powerful, commanding figure. "I'm done washing," she said in a weak tone. She felt more disheveled than ever in her life. Lin Yi glanced at the kitchen. "Not bad. Although a few plates are in the wrong place. Overall, it's quite clean." "Good job," he generously complimented. Su Fei rolled her eyes, not wanting to engage with him. She walked over to Xia Wanqing and grabbed her hand. "Let's go. Back home." She didn't want to stay in this man's house for another second. She felt her aura had been completely suppressed by him. "Okay," Xia Wanqing said reluctantly, standing up. She looked at Lin Yi and whispered, "Then we'll be leaving now. See you tomorrow." Lin Yi nodded. "Remember to lock your kitchen door." Xia Wanqing. Su Fei dragged Xia Wanqing away from Lin Yi's home, almost fleeing. Back at their place, Su Fei collapsed onto the sofa. "I'm exhausted." She let out a long sigh of relief. Xia Wanqing couldn't help but want to laugh at her state. "Sister Fei, you worked hard. How dare you say that?" Su Fei shot her a glare. Then, her expression suddenly turned serious as she looked at Xia Wanqing. "Wanqing, yes, I have a question for you, and you must answer me honestly." "What is it?" Su Fei fell silent for a moment. Then, in a tone that seemed to be pondering a world-class dilemma, she asked if I want to eat his cooking again. What excuse should I use? Chapter 25. Assistant Chun Mingming's exclamation. "This dish tastes like Michelin." Xia Wanqing was completely stunned by Su Fei's soul-searching question. She looked at her agent, who had just warned her a moment ago to stay away from Lin Yi, and now was already thinking about how to get another meal from him. She felt that this world was truly magical. Indeed, in the face of absolute delicious food, all principles and boundaries could be broken. Sister Fei's expression became a bit strange. "Didn't you say you wanted to stay away from him?" Su Fei's face flushed. She coughed a couple of times, trying to save face. "That was for your safety. Now, after my preliminary assessment, this man, although his behavior is a bit odd, at least I haven't found any major issues with his character. Moreover, his cooking skills are indeed impressive." She paused for a moment and then spoke in an extremely serious tone, as if discussing a multi-billion cooperation project. "I think we can establish a long-term, stable, strategic partnership for meals with him. Xia Wanqing felt like she was about to forget the meaning of the word strategy. So how should we establish it? Xia Wanqing cooperatively asked. Su Fei pondered for a moment. This requires careful planning. First, we need to find a reasonable and compelling reason that he cannot refuse. Secondly, we must master the frequency of our meal invitations. It can't be too frequent to avoid his annoyance. Lastly, and most importantly, her expression became extremely serious. We must find a way to get his recipes. As long as we have the recipes, we can learn to cook ourselves. By then, we won't have to rely on anyone anymore. As she spoke, she clenched her fist, as if she could already see her bright future of independence and dominance in the kitchen. Xia Wanqing looked at her and felt a bit reluctant to burst her bubble. Sister Fei, do you think, with our cooking skills, we can replicate the dishes he makes? She recalled her own disastrous kitchen. A hint of awkwardness flashed across Su Fei's face. It all depends on effort. As long as our mindset doesn't decline, there are always more solutions than difficulties. At worst, we can hire a chef to learn from the recipes. Xia Wanqing looked at her agent, who was so determined, and silently shed a tear of sympathy for her future wallet. The next day, Chen Mingming came to work humming a tune. She was in an exceptionally good mood today, because she not only learned the true identity of her idol, but also had close contact with him. She felt like the happiest fan in the world. As soon as she entered the door, she smelled a familiar aroma of food. Huh, Sister Wanqing, Sister Fei, did you order takeout today? She curiously asked. Then, she saw Xia Wanqing and Su Fei sitting at the dining table, with several takeout boxes on it. Inside the boxes were the leftovers from the dishes Lin Yi had made last night. Ming, you came just in time. Su Fei's eyes lit up when she saw her. Waving her hand, come over and try this. She pointed to a piece of the remaining grilled wagyu. Chen Mingming walked over, puzzled. What is this? Last night, mister. Lin made it, Xia Wanqing explained. Chen Mingming's eyes instantly lit up. Dishes made by the master. This is food made by the master himself. This isn't just food. It's a holy meal. She picked up her chopsticks and, with a reverent attitude like a pilgrim, took a small piece of the cold wagyu and put it in her mouth. The moment the beef entered her mouth, Chen Mingming's body jolted. Her eyes widened like saucers. She felt like her taste buds had been explosively detonated by a deep-sea bomb. Delicious. So damn delicious. Although the meat was already cold, the rich flavor, infused with butter and black truffle aroma, was still so overpowering. The texture was still so tender and juicy, melting in her mouth. Is this really a flavor that humans can create? How is it? Su Fei looked at her, who seemed to be on the verge of losing her soul. With a knowing expression, Chen Mingming didn't answer her. She quickly grabbed a piece of baked lobster. Then, another bite of steamed halibut. Finally, she even scraped the solidified soup at the bottom of the takeout box clean with a spoon and sent it to her mouth. After finishing everything, she leaned back in her chair, her eyes glazed over, and a silly smile appeared on her face. I feel like I've ascended to heaven, she murmured. Su Fei and Xia Wanqing looked at her pathetic state and couldn't help but laugh. Now, you know what we experienced last night, right? Xia Wanqing teased. Chen Mingming came back to her senses. She looked at Xia Wanqing and Su Fei, exclaiming in an exaggerated and shocked tone, "Oh my God, this dish tastes like Michelin. No, it's 100 times better than any Michelin restaurant I've ever been to." Sister Wanqing, Sister Fei. Suddenly, a look of realization spread across her face. I finally understand why the master hasn't written a new book. Xia Wanqing and Su Fei were taken aback. Why? Chen Mingming slapped her thigh and said with great certainty, because if he became a chef, he would have already become the richest man in the world. Why write novels? With his cooking skills, opening a restaurant would have reservations lined up until the next century. By then, Bill Gates, Warren Buffett, and others would be queuing up to ask him to cook a meal. The more she spoke, the more excited she became, as if she could already see Lin Yi, dressed in a chef's uniform, standing at the pinnacle of the world, overlooking all beings. Xia Wanqing and Su Fei listened to her wild analysis and couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. Although it sounded ridiculous, upon careful consideration, it actually made some sense. With Lin Yi's extraordinary culinary skills, if he really opened a restaurant, it seemed he could indeed achieve great success. So, Chun Mingming looked at Xia Wanqing, her eyes full of anticipation. Sister Wanqing, when can we visit the master again? I want to eat the hot meals made by the master himself. She looked eager. Before Xia Wanqing could respond, Su Fei lightly coughed, interrupting her. Well, we need an opportunity for that, she said in a pretentious manner. Then, she glanced at the calendar on the wall. Her eyes suddenly lit up. It seemed she had found that opportunity. She looked at Xia Wanqing, her face breaking into a mischievous smile. Wanqing, I remember your so-called rumored boyfriend, Gu Chun. Isn't he filming the same drama with you recently? Xia Wanqing was taken aback and nodded. Yes, why? Su Fei's smile grew even brighter. It's nothing. I just think we might be able to use him a bit. For example, we could invite him over to our house as a guest to strengthen our relationship. Xia Wanqing frowned. Sister Fei, what do you mean? I hate him, you know that. Of course, I know, Su Fei said dismissively. But think about it. If the news that Gu Chun is visiting our house accidentally reaches Mr. Lin next door, what do you think his reaction would be? Xia Wanqing's heart skipped a beat. She seemed to understand what Sophie meant a bit. Chun Mingming's eyes also lit up. Wow, Sister Fei, your move is brilliant. Is this called leading the wolf into the house? No, it's throwing a brick to attract jade? No, it's... She thought for a long time and finally came up with a suitable term. It's the beauty trap. No, it's the handsome trap. Sophie nodded in satisfaction. A child worth teaching. Then, she looked at Xia Wanqing, guiding her step by step. Think about it. That Mr. Lin seems indifferent to everything. But in reality, men's possessiveness is very strong. If he sees another man appearing by your side, especially if it's a rumored boyfriend, he will definitely feel uncomfortable. If he's uncomfortable, he might take the initiative to act. At that time, won't we have a reason to engage in deeper communication with him? Xia Wanqing listened to Sophie's textbook-level romantic strategy. Completely dumbfounded, she looked at her manager, who just a few days ago was urging her to stay away from that man, now racking her brain to help her entice him. She felt that Sister Sophie was really willing to sacrifice everything just to have another meal cooked by the great God. She looked at Sophie's strategist-like demeanor and asked in an extremely complicated tone, Sister Fei, are you sure you're doing this just for my sake? And not for your own little appetite? Chapter 26. The Online Uproar, Xia Wanqing and Gu Chen's Relationship Trends on Hot Search. Sophie's handsome trap ultimately was not implemented, as Xia Wanqing firmly rejected it. She could make some bold and slightly outrageous attempts to get closer to Lin Yi, but she absolutely would not use someone she disliked to test someone she had feelings for. That was her principle. Sophie expressed great regret over this. She felt that Xia Wanqing missed a perfect opportunity to create a situation where the great god would feel jealous and thus stage a dramatic scene. Chun Mingming also expressed great regret, thinking that Sister Wanqing missed a great chance to make the great god jealous, leading to a dramatic showdown. Only Xia Wanqing herself felt no regret. She believed that when it came to feelings, it was better to let things take their natural course. She was confident that there would always be new stories between her and Lin Yi. There was no need to deliberately create situations with such clumsy methods. However, she did not anticipate that trouble would come looking for her. That afternoon, Lin Yi was seated on his throne, engaged in his daily ranking practice. He was having a great time when Zhao Lei's call suddenly came in. Lin Yi frowned and pressed the speakerphone button. He didn't want to interrupt his gameplay by answering the call. Hey, what's up? His tone was somewhat impatient. Wow, bro, big trouble. Zhao Lei's excited voice came through the phone, filled with schadenfreude. You should check Weibo right now. While controlling his game character, expertly dodging the enemy's deadly skills, Lin Yi casually asked what happened. Which celebrity has fallen from grace this time? More thrilling than a celebrity falling from grace. Zhao Lei's voice was exceptionally excited. Your house is about to collapse. Lin Yi was taken aback. What do you mean? It means your big star neighbor is trending. Zhao Lei's voice was filled with the thrill of watching a spectacle. Xia Wanqing and Gu Chen's relationship. This term has exploded. Weibo is almost down. Lin Yi's hand trembled. The assassin hero he was controlling was caught by the enemy's mage due to this split-second error, immediately followed by a barrage of damage. The screen went black. Lin Yi looked at his gray screen and the series of messages from his teammates in the chat box. His face darkened. He exited the game and then opened the Weibo app he hadn't touched in a long time. Sure enough, The top of the trending searches was a deep red term, followed by an explosive character: Xia Wanqing and Gu Chen's relationship. Lin Yi's brows furrowed deeply. He clicked in. What met his eyes was a set of clear photos. The background appeared to be a luxurious restaurant private room. In the photos, Xia Wanqing and Gu Chen were sitting very close together. Gu Chen was looking at Xia Wanqing with deep affection, holding a glass of red wine, seemingly saying something to her. Xia Wanqing was lowering her head, her face carrying a hint of a shy smile. One of the photos was taken from an extremely tricky angle, making it look like Gu Chen was about to kiss Xia Wanqing's profile, and Xia Wanqing did not flinch. Below this set of photos, there were already hundreds of thousands of comments and over 1 million likes. The comments section was in an uproar. My goodness, is this real? My house has collapsed. Oh, my goddess is actually with that Gu guy? I can't accept it. I said it. They definitely have something. I felt something was off when they were filming together. Brother Gu Chen is so handsome. Sister Wanqing is so beautiful. A match made in heaven. Lock them down for me. Upstairs, are you blind? Can't you see that our Wanqing looks forced? That smile is worse than crying. Exactly. That Gu guy is definitely stirring up hype again. Shameless. Are some female star fans starting to wash the floor again? The photos are so clear. What else is there to say? Fans from both sides had already torn into each other in the comment section. Various profanities and accusations flew everywhere. The entire Weibo was filled with the smell of gunpowder. Lin Yi expressionlessly scrolled through these comments. His fingers moved slowly across the screen. No one knew what he was thinking at that moment. His face still wore that lazy, indifferent look. But if Zhao Lei were here, he would know that this was Lin Yi's true sign of anger. The calmer he appeared, the hotter the fire burned inside him. He exited the comment section and looked at the set of photos again. He stared at Xia Wanqing's face with a shy smile in the pictures. His eyes narrowed. He knew this wasn't real, because he understood Xia Wanqing too well. This woman automatically put on a perfect mask when facing things and people she disliked. The smile in the photo was just her mask, a fake smile used to cope and distance herself. As for the so-called kissing photo, that was even more absurd. From what he knew about Xia Wanqing, if that Gu guy dared to touch her, she would absolutely pour a glass of red wine in his face on the spot. Therefore, there was only one possibility for this set of photos. It was maliciously designed and carefully orchestrated, with the intent to bind Xia Wanqing and Gu Chen together. The intention was extremely sinister. Lin Yi closed Weibo. He leaned back in his chair and stared at the ceiling. He was very annoyed, extremely annoyed. He wasn't bothered by who Xia Wanqing was rumored to be with. He was annoyed that this incident interrupted him, disturbed his quiet mood while playing games. You disturbed him, the one who had finally found a bit of joy in neighborhood life. He originally didn't want to get involved in these petty matters. The chaos of the entertainment circle had nothing to do with a salted fish like him. But then, he remembered how Xia Wanqing looked fragile and helpless after getting drunk. He recalled her flustered state in her own kitchen, almost setting herself on fire. He also remembered how she looked satisfied, like a little cat. While eating the food she cooked herself, he realized that he seemed unable to truly stand by and watch. Damn it, he cursed under his breath. He felt that his lifelong plan of being a salted fish was about to be completely ruined by this woman. He took out his phone and found that number he had never contacted before, Xia Wanqing's number, which her assistant Chen Mengmeng had secretly given him last time. He hesitated for a moment and then dialed it. The phone rang for a long time before it was answered. Hello? Xia Wanqing's voice came through, low and hoarse, carrying a sense of suppressed fatigue and grievance. Lin Yi could even imagine that she was probably alone in her room, looking at the harsh comments online and secretly shedding tears. It's me, Lin Yi said lightly. There was silence on the other end. After several seconds, Xia Wanqing's voice came back, tinged with uncertain surprise. Lin Yi? Have you seen Weibo? Lin Yi got straight to the point. I have. Xia Wanqing's voice was even lower. So, are you planning to hide away alone like a turtle? Lin Yi's tone remained blunt. Xia Wanqing wanted to explain, but didn't know what to say. The photos are fake, Lin Yi said directly. Xia Wanqing was stunned. How do you know? You looked worse than crying when you smiled. Lin Yi ruthlessly exposed her disguise. It was obvious that it was fake. Xia Wanqing on the other end fell silent again. But this time, Lin Yi could hear her softly stifled sobs. She was crying. Lin Yi's heart felt like it was tugged by something. It hurt a little. He sighed, and then, in a tone that even he thought was a bit overly gentle, said, "Okay, stop crying. It's not a big deal. It's just some people attacking you. Just wait, I'll help you resolve it." Xia Wanqing's crying stopped. She could hardly believe her ears. How? How will you resolve it? Lin Yi chuckled it. Did you forget? I'm a dream for 1,000 years. Do you think someone who can create a world with a pen can't handle this little storm? His voice carried a natural, powerful confidence and an irresistible sense of security. As Xia Wanqing listened to him, she felt her panicked heart miraculously calm down at that moment. She sniffed and in a soft nasal tone asked, "Then what should I do?" "You?" Lin Yi thought for a moment and then said in an infuriating tone, "What you should do now is come over and cook for me. I lost a game and I'm in a bad mood. I need a hearty dinner to heal my wounded soul." Chapter 27. Her clarification and his indifference come over to cook for you? Xia Wanqing was stunned when she heard Lin Yi's words. The grievance that had just been comforted was instantly replaced by a feeling of helplessness mixed with amusement. This man, what time is it? He's still thinking about eating? And he wants her, the kitchen killer, to cook for him? Does he want to experience a kitchen explosion again? Xia Wanqing sniffed, her voice still a bit hoarse from crying. "I can't cook, you know that. Then just come and assist me." Lin Yi's tone was unyielding. "I'll do the cooking, you just watch. And chat with me. It's boring cooking alone." Hearing this, a warm current surged in Xia Wanqing's heart. She knew he didn't really want her to cook. He just didn't want her to be alone, lost in thought. He was using his own awkward yet domineering way to comfort her. "Okay," she softly agreed. After hanging up, she glanced at the phone, at the comments that were still frantically slandering and speculating. She realized she didn't feel as bad as before. It was as if a solid stone she could lean on had suddenly appeared in her heart. Just thinking about that man waiting for her right across the door made her feel like there was nothing in the world that couldn't be overcome. She wiped her tears and walked out of her room. In the living room, Su Fei and Chen Mingming were anxiously moving around like ants on a hot pan. "Miss, you finally came out." As soon as Su Fei saw her, she rushed over. "Don't look at those things online. They're all nonsense. I've already sent the PR team to handle it. And that bastard Gu Chun, I called him and yelled at him. How dare he use you for publicity? I will definitely not let him off." She was so angry that her face turned pale. Xia Wanqing looked at her and smiled. "Sister Fei, don't be angry. It's not worth it to be mad at that kind of person." Su Fei was taken aback. She looked at Xia Wanqing, her eyes filled with surprise. "You're not upset anymore?" She thought Xia Wanqing, with her personality, would definitely lock herself away and be sad for several days. Xia Wanqing nodded. "I figured it out. If you're upright, you won't fear shadows. Things that haven't happened are just things that haven't happened. Let them say what they want." Her tone was calm. So calm that Su Fei felt it was a bit unreal. "Wanqing, you..." "Sister Fei, Ming, don't worry about me anymore." Xia Wanqing interrupted her. "I have something to do. I need to go out for a bit." "Where to?" Su Fei asked cautiously. A faint but firm smile appeared on Xia Wanqing's face. "To a place that can make me feel better." After saying that, she didn't give Su Fei and Chen Mingming time to react. She changed her shoes and walked straight out the door. She arrived at the door of 3201 and pressed the doorbell. The door opened quickly. Lin Yi was leaning against the door frame, wearing an I'm a genius apron, looking at her. "You're here?" "Guomein, the vegetables are already washed. Just waiting for you." Xia Wanqing looked at him and smiled. She thought this might be the most beautiful love confession in the world. After a few hours of silence, Xia Wanqing's Weibo finally updated. She didn't post any righteous clarifications or lawyer letters, nor did she post any insinuating, sympathy-seeking articles. She only posted a photo and a sentence. The photo showed a table full of sumptuous home-cooked dishes. There were braised pork, sweet and sour ribs, steamed fish, and a pot of steaming lotus root and rib soup. Each dish was tempting and made one's mouth water. In the corner of the photo, a hand holding chopsticks with distinct joints was visible. That hand was beautiful. The caption was also very simple. Just one sentence. "Food, the best remedy for the heart." Not a word mentioned Guchen. Not a word mentioned that incident. But it clearly expressed all her attitudes. "I'm eating. I'm doing well. I can't be bothered with your nonsense." Once this Weibo was posted, it instantly exploded across the internet. "Wow, the sister finally responded. This response is so fierce, so powerful, ignoring those rumors and focusing on enjoying food. This is my goddess. Sister, don't cry. We will always support you. Stay far away from that scumbag with the surname Gu. Ah, sister seems to have lost a lot of weight. You need to eat more. Of course, there were some discordant voices. Hee hee. Pretending to be innocent again? After such a big incident, still in the mood to eat? Did you cook all this food yourself? Don't tell me it's another persona. Isn't the key point that hand in the corner of the photo? Whose hand is that? Wow, blind person, you discovered the highlight. That's definitely a man's hand. So, Xia Wanqing is having dinner with a man. Oh my god. So, her rumors with Gu Chun are fake, and this man is her real boyfriend. The new entry, Xia Wanqing's hand skyrocketed to trending topics at rocket speed. Its popularity even surpassed the previous one. The entire internet began to play a game of finding fault. Countless fans and onlookers transformed into Sherlock Holmes, trying to deduce the true identity of the hand's owner from its details. At this moment, the other protagonist of the incident, Lin Yi, was sitting at his dining table, leisurely sipping pork rib soup. Opposite him, Xia Wanqing was nervously scrolling through Weibo on her phone. What's going on? Lin Yi casually asked. It's trending. Xia Wanqing's voice trembled a bit. Oh, Lin Yi replied, then picked up a piece of braised pork and put it in his mouth. Fatty, but not greasy. Melts in mouth. Today's cooking level is quite good. Xia Wanqing looked at his nonchalant demeanor, feeling a bit frantic. It's your hand that's trending. She handed her phone to Lin Yi. Now the whole internet is guessing who the owner of that hand is. Lin Yi glanced at the screen. Then he responded with an O. So, have they figured it out? Xia Wanqing felt like she was about to be driven mad by this man. Dude, is that the point? The point is, you are already involved in this incident. You are completely tied to me, this big trouble. How can you have no reaction at all? Aren't you worried? She couldn't help but ask. Worried about what? Lin Yi countered. Worried that your identity will be exposed? Worried that you'll be dragged into this mess because of me? Lin Yi put down his chopsticks and looked at her. His gaze was very calm. Let me ask you. Are you feeling better now? Xia Wanqing paused. She thought for a moment. It has seemed to be much better. From the moment she stepped into this house and smelled the aroma of the food, all her grievances and anger seemed to have been healed. She nodded. Much better. Then that's good. Lin Yi smiled. As for those people online, they can guess however they want. In any case, they won't figure it out. Even if they do, so what? Can they crawl through the internet and bite me? His tone was filled with indifference and a kind of absolute, powerful confidence. Xia Wanqing looked at him, at his deep eyes that seemed to see through everything. She suddenly understood. He wasn't indifferent. He simply didn't take those so-called troubles seriously. To him, it might just be like a child's game. Boring and ridiculous. She looked at Lin Yi, and a wave of unprecedented security surged in her heart. She felt that as long as this man was there, the sky wouldn't fall. She smiled, smiling brighter and happier than ever. All right. She picked up her chopsticks and grabbed a piece of braised pork. Then let's not care about them. Let's eat. Lin Yi looked at her revitalized appearance and nodded in satisfaction. That's right. No matter how big the problem is, eating is more important. By the way, didn't you say last time that your kitchen exploded and you're missing a pot? Xia Wanqing paused. Yes, what's up? Lin Yi pointed to the corner. At the huge box he had just bought online, still unopened. That is a gift for you. Consider it your reward for accompanying me for dinner today. Xia Wanqing followed his finger and saw the giant box with several eye-catching words printed on it. German brand, fully automatic, smart, explosion-proof, multifunctional cooking pot. Xia Wanqing. She looked at Lin Yi with a very complicated tone and asked, So, the solution you mentioned is just giving me a pot? Chapter 28 Xia Wanqing's Call. Brother, I want Xia Wanqing's autograph. Lin Yi's solution was to give a pot. A high-tech, seemingly expensive, explosion-proof pot. Xia Wanqing looked at the huge box, unsure whether to cry or laugh. This man really has a different way of thinking from normal people. However, it must be said, this solution is very Lin Yi, and very effective. At least, her heart, which was anxious due to online violence, was completely healed by a sense of absurd joy upon seeing this pot. How is it? Lin Yi raised an eyebrow, looking at her expression of being at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Are you satisfied with this reward? Satisfied. Xia Wanqing nodded. Very satisfied. She thought that she might never be able to look at any pot the same way again. The online uproar continued to ferment. The term Xia Wanqing's hand stayed on the trending topics for an entire day. Countless netizens were tirelessly playing the game of guessing who it belonged to. Xia Wanqing's studio, following Sophie S. instructions, issued a bland official statement. The statement neither confirmed nor denied anything. It simply stated that they hoped everyone would focus more on the actors' works and not overinterpret the artists' private lives. This ambiguous response left the onlookers with endless room for imagination. As for the two people at the center of the storm, Xia Wanqing had completely calmed down her mindset. Every day, apart from going to the set to film, she tried every possible way to go next door to have meals. And Lin Yi, from beginning to end, didn't he take this matter to heart? He still spent his days fishing, gaming, and enjoying food, living his fairy-like, laid-back life. He even thought that Xia Wanqing's clarification Weibo post was quite good. At least, after that, Gu Chun, that annoying fly, hadn't bothered him again. That afternoon, Lin Yi had just finished a game. He was lying on the sofa, contemplating whether to eat lobster or wagyu beef that night when his phone rang. The caller ID was Lin Yi, his younger sister, a lively girl in her second year of college in a university town on the other side of Tianhai City. Also, a diehard fan of Xia Wanqing. Lin, he felt a headache upon seeing this name. He knew that every time his sister called him, it was never for anything good. After hesitating for a moment, he pressed the answer button. "Hello, brother." On the other end of the line came Lin Yi's vibrant and clear voice. "What is up?" Lin Yi replied lazily. "Brother, did you see the trending topic? Did you see it?" Lin Yi's voice was unusually excited. Lin, he rolled his eyes. "Yeah, I saw it. Isn't it just your goddess getting involved in some rumors? It's not a big deal. Why are you so excited?" "It's not that," Lin Yi retorted. "It's the one after that. Xia Wanqing's hand. That one. Brother, you have to tell me. Who is that man? Our dorm is about to explode over this. Some say it's that scumbag Gu Chun. Others say it's some hidden rich second generation. And some say our Wanqing, Xia, found a regular boyfriend herself. Brother, you're so well informed. You must know the inside story, right?" She fired off a series of questions like a machine gun. Listening to her gossiping tone, Lin, he felt his temples beginning to throb. "I don't know." Without thinking, he denied it. "You should watch less of that useless gossip and read more books." "Oh, come on, brother," Lin Yi whined. "How can this be called useless? This is about our goddess's lifelong happiness. Besides, I'm the information station chief of our dorm. If I can't find this out, how am I supposed to hang out in the dorm in the future?" Lin, he felt that he was completely on a different wavelength from this sister of his. "I really don't know," he emphasized again. "All right, I'm hanging up. Wait." Lin, she quickly called out to him. "Brother, the reason I called you is actually to ask for your help with something important." Lin, he knew it. After all that build-up, the main point had finally arrived. "Go ahead." Lin Yi's tone suddenly became a bit embarrassed. "Brother, aren't you working in a really impressive company as a copywriter?" "Uh-huh," Lin Yi replied without changing his expression. "Then does your company have any collaborations with the entertainment industry?" "I think so." Lin, he continued to bluff. "Wow, that's great." Lin Yi's voice became excited again. "Then can you help me get a signed photo of Xia Wanqing? Just one. Sign on my poster will do." She seemed afraid that Lin Yi would refuse. "The flower of our dorm is having her birthday next week. She is also a huge fan of Wanqing Jia. If I could give her a personally signed photo from Wanqing Jia, she would go crazy with joy. Who knows? She might even agree to be my sister-in-law in her excitement." Lin Yi felt that his sister's train of thought was quite peculiar. Asking for a signature could somehow be linked to finding a sister-in-law? "Brother, please." Lin, she started using her unbeatable charm. "If you help me with this, I'll wash your socks for a month next week." Lin Yi's mouth twitched. "I'll wash my socks in the washing machine. Then I'll wash your dishes. For a month. I have a dishwasher." Lin, she thought for a long time, but couldn't he come up with anything else to tempt her incredibly lazy brother. Finally, she had to resort to her trump card. "Brother, if you don't help me, I'll tell Mom and Dad. I'll tell them you're out here every day just playing games and not being serious, and that you secretly have a girlfriend, but don't bring her home to show them." Lin, he fell silent. He knew that his sister was serious. If she really called their parents, his lazy life would be completely over. Sigh. For the first time, he resigned himself with a sigh. He felt that his life was a continuous history of tears and compromises with various troubles. All right. I'm scared of you. I'll ask around for you. But I can't guarantee it will work. He said it firmly. Yay, that's awesome. I knew my brother was the best. From the other end of the phone came Lin, she's victorious cheer. Brother, I love you. Moi. Lin Yi quickly held the phone away from him. All right, stop being mushy. Send your poster to me. I'll send you my address on WeChat. Okay, I'll place the order right away. With the fastest delivery. After hanging up the phone, Lin Yi looked at the profile of his sister he had labeled as Little Trouble. A helpless yet slightly indulgent smile appeared on his face. Although this sister was quite a hassle, she was still his only sister, after all. What else could he do but spoil her? He shook his head and then clicked on another profile labeled Big Trouble. Xia Wanqing's WeChat. He stared at the blank chat box, hesitating for a long time. He didn't know how to start. Should he say directly, "Hey superstar, your crazy fan, my sister wants a signed photo. Can you sign one?" Would that sound too abrupt? Or should he say, "Hi, beautiful, are you there? Can you help me with a small favor?" Would that sound too frivolous? He felt that he had never been this conflicted while writing 300,000 words of a novel. Just as he was still pondering what kind of opening line would make him seem neither servile nor arrogant, yet casual, Xia Wanqing on the other side sent a message first. It was a sticker, a cat peeking out with a question mark on its head. Xia Wanqing. Below it was a line of small text. I seem to smell something delicious from your house again. So, are you having lobster or wagyu tonight? Lin Yi smiled at this message. He felt that all his previous worries were for nothing. With this woman, it seemed that no opening line was necessary. He thought for a moment and replied, "Neither. I'm having hot pot tonight, but it seems I'm short one person, someone to specifically taste the dishes. Are you coming?" Xia Wanqing responded instantly, "I'm coming," followed by a cute sticker of a cat nodding. Looking at that sticker, Lin Yi's smile deepened. He felt that his request for a signature could be brought up very naturally now. He typed out a line, "By the way, just to ask, do you stars sell signed photos by the pound or by the piece?" Chapter 29. How to elegantly ask the celebrity neighbor for an autograph. Lin Yi's neighbor, Xia Wanqing, was completely stunned when she saw the message he sent. A signed photo? Sold by the pound? What on earth was this man thinking with such strange ideas? She stared at the line of text, momentarily unsure how to respond. She could sense that behind Lin Yi's seemingly nonsensical question, there was definitely another meaning. Was he testing something? Or was it? A bold thought popped in her mind. Could he be my fan? Has he been quietly paying attention to me all along, but pretended not to care because of his proud personality? Did he finally give in today and want to ask for a signed photo in this awkward way? As soon as this thought crossed her mind, Xia Wanqing's heart began to race uncontrollably. Her cheeks also started to heat up without her control. She felt as if she had discovered some earth-shattering secret. She stared at her phone screen, grinning foolishly for a long time. Then, she began to rack her brain, thinking about how to reply. Should she directly ask him if he wanted her autograph? No, that's too direct. What she guessed wrong? That would be so awkward. So how should she phrase it? After thinking for a while, she decided to respond in a similarly cryptic manner. She typed out a line. Xia Wanqing, it depends. Xia Wanqing. If it's for an ordinary person, then just one. Xia Wanqing. But if it's for a creditor, maybe we can consider it by weight. After sending the message, she hugged her phone tightly in her arms, feeling both nervous and excited. Lin Yi raised an eyebrow upon seeing Xia Wanqing's reply. A creditor? This woman really holds grudges. However, this response was quite interesting. He chuckled and continued typing. Lin Yi, perfect timing. Lin Yi, I have a friend who owes me a favor. He wants to use a pound of your signed photos to settle the debt. What do you think? Is this deal worth it? He cleverly disguised his sister's request for a signed photo as a favor from a friend. He thought his wording was flawless, achieving his goal while maintaining his aloof persona. Perfect. However, to Xia Wanqing, his words took on another meaning. A friend? Is he really talking about a friend? Or is this friend actually him? He is too shy to admit it directly, so he has to use the classic phrase, "I have a friend?" Xia Wanqing felt her suspicions confirmed by 70 or 80%. This man, how proud can he be? She felt both amused and exasperated. She decided to tease him a bit more. Xia Wanqing, oh? Your friend? Xia Wanqing, well, that depends on which friend it is. Xia Wanqing, after all, My autograph isn't something everyone can just get. Lin Yi frowned slightly upon reading her message. What does she mean? It depends on who it is? He thought for a moment and replied, a very troublesome friend. A friend who will drive me crazy if I don't help him. So just consider it doing me a favor, to get rid of a big hassle. Upon seeing the words big hassle, Xia Wanqing felt even more amused. She was almost 100% sure that the friend Lin Yi mentioned was actually him, because the only thing that could trouble him would be his own meager, hesitant fan feelings. What else could it be? This contradictory guy. Xia Wanqing mumbled softly to herself, her face blooming with a smile like a flower. She felt that chatting with someone had never been this fun before. She decided to stop beating around the bush. She wanted to give him an out. Xia Wanqing, I see. Xia Wanqing, since it's to help you solve your trouble, then it's different. Xia Wanqing, a pound is too much. Xia Wanqing, I'm afraid your friend can't handle it. Xia Wanqing, how about this? Xia Wanqing, let him prepare a poster of me that he likes the most. I'll personally sign it for him. Consider it a thank you gift for treating me to hot pot today. What does that sound? Lin Yi's eyes lit up upon reading Xia Wanqing's message. Done. And in such a natural, inconspicuous way. He even felt a bit impressed with his own cleverness. Lin Yi, I'll eat. Lin Yi, then it's settled. Lin Yi, the poster will arrive tomorrow. Lin Yi, you can come pick it up then. Xia Wanqing, great. Xia Wanqing, so are we still having hot pot? Lin Yi, yes. Lin Yi, the pot is already boiling. Lin Yi, just waiting for you, the taste tester, to put in the ingredients. Half an hour later, the dining room in Lin Yi's house was filled with steam. A yin-yang hot pot sat in the center of the table, bubbling away. On one side was a fiery red spicy broth, and on the other was a creamy mushroom soup. The table was laid out with a variety of fresh ingredients. Hand-sliced beef, freshly caught shrimp, crunchy tripe, tender duck blood, and various vegetables and tofu products. It was a feast for the eyes, making one's mouth water. Xia Wanqing sat at the table, looking at the sumptuous spread, feeling like her mouth was about to water. She realized that Lin Yi not only knew how to cook, but was also meticulous about hot pot. What are you looking at? Let's eat. Lin Yi picked up his chopsticks and grabbed a slice of beef, swirling it in the spicy pot a few times before placing it in his dipping sauce. Xia Wanqing followed his lead and picked up a slice of beef. However, she didn't dip it in the spicy pot. She was afraid of the heat. She placed the beef into the clear soup pot. After it was done, she dipped it into the fragrant sauce made with sesame and peanut paste in front of her. Then she took a bite. She squinted her eyes in satisfaction. So delicious. The beef was tender, the broth was flavorful, and the sauce was rich. This was simply a heavenly taste. She felt that all the hot pot she had eaten before was in vain. The two of them continued to eat, taking turns with their chopsticks, without saying a word. But the atmosphere was exceptionally harmonious and warm, as if they had known each other for a long time or had a closer relationship. Xia Wanqing ate while secretly observing Lin Yi across the table. He looked great while eating. He was calm and refined, but his speed was not slow at all. It was clear he was a seasoned foodie. As she watched his slightly hazy profile in the steam, a thought crossed her mind again. Is he really my fan? Does he really like me? Is he just too shy to say it? The more she thought about it, the more likely it seemed. She decided to test the waters again. She picked up a bright red shrimp that had just been cooked and naturally placed it in Lin Yi's bowl. Here, this is for you. Her voice was soft and gentle. Lin Yi was momentarily stunned. He looked at the shrimp that had suddenly appeared in his bowl, then glanced at Xia Wanqing, whose face showed a hint of anticipation and shyness. Suddenly, he had a bad premonition. What is this woman trying to do? I don't eat shrimp. He expressionlessly picked the shrimp back into Xia Wanqing's bowl. I'm allergic to seafood. He casually made up an excuse. Xia Wanqing's expression froze. She felt like her heart had been pricked by a needle. Allergic? Is that true? Didn't he cook shrimp and steamed flounder during their last meal? He had eaten quite a bit himself. So, is he rejecting me? Why? Did I guess wrong? Isn't he actually my fan? Doesn't he have any feelings for me at all? In an instant, a wave of immense disappointment and embarrassment washed over her. Her face felt hot. She wished she could find a crack in the ground to hide in. Lin Yi looked at her suddenly dim expression and felt a pang in his heart. Did he just kill the mood? He glanced at his bowl and then at Xia Wanqing's bowl. Suddenly, he had a flash of inspiration and thought of a way to remedy the situation. He picked up a piece of his favorite braised pork from his bowl with his chopsticks and, in a swift motion, placed it in Xia Wanqing's bowl. Xia Wanqing was stunned. She looked at the shiny piece of braised pork in her bowl, which looked delicious, and then at Lin Yi, who had a proud expression that seemed to say, "I'm doing you a favor." She didn't understand what he meant by this. Lin Yi noticed her silly expression, cleared his throat to hide his awkwardness, and said in an extremely casual yet suggestive tone, "I don't like shrimp. I prefer meat. So next time, you know what to do, right?" Chapter 30. Xia Wanqing's Misunderstanding. Is he my fan? Xia Wanqing stared at the shiny piece of braised pork in her bowl, completely dumbfounded. Her brain short-circuited due to Lin Yi's statement, which was loaded with information. What did he mean? He doesn't like shrimp and likes meat. So next time, does that mean I should give him meat instead of shrimp? How could he say this so confidently and naturally? Xia Wanqing felt her cheeks were as red as if they had been steamed in a hot pot, hot enough to bleed. Her heart felt like it had been placed in a boiling hot pot, bubbling with happiness. So that is how it is. He isn't rejecting me. P.S. just telling me his preferences? He just want me to understand him better? This man, this damn, contradictory proud man. Xia Wanqing's heart felt like it had been turned upside down in a jar of honey, sweet to the point of being overwhelming. The momentary disappointment and embarrassment for being rejected vanished instantly, replaced by an unprecedented, immense joy. She looked at the man across from her, who was pretending to be deeply focused on battling a plate of beef tripe. She felt like she had discovered a tremendous secret about him. He must be my fan. Moreover, he is the ultimate proud fan who loves you, but finds it hard to express. Otherwise, how could he be so nice to her? He cooks for her, fixes the elevator for her, and comforts her when she is at her lowest. He even asked for her autograph in such an awkward way. Everything has only one explanation. That is, he likes me. He has a crush on me. This realization struck Xia Wanqing like a bolt of lightning, immersing her in an immense, surreal happiness. She looked at Lin Yi, and her gaze was no longer filled with mere curiosity and admiration. Instead, it was mixed with a peculiar sense of fulfillment, akin to discovering that her idol was also her fan. She picked up her chopsticks, grabbed the piece of braised pork that Lin Yi had given her, and put it in her mouth. Delicious. She felt it was the best piece of braised pork she had ever eaten in her life. What are you looking at? Lin Yi was a bit unnerved by her sparkling, maternal gaze. If you keep looking, the meat in the pot will all be gone. Oh. Xia Wanqing snapped back to reality and quickly lowered her head to continue her battle. This time, however, her target was very clear. She specifically picked the meat from the pot to put in Lin Yi's bowl. Fatty beef rolls, lamb slices, luncheon meat, crispy meat. Before long, a mountain of meat had piled up in Lin Yi's bowl. Lin Yi looked at the mountain of meat in his bowl and then at Xia Wanqing, who had a face that seemed to say, "Praise me for how well I'm performing." He felt like he had fallen into yet another trap set by this woman. He had merely mentioned that he liked meat. Did she really need to be this enthusiastic? Looking at Xia Wanqing's bright, expectant eyes, he suddenly felt like he had become a kept man by a wealthy woman. All right. He helplessly stopped Xia Wanqing's chopsticks that were still piling meat into his bowl. That's enough. If you keep adding, I might have to call the police. Xia Wanqing reluctantly put down her chopsticks upon hearing this. She smiled at Lin Yi, her eyes curving into crescent moons. Then take your time eating. If it's not enough, I'll add more for you. Lin Yi felt like he had dug a pit for himself. A hot pot meal ended in this bizarre yet sweet atmosphere of one person frantically feeding and the other helplessly accepting. After dinner, Xia Wanqing stood up voluntarily. I'll wash the dishes. Her tone was filled with enthusiasm and initiative. Lin Yi glanced at her. Are you sure? It seems like you have enough dishes at home. Xia Wanqing's face flushed. Not this time. I promise. She patted her chest, assuring him. I specifically learned how to wash dishes online today. Lin Yi looked at her earnest expression and fell silent. He really wanted to refuse, but seeing his game, which still had half left to play, and Xia Wanqing's eager eyes, he ultimately compromised. Fine, but be careful. That Pikachu bowl is my favorite. If you break it, you'll have to buy me a new one. Don't worry. I guarantee I'll complete the task. Xia Wanqing, like a soldier receiving a military order, confidently picked up the dishes and headed to the kitchen. Lin Yi shook his head while watching her back. He felt like he was increasingly at a loss with this woman. He returned to his throne, put on his headphones, and prepared to continue his ranking endeavors. In the kitchen, the sound of water splashing and Xia Wanqing's off-key, cheerful humming could be heard. Listening to these sounds, Lin Yi felt a sense of calm and warmth in his heart. He suddenly thought that this feeling of one person playing games in front while the other washes dishes, even if it was just washing dishes, behind him was actually quite nice. Just as he was about to start his first game, the corner of his eye caught sight of the delivery box he had casually placed on the table. Sent from his sister, Lin Yi. He remembered that the matter of the autograph still hadn't been resolved. He sighed, took off his headphones, and walked into the kitchen. In the kitchen, Xia Wanqing was wearing an apron that read, "I'm a genius," humming a song, and seriously battling a pile of foam. Although her movements were still a bit clumsy, she had indeed improved a lot since last time. At least she didn't create any chemical weapons this time. "Hey!" Lin Yi leaned against the kitchen door and called out to her. "Huh?" Xia Wanqing turned her head, a bit of white foam still on her face, looking particularly cute. About the autograph, Lin Yi started, feeling a bit awkward. "Oh, right." Xia Wanqing quickly wiped her hands. "What about the poster? Did your friend send it?" Her eyes sparkled with anticipation. Lin Yi took out the delivery box from behind him. "It's here. Is it convenient for you to sign now?" "Convenient? Of course it's convenient." Xia Wanqing's tone was unprecedentedly positive. She turned off the faucet, untied her apron, and was about to head outside. "What about the pen? What kind of pen should she use to sign? A marker or a ballpoint pen? Where would be the best place to sign? On the face or on the clothes? By the way, what is the name of that friend of yours? Should I write a note for him too?" She fired off a series of questions like a machine gun, even more invested than Lin Yi himself. Lin Yi looked at her, who seemed even more excited than he was, and felt it was strange. Why was she so enthusiastic? It was just a signature, wasn't it? Did it require such a fuss? He looked at Xia Wanqing and tentatively asked, "You seem very happy?" "Yes." Xia Wanqing did not hide her joy. "It's the first time I'm signing for my fans." She emphasized the word fans. Then she looked at Lin Yi, her eyes filled with teasing and laughter. Lin Yi's heart skipped a beat. He felt like he had revealed something. He looked at Xia Wanqing and asked in an uncertain tone, "What do you mean? Aren't my fans your friends?" Xia Wanqing laughed even more happily at his stubborn expression. She walked in front of Lin Yi, stood on her tiptoes, and leaned close to his ear. Then, in a voice only they could hear, laced with sweetness and mischief, she whispered, "Yes, your friend is actually you." Chapter 31. Assistance from a dreamy book fan. Lin Yi was petrified. He stood at the kitchen door, looking at Xia Wanqing, who was so close he could smell the fragrant blend of dish soap and gardenia on her. His mind went blank. What did she mean? My friend is me? Did she think I was her fan? Did she think I was too embarrassed to ask for a signature? So, I made up a friend? Oh my God. Lin Yi felt like he had fallen into a sweet trap woven from countless beautiful misunderstandings. He looked at Xia Wanqing's sparkling eyes filled with laughter. He found he couldn't refute her. What could he say? "You misunderstood. I'm not your fan. I just wanted to help my sister, who is your crazy fan." "Get a signature? No way." Saying that would be too hurtful and too much of a buzzkill. He looked at Xia Wanqing's face, slightly flushed with excitement and shyness. Suddenly, he had a bold and shameless idea. He decided to go along with the misunderstanding. He cleared his throat to cover his awkwardness. Then he took a step back, creating some distance between him and Xia Wanqing. He looked at her with a feigned calmness, although his ears were slightly red, and said in a pretentious tone, "You, don't talk nonsense. Who is your fan? I just think your poster is all right. My friend, his eyesight isn't great. I was afraid he would sign in the wrong place, so I reluctantly offered to supervise." Xia Wanqing listened to his excuse, which was full of holes and arguably the worst excuse in history. Instead of getting angry, she laughed even more. She looked at Lin Yi, who was clearly exposed yet still stubborn. She thought he was simply too adorable. "All right," she nodded and said cooperatively. "Then, please help me supervise, Mr. Good Eyes." As she said this, she took the package from Lin Yi's hands. Then, like a kitten who had received its favorite toy, she hugged the box and walked to the coffee table in the living room. She carefully opened the box. Inside was a rolled-up, gigantic poster. The poster featured a still from a costume fantasy drama she had previously shot. In the photo, she was dressed in white, ethereal and beautiful, looking unlike an ordinary person. "Wow, your friend is quite the eye," Xia Wanqing said while unfolding the poster, implying something. "You picked this one, my favorite." Lin Yi followed behind her, watching her back, feeling a mix of emotions. He felt like he had stepped onto a path of no return, a path filled with sweet misunderstandings. "What about the pen?" Xia Wanqing turned back and asked. "Oh, it's here." Lin Yi took out a black oil-based marker from the nearby drawer. Xia Wanqing took the pen, unscrewed the cap. She looked at the giant poster, then at Lin Yi, with a mischievous smile on her face. "Mr. Supervisor, what do you think I should sign?" Lin Yi looked at her knowingly asking expression, feeling a bit helpless. "Anywhere. Then I'll sign on your heart, okay?" Xia Wanqing's voice was soft and gentle, carrying a hint of teasing. Lin Yi's heart skipped a beat. He felt his face getting a bit hot. He quickly turned his head, pretending to look at the night view outside. "Whatever." His voice felt a bit floaty. Xia Wanqing looked at his cute, flustered expression and couldn't help but laugh. She stopped teasing him. She took the pen and signed her name in the lower right corner of the poster, the most inconspicuous yet perfectly fitting spot. Xia Wanqing. The three characters flowed smoothly, ethereal, and lively, just like her. After signing, she thought for a moment. Then she added a small, delicate line next to her name, "To my cutest friend. May you eat delicious meals every day." After finishing, she satisfiedly put down the pen. She looked at her masterpiece, then glanced at the man still pretending to admire the view by the window. Her heart was filled with sweetness. The next day, when Chun Mingming came to work, she was holding a carefully rolled poster tube. As soon as she entered, she rushed to Xia Wanqing. "Sister Wanqing, quick, give it to me." Her voice was filled with excitement and impatience. Xia Wanqing smiled at her eagerness. "What's the rush?" She picked up the poster she had re-rolled and tied with a pretty ribbon from the table. "Here, take it. This is a gift from your great deity." Chun Mingming's eyes lit up instantly. She took the poster and, with almost trembling hands, untied the ribbon. Then, she carefully unfolded the poster. When she saw the beautiful signature and the cute line, she gasped and screamed, "Oh my God, it's a signature. It really is a signature. To my cutest friend. Deity. No, Sister Wanqing, are you talking about me? And I can eat delicious meals every day. Sister Wanqing, are you hinting that I can often go over to the deity's house for meals?" Her imagination and speed of speech were astonishing. Xia Wanqing looked at her and felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. "You're overthinking it. This is for your great deity. I just asked you to deliver it." Chun Mingming paused for a moment. Then she looked at the signature and then at Xia Wanqing's smiling face. Suddenly, she seemed to understand something. A very lewd, ant-like smile appeared on her face. "Oh," she elongated her voice. I understand. I'm the tool responsible for conveying emotions." Xia Wanqing's face turned red from what she said. "What nonsense." She reached out and gently hit Chun Mingming. Chun Mingming, holding the poster, laughed even more happily. "Sister Wanqing, don't worry. I'm definitely a professional tool. I promise to perfectly complete all the tasks you give me." As she spoke, she winked at Xia Wanqing. However, her tone suddenly became a bit gossipy. "Sister Wanqing, how far have you and my family's great god developed now? I see you two are delivering meals, pots, and signatures. This relationship is not ordinary." Xia Wanqing's face turned even redder. "You don't guess randomly. We're just ordinary neighbors." "Neighbors?" Chun Mingming curled her lips, looking disbelieving. "I don't believe it. What kind of neighbors are like this? Besides, he's a legend for 1,000 years. He's the man who wrote so many outstanding female characters in his books. How high must his standards be? A woman who can be liked by him and is so good to him." Chun Mingming looked at Xia Wanqing, her eyes full of affirmation. "Sister Wanqing, you are definitely his type." Hearing this, Xia Wanqing felt sweet inside, but she still pretended to be tough. "How do you know?" "Of course I know." Chun Mingming's tone was exceptionally certain. "I'm a die-hard fan of the great god. I've analyzed all his books. I found that all the female protagonists he writes have a common point." "What common point?" Xia Wanqing asked curiously. Chun Mingming leaned close to her ear, lowered her voice, and said something that made Xia Wanqing's heart skip a beat. "On the surface, they all appear to be aloof, powerful, and goddesses who are unworldly. But in reality, their hearts are very pure and kind. Moreover, their ability to take care of themselves is roughly zero." Xia Wanqing. She felt as if her knee had been hit by an arrow. She looked at Chen Mingming with an extremely complicated tone and asked, "So you think the reason he is good to me is just because I look like one of his female protagonists? And I'm the kind who can't take care of myself?" Chapter 32. A camel at night. During a power outage, Xia Wanqing was unsettled all day by Chen Mingming's god-level analysis. She felt as if she had been seen through. Did that great god she had never met really see her as one of those female protagonists who can't take care of themselves? This thought made her feel both shy and angry, with a hint of indescribable joy. That night, heavy rain poured down in Tianhai City. Thunder roared, and lightning split the night sky, as if the heavens were about to collapse. Xia Wanqing was home alone. Sophie and Chen Mingming had left work early due to the weather. She felt a bit scared. Since childhood, she had been afraid of thunder. Cuddling a pillow, she curled up on the sofa, trembling as she watched the terrifying scene of flashes of lightning and booming thunder outside the window. She wanted to send Lin Yi a message to ask what he was doing, but she felt like she didn't have a suitable reason. She couldn't just say, "I'm scared of thunder. Come keep me company." That would be too dramatic. Just as she was in a dilemma, a soft sound echoed. Suddenly, the entire room was plunged into darkness. The power was out. Xia Wanqing's scream got stuck in her throat. In her world, there was only the pale flashes of lightning outside and the deafening rolling thunder, as well as her heart, which was pounding so hard it felt like it might jump out of her throat. Darkness and thunder were the two things she feared the most. And now, both had come together. Tears fell down her cheeks uncontrollably. She felt like a poor little girl abandoned by the whole world. She took out her phone and turned on the flashlight. The faint light gave her a little bit of safety. Trembling, she opened Lin Yi's WeChat. She didn't care about anything else. She just wanted to hear that man's voice. Almost instinctively, she pressed the voice call button. The phone rang for a long time without anyone answering. Xia Wanqing's heart sank little by little. Was he asleep? Or did he just not want to talk to her? Just as she was about to lose hope, the call was answered. "Hello?" Lin Yi's lazy voice, tinged with a hint of annoyance at being disturbed, came through the receiver. "Woo." As soon as Xia Wanqing heard his voice, she couldn't hold back her tears any longer. Lin Yi on the other end was taken aback. "Hello? Xia Wanqing? What's wrong? Why are you crying?" "I am scared." Xia Wanqing's voice was thick with tears. "My house has no power." Lin Yi fell silent for 2 seconds. Then Xia Wanqing heard rustling sound from his end, followed by his exasperated voice. "Grandma, were you a light bulb in your past life? Why do you always have bad luck with electricity?" Although he was complaining, Xia Wanqing felt that her panicked heart miraculously calmed down the moment she heard his voice. "Don't hang up," she pleaded softly. "I want to hang up." Lin Yi's voice was very straightforward. "Stay home and don't move. I'll come over." After saying that, he hung up the phone. Xia Wanqing stared blankly at the ended call screen. He's coming over? On a terrifying night filled with lightning and thunder? A huge wave of warmth surged in her heart. She hugged her phone, sitting quietly in the dark, waiting. Not long after, knock, knock, knock. The door to her house was knocked on. It was rhythmic and steady. Xia Wanqing hurriedly ran over and opened the door. Lin Yi stood at the door, still wearing his classic white shirt and big shorts. He wasn't holding a flashlight. Instead, he had 2 burning white candles in his hands. The candlelight flickered, casting his face in alternating light and shadow, dispelling all the darkness and fear in Xia Wanqing's heart. "You." Xia Wanqing looked at him and was momentarily at a loss for words. "What are you dawdling for?" Lin Yi walked in with a bit of annoyance. "Aren't you going to invite me in to sit?" "Oh, sorry." Xia Wanqing quickly stepped aside. Lin Yi walked into the living room and placed the candles on the coffee table. He then pulled out a lighter and a box of scented candles from his pocket. He skillfully lit each scented candle and placed them in various corners of the living room. Soon, the entire room was illuminated by warm, flickering candlelight. The air began to fill with a pleasant, faint sandalwood scent, creating a calming and relaxing atmosphere. Xia Wanqing watched all of this in astonishment. She didn't expect Lin Yi to have such things at home. How could a big man like him like scented candles? "What are you looking at?" Lin Yi waved his hand in front of her. "Haven't you seen a handsome guy light candles before?" Xia Wanqing snapped back to reality, her face turning red. "How do you have these things?" "Oh," Lin Yi casually said. "Last time there was a power outage, the property management sent this. They said it was to soothe the owner's emotions. I haven't used it, just left it there." Xia Wanqing felt like she had discovered another strange piece of knowledge about the Yun Ding Tiangong. The property service here is so thoughtful, right? They even prepared scented candles to calm emotions. The two of them sat across from each other in the candlelight. No one spoke. Outside the window, there were still flashes of lightning and thunder. But inside the room, it was very quiet and warm. Only the candles emitted soft crackling sounds of burning. Xia Wanqing looked at the man opposite her, whose profile appeared particularly gentle in the candlelight. Her heart began to race uncontrollably again. She felt that on such a night, in such an atmosphere, it seemed very suitable for something to happen. She gathered her courage and broke the silence. Why are you so nice to me? She asked the question she had always wanted to ask. Lin Yi was taken aback by her words. He looked at Xia Wanqing and her eyes, which appeared particularly bright and full of expectation in the candlelight. He knew what she wanted to hear, but he deliberately refused to let her have her way. He smiled and said in a half-joking tone, "Because I see you look a bit like the female lead in my future novel. And also, a kind of person who can't take care of herself. I'm experiencing life in advance, looking for inspiration." Xia Wanqing's expression froze. She felt like her knee had been hit by an arrow again. And it was the same person who shot her in the same place with the same arrow. She looked at Lin Yi, who had a smug and teasing expression. She knew he was taking revenge for her teasing him about the signed photo last time. This man, he really holds a grudge. She retorted somewhat unwillingly, "Who can't take care of themselves? That was just an occasional mistake." "Oh," Lin Yi raised an eyebrow. "Is that so? Then may I ask, Miss Xia, who could take care of herself, have you paid your electricity bill?" Xia Wanqing was stunned for a moment. Electricity bill? What electricity bill? Lin Yi sighed as he looked at her bewildered expression. He took out his phone and opened a message. It was from the property management. There was a prominent red notification. "Warm reminder, due to line maintenance in this area, Building 32 will experience a temporary power outage from 10 p.m. to 11 p.m. tonight for 1 hour. Please prepare in advance. We apologize for any inconvenience caused." The notification was published this afternoon. He held his phone out to Xia Wanqing. "So, do you understand now? Our floor isn't experiencing an unexpected power outage. It's a planned line maintenance. Only you, the little genius who doesn't even read property notifications, would think the sky is falling." Xia Wanqing looked at the notification and then at Lin Yi's face, filled with a caring yet mocking expression. Her face instantly turned red, from her cheeks to her ears. She wished she could find a crack in the ground to hide in. So embarrassing. So embarrassing. She actually cried and shouted to call him over because of a scheduled temporary power outage, and even had him light a room full of candles. She felt like she had never experienced such social death in her life. She looked at Lin Yi and, in a voice that was about to cry, asked, "So you knew all along? Then why didn't you tell me?" Chapter 33. Confessions in the Dark. She speaks of her fatigue for the first time. Lin Yi looked at Xia Wanqing, who seemed ready to sink into the ground, feeling both amused and exasperated. He slowly put away his phone. Then, leaning back on the sofa, he answered her profound question in an extremely innocent tone. "Why should I tell you?" Xia Wanqing suddenly looked up at him, her eyes filled with accusations of him bullying her. "Lin Yi Shuruk, when you called me, crying and shouting that your home exploded, I didn't have time to explain so much. I had to first confirm whether you, this human-shaped disaster, had also blown yourself up in the process." His words were meant to tease, but Xia Wanqing could hear the hidden concern in his tone. She knew he rushed over because he was worried about her safety, even neglecting to explain. The shame and anger she felt from her social embarrassment were instantly replaced by a warm current in her heart. Her eyes reddened again. However, this time was not from fear or embarrassment, but from being touched. "You." She looked at Lin Yi, her voice choked. "Why are you so annoying?" She said she disliked him, but her tone was as soft as a piece of cotton candy about to melt. Lin Yi saw her like this and knew he couldn't tease her anymore. If he continued, this girl might really cry. He sighed, and his tone softened as well. "All right, it's not a big deal. It's just a misunderstanding of the notification, right? Who hasn't made a mistake before?" He tried to comfort her. However, as soon as he did, the string of strength that had been tightly wound in Xia Wanqing snapped completely at that moment. She could no longer hold back. She covered her face with her hands, her shoulders beginning to shake uncontrollably. Low, suppressed sobs escaped through her fingers. She cried. Cried like a child who had suffered a great injustice. Lin Yi was a bit at a loss. He was most afraid of women crying, especially beautiful women like Xia Wanqing. When they cried, he felt like he had committed some unforgivable crime. Hey, he said awkwardly. Don't cry. I didn't say anything about you. Why are you crying? Xia Wanqing didn't answer him. She just kept crying, as if she wanted to release all the grievances, pressure, and fatigue she had been feeling through her tears. Lin Yi watched her, feeling a lump in his throat as well. He knew she wasn't crying because of the power outage. The power outage was just a trigger. What was ignited was the volcano of emotions that had been building up in her heart for a long time. He fell silent. He didn't try to comfort her anymore. He simply sat quietly beside her, placing a whole box of tissues within her reach. Then he just accompanied her, letting her vent freely in her own world. After an unknown amount of time, Xia Wanqing's crying gradually subsided. She lifted her head, her pretty peach blossom eyes swollen and red, looking like two ripe peaches. Her face was streaked with tears, looking pitiful. Are you done crying? Lin Yi asked her softly. Xia Wanqing sniffled and nodded. Her voice was very hoarse. After crying, wipe your tears. Lin Yi took out a tissue and handed it to her. Xia Wanqing took it. Thank you. She wiped her tears but still kept her head down, not daring to look into Lin Yi's eyes. She felt that her earlier appearance must have been very ugly and awkward. She wanted to say something to explain her earlier loss of composure. But Lin Yi spoke first. If you don't want to smile, then don't. His voice was light and gentle, like the soft patter of rain outside, tapping at the heart. Xia Wanqing was taken aback and looked up at him. Lin Yi didn't look at her. He was just gazing at the flickering candlelight in front of him, speaking to himself. I used to be just like you. I thought that as long as I wore a mask of a smile, I could keep all my troubles at bay. I thought that as long as I worked hard enough, I could get everything I wanted. But later, I found out I was wrong. His gaze became somewhat distant, as if he had penetrated through time and space to see the version of himself that had been suffocated in another world. Some things don't matter how hard you try. Some people want tea like you just because you try to please them. The more you want to prove yourself, the more you'll become the person others see you as. And little by little, you'll lose yourself. Xia Wanqing listened quietly. She felt that every word Lin Yi said was like a key, unlocking the tightly locked door in her heart that she had never dared to touch. Behind the door was her real self, exhausted and wrapped in halos and applause. She opened her mouth, her voice a bit dry. I actually hate being a star. This was the first time she had shared her most genuine thoughts with someone else. Even Sophie didn't know. I hate living under the spotlight every day. I hate that I have to be careful with every word I say and every action I take. I hate those hypocritical banquets and those greasy smiles. I even hate myself. I hate the Xia Wanqing who always keeps a perfect smile in front of the camera. Her voice lowered more and more until it carried a hint of deep self-loathing. Sometimes I really envy you. She raised her head to look at Lin Yi. Her tear-streaked eyes were filled with longing. I envy you for being able to live so freely, so casually. You could do whatever you want. If you want to lie down, you can lie down. You don't have to care about anyone's gaze. Lin Yi listened to her confessions, and a ripple stirred in his heart. He hadn't expected that this radiant woman, who appeared to have everything from the outside, would feel so lonely and exhausted inside. He looked at her and suddenly smiled. You only see what I want you to see, he said lightly. Xia Wanqing was taken aback. What do you mean? Lin Yi didn't answer her directly. He just looked at her with a very serious and gentle tone and said, Xia Wanqing, You haven't become the person others see you as. You just haven't found your true self yet. Once you find it, you'll realize that being a star isn't so bad after all. And this so-called free slacker, isn't as carefree as you think. His words were somewhat mysterious. Xia Wanqing listened, feeling a bit of understanding, but she sensed that her confused heart seemed to be illuminated just a little bit. Just then, bang, a light sound echoed. All the lights in the room instantly turned on. The power was back. The sudden brightness made both of them a bit unaccustomed. They instinctively squinted their eyes. When they opened them again, the ambiguous atmosphere that allowed them to bare their hearts in the dark had disappeared, replaced by a somewhat awkward silence. Ahem. Lin Yi lightly coughed and stood up. The power is back. I should go. Oh, okay. Xia Wanqing stood up as well. her face still a bit flushed, not daring to look at Lin Yi. Lin Yi walked to the door and changed into his slippers. Before leaving, he turned back to glance at the woman who was still standing there in a daze. After a moment's thought, he said, "Hey." Xia Wanqing looked up. Lin Yi looked at her, the corners of his mouth lifting into a familiar and mischievous smile. "Although you look pretty ugly when you cry, it's much better than your fake smile." After saying that, he opened the door and walked out, leaving Xia Wanqing standing there alone, stunned for a long time. Then, she couldn't help but chuckle. She felt that her long silent heart had been completely activated by this annoying man at that moment. She looked at the closed door and whispered in a voice only she could hear, "So, did you think I looked ugly or good just now?" Chapter 34. Lin Yi's Comfort. Sometimes, just let it go. Lin Yi returned home. He didn't immediately go play games. Instead, he walked to the balcony. He pulled back the curtains and looked at the city night view that had been washed clean by the rain. His mood was somewhat complicated. He originally wanted to be a slacker who didn't compete with the world. He thought that as long as he was lazy enough and had a laid-back attitude, he could keep all troubles at bay. But now, he realized he was wrong. Some troubles would come knocking on your door. For example, the big star neighbor across the hall, who was both foolish and prone to crying. He recalled how Xia Wanqing had cried like a rain-soaked pear blossom under the candlelight earlier. He also remembered her sharing thoughts she had never voiced to anyone else. His heart felt gently nudged by something, soft, a bit numb, and a bit painful. He found that he couldn't really ignore this woman. Damn, he cursed softly. He felt that his lifelong plan to be a slacker might really be doomed before it even began. He irritably ran his fingers through his hair. Then, he took out his phone and opened the WeChat contact he had labeled as Big Trouble. He stared at the blank chat box, hesitating for a long time. He wanted to say something, but didn't know what to say. Don't be sad. Too kitsch. Everything will be okay. Too cheesy. He felt that any comfort in the face of the immense pressure Xia Wanqing faced from the entire entertainment industry seemed so pale and powerless. He thought for a while and then opened the music app. He found the healing piano piece from Earth that he had played last time. He shared this piece with Xia Wanqing, adding a line, "Lin Yi, if you can't sleep, listen to this. Lin Yi, don't overthink. Lin Yi, the sky won't fall down." After sending it, he quickly tossed his phone aside like a child who had done something bad, pretending as if nothing had happened. Across the hall, Xia Wanqing had just finished her shower. She was sitting on the bed in a comfortable silk nightgown, drying her still slightly damp hair. Her mood had improved a lot compared to earlier. Although her eyes were still a bit red and swollen, the huge stone that had been pressing down on her heart seemed to have been moved just a little. She recalled what Lin Yi had just said to her. "If you don't want to smile, then don't smile. Your crying face, though ugly, is much better than your fake smile." The corners of her mouth couldn't help but curve slightly upward. This man was truly a strange yet gentle contradiction. Just then her phone chimed. It was a message from Lin Yi. She quickly opened it and saw the piano piece she was very familiar with, along with 3 sentences filled with Lin Yi's characteristic domineering yet awkward comfort. Xia Wanqing was stunned. She clicked on the piece. The familiar, gentle melody slowly flowed out of her phone, exactly the same as what she heard last night. It turned out this soothing piece really existed. It wasn't just her imagination. She looked at the 3 sentences Lin Yi had sent. "If you can't sleep, listen to this. Don't overthink. The sky won't fall." Her eyes turned red again, but this time it was from happiness. She felt as if her heart, which had been adrift for so long, had finally found a harbor to dock. She sniffled and replied, "Xia Wanqing, thank you. Xia Wanqing, the piece is beautiful. Xia Wanqing, but I'm still a bit unable to sleep." She added a cute little cat emoji. Lin Yi replied instantly. "Lin Yi, why?" "Xia Wanqing, because every time I close my eyes, I think about filming tomorrow." "Xia Wanqing, just the thought of facing those people and those things makes me feel exhausted." "Xia Wanqing, I feel like a clockwork puppet that can never stop." Lin Yi looked at the messages she sent and fell silent. He could feel the deep sense of helplessness from that woman on the other side of the screen. He thought for a moment and then typed a line. Then occasionally just let it all go. Xia Wanqing was taken aback. "Xia Wanqing, let it go?" Lin Yi, yes. Lin Yi, it means not doing anything, not thinking about anything. Lin Yi, turn off your phone and forget about work. Lin Yi, probably be a useless person for a day. Xia Wanqing looked at the word useless and couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. Xia Wanqing, but I'm scared. Xia Wanqing, Sister Fei will kill me. Xia Wanqing, and there are so many engagements and work waiting for me. Xia Wanqing, I'm not you. I don't have the right to let it go. Lin Yi frowned at this message. He felt provoked by her words. Lin Yi, who says you don't have that right? Lin Yi, I give you that right. Xia Wanqing's heart skipped a beat. Xia Wanqing, what do you mean? Lin Yi, aren't you filming tomorrow? Lin Yi, what time? Xia Wanqing, 8 in the morning. Lin Yi, where? Xia Wanqing sent him the address of the filming location. Then she saw Lin Yi send a message that shocked her so much she almost jumped out of bed. Lin Yi, got it. Lin Yi, I'll pick you up at 7 tomorrow morning. Lin Yi, we're not going to the filming location. Lin Yi, I'm taking you to a good place. Lin Yi, let you experience what it truly means to let it go. Xia Wanqing stared at this message, completely dumbfounded. He wants to skip work with me? Is he crazy? If Sister Fei finds out, she will go crazy. The entire crew will go crazy. Xia Wanqing, no, that's too risky. She hurriedly refused. But Lin Yi sent a reply she couldn't argue against. Lin Yi, didn't you say you can't portray that character? Lin, didn't you say you don't understand what it means to disregard everything for yourself? Lin Yi, tomorrow I'll teach you. Lin Yi, think of it as an experiential acting lesson. Lin Yi, the tuition is very expensive. Lin Yi, just use a future big meal as payment. Xia Wanqing looked at Lin Yi's words, filled with fallacies, yet somehow seeming reasonable. She fell silent. She felt her heart wildly swaying. Logic told her she couldn't do this. It was too crazy, too irresponsible. But her emotions urged her on. Go for it. Be reckless just this once. Live for yourself just this once. She remembered what Lin Yi had said to her before. When you find your true self, you'll realize being a star isn't that bad. Suddenly, she really wanted to know what kind of person Xia Wanqing would be if she dared to skip the entire crew for herself. She took a deep breath and then typed a word that might change her entire life. Xia Wanqing, okay. After sending it, she tossed her phone aside. She felt as if her heart was about to leap out of her throat. It was both tense and thrilling, with a sense of unprecedented relief and exhilaration. She lay on her bed, listening to the gentle piano piece, and couldn't help but smile broadly. She felt as if this man was truly going to lead her astray. But this feeling of being led astray seemed quite nice. She suddenly looked forward to tomorrow's arrival. She stared at the ceiling and asked softly in a tone full of anticipation. So, that good place you mentioned, it isn't the artificial lake downstairs from your house, right? Chapter 35, Uninvited Guests. The infiltration of paparazzi the next day. At 6:30 in the morning, Xia Wanqing, for the first time, couldn't sleep. She spent the entire night filled with excitement and nervousness. She kept thinking about what clothes to wear to match Lin Yi's so-called letting it go journey. And she thought about how to explain herself if Sister Fei found out. It felt like an elementary school student going on a spring outing, both excited and scared. She got up early and spent a long time in her closet. In the end, she chose the simplest outfit that didn't look like a big star at all: a white hoodie, light blue jeans, and a pair of clean white shoes. She even deliberately wore a black baseball cap and a pair of black frame glasses. Looking at her reflection in the mirror, she saw a youthful and vibrant girl next door. She smiled in satisfaction. She felt that this version of herself was worthy of going out with Lin Yi to let it go. At 7 o'clock sharp, the doorbell rang on time. Xia Wanqing's heart skipped a beat. She quickly ran over to open the door. Standing at the door was Lin Yi. Today, he wasn't wearing his classic white shirt and big shorts. Instead, he had changed into a very casual sports outfit, a black hoodie and gray sweatpants, which made his already tall figure look even more upright. His hair was also obviously well-groomed, looking fresh and handsome. The two of them stood at the door, looking at each other, and both caught a glimpse of a little surprise and an unspoken understanding in each other's eyes. Ahem. It was Lin Yi who spoke first. Ready? Xia Wanqing nodded vigorously. Then let's go. Lin Yi turned around and pressed the elevator button. Where are we going? Xia Wanqing asked softly, following him. You'll know when we get there. Lin Yi said. The two of them entered the elevator, which descended steadily. Xia Wanqing's heart raced, thumping nonstop. She felt like a little girl secretly eloping with her boyfriend. This feeling was exhilarating. However, she didn't notice that in a room of the building opposite theirs, A telephoto lens was silently aimed at them. Behind the lens were a pair of eyes filled with greed and excitement. Boss, boss, the fish is on the hook. A man with a goatee, looking quite sleazy, whispered excitedly into a walkie-talkie. His name was Windwalker, the most infamous and feared paparazzi leader in the industry. He had been lurking here for almost a week to capture material on Xia Wanqing. Good things come to those who wait. Today, he finally got his chance. Did you get the shot? Another equally excited voice came through the walkie-talkie. Got it. High definition. Windwalker looked at the photo in his camera of Lin Yi and Xia Wanqing standing side by side, entering the elevator, and he couldn't help but grin widely. A mysterious man left Xia Wanqing's residence early in the morning, and they were both wearing couple outfits. This was definitely a sensational exclusive. Well done. Keep following them. Let's see where they go. Don't worry, boss. I won't lose them. Windwalker hung up the walkie-talkie, quickly packed up his gear, and stealthily slipped out of the room like a nimble gecko. In the underground parking garage, Lin Yi took Xia Wanqing to a seemingly low-key but actually expensive black SUV. Get in. He opened the passenger door. Xia Wanqing obediently sat inside. She looked at the luxurious, tech-filled interior of the car and once again gained a new understanding of Lin Yi's financial power. How many more surprises did this man have hidden? Lin Yi started the car and slowly drove out of the garage. The vehicle merged into the morning traffic. As Xia Wanqing watched the familiar street scenery retreat outside the window, her heart was filled with anticipation. She didn't know where Lin Yi would take her, but she knew it would surely be a very special journey. She turned her head to sneak a glance at Lin Yi, who was focused on driving. His profile looked particularly handsome in the morning light. A man who drives seriously is indeed the most attractive. Just as she was getting lost in thought, Lin Yi suddenly spoke. Stop looking. His tone was very casual. If you keep looking, I'll start charging you. Xia Wanqing's face turned red. She quickly diverted her gaze. Who is looking at you? She said quietly, trying to sound tough. Lin Yi chuckled, but didn't say anything further. He simply focused on driving. However, out of the corner of his eye, he discreetly glanced at the seemingly ordinary silver van following closely behind them through the rearview mirror. A cold smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth. He had noticed it long ago. From the moment they exited the elevator, he felt the sense of being watched. Although he was just a project manager in his past life, he had undergone some counter-surveillance training due to work. He was unusually sensitive to the feeling of being followed. Initially, he didn't want to pay it any mind. After all, he was just a dead fish. Being photographed didn't matter much. But now it was different. Xia Wanqing was beside him. He couldn't let her be harmed because of him. He looked at the van that was getting closer in the rearview mirror, and a flicker of cold, killing intent flashed in his eyes. It seemed some flies wouldn't learn their lesson without a little punishment. He subtly turned the steering wheel, and the car turned into a narrow alley that looked quite secluded. Huh, where are we going? Xia Wanqing asked curiously as she looked outside at the increasingly unfamiliar environment. Taking a shortcut, Lin Yi replied casually. The vehicle twisted and turned in the narrow alley. The van followed closely behind. Windwalker sat in the car, looking at the increasingly remote route on the navigation, and felt a bit puzzled. Why were these two young people, early in the morning, not going to work or the film set, but coming to this desolate place? Then he thought of a possibility that excited him immensely. Could it be that they wanted to come to this deserted place for something thrilling? If he could capture that kind of photo, he'd really hit the jackpot. Thinking of this, his heart raced. Hurry, keep up. Don't let them get away, he urged the driver. Just then, he saw the black SUV suddenly slam to a stop in the middle of the alley. What the hell? What's going on? The driver of the van was startled and quickly slammed on the brakes as well. The two cars faced off in the narrow alley. Then Windwalker saw the door of the SUV swing open. The mysterious man in the black hoodie stepped out of the car. He didn't look at them, but walked straight to the mouth of the alley. Then he picked up a brick from the roadside. Windwalker, he watched the man approach them step by step with the brick in hand. His face still bore that indifferent, nonchalant expression, but his eyes held a chilling smile that sent shivers down Windwalker's spine. Windwalker's heart dropped. He suddenly had a very, very bad feeling. He felt like he had provoked someone he shouldn't have. He watched the man with the brick getting closer and closer, his voice trembling as he spoke into the walkie-talkie with a near-crying tone. Boss, there's a situation. The fish seems to be hooked. but it looks like it wants to stew us along with it. Chapter 36. Lin Yi takes action to easily resolve the crisis inside the car. Xia Wanqing watched Lin Yi walk towards the van with the brick, completely stunned. Her mind went blank. What was he going to do? Was he going to fight? The thought startled her. She quickly pushed open the car door, ready to get out. Don't move. Lin Yi's voice was soft, but carried an undeniable command. He didn't turn around. Stay in the car. Lock the doors. Xia Wanqing's movements froze. She looked at Lin Yi's broad back, which gave a sense of security. Miraculously, her panicked heart settled down. She obeyed him without thinking. She sat back in the car and pressed the central locking button. Then she nervously watched outside through the car window. Lin Yi carried the heavy brick and walked up to the van. He said nothing. He simply looked at the few paparazzi inside the van with a gaze that felt like he was staring at the dead. Then, he raised his hand and gently tapped on the van's window. Bang, bang. The sound echoed clearly in the silent alley, striking like a heavy hammer on the hearts of the few inside. Inside the van, there was a deathly silence. No one dared to move or speak. They felt that the man outside the window was not human, but a devil, a handsome devil holding a brick. Seeing no response from inside, Lin Yi smiled. He weighed the brick in his hand and then spoke to the window in a casual tone, as if he were about to swat a fly. I'll count to 3. 3, 2. Before he could reach 1, the door of the van was suddenly pulled open from the inside. Feng Xing and the other 2 paparazzi tumbled out of the van, scrambling to their feet. They stood in a line before Lin Yi, heads down, hunched over like 3 students waiting for a teacher's scolding, trembling in fear. Big brother, Feng Xing, as the leader, mustered his courage to speak, his voice trembling. It's all a misunderstanding. We were just passing by. Lin Yi looked at his cowardly appearance and laughed. He casually threw the brick to the ground with a clang. The sound startled the 3 paparazzi, making them shiver again. Passing by? Lin Yi raised an eyebrow. Your route is quite unique. You passed from Yunding Tiangong all the way to this godforsaken alley? Are you using a navigation map? The paparazzi were sweating profusely. They knew they had encountered a tough opponent. Big brother, we were wrong. Feng Xing admitted defeat directly. We just want to take a few photos to make a living. We didn't recognize your status and offended you and Miss Xia. Please forgive us. As he spoke, he really intended to kneel before Lin Yi. Lin Yi frowned and took a step back. He hated the sight of such spineless cowards. Camera, he said softly. Feng Xing was taken aback. What? I said the camera. Take it out. Lin Yi's tone left no room for doubt. Feng Xing dared not disobey. He hurriedly retrieved the expensive, long-focus camera from the van, carefully handing it to Lin Yi as if it were a bomb. Lin Yi took it, weighed it, and commented not bad. Then, in front of the 3 paparazzi, he directly pulled the memory card out of the camera. He glanced at the card and then looked at Feng Xing, smiling. That smile seemed more terrifying than a devil to Feng Xing. There is quite a bit of content on here, Lin Yi said lightly. Not just from today. Looks like there are some from a few days ago, too. For instance, inside a private room at a certain restaurant. Upon hearing this, Feng Xing's face turned pale. How does he know? How could he possibly know that the hot search about Xia Wanqing and Gu Chun was also taken by him? He felt transparent in front of this man, with no secrets left to hide. Big brother. His voice was already cracking. I was wrong. I have an elderly mother and a 3-year-old child, depending on me for food. He began to play the victim. Lin Yi found his demeanor somewhat amusing. So what you mean is, if I harm you today, I would be the villain who broke up someone as happy family? Feng Xing didn't dare to speak, but his expression conveyed that very meaning. Lin Yi laughed. He hated when others played that card with him. He waved the small memory card in front of Feng Xing. I'm giving you 2 choices. First, I'll break this card and leave all 3 of you, along with your van, in this alley. Whether you can walk out unharmed depends on your luck. As he spoke, he glanced at the few thugs in the depths of the alley, smoking and looking menacingly this way. Those thugs were notorious in the area for collecting protection fees and extorting money. Feng Xing followed his gaze, and his legs went weak. He knew that if he fell into the hands of those people, he wouldn't just lose the camera. They would strip him of everything. What's the second choice? He asked, trembling. Lin Yi smiled. The second choice is simple. He returned the memory card to Feng Xing. Feng Xing was stunned. What do you mean? It means... Lin Yi said, a mysterious smile forming on his lips you take this card back. You can post the photos however you want. But, he paused for a moment. The captions need to be changed. Changed to what? Feng Xing asked cautiously. Lin Yi looked at him and said slowly. Change it to rising star Gu Chun maliciously ties the knot for attention, or Gu Chun's team bribes paparazzi to maliciously smear Xia Wanqing. Which title do you think is more explosive? Feng Xing was completely dumbfounded. He looked at Lin Yi as if he were looking at a devil who understood better than him how to manipulate public opinion. What kind of divine operation is this? Making him hammer himself? Forcing him to offend Gu Chun, the rising star? Behind Gu Chun is Tina Entertainment, one of the giants in the industry. If he did this, how could he survive in this circle in the future? What's the matter? Lin Yi asked, noticing his hesitation, and smiled. Is it hard to choose? How about I help you decide? He glanced again at the thugs who were now approaching with ill intentions. Feng Xing's cold sweat poured down. He knew he had no choice. Looking at Lin Yi, he spoke in a voice close to tears. I choose the second one. The second title is more explosive. Lin Yi nodded in satisfaction. Very good. You're a smart man. He patted Feng Xing on the shoulder. Remember, I don't want a fourth person to know about today's incident. Otherwise, he didn't finish his sentence, but the threat was evident. Understood. I promise to keep a secret. Feng Xing nodded frantically like a chick pecking at rice. Get lost. Lin Yi waved his hand as if shooing away a few flies. The three paparazzi felt as if they had received a pardon. They scrambled back into the van and floored the accelerator, speeding out of the terrifying alley that they would never forget. Lin Yi watched the van disappear at the mouth of the alley. The smile on his face gradually faded. He knew this matter was not over. Gu Chun, Tina Entertainment. If they dare to set their sights on Xia Wanqing, they must be prepared to face his wrath. He turned and returned to his car. Xia Wanqing looked at him. Her beautiful eyes filled with shock, admiration, and a hint of fear. She had just clearly seen Lin Yi's cold, hellish gaze like that of Ashura. For the first time, she discovered that this seemingly lazy and harmless man actually had such a terrifying side. You. She looked at Lin Yi, her voice trembling a bit. You were really scary just now. Lin Yi was taken aback by her words. Then he looked at Xia Wanqing, who appeared like a frightened little rabbit, and smiled. The cold aura around him instantly vanished without a trace, and he returned to his usual lazy, mischievous demeanor. He reached out and gently rubbed Xia Wanqing's head. Did I scare you? That's great. It saves you from causing trouble for me in the future. Xia Wanqing felt her face flush from his affectionate gesture, and her heart raced. She looked at Lin and asked in a very complicated tone, so, you really just wanted to scare them with that brick and didn't actually want to hit them? Chapter 37. The change in Su Fei's attitude. He seems not simple. Su Fei was almost going crazy. She felt she had never been this passive in her life. Ever since the trending news about Xia Wanqing and Gu Chen's relationship exploded, her phone had not stopped ringing. Calls from company executives questioning her, inquiries from partners watching the situation, and harassment from media reporters came one after another, leaving her overwhelmed. She had to command the PR team to control public opinion, delete posts, and reduce the trending topic while also comforting Xia Wanqing's emotions, afraid she might think too much. What made her even angrier was Gu Chen's team. Not only did they refuse to cooperate in clarifying things, but they also secretly hired an army of online commenters to create a narrative, clearly trying to solidify the relationship. Their intentions were extremely malicious. Su Fei felt like a captain alone on a broken ship, holding it together in a storm, with the possibility of sinking at any moment. Fei Jia, you should drink some water. Chun Mingming walked over with a glass of water, her face full of concern. You haven't slept all day. Su Fei waved her hand and rubbed her throbbing temples. I can't drink. Her eyes were fixed on the glaring, trending topic still at the top of the list on the computer screen. She felt a sense of helplessness. She knew they had been set up. The other party had come prepared, with the goal of dragging Xia Wanqing down. And besides passively defending, deleting posts, and removing the trending topic, they had almost no way to fight back because they had no evidence. Without evidence to prove that the set of photos was manipulated, and even less to prove that Gu Chen's team was behind all, could they really just let themselves be slaughtered? Sophie Kalanchet had feasts unilingli. Just when she was about to lose hope, her phone suddenly pinged. It was a news push notification. Shocking reversal. Famous paparazzo Feng Xingzhe reveals late at night, admitting to being instructed by Gu Chen's team to maliciously target Xia Wanqing. Su Fei was stunned when she saw the headline. She thought she was seeing things. She quickly clicked on the notification and then saw a lengthy Weibo post that shocked her to the core. The person posting was none other than the ace paparazzo known in the industry for his motto, "If I can't take you down, then I've lost." Feng Xingzhe. The content of the Weibo post was packed with information. Feng Xingzhe tearfully accused Gu Chen's team of how they had coerced and lured him into targeting Xia Wanqing. He described how they instructed him to find tricky angles to take those seemingly intimate and distorted photos. He also revealed how, afterward, they bribed various marketing accounts to create a narrative and smear Xia Wanqing. He not only had text evidence, but also screenshots of chat records between him and Gu Chen's manager. There were screenshots of transaction records, and even a recording of him secretly negotiating with Gu Chen's manager. The chain of evidence was so complete, it could be deemed perfect, irrefutable. This Weibo post was like a deep water bomb, instantly causing a tidal wave on the already boiling internet. Feng Xingzhe exposed Gu Chen for framing Xia Wanqing, and new trending topics, such as "feel sorry" for Xia Wanqing, surged to the top, trampling the previous trending topic of Xia Wanqing and Gu Chen's relationship underfoot. Public opinion on the internet underwent a 180-degree reversal at that moment. Those who had been cursing Xia Wanqing suddenly turned their guns and began attacking Gu Chen fiercely. "Oh my! Oh my! Oh my! What a shocking scoop! This is too exciting! I knew it! Our Wanqing was framed. Gu Chen is such a scumbag. So disgusting. Chat records, transaction records, and recordings. This evidence is too solid. Gu Chen is finished this time, right? Feel sorry for Wanqing. She was unjustly splashed with such dirty water. So wronged. Unfollowed. Unfollowed. Gu Chen is blacklisted for life. Get out of the entertainment industry." Gu Chen's Weibo was instantly besieged by angry netizens, filled with all sorts of unbearable insults. His company's official account, Tian Entertainment, also did not escape unscathed. The company's stock price plummeted after opening the next day, almost hitting the limit down. The entire event went from a crisis to a reversal in less than an hour. So fast it left Su Fei, who had been in the industry for 10 years, astounded. She watched the completely reversed public opinion on the computer and Gu Chen's pathetic downfall, feeling as if she were dreaming. She couldn't understand. That Feng Xingzhe was notorious for being money-driven. How much could Gu Chen's team offer him to risk offending the entire Tian Entertainment by exposing himself? It didn't make sense. Unless there was another, more powerful force that scared him even more, forcing him to do this. A thought flashed through Su Fei's mind like lightning. She remembered someone. A man wearing big shorts, with a face of disdain, looking harmless, but with a gaze that hid a deep abyss. Lin Yi. Could it be him? As soon as this thought emerged, Su Fei's heart raced. She felt like she had touched upon an incredible truth. She immediately took out her phone and dialed Chen Mingming's number. "Mingming, you need to check immediately. Look into the surveillance footage from the underground parking lot of our community and all nearby intersections from yesterday morning. I want to know what happened after Xia Wanqing and that man, surnamed Lin, left the house yesterday morning." An hour later, Su Fei looked at the segments of surveillance video that Chen Mingming had obtained through special means in her email. Her hands trembled slightly. She saw how Lin Yi's car led that paparazzo's van into a remote alley. She also saw how Lin Yi, holding a brick, walked towards that van like a god of death. Although the video had no sound, she couldn't hear what Lin Yi said to those paparazzi. But she could see them, bowing and scraping in front of Lin Yi, looking cowardly and panicked. She could also see Lin Yi, after resolving everything, returning to the car and showing a gentle smile that could melt water to Xia Wanqing, along with a doting head pat. Su Fei fell silent. She leaned back in her chair and closed her eyes. She felt that she had been wrong from the beginning. So wrong that it was absurd. She had always thought that Lin Yi was a dangerous person with a mysterious background and ulterior motives. She had always been on guard against him, preparing for him, fearing that he would harm Xia Wanqing. But now, she realized that this man not only did not harm Xia Wanqing, but instead, in his own way, was quietly protecting her. His method was rough, direct, and even a bit unreasonable. but it was exceptionally effective and provided an unusual sense of security. What kind of person was he? How many secrets was he hiding? Sue's heart was filled with an unprecedented curiosity. She opened her eyes and glanced at the promotional poster for Xia Wanqing's new drama on the table. Next to Xia Wanqing on the poster stood Gu Chun, who was smiling brightly. Su Fei's eyes narrowed. She picked up her phone and dialed Director Zhang Jingji. "Hello, Director Zhang. It's me, Su Fei. I have a small suggestion regarding the male lead of your new drama. I think Mr. Gu Chun might not be suitable for this role. Yes, there are some minor issues with his image and character. Personally, I have a better candidate. Do you remember the young man with the last name Lin you met last time? Yes, that's him. I believe the mysterious aura he possesses, which is both righteous and unruly, aligns perfectly with the male lead you wrote. What do you think, Director Zhang?" Chapter 38. Xia Wanqing's sense of security. This neighbor is very reliable. Xia Wanqing also saw the reversal online. When she saw the paparazzo named Feng Xingzhe posting that self-destructive long Weibo, her first reaction was not joy, but shock and a sense of lingering fear. She wasn't a fool. She knew that there was no hatred without reason, and certainly no self-sacrifice without cause. The reason that paparazzo did this could only be one. He was persuaded in a way he couldn't resist. And the person who persuaded him, besides Lin Yi, she couldn't think of anyone else. She recalled the secluded alley from yesterday morning, the heavy brick in Lin Yi's hand, and his cold, emotionless eyes. Suddenly, she began to understand what Lin Yi had said to those paparazzi yesterday. He wasn't scaring them. He was giving them a choice. One was to ruin their reputation, and the other was to be physically and mentally shattered. This man always solved problems in such a simple and brutal way. It was so damn effective and provided an undeniable sense of security. She looked at the comments on her phone, those expressing sympathy for her and standing up for her, and glanced at Gu Chen's Weibo, which had been criticized to the point of disabling comments. The anger that had been pinned up inside her due to the framing finally dissipated completely. It felt so refreshing. The feeling of letting the enemy self-destruct without lifting a finger was even more satisfying than sending out 100 legal letters. And all of this was because of that man, that strange neighbor who complained about her trouble but always descended like a god when she needed him the most. She took out her phone and opened Lin Yi's WeChat. She wanted to say thank you, but she felt that thank you was too light and could not express even a fraction of her gratitude at that moment. After thinking for a moment, she sent a sticker of a small cat peeking out with a fluffy head, topped with a huge food box. The food box had the words "feed" written on it. Lin Yi replied in seconds. "Lin Yi, not interested. Lin Yi, I'm going fishing today. Lin Yi, don't disturb me." Xia Wanqing saw this reply, and not only wasn't angry, but she also chuckled softly. This contradictory guy. He said he didn't want it, but his body was very honest. She knew he was being tsundere again. "Xia Wanqing, can I bring you lunch?" "Xia Wanqing, fishing is hard work." "Xia Wanqing, I'm afraid you'll be hungry." She sent a sticker of a small cat looking pitiful. Lin Yi fell silent again. After a long time, he finally replied, "Lin Yi, whatever. Lin, just don't disturb me while I communicate with the fish on a spiritual level." Xia Wanqing looked at this reply, laughing so hard that her eyes turned into crescent moons. She immediately jumped up from the sofa, rushed into the kitchen, and opened the refrigerator. Then, she looked at the top-quality ingredients that she had asked Chen Mengmeng to buy a few days ago. She decided to personally make a loving lunch for that man. Of course, she also knew that with her cooking skills, making it herself would not be called a loving lunch, but a deadly lunch. So, she took out her phone and opened a takeout app she had treasured for a long time. She found the most difficult and expensive Michelin 3-star restaurant in Tianhai City. She ordered 7 or 8 signature dishes from the restaurant in one go. Then, she set the delivery address directly to the artificial lake at Yunding Tiangong. Note, please deliver to the hand of the most handsome fisherman by the lake. Done. She happily put down her phone, then changed into a low-key casual outfit, just like yesterday, put on a hat and mask, and prepared to go out. She wanted to witness firsthand the wonderful expression on that man's face when he received her loving food delivery. Just as she reached the door, Su Fei walked out of her room. "Where are you going?" Su Fei asked her, looking calm, no longer tense or vigilant. I'm going for a walk," Xia Wanqing replied, feeling a bit guilty. "To the lakeside?" Su Fei pierced right through her. Xia Wanqing's face turned red. Sister Fei you. But surprisingly, Su Fei did not stop her. She just looked at Xia Wanqing and said in a complex tone, "Please tell him thank you for me." Xia Wanqing was taken aback. "Thank you for what?" "It's nothing." Su Fei shook her head. "Just tell her what I said. He will understand." After saying that, she turned around and went back to her room, leaving Xia Wanqing alone, confused. When Xia Wanqing arrived at the artificial lake, she immediately spotted the solitary fisherman sitting on a small stool, Lin Yi. Today he still had that aloof and cold master-like demeanor. His fishing rod was completely still, and the fish basket was empty. But on his face, there was an expression that seemed to say, "I'm not fishing, I'm cultivating immortality." Xia Wanqing looked at him and felt like laughing. She didn't approach him immediately. Instead, she found a nearby bench to sit down on, quietly observing him. She realized that she quite liked just sitting there, watching him drink cola, watching him yawn, watching him engage in a silent competition with a nearby old man who had already caught several fish through mere glances. She thought the scene felt very real and vivid. It also made her feel very at ease. This was a feeling she had never experienced before. In the past, the men around her either wanted to use her fame or coveted her beauty. Each of them had various ulterior motives, forcing her to always keep her defenses up to protect herself. But Lin Yi was different. He seemed completely indifferent to her fame and beauty. The way he looked at her was very clear and pure, as if he were looking at a somewhat silly, somewhat troublesome, but still pretty likable neighbor. With him, she could be herself without wearing any masks. She could cry, she could laugh, she could act silly, she could make a fool of herself. And although he would tease and complain, in the end, he would always help her sort everything out in his own way. This feeling of being unconditionally accepted and protected could only be described as a sense of security, right? Xia Wanqing gazed at Lin Yi's profile, a bit lost in thought. Just then, a man in a suit and bow tie, looking like a hotel manager, approached the lakeside carrying a very exquisite temperature-controlled food box. He glanced around and then walked straight up to Lin Yi. He bowed respectfully and said, "Excuse me, are you the most handsome fisherman by the lake?" Lin Yi, who was in the middle of his self-cultivation, was interrupted by this sudden voice. He opened his eyes and looked at the reverent man in front of him and the expensive-looking food box. He was momentarily stunned. Then, he turned to glance at the woman a short distance away, who was trying to suppress her laughter and shaking her shoulders. His expression darkened. He felt that his aloof fisherman persona had completely collapsed at that moment. He looked at the manager and asked through gritted teeth, "So, am I the most handsome fisherman according to your restaurant's evaluation? Or is it Miss Xia here who ordered this?" Chapter 39. Mistaken for a couple by the neighborhood, Aunt the restaurant manager was taken aback by Lin Yi's question. He glanced at Lin Yi and then at Xia Wanqing, who was wearing a hat and mask but couldn't hide her stunning beauty. He was a smart man and instantly understood the situation. A professional and apologetic smile immediately appeared on his face. "I'm sorry, sir. It was our mistake. Miss Xia personally called our restaurant to order this lunch for you. She specifically instructed that it must be delivered to the most handsome fisherman by the lake." His explanation was flawless, clarifying the matter while also complimenting Lin Yi and subtly hinting at Xia Wanqing's special feelings for him. After hearing this, Lin Yi's face darkened even more. He felt like he had never experienced such social embarrassment in his life. In such a public setting, being publicly recognized by a restaurant manager as the most handsome fisherman was mortifying. He could even feel the old men nearby, who had been looking at him disdainfully for his fishing skills, now looking at him with a mix of jealousy, envy, and realization that he was a pretty boy. His aloof fisherman persona was shattered completely in that moment. And the instigator of it all, the woman named Xia Wanqing, was sitting on a nearby bench, laughing like a cat that had stolen fish, her shoulders shaking so much that her hat was almost falling off. Lin Yi looked at her, gritting his teeth. He decided that tonight, he would make this woman understand what true social death meant. Got it. He squeezed out 3 words through clenched teeth. Then he took the heavy temperature-controlled food box from the manager's hands. The manager, feeling relieved, quickly bowed again and then hurriedly left. Lin Yi held the food box, but didn't he open it right away. He directly packed up his fishing rod and gear, then strode over to Xia Wanqing. When Xia Wanqing saw him coming, She quickly composed herself and pretended to be nonchalant. But her crescent-shaped eyes betrayed her. Is it funny? Lin Yi stood before her, looking down at her. Not at all. Xia Wanqing tried hard to suppress her laughter. I just think that manager has good taste. Lin Yi took a deep breath, telling himself to stay calm. He couldn't stoop to the same level as this woman. He slammed the food box down on the bench. Eat, he said. I can't finish it alone. Xia Wanqing looked at his expression, which clearly showed he wanted to eat but was being stubborn, and her heart bloomed with joy. She opened the food box. A rich aroma of high-quality ingredients immediately wafted out. French baked snails, pan-seared foie gras, black truffle pasta, and a lavish-looking Wellington steak. Each dish was a signature item from a Michelin 3-star restaurant. Wow, Xia Wanqing couldn't help but exclaim. Looks like you really spent a lot to feed me. Lin Yi said coolly from the side, of course. Xia Wanqing's face broke into a proud smile. After all, you are the most handsome by the lake. Before she could finish her sentence, a piece of warm, pan-seared foie gras was shoved in her mouth by Lin Yi, cutting off all her words. You can't even talk with your mouth full, Lin Yi said expressionlessly. Xia Wanqing's mouth was stuffed with the melt-in-your-mouth, rich foie gras. As she chewed, she shot Lin Yi a look of accusation with her eyes. But no matter how she looked, it seemed like she was being cute. The two of them, sitting on a lakeside bench, shared this luxurious lunch, taking bites alternately. The sun was warm, the breeze was gentle, and the surface of the lake shimmered. The scene was beautiful, like a painting. They didn't notice that not far away, several neighborhood aunties who had just finished dancing and were preparing to go home to cook had already noticed them. Hey, look over there. A woman in a red tracksuit, who looked like the lead dancer, nudged her elbow into the side of another auntie. Isn't that the new guy who moved in on the 32nd floor? The other auntie turned to look where she was pointing, her eyes lighting up instantly. Yes, that's him. He's really handsome. Who is that girl sitting next to him? She looks like a fairy. I don't know, the first auntie shook her head, but look at the way they're sitting together, eating and laughing. They must be a couple. Oh, don't say that. It really seems like it. Another Aunt Zhang also came over. Look at that young man. He's even serving food to that girl. That girl, she's smiling so sweetly. These two kids, really a perfect match, a natural pair. Several aunts stood not far away, pointing and discussing Lin Yi and Xia Wanqing. They all wore the kind, motherly smile, as if they were watching their own children dating. Their gossiping souls were burning fiercely. In the end, it was Aunt Wang, the lead dancer, who was bolder. She cleared her throat and decided to personally go over to inquire about the situation. With a brisk pace, she walked towards Lin Yi and Xia Wanqing. Hey, young man, having a meal here? Aunt Wang's voice was loud and enthusiastic, startling Xia Wanqing, who was focused on battling a piece of steak. She hurriedly pushed her hat down further. Lin Yi raised his head and glanced at this uninvited guest. He recognized her. She was Aunt Wang, who lived downstairs from them and was also the soul of the community's square dance team. Yes, Aunt Wang, Lin Yi nodded politely. On a date with your girlfriend? Aunt Wang asked straightforwardly, her eyes constantly darting towards Xia Wanqing. Upon hearing the word girlfriend, Xia Wanqing's face turned crimson in an instant. She felt that the valuable steak piece in her mouth suddenly lost its flavor. She wished she could find a crack in the ground to hide in. Lin Yi's expression also stiffened for a moment. He was about to deny it, but Aunt Wang didn't give him a chance. She slapped her thigh and said to herself, "Oh, young man, your taste is really good. Your girlfriend is really beautiful. Just like that famous actress. What's her name again? Oh, right, Xia Wanqing. Looks exactly the same." Xia Wanqing felt like her disguise was about to fall apart. Lin Yi looked at her, who was almost curling up into a ball, and found it somewhat amusing. He decided to tease her a bit. He casually wrapped his arm around Xia Wanqing's shoulder and then flashed a bright, flawless smile at Aunt Wang. "Auntie, you're really funny. How can my girlfriend look like a big star? She's just an ordinary, clingy little girl." Xia Wanqing was completely stunned by a sudden move and this flirty talk. She could feel Lin Yi's warm, strong touch on her shoulder and smelled the pleasant scent of sunshine on him. Her heart was pounding like a drum, and her face was as red as a ripe tomato. Aunt Wang watched the flirtatious exchange between them, grinning from ear to ear. "Oh, you're shy. Annie understands. You young people should be sweet in love. All right. Annie won't disturb you anymore. You take your time eating and chatting." After saying that, She happily turned around and went back to her group of friends. Then, the ants huddled together again, starting a new round of enthusiastic discussion. Lin Yi watched their retreating figures, the smile on his lips deepening. He lowered his head to look at the woman in his arms. It was almost curling up into a ball. In a voice that only the two of them could hear, laced with a hint of teasing and tenderness, he softly asked, "Hey, ordinary, clingy little girl, are you planning to take a nap in my arms now?" Chapter 40. Lin Yi's Game World. Codename: Salty Fish King. After resolving the two bothersome issues of the paparazzi and Gu Chun, Lin Yi's life returned to calm once again. Xia Wanqing, needing to focus on her role, entered a semi-seclusion state and stopped coming over to his house for meals every day. This made Lin Yi breathe a huge sigh of relief. Although he didn't mind cooking for that woman, being watched by a big star every day still put a bit of pressure on him as a professional salty fish. Now, he could finally devote himself wholeheartedly to his great salty fish career. His career mainly consisted of 3 parts. In the morning, fishing. In the afternoon, researching gourmet food. The most important core business was playing games in the afternoon and evening. That afternoon, Lin Yi sat down in front of his throne on time. It was a valuable ergonomic gaming chair that allowed him to work comfortably and healthily for long periods. He put on his headphones and logged into a game called Gods and Demons Battlefield. As soon as he came online, 2 avatars in his friends' list started flashing wildly. One was a cool avatar of a hacker wearing a mask, named Keyboard Knight. The other was a uniquely styled pink rabbit avatar, named Sweetheart Baby Egg. These 2 were Lin Yi's most consistent teammates in this game. Keyboard Knight, Salty Fish King. You finally came. If you didn't show up, I would have thought you were abducted by aliens for experiments. Sweetheart Baby Egg, Boss, where were you yesterday? I was playing duo with Knight, and we were getting beaten so badly we almost lost our heads. Woo-woo. Lin Yi smiled at the messages from the 2 lively characters. His game name was simple and suited his personality, Salty Fish King. A name filled with kingly dominance, yet with a hint of a laid-back vibe, a contradictory title. Salty Fish King had something going on yesterday, got delayed. Salty Fish King, don't worry, today I'll help you regain the points we lost yesterday. Keyboard Knight, all right, just waiting for you to say that. Sweetheart Baby Egg, Boss is so powerful. Boss is so majestic. Boss, I want to have your babies. Lin Yi's mouth twitched. He seriously suspected that this guy named Sweetheart Baby Egg was actually a 200-pound foot fungus-picking man in real life. The 3 quickly formed a team and started matchmaking. Lin Yi was the absolute core of the team, playing the jungle position, commonly referred to as the Jungle King. His jungle style was very much like his character. In the early game, if he could farm, he would never gank. If he could steal the dragon, he would never fight in team battles. He emphasized stability and laziness. However, once it reached the mid to late game, when his equipment was fully developed, he would transform into the death god of the battlefield. His operations were precise and deadly, and his awareness was calm and terrifying. He could always appear in the most critical position at the most crucial moment, then use a smooth combo to eliminate the opponent's key players and lead the team to victory. Wow, Salty Fish King. That entry was too cool. 1 against 3, and you killed 2 of them. Are you a devil? In his headphones, Keyboard Knight's voice rang out, filled with shock and admiration. Boss, you're amazing. You my god. Sweetheart Baby Egg's overly sweet, high-pitched voice followed suit. Lin Yi expressionlessly took down the 2 kills, then casually typed 2 words in the chat box. Standard operation. Showing off without being obvious. This was the self-cultivation of Salty Fish King. A game ended easily. Unsurprisingly, it was another win for Lin Yi. Sweetheart Baby Egg, Boss. You're awesome. Let's play another round. Keyboard Warrior, agreed. Strike while the iron is hot. We must reach the king today. Lazy King, wait a moment. Lin Yi interrupted them. Lazy King, I need to order takeout first. Keyboard Warrior, Sweetheart Baby Egg, Boss. What do you want to eat? I'm hungry too. Lazy King, 1 serving of spicy crayfish, 1 serving of garlic grilled oysters, and 1 serving of tin foil clams with noodles. Lazy King, add more spice, add more heat. Keyboard Warrior, damn. Lazy King, are you really going to eat that much by yourself? Aren't you afraid of getting a heat stroke? Sweetheart Baby Egg, wow. Boss, you eat so well. I'm drooling just hearing it. Lin Yi ignored them. He took off his headphones, opened the takeout app, and skillfully placed an order. Then, he walked to the fridge and took out a can of chilled cola. Just as he was about to enjoy this post-game happy time, his phone rang again. It was an unfamiliar number. Lin Yi on it. He hated being disturbed by unknown calls during his rest time. He originally planned to hang up directly, but for some reason, he pressed the answer button. Hello, is this Mr. Lin Yi? A clear yet respectful male voice came from the other end. Yes. What's the matter? Hello, Mr. Lin. I am the assistant of Director Zhang Jingji. Director Zhang has a bold idea for the male lead of his new film. He believes that your unique charisma very much fits the character he has written. Therefore, he would like to invite you to audition. Lin Yi was taken aback upon hearing this. Zhang Jingji? That famous art film director? The one directing the movie that Xia Wanqing is currently filming? How'd he find me? And why is he inviting me to audition? Then he remembered. It must be Sophie. That woman is definitely behind this. She actually set her sights on me. Lin Yi's face darkened. No. Without thinking, he rejected the offer. Not interested. Hey, Mr. Lin, please don't be so quick to refuse. The assistant on the other end became anxious. Director Zhang truly appreciates you. Moreover, the co-star this time is teacher Xia Wanqing. Don't you want to experience what it's like to be neighbors with teacher Xia on screen? This assistant was quite eloquent. He knew how to hit the key points. Upon hearing the name Xia Wanqing, Lin Yi fell silent. He recalled the image of that woman sighing over the script and her bright, sparkling eyes filled with expectation. He felt his once rock-solid lazy heart starting to waver. Send the script to my email. In the end, he relented. I'll take a look first. If the script is too bad, don't blame me for not giving Director Zhang face. Okay. I'll send it to you right away. The assistant on the other end felt relieved. After hanging up the phone, Lin Yi sighed. He felt like he had just taken on a huge trouble. He returned to his computer and put on his headphones. Keyboard warrior, lazy king, where did you go? Fall into the toilet? Sweetheart baby egg, boss, if you don't come back, we're going to get beaten again. Lin Yi looked at the screen, and that annoyance surged up again. He needed a vent. Lazy king, let us go. Lazy king, in the next round, I'll lead you to slaughter. Keyboard warrior, damn, is that for real? Lazy king, did you take the wrong medicine today? Sweetheart baby egg, wow. Boss, you're amazing. I really like it. Lin Yi didn't waste any more words. He directly clicked the start game button. Then, with a tone full of killing intent, he said to the other two, this round, I'll play mid lane. You guys just lie back. Watch me tear through the opponents. Half an hour later, the game ended. Lin Yi's stats were 28 kills, 0 deaths, and 10 assists. The opposing mid lane mage was solo killed by him full 15 times. In the end, that poor mage didn't even dare to leave the fountain. He could only type a line of desperate words in the public chat. Is that mid laner on the other side a professional player? Please don't kill me. I'm begging you. I'll kneel down. Lin Yi looked at that line of text, and his annoyance finally dissipated. He moved his wrists a bit. Then, he replied in the public chat with a tone. No, I'm not a professional player. I'm just an ordinary, driven insane by life. Lazy king. In his headphones, he could hear the shocked and admiring cries of keyboard warrior and sweetheart baby egg. Keyboard warrior, damn. Lazy king, you're the real devil. Aren't you? Sweetheart baby egg, boss. Boss, do you need leg accessories? You know, the kind that shouts 666 little cuties? Chapter 41. Xia Wanqing's Little Revenge. Stealthily pulling his internet cable, Xia Wanqing has been very happy lately. Ever since Lin Yi agreed to take her to experience a day of laziness, she felt that her whole state of being had changed. Although that day off ultimately fell through due to the appearance of paparazzi, Lin Yi, holding a brick like a god to protect her in that alley, was deeply etched in her mind. Every time she thought of it, her heart would race and her lips would curl up. She realized that she seemed to like this man more and more. She liked his laziness, liked his sharp tongue, admired his extraordinary cooking skills, and enjoyed the gentle music he played. More importantly, she loved his reassuring dominance and reliability at critical moments. She felt that she might really be falling in love. Although she still didn't dare to confess to Lin Yi, she had already begun to enjoy the ambiguous pull between them. She even learned to retaliate. That afternoon, after finishing the filming with her crew, Xia Wanqing returned home early. As soon as she stepped out of the elevator, she heard the familiar sounds of intense keyboard and mouse clicks from the opposite door, accompanied by Lin Yi's powerful shouts. Charge! 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 Push the tower. It's a wave. A sly smile crept on Xia Wanqing's lips. This man was gaming again. She remembered how Lin Yi had looked frustrated after losing a game because of her last time. Suddenly, a very naughty yet adorable thought popped into her mind. She wanted to get back at him, to retaliate against him for always looking at her with disdain, to get back at him for always criticizing her with that sharp tongue, and more importantly, to get back at him for always making her heart race and her stomach flutter. She lightened her steps like a little cat ready to sneak around, and quietly approached Lin Yi's door. She knew that Lin Yi was very lazy, so lazy that he couldn't even be bothered to lock the door. She tried gently turning the doorknob. Sure enough, with a click, the door opened. She peered in with a little head. She saw Lin Yi sitting with his back to her, totally focused on the computer screen. He was still commanding his teammates nonstop. Protect me. Protect me. I'm going to output. Nice. Kill that marksman. Don't be lazy. Push the crystal. He was completely unaware that an uninvited guest had already infiltrated his home. Xia Wanqing's face revealed a triumphant smile. She tiptoed like an experienced agent, quietly sneaking in. Her target was very clear, the router in the corner, which was flashing with green light. She knew that for a game-addicted teenager, losing internet connection was the most cruel and effective torture. She approached the router step by step, her heart racing with both tension and excitement. Finally, she reached the router. She looked at the cable that connected to the entire virtual world. Taking a deep breath, she extended her delicate, fair hand. Hee. She let out a smug, villainous laugh. Then, without hesitation, she unplugged the cable. Lin Yi looked at the screen, where the enemy crystal's health bar was down to its last sliver. A victorious smile appeared on his face. He knew he had this match in the bag. He was about to type a taunt to the opponent when suddenly, his computer screen froze. The game screen became motionless. Immediately after, a red alert box filled with despair popped up in the center of the screen. Network connection lost. Attempting to reconnect, Lin Yi. His smile instantly froze. He stared at the alert box, dumbfounded. Lost connection? At such a critical moment, right before victory? He instinctively thought it was his computer's problem. He quickly exited the game and glanced at the network icon in the bottom right corner. A yellow exclamation mark was there, mercilessly mocking him. It was really disconnected. Damn, Lin Yi cursed under his breath. He was about to get up to check the router when suddenly, he heard a suppressed yet uncontrollable giggle from behind him. Lin Yi's body froze. He slowly turned his head and saw the culprit, whom he both loved and hated. Xia Wanqing was standing in the corner, still holding the innocent cable. Her face wore a radiant smile that was impossible to hide after pulling off her prank. To Lin Yi, that smile was even more irritating than that of a devil. Xia Wanqing. Lin Yi gritted his teeth and spat out her name slowly. His eyes resembled those of an enraged lion, ready to pounce. Xia Wanqing was startled by his expression. She quickly hid the cable behind her back, her face showing an innocent yet somewhat guilty expression. I didn't mean to. I just passed by and saw your door was open, so I came in to take a look. Then I accidentally tripped over this cable. She began to make up a serious excuse. Lin Yi looked at her flawed performance and nearly burst out laughing from anger. You call this an accident? He pointed to the empty port on the router. Is your family's accident this precise? Can it accurately unplug the cable from the port? Xia Wanqing's face turned red. She knew her excuse was too weak. Thinking quickly, she came up with another excuse. I saw you working hard at gaming and wanted you to take a break. Yes, that's it. Work and rest should be balanced for good health. She said it with conviction. Lin Yi took a deep breath. He felt that if he continued to argue with this woman, he would soon be driven to internal injury. He decided not to waste any more words with her. He stood up and walked towards Xia Wanqing step by step. Xia Wanqing felt a little flustered at his intimidating demeanor. Instinctively, she wanted to run, but it was too late. Lin Yi was much faster than her. He lunged forward and grabbed her wrist, pressing her against the cold wall. Thud! With a light sound. Xia Wanqing's back was pressed tightly against the wall. In front of her stood Lin Yi's tall and imposing figure. The distance between them was minimal. Xia Wanqing could even clearly smell the pleasant scent of sunshine on Lin Yi, along with the sound of her own uncontrollable, rapid heartbeat. Her face instantly turned as red as a ripe apple. What do you want? Her voice trembled. Lin, he didn't speak. He simply lowered his head and looked at her. His gaze was deep and complex, like an unfathomable whirlpool, ready to suck her in. Xia Wanqing felt flustered under his gaze and dared not look into his eyes anymore. She turned her head to the side, only to see Lin Yi's other hand slowly raising, reaching toward her face. Xia Wanqing's heart leaped to her throat. What is he going to do? Is he going to hit me? Or is he going to? She couldn't dare to think any further. She nervously closed her eyes, waiting for the impending punishment. However, she waited for a long time, and the expected punishment never came. She only felt a warm finger, slightly calloused, gently brushing against her cheek. Then she heard Lin Yi sigh, filled with a bit of helplessness and a hint of affection. You, at your age, how can you still act like a child? Mischievous. You don't even know how to clean yourself up. Xia Wanqing was taken aback and opened her eyes. Then she saw that Lin Yi's finger was pinching a small piece of black soot, something she had accidentally gotten on herself in the kitchen. Lin Yi looked at her silly expression and smiled. He reached out with an extremely natural, affectionate gesture and lightly scraped her nose. Next time, if you dare to unplug my network cable again. He paused, then lowered his head and leaned close to Xia Wanqing's ear, speaking in a slightly hoarse, ambiguous tone that only the two of them could hear. I'll unplug yours. Let you taste the flavor of a power outage. Xia Wanqing's body trembled violently. She felt as if her ears had been hit by an electric current, both numb and itchy. Her face instantly burned up. She looked at Lin Yi's handsome face, so close to her, and those deep eyes filled with teasing laughter. Her mind went blank. She only knew that her heart was about to leap out of her chest. She looked at Lin Yi and, with a voice thick with emotion, almost on the verge of tears, asked then will you still take me with you next time you play games? Chapter 42. A cute challenge from the goddess Lin Yi was stunned by Xia Wanqing's question, filled with grievance. Take her to play games? He looked at the woman in front of him, who was pinned against the wall by him, with red-rimmed eyes, like a frightened little rabbit. He glanced at his game screen, which had already turned black. He felt like he was having a hard time keeping up with her thought process. What is going on? Can you play games? Lin Yi looked at her with an extremely skeptical gaze. In his opinion, someone like Xia Wanqing, who was delicate and never lifted a finger, had nothing to do with gaming. He even thought she might not even know where the power button was. Xia Wanqing felt a bit indignant under his doubtful gaze. She straightened her chest, tried to appear more confident. Of course I can. I've played before. She insisted, although her so-called playing was merely a few rounds of a match, 3 game on her phone. That didn't matter. What was important was that she couldn't lose her momentum. Lin Yi smiled at her defiant demeanor. Oh, then what rank are you? He asked with interest. Xia Wanqing's face stiffened. Rank? What is that? Does match 3 even have ranks? She stammered for a long time without being able to explain herself. In the end, she could only throw caution to the wind and act spoiled. I forgot. Anyway, you have to take me to play. If you don't take me, I'll come and unplug your internet every day. She began to make her threat, which had no intimidation factor. Lin Yi looked at her cute and spoiled expression, and the frustration he felt from losing the game instantly vanished. He felt like he really had no way to deal with this woman. He released his grip on her wrist and sighed. With a tone full of helplessness and a hint of indulgence, he said, All right. I'm scared of you. I'll take you, okay? Xia Wanqing's eyes instantly lit up. Really? MHM. Lin Yi nodded. He walked to his computer, reconnected the internet cable that Xia Wanqing had unplugged, and then pointed to the empty throne of the home theater next to him. Go sit there. I'll teach you the most basic operations first. Okay. Xia Wanqing ran over happily like a child who had just received candy. She sat in the gaming chair, which was even more comfortable than her sofa at home, and looked at the huge, technologically advanced curved screen in front of her, filled with novelty and anticipation. Lin Yi walked to her side, bent down, and helped her adjust the chair's height and the screen's angle. Their distance once again closed. Xia Wanqing could even smell the faint, pleasant scent of laundry detergent on him. Her face started to blush uncontrollably. Pay attention. Lin Yi's voice pulled her back to reality. He picked up the mouse and keyboard on the table and began to explain. This is the mouse. The left button is for confirmation. The right button is for cancel. This is the keyboard. It controls direction. And this is the skill key. He spoke earnestly and patiently, completely different from his usual sharp-tongued and disdainful demeanor. Xia Wanqing watched his handsome profile, which appeared particularly focused under the light from the screen, and her heart skipped a beat once again. She thought that a man who teaches seriously is as attractive as one who drives seriously, making it hard to look away. Did you understand? Lin Yi asked after finishing. Huh? Oh, I got it. Xia Wanqing quickly came back to her senses and nodded vigorously, even though she hadn't absorbed a single word. Her mind was filled with Lin Yi's handsome face. Lin Yi noticed her obvious distraction and shook his head helplessly. He knew it was impossible to expect this gaming novice to learn quickly. Forget it. Let's play a game against bots to practice, he said, returning to his seat and logging into a new game account. It was a bronze-ranked SMUF account, specifically for playing with friends. He added Xia Wanqing to the team and selected the simplest and least likely to die support hero for her, a little healer who could only heal. Just follow me. Don't do anything else. If you see my health drop, press a key to heal me. If you see enemies coming to attack you, press a key to shield yourself. Got it. Lin Yi instructed her before the game. Got it. Xia Wanqing responded confidently. She thought it sounded simple, just pressing 2 keys, right? She was sure she could handle it. However, when the game actually started, she realized she was wrong, spectacularly wrong. As soon as the game began, she controlled her little healer and started spinning in a fountain for a whole half-minute. What are you doing? Lin Yi couldn't help but ask. I think I got lost. Xia Wanqing's voice was filled with grievance. Lin Yi fapipalmit. He could only patiently teach her how to exit and follow him. After much effort, they finally made it to the lane. Lin Yi began to seriously last-hit minions and farm, while Xia Wanqing controlled her little healer, curiously looking around, exploring the bushes, and taking a bath in the river, completely forgetting that she was supposed to be a support. Lin Yi's health was reduced by half by the enemy bots. He turned around and saw that his support, who was supposed to heal him, had run off to dance with the little river crab in the river. Lin Yi's blood pressure began to rise. Xia Wanqing. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "What are you doing? Heal me." Oh, coming. Xia Wanqing finally reacted and hurried back. She frantically pressed the keys, but instead of healing, she accidentally used her ultimate on herself, a fully healthy little healer. Lin Yi felt like he was about to have a heart attack. He took a deep breath and told himself, don't get angry. She's a novice. She's an idiot. She's your future girlfriend. You need to be patient. It's okay. He squeezed out 3 words through gritted teeth. Next time, pay attention. However, Xia Wanqing's subsequent actions left him utterly astonished. She accidentally flashed into a wall, gave her healing to a full health minion. And even when Lin Yi was fighting for his life against the enemy bots, she ran back to the fountain and started dancing the recall dance. Lin Yi completely gave up. He felt like he was not guiding a novice through a game, but leading an extraterrestrial performance artist through life experiences. He no longer expected Xia Wanqing to provide any help. He could only rely on himself. He single-handedly pushed through all 3 lanes and took down all the towers. Finally, amid Xia Wanqing's exclamations of "Oh wow, you're amazing," he single-handedly dismantled the crystal across the room. The game was over. Lin Yi took off his headphones, leaned back in his chair, and let out a long, deep sigh. He felt more exhausted after finishing this AI match than he had after that 28 Kill King match he played earlier. Mentally exhausted, he turned around to look at Xia Wanqing, who was still immersed in the joy of victory, dancing with excitement. A look of disillusionment appeared on his face. He felt that agreeing to play games with her was possibly the worst decision he had ever made in his life. Just then, he saw Xia Wanqing looking at him with an excited expression, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Lin Yi. Lin Yi replied weakly. Let us play another round. Okay. She looked at Lin Yi with a soft, coaxing tone. I think I found a little bit of feeling. I promise in the next round, I want to drag you down. Lin Yi looked at her earnest and adorable expression. He fell silent. He felt his heart soften again. He sighed. Then, in a tone that was extremely complicated, as if he had made a major decision, he said, all right, but I have a condition. What condition? Xia Wanqing's eyes lit up immediately. Lin Yi looked at her and said slowly, in the next round, you go to the opposite side. Let me personally take you down. Chapter 43. Director Zhang's invitation, a difficult script in the end, Lin Yi still didn't manage to take Xia Wanqing down. Because, after hearing his outrageous suggestion, Xia Wanqing immediately lay down and started to act spoiled. She clung to Lin Yi's arm, using a voice so soft it could almost drip with sweetness, constantly whining. One moment she would say he was bad, and the next she would say she wouldn't talk to him anymore. Lin Yi was left without any temper at all. He felt that he had found this woman's kryptonite. No, it was reversed. This woman had found his kryptonite. He discovered that he had no resistance to her relentless and spoiled coaxing. In the end, he could only resignedly play another AI match with her. Of course, the result was still the same. Xia Wanqing continued to challenge the limits of Lin Yi's blood pressure with her godly skills. And Lin Yi continued to crazily test the edge of a heart attack. Since that day, they played games together. The relationship between Lin Yi and Xia Wanqing became increasingly intimate, although neither of them had broken through that layer of glass. The kind of ambiguous sweetness that belonged only to lovers began to wildly grow between them. They would cuddle on the sofa watching movies. They would also go fishing by the lake together. Of course, most of the time, it was Lin Yi fishing while Xia Wanqing was nearby causing chaos. They would also study various kinds of delicacies together. Lin Yi would cook while Xia Wanqing would eat, and by the way, make a mess of the kitchen. Lin Yi felt that his calm, lazy life had been completely disrupted by this woman, but he found that he didn't seem to dislike this feeling of being disturbed. In fact, he even enjoyed it a bit. He thought he might really be sick, and quite seriously. That afternoon, after Lin Yi had just rejected Xia Wanqing's terrifying suggestion of let's challenge Buddha jumps over the wall tonight, he received a phone call. It was from the assistant of director Zhang Jingji. "Hello, Mr. Lin." The assistant's tone was still very respectful. "I don't know if you've had a chance to look at the script I sent you last time." Lin Yi suddenly remembered. Oh, right. There was indeed such a thing. A few days ago, he had received an email containing a script called The World. But at that time, he was busy researching 100 ways to make braised pork with Xia Wanqing, so he casually tossed that email into the trash. "Oh, that one." Lin Yi replied without changing his expression. "I read it. What do you think?" The assistant's tone was full of anticipation. Lin Yi fell silent for 2 seconds. He quickly brainstormed in his mind how to refuse in a way that wouldn't lose face, but would also make the other party back off. "The script is okay," he said blandly. "The structure is there, but the execution is lacking a bit. Especially the characterization of the male lead is too stereotypical. A prince harboring deep grudges against the world should have a conflicted, struggling, and complex inner life. It shouldn't be like the script describes, as if he is just a revenge machine that only knows how to shout slogans. It lacks soul." He casually critiqued a few points. What he said were all standard, universally applicable phrases. He thought that by saying this, the other party would definitely understand his meaning. That is, your script is too bad to be worthy of me. However, he didn't expect that the assistant on the other end of the phone would not only not get angry after hearing his remarks, but instead become so excited that his voice changed pitch. Yes, yes, yes. "Mr. Lin, you are absolutely right. Director Zhang thinks so too. He said that the male lead is written too thinly. It lacks depth. But he and the screenwriting team have been working on it for almost half a year and still can't find a better breakthrough. Mr. Lin, you are truly sharp and spot on. You are simply the savior of our project." Lin Yi. He felt as if he had dug a pit for himself again. He was just about to say something to salvage the situation when the assistant on the other end of the phone already wouldn't give him a chance. "Mr. Lin, Director Zhang is nearby filming. He wants to meet with you in person to talk. Just 10 minutes. No, 5 minutes. Just 5 minutes. It absolutely won't waste your precious time. Would that be convenient for you?" Lin Yi's brow furrowed. He originally wanted to refuse directly, but then he thought of Xia Wanqing. He knew that Xia Wanqing attached great importance to this play. She had been troubled for a long time over the role of the female lead. If he could really help her sigh, he once again sighed resignedly. He felt that since he met Xia Wanqing, he had sighed more times than in his entire previous life combined. "Address," he said lightly. Half an hour later, at Tianhai City Film and Television City, Studio Number 3, Lin Yi was brought before director Zhang Jingji by the assistant, amidst a crowd of curious and inquisitive gazes. Zhang Jingji was a middle-aged man who looked very cultured and artistic. When he saw Lin Yi, his eyes instantly lit up. He quickly stepped forward, took the initiative to extend his hand, and shook Lin Yi's hand. "Mr. Lin, it's a pleasure to meet you." His attitude was very warm and sincere, without a hint of a big director's airs. "Hello, Director Zhang." Lin Yi responded coolly. "Mr. Lin, please take a seat." Zhang Jingji invited Lin Yi to his director's chair and even personally poured him a cup of tea. This treatment left the surrounding staff and actors in awe. It was the first time they had seen their own director, Zhang De, who was like a tyrant on set, being so polite and flattering to a young man. Who exactly was this young man? "Mr. Lin, what you mentioned on the phone just now really struck a chord with me." Zhang Jingji looked at Lin Yi, his eyes filled with admiration. "To be honest, this script is indeed our biggest challenge right now. We all feel it has the potential to become a classic masterpiece. But it's like a rough gem, still lacking the finishing touch that can carve it into something great. And you, Mr. Lin, I believe you are the one who can turn stone into gold." He looked at Lin Yi, his eyes full of expectation. "I have a very bold idea. I hope you can take on the role of the chief screenwriter for our play, even as a co-director. As for the remuneration, don't worry. It will definitely be the highest standard in the industry." As soon as he said this, those nearby who were eavesdropping all gasped in shock. Chief screenwriter? Co-director? My God, has director Zhang gone mad? He actually wants someone who looks younger than the crew's stagehand to be the chief screenwriter and co-director? This is simply absurd. After hearing Zhang Jingji's words, Lin Yi's expression remained calm. He picked up his teacup and took a sip. Then he looked at Zhang Jingji and shook his head. "Director Zhang, you misunderstand. I'm not a screenwriter, nor am I a director. I'm just a salted fish who enjoys lying flat. I have no interest in saving the world or saving your script." Zhang Jingji was taken aback. He didn't expect that after offering such generous conditions, the other party would refuse without even thinking. He looked at Lin Yi's indifferent demeanor and felt not anger, but even more admiration. "Mr. Lin, please don't be too hasty in rejecting. I know you are a master, not swayed by fame and fortune." But he glanced at the stunning figure of Xia Wanqing, who was retouching her makeup not far away. "Don't you want to create a world worthy of the leading lady in your heart?" His words were quite skillful and impactful. Lin Yi's movements paused. He followed Zhang Jingji's gaze and saw Xia Wanqing, who was seriously practicing her expressions in front of the mirror. His eyes became a bit complicated. Just then, he noticed that Xia Wanqing had also spotted him. She flashed him a surprised and radiant smile. That smile lit up Lin Yi's salted fish heart like sunshine in an instant. Lin Yi fell silent. He felt as if he had been played again. And this time, it was a joint effort by two people. He looked at Zhang Jingji and then at Xia Wanqing. Finally, he sighed helplessly. Then, looking at Zhang Jingji with an extremely reluctant tone, as if he were making a significant sacrifice, he said, "I can help you revise the script. But I have a condition." Zhang Jingji's eyes lit up immediately. "Please, go ahead. I can even agree to 10 conditions." Lin Yi looked at him and said word by word, "First, I will only provide ideas and thoughts, not hands-on execution. That is to say, I will only offer ideas. And you need to find someone else for the specific execution. Second, I won't be at the set regularly. We will communicate online. Third, and most importantly," he glanced at Xia Wanqing, who was curiously looking over. "In the future, I want double portions of the crew's meal. One for me, and the other I want to pack up and take home." Zhang Jingji. He looked at Lin Yi with a very complicated expression and asked, "So, Mr. Lin, the reason you agreed to help us is just to be able to deliver takeout to our lead actress?" Chapter 44. Xia Wanqing's Confusion. Seeking Lin Yi's advice on her role in the end, Lin Yi became the credited chief screenwriter for the Tianxia crew, although he didn't acknowledge it himself. He preferred to define his role as the chief meal critic for the crew and the exclusive delivery man for the leading lady. This title was long, but very fitting for Lin Yi. Since he joined, his daily life added a new routine. After finishing his games in the afternoon, he would drive his low-key SUV to the film city. Then, amidst the flattering gazes from director Zhang and the respectful looks from the entire crew, he would pick up 2 luxurious meals specifically prepared by the crew's top chef for him and Xia Wanqing. One for himself, and the other he would pack to take home, waiting for the woman who would report to his home every day right after work. He felt like his salted fish life was veering more and more off course. But strangely, He didn't seem to dislike this feeling of being off course. Recently, Xia Wanqing was very happy, but also very troubled. The happiness came from the fact that every day after work, she could enjoy the heartfelt dinner that Lin Yi heated for her. Although it was just a cruise meal, as long as it passed through Lin Yi's hands, she felt it tasted better than any delicacy. She liked watching Lin Yi busy in the kitchen, wearing an apron, and enjoyed sitting at the dining table with him, eating while listening to him complain about how many air fish he caught that day. This ordinary life filled with warmth was a luxury she had never dared to imagine before. However, her troubles still revolved around her character. Although since the last time she regarded Lin Yi as her muse, her acting skills had made significant breakthroughs. Even director Zhang praised her for having opened up. She knew herself that she was still lacking in some aspects, especially in several key scenes. She could never find the most accurate breakthrough point. For example, there was a scene where the leading lady, upon learning that her most trusted childhood friend, the general, betrayed her for power and personally killed her father, was alone in the empty palace. From initial disbelief to later being heartbroken and finally feeling dead inside while igniting the flames of vengeance. The emotional layers of this scene were very complex and tested the actor's skills. Xia Wanqing had rehearsed it countless times in her mind, but each time she felt something was off. What she portrayed was either a surface-level, hysterical breakdown or a pretentious, expressionless indifference. She could never grasp the core essence of her character in that moment. That evening, she was again at Lin Yi's house for dinner. While absent-mindedly pushing the rice around in her bowl, she held her script in hand, her brow furrowed. Lin Yi looked at her, noticing her distressed and unappetizing expression, and frowned. Hey, Xia Wanqing looked up. When eating, just focus on eating. Don't look like you're mourning. It's affecting my appetite. Lin Yi's tone was still as annoying as ever. Upon hearing this, Xia Wanqing not only didn't get angry, but instead looked as if she had found a lifeline. Her eyes brightened instantly. She put down her chopsticks, picked up the script, and moved closer to Lin Yi. Lin Yi, can you help me take a look? She pointed to the scene in the script that had troubled her for a long time. I can't seem to find a feeling for this scene. You're so talented. You must know how to perform it, right? She looked at Lin Yi, her eyes full of unabashed admiration and trust, like a struggling student seeking advice from the top student in class. Lin Yi sighed as he looked at her. He felt that, as a nominal screenwriter, he was becoming more and more legitimate. He put down his chopsticks and took the script from Xia Wanqing. He only glanced at it. Then he threw the script back to Xia Wanqing. Xia Wanqing was taken aback. What's wrong? Is this scene written too poorly? No. Lin Yi shook his head. It's your understanding that's the problem. Xia Wanqing's eyes were filled with confusion. My understanding? Yes, Lin Yi nodded. Tell me, what do you think the female lead's emotions should be in this scene? Xia Wanqing thought for a moment and replied, it should be very painful and desperate, right? After all, she was betrayed by the person she loved and trusted the most. Her whole world has collapsed. Lin Yi smiled after hearing her response, a smile that carried a hint of disdain. So, you can only cry, break down, and go hysterical? You think a woman who can survive in such chaotic times and climb to the peak of power would have such a fragile heart? So easily shattered? Xia Wanqing was rendered speechless by his question. She felt like she had been hit with a dimensional blow again. Then what should it be like? She humbly asked. Lin Yi didn't answer her directly. He just looked at her and asked a seemingly unrelated question. Have you ever been afraid? Xia Wanqing was taken aback. Afraid? Afraid of what? Afraid of the dark, afraid of thunder, afraid of those wolves and tigers lurking in the shadows, ready to pounce and tear you apart. Lin Yi's gaze became somewhat profound. Xia Wanqing's heart trembled. She knew what he was referring to. She recalled that stormy night when the power went out and also remembered Mr. Wang, who had ulterior motives for her at the dinner party. She nodded. I'm afraid. So, what do you do when you're afraid? Lin Yi asked again. I cry. I tremble. I want to find someone to protect me. Xia Wanqing answered honestly. And what about her? Lin Yi pointed to the script. What can she do when she's afraid? Can she cry? Who can she find to protect her? Xia Wanqing fell silent. She knew that character couldn't. There was no one behind her. She could only rely on herself. So, Lin Yi looked at her and said slowly, when a person discovers that they have no way out and no one to rely on in extreme fear and despair, they will no longer cry. They will laugh. Xia Wanqing's pupils shrank suddenly. Laugh. What kind of laugh is that? She pressed. Lin Yi's lips curled into a cold arc. He looked at Xia Wanqing, and in an instant, his expression became incredibly unfamiliar and terrifying. It was a gaze mixed with despair, madness, and a chilling hatred. He spoke in a very light, slow tone, yet filled with endless sorrow and mockery. So this is the man I have loved my whole life. So this is the loyal minister I trusted with my entire country. So I'm the most ridiculous fool in the world. As he spoke, he laughed. The laughter was very soft, yet it felt like a knife stabbing deeply into Xia Wanqing's heart, leaving her cold and shivering. She felt that the man before her was no longer Lin Yi. He was the iron-blooded empress who had crawled back from hell after the country was destroyed and family betrayed. He exuded a powerful, tragic aura that almost suffocated her. Xia Wanqing stared blankly. She felt her soul was shaken by him. She finally understood. She finally knew where she fell short. It wasn't his skill or method that she lacked. It was the deepest understanding and insight into human nature. And this man before her possessed an almost monstrous level of insight. He was the true born actor. After finishing that line, Lin Yi quickly detached from the role. He returned to his lazy, irritating demeanor. He looked at Xia Wanqing, who was staring blankly like a fool, and raised an eyebrow. So, how was my experiential acting class? Worth the price, right? Xia Wanqing came back to her senses. She looked at Lin Yi, her eyes filled with almost fanatical admiration. She nodded vigorously. Then she looked at Lin Yi with a complex, somewhat probing tone and asked, "So what you just said about not being an actor was also a lie, right? You actually know everything, right?" Chapter 45. Lin Yi's words awakened the dreamer Lin. He looked at Xia Wanqing's bright, curious eyes. He smiled. He reached out and habitually ruffled her hair, like soothing a curious little cat. "You think too much," he said lightly. "I'm not an actor. I'm just someone who has seen many stories. After seeing many stories, I naturally understand what the people in those stories should be like." His words were casual, but to Xia Wanqing's ears, they were no less than a clap of thunder. Someone who has seen many stories? She recalled Lin Yi's other identity, the man who created countless brilliant stories. A dream spanning 1,000 years. Yes, a man who could create so many vivid, lifelike characters with a pen. How could he not understand what acting is? He might not be a professional actor, but he was definitely a master who understood people better than any actor. Realizing this, Xia Wanqing's gaze towards Lin Yi became increasingly fervent. She felt like she had found a treasure, a walking acting textbook that could guide her at any time. So, she looked at Lin Yi, her eyes full of expectation. "Can you teach me something else? Like the following scenes?" Lin Yi looked at her eager, studious appearance and sighed helplessly. "Hey, do you still remember why you came here tonight?" "Huh?" Xia Wanqing was taken aback. "You came to mooch food," Lin Yi reminded her. "The meal is already finished, and the dishes have already been washed by your manager. So, should you be going home? My personal time is very precious. I still want to play games." His words were direct and very Lin Yi, filled with a sense of "you should leave." Xia Wanqing was choked by him, her face slightly flushed. But this time, she didn't walk away dejectedly like before when he said something. She looked at Lin Yi, and a glimmer of cunning sparkled in her eyes. She remembered the 36 strategies of love that Sophie had taught her. Although she looked down upon using those tactics, it seemed acceptable to occasionally draw from their essence, right? She took a deep breath. Then, she looked at Lin Yi with a tone that she herself found somewhat pretentious and pitiful, saying, "But I'm afraid to go home alone." "Lin Yi it. Your home is just next door. It takes 10 seconds to walk over. Are you afraid of that?" Xia Wanqing nodded vigorously. "I am scared. I'm scared that as soon as I close my eyes, I'll think of that terrifying look you had just now. I'm afraid I'll have nightmares." As she spoke, she pretended to shiver dramatically. Her acting was so exaggerated that Lin Yi felt like giving her a Golden Broom Award. Lin Yi looked at her, clearly playing tricks, and felt both amused and exasperated. He knew that this woman had become reliant on him. He stared at her in silence for a long time. It was so long that Xia Wanqing thought her plan was about to fail. Finally, Lin Yi spoke up. "Fine." He sighed. "Then just sit there." He pointed to the sofa in the living room. "Watch me play games. Why get tired? You can leave." Xia Wanqing's eyes instantly lit up. Great, great. She ran to the sofa like a little fox that had gotten its way and sat down happily. Lin Yi shook his head helplessly as he looked at her back. He felt that he might be destined to be entangled with this mischievous little fairy for the rest of his life. He returned to his throne, put on his headphones, and began a new round of battles. Meanwhile, Xia Wanqing sat quietly on the sofa. She didn't play with her phone or watch TV. She just watched Lin Yi's back, observing his focused demeanor as he dominated the gaming world. She felt that this scene was very comforting and warm. The next day, on the set of the World production team, today they were going to shoot the scene that had troubled Xia Wanqing for a long time, the key scene. The entire crew was on high alert. The atmosphere was somewhat tense. Director Zhang Jingji sat in front of the monitor, his brow furrowed tightly. He knew that this scene was a huge challenge for Xia Wanqing. He was mentally prepared for the possibility of shooting all day and even having to reshoot several times. All departments, attention! With the stage manager's command, the shooting officially began. Xia Wanqing, dressed in a plain and slightly thin palace costume, slowly walked into the empty, resplendent hall. A hint of disbelief and confusion was on her face. Her steps felt somewhat unsteady, as if she were walking on cotton. She walked step by step toward the dragon throne, which symbolized supreme power. The words Lin Yi had said to her the night before echoed in her mind. Along with that chilling look, she tried to immerse herself in that situation. She was the exiled princess who had just experienced the destruction of her country and the betrayal of her loved ones. She had lost everything. Her lover had betrayed her. Her father had died at the hands of the one she trusted most. Her world had completely collapsed. She walked to the front of the dragon throne, reached out her hand, and gently caressed the cold, dragon-carved armrest. Her gaze was hollow and numb. She didn't cry or become hysterical. She just stood there quietly, like a soulless puppet. Then, she slowly turned around. She looked at the pitch-black night sky outside the hall, which seemed capable of swallowing everything. The corners of her mouth began to curl upward, forming an extremely eerie and cold arc. She smiled, a very light, almost imperceptible smile. That laughter echoed in the vast hall, sounding exceptionally clear and chilling. What kind of laugh was that? It was despair, madness. It was mockery, desolation. It was also a kind of ruthlessness and determination born from ultimate suffering and rebirth. Cut. Behind the monitor, director Zhang Jingji suddenly stood up. His eyes were filled with disbelief, shock, and ecstasy. He stared intently at Xia Wanqing's heartbreakingly beautiful, yet terrifyingly fearful face on the monitor. His body trembled slightly from excessive excitement. Pass! Pass! One take! He shouted into the intercom in a voice that was almost a roar. The entire set fell into a moment of dead silence. Then, it erupted into a thunderous applause. Everyone was completely conquered by Xia Wanqing's god-level performance just now. They felt that they hadn't just seen Xia Wanqing, but the true iron-blooded empress who had walked out of the history books. After hearing the cut, Xia Wanqing slowly withdrew from her character. She felt as if she had been drained of all energy. Sweat covered her body, but her heart was filled with an unprecedented sense of exhilaration and satisfaction. She had done it. She had really done it. She had portrayed the soul of that character. And all of this was because of that man. It was Lin Yi who had awakened her from her dream. She raised her head, searching for him in the crowd. She wanted to share this good news with him as soon as possible. However, after searching for a long time, she couldn't find Lin Yi's figure. Had he not come? A hint of disappointment flashed through her heart. Just then, Sophie and Chun Mingming rushed over with excited expressions. Wanqing, you're amazing. Your performance was simply explosive. Sophie exclaimed as she hugged her. Sister Wanqing, you're my goddess. That smile you just gave me goosebumps. Chun Mingming added, flailing her arms. Xia Wanqing felt a bit embarrassed by their enthusiasm. I just found a little feeling. What do you mean by a little feeling? Sophie looked at her, her eyes full of curiosity. What did you experience last night? How did you suddenly seem to have your channels opened overnight? Did that Mr. Lin do something to you again? Her tone was full of gossip. Xia Wanqing's face turned red. In nothing. She didn't want to reveal that Lin Yi had guided her. That was a little secret between the two of them. Sophie looked at her expression and pouted. Fine, if you won't say, I can guess. It must be the power of love. She teased. Then, As if remembering something, she said to Xia Wanqing, "By the way, Director Zhang asked me to tell you. After work tonight, you and that Mr. Lin should go to his office." Xia Wanqing was taken aback. What for? Sophie looked at her with a mysterious smile. He said he wanted to thank our crew's behind-the-scenes hero, who never shows up in person. By the way, let's discuss with him about the male protagonist's next scene. Xia Wanqing's heart skipped a beat. She seemed to have a premonition of something. She looked at Sophie and asked in an uncertain tone, "So you mean tonight, I can rightfully stay with him again?" Chapter 46. Sophie's shock. He understands drama better than a top screenwriter? 7 p.m., Film and Television City. The temporary office of Director Zhang Jingji was brightly lit. Sophie sat on a sofa against the wall, holding a cup of pu'er tea freshly brewed by her assistant. But her eyes kept glancing toward the door. Her heart was filled with contradictions and a kind of expectation she couldn't quite articulate. On one hand, she remained wary of Lin Yi, that mysterious man, as a top manager should. But on the other hand, ever since the last dinner at his home, and having witnessed his terrifying public relations tactics, her curiosity about this man had completely overtaken her caution. Especially today, Xia Wanqing's performance, which could be described as godlike, further convinced her that Lin Yi was definitely not an ordinary person. He was like a huge mystery. The more you try to see through him, the deeper you would fall into it. "Sister Fei, do you think Mr. Lin will really come?" Chen Mingming, sitting next to her, asked in a hushed voice, her tone revealing unhidden excitement. Ever since she learned that Lin Yi was the one who dreamt for 1,000 years, her gaze towards him automatically carried a thick layer of fan filter. Director Zhang personally invited him. "He has no reason not to come," Sophie said, taking a sip of tea, although she was entirely sure about Lin Yi's unpredictable personality. As soon as she finished speaking, there was a knock on the office door. "Come in," Zhang Jingji's powerful voice rang out. The door opened, and Lin Yi's tall figure appeared at the entrance. He was still dressed in his classic attire, a simple shirt, loose casual pants, and exuded a relaxed demeanor that was completely out of place in the tense and serious atmosphere of the crew. Behind him was Xia Wanqing, with a sweet smile on her face. "Director Zhang," Lin Yi nodded as a greeting. "Ah, Mr. Lin, you finally made it." Upon seeing Lin Yi, Zhang Jingji looked as if he had found a savior, immediately standing up from his director's chair and quickly walking over, overly enthusiastic. "Please take a seat. Please, take a seat." He personally invited Lin Yi to the main seat, a position usually reserved for producers and major investors. Lin Yi did not stand on ceremony and sat down comfortably. He glanced at the mountain of scripts and storyboard drafts on the table, then looked at the nearby screenwriters, whose thinning hair and sunken eyes suggested they had been drained of all energy, raising an eyebrow. "Director Zhang, this setup is quite grand. If one didn't know better, they might think you were holding a grand meeting." Zhang Jingji was amused by his joke and laughed heartily. "Mr. Lin is joking. I'm just eager for talent." Eager for talent. He rubbed his hands together, his face full of sincerity. "To be honest, Miss Wanqing's scene today was simply divine. I've directed for over 20 years, and it's the first time I've seen a young actor handle such complex emotions with such depth and precision. This is definitely a textbook-level performance." He did not hold back his praise. After saying that, he looked at Xia Wanqing with admiration in his eyes. "Wanqing, how did you find that feeling today? It was as if your meridians were opened. Come, share with us." Xia Wanqing's face flushed slightly upon hearing this. She instinctively glanced at Lin Yi beside her. Sophie and Chen Mingming also exchanged knowing looks, directing their gaze at Lin Yi. What about Lin Yi? He was leisurely sipping his tea, as if all of this had nothing to do with him. Zhang Jingji was quite perceptive. Seeing the atmosphere, he instantly realized. He slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "I understand. I understand. It must be that Mr. Lin guided you, right?" Xia Wanqing nodded, feeling a bit shy. Zhang Jingji looked at Lin Yi, his gaze filled with even more respect. "Mr. Lin, you truly are a hidden gem. You not only understand scripts, but also the essence of drama. What exactly did you say to Wanqing last night? Can you share it with us, mere mortals?" The other screenwriters also turned their curious eyes toward him. They simply could not comprehend how the problem that had troubled them for months was resolved by this young man in just one night. Lin Yi put down his teacup and glanced at them. His gaze was calm, yet carried a sense of overpowering pressure. It's nothing, he said lazily. I just told her that a truly strong woman, when faced with betrayal and despair, does not cry. She laughs, because tears are the weapon of the weak, and her weapon is herself. His few words were spoken lightly, but to Zhang Jingji and the several top screenwriters, they struck like thunder in a clear sky. They felt as if their heads had been struck by something heavy. Exactly. That it. Laugh. A woman pushed to the brink. Her final counterattack is not to cry, but to laugh. It's a cold laugh of despair that is greater than death. It's a sinister smile that comes from a life-or-death situation. How could they not have thought of this? These screenwriters, who had collectively written scripts for decades, were actually outdone in insight by a young man in his 20s. In an instant, the way the several screenwriters looked at Lin Yi changed. From initial disdain and doubt to shock, admiration, and a hint of shame. Sophie, too, was so shocked that she couldn't speak. She looked at the man who was leisurely sipping his tea, as if the astonishing remarks he just made were merely casual comments. She felt as if her understanding of the world was about to be overturned. What kind of monster is he? His culinary skills rival those of a Michelin chef. His tactics are ruthless enough to make even top paparazzi tremble in fear. Now, even his understanding of drama is profound enough to make a top director like Zhang Jingji feel inadequate. Is he really only 23 years old? Could he possibly be an ancient monster who has lived for hundreds of years? Time traveling here? Waves of turmoil surged in Sophie's heart. For the first time, she began to waver in her previous thought of keeping Wanqing away from him. Perhaps having Wanqing close to such an unfathomable man isn't necessarily a bad thing? Impressive. Truly impressive. Zhang Jingji clapped in admiration, looking completely convinced. Mr. Lin, your words have awakened those in a dream. My understanding of this character has reached a new level. However, he then shifted the conversation, rubbing his hands together, his face revealing an eager expression for knowledge. Regarding the male protagonist's next scene, we have encountered a new dilemma. After learning that the woman he loves is willing to sacrifice herself to marry his father's murderer for revenge, what should be his first reaction? Our team has discussed it for a long time and come up with a few options. One is anger and questioning, feeling betrayed by the female lead. Another is heartbreak and letting go, choosing to silently protect her. And the last one is to turn dark from then on, to love and kill the female lead. Mr. Lin, which one do you think is more reasonable? He threw this difficult problem to Lin Yi. Everyone around held their breath, watching Lin Yi, waiting for his divine answer. After listening, Lin Yi smiled. He looked at Zhang Jingji and shook his head. Director Zhang, your several proposals are too petty. Zhang Jingji was taken aback. Petty? Yes. Lin Yi nodded. Don't forget, what is the character setting of your male lead? He is a hero who aims to dominate the world. When faced with such matters, would his first reaction be these romantic feelings? Zhang Jingji's pupils suddenly constricted. It seemed he grasped something. Lin Yi looked at him, the corner of his mouth curling into an inscrutable smile. He extended a finger and said slowly, he will do nothing. He will only look at that woman and then say one sentence to her. Zhang Jingji eagerly asked, what sentence? Lin Yi looked at him, then glanced at the equally curious Xia Wanqing beside him. Then, in a tone filled with imperial authority and undeniable confidence, he slowly said, Go. Go do what you want to do. Go take your revenge. As for that man's territory, you don't need to dirty your hands. Wait for me to take it down and personally deliver it to you as a betrothal gift for our grand wedding. As his words fell, the entire office fell into a deathly silence. Everyone was completely stunned by Lin Yi's words. They felt their scalps tingling. What the hell was that divine line? This vision, this aura, it was simply extraordinary. Sophie was so shocked that the teacup in her hand almost fell. She looked at Lin Yi, feeling as if she was not looking at a drifter, but at a true emperor who looked down upon the world. She looked at Lin Yi, then glanced at her own Xia Wanqing, who was already completely dumbfounded. Suddenly, a thought popped in her mind, one that even she thought was crazy. She looked at Lin Yi and asked in a very complex tone, with a hint of testing, So, Mr. Lin, you just said you're not an actor. Is it just because you feel that there are no roles in this world that are worthy of you to play? Chapter 47. What is this person's background? Must investigate. Lin Yi looked at Sophie, whose eyes were filled with shock and inquiry, and smiled. This woman's imagination seemed to be greater than that of her artist. He didn't answer her trap-laden question. He simply picked up the cup of cold tea on the table and leisurely took a sip. Then he stood up. Director Zhang, I've finished tasting today's box lunch. The taste is okay. I'll head back first. You all can chat slowly. He nodded to Zhang Jingji as a greeting. Then he glanced at Xia Wanqing, who was still immersed in the previous powerful lines, and hadn't come back to her senses. The corner of his mouth curled into a gentle smile that only Xia Wanqing could understand. I'm leaving, going home, he said softly. Upon hearing his voice, Xia Wanqing stood up instinctively like a puppet being awakened. Oh, okay. She followed Lin Yi out of the office amidst the awe and curious gazes of everyone. The entire office remained in dead silence until Lin Yi and Xia Wanqing's figures completely disappeared at the door. Director Zhang Jingji finally let out a long sigh of relief. He sat back down in his chair, feeling as if he had just engaged in a thrilling game of chess with a true emperor. It was so exhilarating. He turned around to look at his fellow gold medal screenwriters, who also wore expressions of who am I, where am I, on their faces. A brilliant smile spread across his face. Everyone, it seems we've struck gold. On the way home, Sophie drove, but her mood remained unsettled for a long time. In her mind, everything that had just happened in the office replayed over and over again. Lin Yi's every word, every glance, every action played back in slow motion in her mind. The more she thought about it, the more startled she became. This man was too terrifying. His terror did not lie in his extraordinary culinary skills or his unfathomable background, but in his seemingly all-seeing thoughts and perspective. He viewed problems from angles that were always so sharp and incisive. It was as if he stood at a dimension much higher than everyone else, coldly observing the world. Then, at the most critical moment, he would say the most worldview-shattering words in the calmest tone. Such a person was either a true, out-of-this-world genius or a deeply hidden old monster. No matter which, he was definitely not an ordinary 23-year-old young man. Fei Jie? The voice of Chun Mingming beside her pulled her thoughts back. Huh? What's wrong? We're home. Chun Mingming pointed out the window. Sophie then realized the car had already stopped in the underground parking lot of Yunding Tiangong. She turned off the engine, but did not immediately get out of the car. She sat in the driver's seat, silent for a long time. Then she turned her head to look at Chun Mingming and said in an unprecedentedly serious tone, Mingming, are you there? Yes, Fei Jie. From today on, you have a most important task. Chun Mingming's expression also became serious. Fei Jie, you say? Sophie's eyes narrowed. The shrewdness in her eyes sparkled like a hunter's light. I want you to use all your connections and resources, whatever methods you need, no matter how much money it costs. I want to find out exactly who that man named Lin Yi is. Chun Mingming was taken aback. Fei Jie, Haven T, we already looked into it? ISNT, he an unemployed drifter? Unemployed drifter? Sophie scoffed. Have you ever seen an unemployed drifter who can make Zhang Jingji willingly call him sir? Have you ever seen an unemployed drifter who can make a gold medal screenwriter feel inferior with just a few words? Have you ever seen an unemployed drifter who buys a 300 million mansion in cash and still complains about the cruise box lunch being bad? Her series of rhetorical questions left Chun Mingming speechless. Yes, how could there be such an unemployed drifter in this world? If he were an unemployed drifter, then what would she be? The dust of society? But Fei Jie, Chun Mingming said with some difficulty. Last time, you also checked his information. It seems to be encrypted, and we can't find anything deeper. I know. Sophie nodded. So this time, we need to change our approach. Change our approach? Yes. Sophie's gaze became even sharper. Since we can't find out about his past, let us start from his present. His bank transactions, his spending records, the people he interacts with daily, the websites he frequently visits. I don't believe a living person can leave no trace at all. As long as we can find even a tiny clue, we can follow the trail and pull out the huge web behind him. Chun Mingming listened to Sophie's analysis, filled with the atmosphere of espionage, and felt her blood boiling. Okay, Sister Fei. She nodded vigorously. I promise to complete the task. I'll contact my cousin who works at the bank right now, and my college classmate who is well known in the hacker community. She felt like an agent on a sacred mission, filled with energy. Sophie looked at her with satisfaction and nodded. Then she added, Remember, this must be done secretly. Absolutely cannot let Wanqing know, and definitely cannot let that Mr. Lin find out. Why? Xia Mingming was a bit confused. Haven't we already decided that he is not a bad person? Sophie sighed, her expression becoming somewhat complicated. Yes, he might not be a bad person, but he is too dangerous. I'm afraid. She looked out at the deep night sky. I'm afraid Wanqing will get completely entangled. By the time I want to pull her back, it will be too late. Meanwhile, at Lin Yi's home across the hall, a fierce debate was underway about who should wash the dishes. Why do I have to wash again? Xia Wanqing puffed her cheeks, looking unconvinced. I didn't eat much tonight. You ate the most. Lin Yi leaned back on the sofa, lazily watching her. Because I treated you to dinner tonight. You ate my food. So washing a dish isn't too much to ask, right? Besides, didn't you perform well at the set today? Consider this a reward. Xia Wanqing felt like she had been ensnared by this man again. What do you mean by reward? Is there anyone in the world who considers washing dishes a reward? The man's shamelessness refreshed her understanding. She looked at Lin Yi's self-satisfied demeanor, grinding her teeth in anger. But what could she do? After all, she couldn't overpower or out-argue him. Eventually, she could only pout and walk into the kitchen resignedly. Fine, I'll wash. One day, I'll make you wash dishes for me, she muttered under her breath. Lin Yi listened to the resentful sounds of water from the kitchen and smiled. He found it amusing to tease her like this. He picked up his phone, ready to start his bedtime game. Suddenly, he received a WeChat message. It was from Zhao Lei. Zhao Lei, bro, you there? Help me. Lin Yi raised an eyebrow. Lin Yi, what happened? Your CAF closed down? Zhao Lei, it's worse than that. You got to see this. Zhao Lei sent a link. Lin Yi clicked on it. It was a niche financial forum. The top post was a professional analysis. The title read, In-depth analysis, the invisible capital crocodile behind the plummeting stock price of Tiana Entertainment. The post detailed the recent stock price collapse of Tiana Entertainment due to Gu Chen's scandal. The poster pointed out a detail that everyone had overlooked in an extremely professional tone, even boasting a bit. It stated that a huge but extremely secretive amount of funds had quietly shorted Tiana Entertainment stock through dozens of different accounts a week before the stock price plummeted. This fund had made over $5 billion in profit during the crash. At the end of the post, the poster concluded in a tone of admiration, almost like a pilgrimage. This is definitely not a simple market behavior. There must be a capital crocodile behind this, calculating every move and possessing extraordinary means. He is the true puppet master behind this storm. Lin Yi looked at the post in silence, because he knew that the so-called capital crocodile was actually him. After dealing with that paparazzo, he had casually sent a message to his bank card, instructing his private client manager, who claimed to be the Wolf of Wall Street, to play around a bit. He didn't expect it to escalate to such a level. Just as he was about to close the post, he saw a popular reply below. The reply was from someone very familiar, Keyboard Knight. Keyboard Knight, wow. 5 billion. What kind of godly operation is this? This big shot is too impressive. Seeking support. Seeking. The corners of Lin Yi's mouth twitched. He felt like he had inadvertently shown off. He closed his phone and sighed. He felt like his lazy life was truly getting further and further away from him. He looked at the beautiful figure struggling with the dishes in the kitchen and asked in a tone filled with complexity and a hint of helplessness. So, was it wrong of me to let my money go in a competition just to be lazy? Chapter 48. Investigation Result. An ordinary person with blank background, Sophie, felt like she was becoming a real detective. Ever since that night when she decided to thoroughly investigate Lin Yi's background, she had devoted all her energy to this seemingly impossible task. She utilized the connections she had built over more than a decade in this circle, reaching out to private detectives, friends in finance, and even insiders in the household registration system. She was like a giant spider web, mobilizing all available resources in an attempt to find a crack in Lin Yi's seemingly ordinary life history. Xia Mingming also became her most capable assistant. The usually scatterbrained little assistant displayed unprecedented, almost agent-like action and professionalism when it came to matters involving her idol. She really managed to contact her college classmate, a somewhat famous figure in the hacker community, a mysterious person known as Keyboard Knight. A week later, in Xia Wanqing's living room, the atmosphere was somewhat tense. Sophie sat on the sofa, holding a freshly printed investigation report. Her face was unusually serious and confused. Beside her, Chen Mingming was nervously communicating via video call with the legendary keyboard knight. "Knight, are you sure this is all there is?" On the other end of the video was a man wearing a hacker mask, his face obscured. His voice was processed, sounding hoarse and distorted. "Yes, I dug through his social accounts, consumption records, and even game data. The result was nothing. This man named Lin Yi is as clean as a blank sheet of paper. It's just too abnormal." Keyboard Knight's voice was filled with the complex emotions of a top hacker faced with an unsolvable problem, a mix of frustration and excitement. His bank statements are encrypted with the highest level firewall. I can't get in at all. His only social account is that game account for God and Demon Battlefield called Salty Fish King. His performance is impressive. He is a top god. But apart from that, there is no useful information. The most ridiculous part is his consumption records. Keyboard Knight's tone became excited. Half a month ago, he was still a standard poor student, living on less than 2,000 yuan a month. The things he bought were either instant noodles or discounted t-shirts. But suddenly, half a month ago, he came into an astronomical sum of money, the source of which I couldn't trace at all. Then he bought a house in the cloud, top paradise outright, along with a bunch of top luxury items I had never even heard of. What on earth happened in between? It was as if he had suddenly been possessed by an alien. This was even more challenging than hacking into the Pentagon's firewall. Sophie quietly listened to the keyboard warrior's report, her hand unconsciously clenched. A blank sheet. Another blank page. Despite all her efforts and connections, the result she obtained was exactly the same as when she first investigated. This man named Lin, he was like a ghost. A mysterious ghost that appeared out of nowhere, with no past and no traces. "All right, I understand." Sophie took a deep breath and said to Chen Mingming, "Thank him for me. Also, tell him that this time, I'll double the payment for him. Let him continue to investigate. I don't believe there is truly an impenetrable wall in this world." After hanging up the phone, the entire living room fell into a long silence. Chen Mingming looked at Sophie's ever-changing face and cautiously asked, "Sister Fei, what should we do now?" Sophie didn't answer her. She simply turned to the last page of the investigation report in her hand. That page contained a photo of Lin Yi. The boy in the picture had delicate features, a clean gaze, and a hint of youthful shyness. He looked just like an ordinary neighbor boy. But Sophie knew, beneath that innocent face lay an unfathomable soul. She looked at the photo and murmured, "Lin Yi, dreaming for 1,000 years." Suddenly, she connected these two seemingly unrelated names together, because she remembered something. That is, the pen name Dreaming for 1,000 Years first appeared online and caused a sensation, coincidentally during the period when Lin Yi's life trajectory underwent a dramatic change. It was also half a month ago. This discovery made Sophie's heart tremble. Could it be that an extremely absurd, yet seemingly reasonable guess was forming wildly in her mind? Could it be that this Lin Yi was the legendary online literature master, dreaming for 1,000 years? The moment this thought emerged, Sophie herself was startled. She felt as if she had touched a door leading to a new world. If this speculation were true, then everything would make sense. That mysterious fortune of his was the exorbitant manuscript fees and copyright fees from his 3 masterpieces. His profound thoughts and vision far beyond his peers were the foundation and talent of a top writer. His extraordinary culinary skills, as well as his remarkable chess and piano skills, were possibly just small branches among the many skills of this genius. And the reason he chose to be an unemployed wanderer was simply because he had already reached a height that ordinary people could never aspire to. He saw through the so-called fame and vanity. So he chose to enjoy life in the simplest and purest way. This man was neither an old monster nor a ghost. He was a truly living legend. Understanding all this, Sophie looked at the blank investigation report in her hand, her face revealing an incredibly complex, bitter smile. She felt like a self-righteous clown. She thought she could uncover his secret, but in reality, she didn't even have the qualifications to step into his world. All her investigations and all her probing seemed so ridiculous and presumptuous in front of his absolute strength. Sister Fei? Sister Fei? Are you okay?" Chen Mingming looked at Sophie's complex expression of shock and bitter smiles, a bit worried. Sophie came back to her senses. She looked at Chen Mingming, then glanced at the side, where Xia Wanqing was engrossed in her script. Suddenly, a new decision formed in her heart. A decision that might make her regret for a lifetime, but one she had to make now. She stood up and walked to Xia Wanqing's side. Wanqing, what's wrong? Sister Fei? Xia Wanqing looked up. Sophie looked at her, her eyes becoming unprecedentedly gentle and determined. Do you really like that man named Lin Yi? Xia Wanqing was taken aback. She didn't expect Sophie to ask so directly. Her face flushed instantly. She lowered her head, fiddling with the hem of her clothes like a child who had done something wrong. Aye. You don't have to answer me. Sophie interrupted her. Your eyes have already told me the answer. She paused for a moment, then took a deep breath and said in a tone as if she had made a significant decision. Go ahead. Go do what you want to do. Go pursue the person you like. Don't let me or the rules of this circle bind you anymore. Xia Wanqing suddenly raised her head, looking at Sophie in disbelief. Sister Fei, she thought she had misheard. The Sister Fei who always emphasized safety first and career above all else actually said such words to her. Sophie looked at her and smiled. That smile carried a hint of relief and a bit of blessing. I used to think I was protecting you, but now I realize that I might just be limiting and confining you in my own way. You're not a canary in a cage. You're a phoenix that should soar freely in the sky. And that man. She turned her head to glance in the direction of the opposite door. Her eyes filled with complex emotions. He might not be a deep abyss. He might be the sky that allows you to fly higher and farther. Xia Wanqing listened to Sophie's heartfelt words, and her eyes turned red in an instant. She stood up and gave Sophie a big, tight hug. Thank you, Sister Fei. Thank you for believing in me. Sophie patted her back. Silly girl. But, she added, although I agreed, I still want to remind you of one thing. That man is too profound. You may not be able to handle him. So before you invest your feelings, it's best to understand him a bit more. For example, a mischievous smile appeared on her face. You could tentatively ask about his gaming account called Salty Fish King to see if he is familiar with someone named Keyboard Warrior. Xia Wanqing was stunned for a moment. Keyboard Warrior? Isn't he Mengming's hacker classmate? What does this have to do with anything? Sophie looked at her, smiling like a sly fox that had stolen something. Of course it matters, because I accidentally saw it in a post on that financial forum just now. The person called Keyboard Knight seems to be crazily worshipping the mysterious capital giant who shorted Tiana Entertainment. Chapter 49, the mysteries surrounding him are increasing. Sophie dropped another bombshell. Xia Wanqing felt her head buzzing. Keyboard Knight? That capital giant who shorted Tiana Entertainment? And Lin Yi's game account called Salty Fish King? These seemingly unrelated matters were strangely connected in her mind after Sophie mentioned them, forming a chilling logical chain. Her breathing became somewhat rapid. She looked at Sophie, her beautiful peach blossom eyes filled with disbelief. Sophie, are you implying that Lin Yi is the mysterious big shot who shorted Tiana Entertainment? This guess was too bold. So bold that Xia Wanqing herself couldn't believe it. Sophie looked at her shocked expression, but didn't answer directly. She just smiled meaningfully. I didn't say that. I'm just offering you a new direction for investigation. After all, knowing yourself and your enemy enables you to win every battle. She patted Xia Wanqing on the shoulder and then stood up. All right, it's getting late. I should head back. Think about it carefully. Remember, don't get too deep into it. After saying that, she picked up her bag and left gracefully like a strategist retreating after a successful mission, leaving Xia Wanqing and Chen Mengming staring at each other in the living room. Wanqing, are you okay? Chen Mengming's mouth was agape, her voice trembling. Is what Sophie just said true? The big shot is not only a-dreaming for 1,000 years, but also the capital giant, causing huge waves in the financial world. This is too fantastical, isn't it? She felt like she wasn't chasing a star or a big shot, but a deity, a living, omnipotent deity. Xia Wanqing remained silent. She just sat quietly on the sofa, her heart also surging like a storm. She recalled what Lin Yi had said to her after the previous scandal involving Gu Chun. Wait, I'll help you solve it. At that time, she thought he was just comforting her. She never expected that his so-called solution would be such a thunderous and decisive move. He not only ruined the paparazzo, but also shorted the entire Tiana Entertainment behind Gu Chun. He nearly brought a publicly traded company worth hundreds of billions to the brink of delisting. What terrifying means and power was this? She remembered Lin Yi's indifferent salty fish demeanor. He wore big shorts every day, flip-flops, either fishing or playing games. He would get frustrated over a game's outcome and be satisfied with a bowl of delicious braised pork. He seemed so real, so down-to-earth, like an ordinary boy next door. But behind such a man lay layers of identities that shocked and fascinated the world. Supreme god of web literature, culinary god, chess sage, piano master. Now, he was also a capital giant. Xia Wanqing felt like she was about to lose track of who he was. The mysteries surrounding him were multiplying like a gigantic, bottomless black hole. It made her feel both scared and irresistibly drawn to explore. She suddenly wanted to rush over to the other side, confront that man, grab his collar, and loudly question him. Lin Yi, what kind of monster are you? How many more things are there that I don't know? But she knew she couldn't. She couldn't ask because those were his secrets. Until she had his true recognition, she had no right to touch them. Wanqing, what are you thinking about? Chen Mingming's voice pulled her thoughts back. Xia Wanqing came to her senses, looked at Chen Mingming, and smiled bitterly. It's nothing. I just feel like I'm starting to understand him less and less. Chen Mingming waved her hand dismissively upon hearing this. Wanqing, what's the big deal? The more mysterious and powerful the big shot, the more charming he is, right? A flower-like smile appeared on her face. Just think about it. A man who can create an empire in a virtual world can also, with a snap of his fingers, overturn a business empire in the real world. He is even willing to wash his hands to cook for you and block all the arrows for you. My goodness, what a divine male lead. This is even more exciting than the novels he wrote himself. She became more and more excited. Wanqing, what are you waiting for? Go for it. If you don't see such a perfect man, be careful of being snatched away by other enchantresses. Xia Wanqing's face flushed from her words, but she felt it made a lot of sense. Yes, a man like Lin, he would definitely not lack excellent women by his side. If she continued to be timid and stagnant, she might really miss out. But how should she approach him? Should she confess directly? No, that's too sudden. What if it scares him? What should she do? Xia Wanqing fell into sweet distress. Just then, her peripheral vision caught sight of the script on the table that she had looked at countless times. Her eyes suddenly lit up. It seemed she had found an excellent breakthrough. She looked at Chen Mingming, her face showing a sly and slightly mischievous smile. Mingming, Wanqing, did you not say last time that you wanted to see the big shot dominate in the game? Chen Mingming's eyes instantly lit up. I do. I dream of it. Xia Wanqing smiled. All right, I'll create such an opportunity for you right now. She took out her phone, opened Lin Yi's WeChat, and typed a line. Xia Wanqing, are you there? Xia Wanqing, my muse, Mr. Inspiration. Xia Wanqing, I'm stuck again. Xia Wanqing, I feel like the female lead I'm playing is still a bit different from your character, Yin, the Sectmaster. Xia Wanqing, I can't find that feeling of being both high and helpless. Xia Wanqing, so, she paused, then sent the invitation she had been planning for a long time. Xia Wanqing, can you take me to experience your game world filled with slaughter and glory? Xia Wanqing, I want to find that kingly loneliness and dominance from your salty fish king. After sending it, she looked at Chen Mingming, smiling like a little fox that had stolen a fish. Chen Mingming stared at her, completely stunned. She looked at Xia Wanqing, speaking in a tone filled with admiration. Wanqing, I take back what I just said. You are not the naive and helpless female protagonist created by the great author. You are clearly the cunning and manipulative main character who will stop at nothing to achieve her goals. Chapter 50, Shopping Together at the Supermarket. Recognized by fans in the end, Lin Yi agreed to Xia Wanqing's outrageous but irresistible request. He felt like he had completely fallen under this woman's control. She could always find various reasons that he couldn't refuse to invade his laid-back life. And he, damn it, was actually enjoying this feeling of being invaded. He thought he must be going crazy. So, the two of them officially began their gaming and blackening routine. However, before they started, they encountered a very practical problem. They were out of food. The refrigerator was empty except for a few cans of cola. It seemed we need to replenish our supplies first. Lin Yi sighed as he looked at the empty fridge. But Xia Wanqing's eyes suddenly lit up. Are we going to the supermarket? Her voice was filled with an excitement that Lin Yi couldn't understand. Otherwise, Lin Yi glanced at her. Do you expect the ingredients to grow legs and come to us? Great. Xia Wanqing cheered like a schoolgirl who just received notice of a spring outing. Lin Yi looked at her in confusion. It's just a trip to the supermarket. Why are you so excited? Xia Wanqing looked at him, her smile slightly restrained. A hint of loneliness and yearning flashed in her eyes, something Lin Yi couldn't comprehend. You don't know, she said softly. I haven't properly gone to the supermarket alone for almost 5 years. Lin Yi was taken aback. He looked at Xia Wanqing, at her eyes that sparkled at the mention of the supermarket. His heart suddenly felt pricked by something, a slight pain. He remembered the words she had said to him on that night of the power outage. He recalled the loneliness and exhaustion hidden beneath her glamorous star aura. Suddenly, he felt a pang of pity for this woman. He reached out and habitually rubbed her head again. All right, today, I'll grant you this little wish. Let's go. I'll take you to experience the joys of shopping at the supermarket like ordinary people do. Half an hour later, they arrived at the closest large membership warehouse supermarket to Yunding Tiangong. To avoid being recognized, Xia Wanqing was fully armed. A wide-brimmed fisherman's hat, a black mask, and a pair of black-framed glasses that covered half her face. She was wrapped up tightly. Lin Yi found her underground party-like outfit amusing. Is it really necessary? Of course. Xia Wanqing's tone was serious. You have no idea how sharp the eyes of fans are. Even if they just see a strand of my hair, they can recognize me. Lin Yi rolled his eyes. What if they see us shopping together? Wouldn't that drive them crazy? Xia Wanqing's face turned red at this comment. But deep down, she felt sweet. Pushing a giant shopping cart, she darted around in this novel, bustling world like a bird set free. She ran to the snack aisle, picked up a bag of chips, checked the ingredient list, and reluctantly put it back. Then she ran to the fresh produce section, gasping in awe at the lively seafood. Everything she saw seemed new, and everything she touched felt interesting. In that moment, she was no longer a shining superstar, but rather a curious child visiting a grand garden for the first time. Lin Yi followed her leisurely, watching her vibrant back filled with energy, a smile unconsciously lingering at the corners of his mouth. He realized he really enjoyed watching her in this lively state, much more than her radiant goddess persona on stage. Lin Yi, look! Xia Wanqing suddenly waved at him as if discovering a new continent. Lin Yi walked over to see her standing in front of a row of huge freezers filled with all kinds of colorful ice cream. Her eyes sparkled. Can we buy one to eat? She looked at Lin Yi, her eyes filled with pleading like a little cat wanting to eat dried fish. Lin Yi felt his heart soften at her expression. He knew that stars like her usually wouldn't dare to touch high-calorie foods to maintain their figure. He sighed. Which one do you want? Really? Xia Wanqing's eyes brightened even more. Yes. Lin Yi nodded. Today, I'm giving you a privilege. Consider it an advance payment for you taking me to play games and reaching the king rank. Wow, that's great. Xia Wanqing cheered and immediately leaned over the freezer to start selecting seriously. Strawberry flavor, chocolate flavor, matcha flavor. She wanted to eat whatever she looked at. After a long deliberation, she finally chose the cutest rabbit-shaped milk ice cream. Lin Yi paid for it. Xia Wanqing carefully tore open the packaging. Then, she extended her little tongue and gently licked it. The icy, sweet, milky flavor instantly spread in her mouth. MMM. She squinted her eyes in satisfaction, revealing a bubbly, happy smile. Lin Yi watched her, so happy over an ice cream like a child, and his heart softened along with hers. He felt like he was becoming more and more entranced, lost in this woman's captivating charm. The two continued shopping. Xia Wanqing munched on ice cream while excitedly tossing various items into the shopping cart. Everything she bought was Lin Yi's favorite: top-grade Wagyu beef, fresh tripe, and all sorts of comfort drinks. Before long, the giant shopping cart was piled high. Lin Yi looked at the little mountain made of snacks and meats, shaking his head helplessly. He felt like he wasn't shopping with a female celebrity, but rather with a little hamster preparing to hoard food for winter. Just as they were about to check out, an unexpected event occurred. A young girl passing by, who looked like a college student, suddenly stopped in her tracks. She looked at Xia Wanqing, her eyes filled with uncertainty and confusion. She hesitated and spoke up. Excuse me, are you Xia Wanqing? Xia Wanqing's body froze. Her action of eating ice cream came to a halt. Her heart sank. It's over. She's recognized. She instinctively wanted to deny it, but it was already too late. The girl's eyes lit up even more, and her voice trembled with excitement. Oh my God, it really is you, Wanqing's sister. I'm your fan. I like you the most. Her exclamation, although she tried her best to keep her voice down, still attracted the attention of many people around. More and more people began to look over in this direction. Xia Wanqing felt her scalp nearly explode. She tugged at the brim of her hat, wishing she could find a crack in the ground to hide in. The thing she feared the most had happened. She felt that the happiness and freedom she had just experienced as an ordinary person were completely shattered at this moment. Just when she was at a loss, not knowing what to do, a warm, dry, powerful hand suddenly reached out and pulled her behind him. It was Lin Yi. He stood in front of her like a mountain, completely blocking her from the curious and probing gazes outside. He looked at the excited fangirl and showed a warm, harmless smile. This classmate, his voice was gentle and magnetic. You might have mistaken the person. The girl was taken aback. Mistaken? That's impossible. You clearly are. She's my girlfriend, Lin Yi interrupted her. His tone was plain, but exceptionally firm. She does look a bit like Xia Wanqing, so it's common for people to mistake her. We're quite troubled by it. Chapter 51. Lin Yi's clever rescue. Perfect disguise as a bystander. She's my girlfriend. Lin Yi's words were spoken casually, but in Xia Wanqing's ears, it was no less than a magnitude 12 earthquake. Her mind went blank. It felt as if it had exploded. She hid behind Lin Yi, feeling the unparalleled sense of security that his broad back provided, while also feeling her heart racing as if it would leap out of her chest. What did he just say? He said, I am his girlfriend? Is this a temporary measure in a crisis? Or is he using this opportunity to indirectly confess to me? Xia Wanqing's heart was completely in a mess, like a ball of yarn that a cat had played with, tangled and impossible to sort out. The fangirl who recognized her was also stunned after hearing Lin Yi's words. She looked at Lin Yi's calm and sincere face, then glanced at the girl behind him, who was tightly wrapped up, with only a pair of eyes slightly reddened from nervousness showing. Her heart began to waver. Could it be that I really mistook her? Is there really someone who looks so much like her in this world? But the voice sounds so similar. She still said somewhat unwillingly. Lin Yi smiled upon hearing this. He reached out his hand and naturally pulled the shy Xia Wanqing into his embrace. His arm wrapped around her shoulders in an intimate and natural pose, like a couple deeply in love for a long time. Xia Wanqing's body stiffened. She could clearly feel the warmth from Lin Yi's arm and the comforting scent of sunshine. Her face instantly turned as red as a ripe tomato. My girlfriend, her throat is a bit uncomfortable, Lin Yi said to the fangirl, nonchalantly continuing his story. So her voice is a bit hoarse. Plus, she is quite introverted and shy. With so many people looking at her, she gets nervous. His tone was filled with the natural protection and affection that a boyfriend has for his girlfriend. The onlookers who initially wanted to come over and watch, upon hearing Lin Yi's words and seeing their intimate posture, also revealed expressions of understanding. Oh, it turns out it was a case of mistaken identity. I thought Xia Wanqing could never dress so normally to go grocery shopping. But this girl really does look quite similar. Her boyfriend is also very handsome. They make a great pair. The discussions gradually calmed down. The way people looked at them changed from curiosity and probing to kind blessings and envy. The fangirl, witnessing the scene, finally believed wholeheartedly. She looked at Lin Yi and Xia Wanqing, showing an embarrassed smile. I'm sorry, I was too excited and mistook you. I'm really sorry for bothering you. It's okay. Lin Yi smiled generously. After all, my girlfriend does have a bit of a star-like appearance. As he spoke, he affectionately pinched Xia Wanqing's blushing cheek, which was flushed from shyness. Xia Wanqing's body trembled again. She felt as if she were about to faint from happiness. Then I want to disturb you. After the fangirl apologized again, she blushed and hurriedly left. The onlookers, having confirmed there was no longer any excitement to watch, also dispersed. A huge crisis that was about to erupt was so effortlessly resolved by Lin Yi with a near-perfect disguise as a bystander. Throughout the process, he was calm, composed, and at ease, as if he were not a slacker but a battle-hardened crisis management expert. Watching the surroundings return to calm, Lin Yi finally released his hold on Xia Wanqing. He looked down at the woman who still had her face buried in his arms, too shy to lift her head, and said with a hint of amusement, "Hey, everyone has left. How long do you plan to cling to me?" Upon hearing this, Xia Wanqing woke from her daze and retreated from his embrace. Her face was still red, and her heart was still racing. She lowered her head, not daring to meet Lin Yi's eyes. I. She stammered for a long time, but couldn't say a complete sentence. She felt like a puppet being controlled by someone, completely at Lin Yi's mercy, and surprisingly, she didn't mind at all. In fact, she even enjoyed it a bit. All right, Lin Yi said, shaking his head at her bashful demeanor. It's not suitable to stay here for long. Let's hurry up and leave. He pushed the shopping cart piled high, with strategic supplies, towards the checkout. Xia Wanqing quickly followed. After they finished paying, they escaped the scene as quickly as possible. Back in the car, Xia Wanqing still hadn't recovered from the heart-pounding crisis. Lin Yi's words, "She is my girlfriend," echoed repeatedly in her mind like a spell, causing her heart to feel both confused and sweet. She stole a glance at Lin Yi, who was focused on driving. He seemed to have detached himself from the earlier incident and returned to his lazy, indifferent demeanor, as if the clever, calm, and boyfriend-like man from before was not him at all. A small sense of unwillingness surged in Xia Wanqing's heart. She didn't want to let him just brush this matter aside. She thought about what he was really thinking when he said that sentence at that time. She took a deep breath and mustered the greatest courage of her life. Lin Yi, The sentence you just said. Her voice trembled slightly. Is it true? Lin Yi's driving action paused slightly. He didn't turn around, just looked straight ahead and replied calmly. Which sentence? Xia Wanqing's face flushed again. This man, he was playing dumb again. It's that sentence where you said, "I'm your girlfriend." She almost used all her strength to say this. Lin Yi fell silent. The atmosphere in the car suddenly became a bit tense. Xia Wanqing's heart was also in her throat. She anxiously awaited his answer. She had even prepared herself psychologically to be mercilessly rebutted with "I was just joking." However, Lin Yi's answer was beyond everyone's expectations. He neither admitted nor denied it. He simply turned to look at her, a familiar, mischievous smile, tinged with a hint of affection, curled at the corners of his mouth. Then, with an extremely ambiguous and suggestive tone, he slowly said, "What do you think? Do you hope it's true or false?" Xia Wanqing looked into his deep eyes, which seemed to draw people in, and felt her heart almost stop beating. She opened her mouth, wanted to say something, but found her throat blocked as if something was stuck in it. Not a word could come out. She could only ask, in a tone thick with emotion, almost on the verge of tears, "So does that mean I can decide it's truth or falsehood myself?" Chapter 52. The Ordinary Daily Life. Yet the warmth she longed for Lin Yi looked at Xia Wanqing, who had an expression of both anticipation and nervousness, mixed with a touch of shyness. Like a little girl. He smiled. He didn't tease her further. He just reached out and gently ruffled her hair. The action so natural, as if he had done it 1,000 times before. "Drive," he said lightly. "Don't make a fuss. We'll discuss this philosophical question when we get home." His words were like a calming pill, instantly soothing Xia Wanqing's anxious heart. She knew he had tacitly agreed, handing over the final interpretation of the question to her. This man always expressed his tenderness in such a clumsy, yet domineering way. Xia Wanqing felt as if her heart was filled with honey, so sweet it was about to overflow. She didn't speak again, just obediently sat in the passenger seat, watching the city scenery retreating outside the window, her lips curving into an uncontrollable silly smile. Back at Yunding Tiangong, Lin Yi and Xia Wanqing walked in like two generals returning triumphantly from the battlefield, each carrying several shopping bags filled to the brim, clattering as they entered the elevator. "Where are we eating tonight?" Xia Wanqing asked, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she looked at the array of ingredients in the bags. "What do you want to eat?" Lin Yi counted it. "I want hot pot," Xia Wanqing said, still thinking about the unfinished hot pot from last time. "All right," Lin Yi nodded. "Let's have yin yang pot. One half is my style, the other half is your healthy choice." Hearing this, Xia Wanqing laughed. She thought Lin Yi was really clever sometimes. He always managed to describe things in the simplest and most amusing way. The two returned to Lin Yi's house. As soon as they entered, Xia Wanqing consciously changed into slippers and began directing like a hostess. "You wash the vegetables." She pointed at Lin Yi. "I'll prepare the broth." Lin Yi raised an eyebrow at her eager and determined look. "Are you sure? Can the broth you prepare be edible? It won't be another cola and milk mixture, will it?" Xia Wanqing's face flushed. "Of course not. She took out 2 packages of what looked like high-quality hot pot base from a shopping bag. One was a spicy beef tallow, and the other was mushroom and 3 flavor. She proudly raised the packages. Tajda, did you see? High technology. I just need to pour them into the pot and add some water. That's it. Simple, convenient, and won't explode. Lin Yi looked at her proud expression as if she had discovered a new continent and shook his head helplessly. He felt like he wasn't dating a big star, but raising a daughter who couldn't take care of herself. All right then, the kitchen is yours. I hope when I come back from washing the vegetables, this house is still standing. After saying that, he resignedly carried the vegetables into the kitchen, while Xia Wanqing confidently hugged the 2 packages of hot pot base and started studying the instructions. Half an hour later, when Lin Yi walked out of the kitchen holding several plates of clean vegetables, he saw Xia Wanqing standing proudly at the dining table. In the center of the table, the yin-yang pot was bubbling with steam. One side was rolling with red oil and a strong aroma, while the other side was milky white with a fragrant mushroom scent. It looked quite impressive. How's it? Xia Wanqing looked at Lin Yi like a student waiting for praise from the teacher, her eyes full of praise me. Impressive, right? Lin Yi looked at her and then at the pot. He nodded. Yeah, very impressive. You've improved a lot since the last time you almost blew up the kitchen. At least this time, you didn't trigger the fire alarm. Xia Wanqing. She knew this man couldn't say anything nice. She decided not to dwell on it. All she wanted now was to eat. The two sat down and began to enjoy this hard-won hot pot feast amidst the rising steam. Xia Wanqing was very happy. She felt this was the most relaxing and happiest meal she had ever had in her life. No flashbulbs, no cameras, no hypocritical pleasantries, no forced flattery. Just a flickering candlelight. Oh no, bright lights. And the man across from her who would complain about her, but would quietly cook her favorite fatty beef and place it in her bowl. She looked at Lin Yi's handsome face, which appeared somewhat hazy in the steam, and her heart was filled with an unprecedented sense of peace and satisfaction. She suddenly understood why Lin Yi chose to be a salted fish. Because this ordinary daily life, filled with the warmth of human connection, was truly too warm and beautiful. So beautiful that it made one sink into it, unable to extricate themselves. It also allowed her, a big star who had been immersed in the world of fame and fortune for too long, physically and mentally exhausted, to find a warm harbor where she could let down all her disguises and defenses. She thought she might really not be able to live without this harbor, nor without its owner. Hey, Lin Yi's voice pulled her thoughts back. What are you daydreaming about? If you don't eat soon, the tripe in the pot will get overcooked. As he spoke, he picked up a piece of tripe that was slightly curled from the heat and placed it in Xia Wanqing's bowl. Xia Wanqing came back to her senses, looked at the tripe in her bowl, and smiled. Good. She picked up her chopsticks and put the tripe in her mouth. Crisp and fragrant. Delicious. She looked at Lin Yi and suddenly asked Lin Yi, What kind of life do you like? Lin Yi was taken aback. He didn't expect Xia Wanqing to suddenly ask him this question. He thought for a moment, then looked at Xia Wanqing and smiled. The smile was faint, but very genuine. The life I like is very simple. Just like now, having food, drinks, and games to play. Occasionally, I can fish and watch movies. And beside me, there should be someone. He paused, looking at Xia Wanqing's bright, expectant eyes. The smile at the corner of his mouth deepened. A neighbor who is somewhat pleasing to the eye, who can goof around with me. When Xia Wanqing heard this, her heart felt as if it had been soaked in honey, sweet to the point of melting. She looked at Lin Yi and smiled, her eyes crescent-shaped. She knew that tonight she would sleep well again. She looked at Lin Yi and asked in a tone filled with sweetness and a hint of teasing, So, about that neighbor you mentioned who is somewhat pleasing to the eye, isn't her appetite a bit large? Chapter 53. Gu Qin's provocation and public declaration of sovereignty. The unspoken ambiguity between Lin Yi and Xia Wanqing was quietly heating up like a frog in warm water. Day by day, they hadn't acknowledged it, but they both knew that their hearts were gradually drawing closer to each other. Lin Yi continued to play the role of a sharp-tongued and proud, lazy creditor, while Xia Wanqing was happy to play the part of a bit silly and a bit dull, but always able to hit the softest spot in his heart, little troublemaker. This pull of friendship that was more than friendship, but not quite lovers, made both of them enjoy it. However, the calm surface of a lake would always be disturbed by an unappreciative stone. That day was the launch press conference for the world production team. As the male and female leads, Xia Wanqing and, who was pushed into the spotlight, Gu Chun naturally had to attend in style. At the press conference, media gathered, and the flashes of cameras flickered like stars in daylight. Xia Wanqing stood in the center of the stage wearing a stunning gown tailored for her. Her face adorned with the perfect, commercial smile that belonged to a national goddess. But inside, she was silently complaining. So boring. I want to go home. I want to eat the braised pork made by Lin Yi. She had even started thinking about what excuse to use to go over and mooch off dinner tonight. Standing next to her, Gu Chun wore a look of pride and satisfaction. Ever since the last time he was humiliated by Lin Yi in the CAF, he had been nursing a grudge. He used all his connections to investigate Lin Yi's background, but the result was the same as with Sophie. A blank slate. This made him more wary and jealous of Lin Yi. He couldn't understand why Xia Wanqing would be interested in a drifter who was worthless except for being a bit mysterious. He felt offended, so he decided to counterattack. He wanted to publicly declare that Xia Wanqing was his woman, Gu Chun, and no one could take her away. The press conference entered the Q&A session. A journalist, who had been bribed by Gu Chun's team in advance, immediately threw out a provocative question. Mr. Gu Chun, recently there have been rampant rumors online about you and Ms. Wanqing. There are even photos of Ms. Wanqing shopping in a supermarket with a mysterious man. What do you have to say about that? As soon as the question was asked, the entire venue went silent. All eyes suddenly focused on Gu Chun. Xia Wanqing's heart skipped a beat. She didn't expect that someone would ask such a tricky question in such an important setting. She maintained her smile, but her hands at her side unconsciously clenched. Sophie, standing off stage, also had her expression darken instantly. She knew that Gu Chun was about to stir up trouble. Sure enough, Gu Chun picked up the microphone, displaying a smile that seemed sincere but carried a hint of grievance. I originally didn't want to respond to this matter, he began, sighing, because I don't want to take up too many public resources due to my personal affairs. But since a friend has asked today, I will take this opportunity to be open and honest with everyone. He glanced at Xia Wanqing beside him, his gaze filled with affection and indulgence, as if looking at his possession. Wanqing is a very innocent and kind girl. She doesn't know how to refuse others, so sometimes she can easily be used and deceived by some ill-intentioned people. His words were pointed. The media present were sharp. They immediately understood that he was implying that the so-called mysterious man was a fraud. Xia Wanqing's expression changed slightly. She wanted to refute him, but Gu Chun didn't give her the chance to speak. He continued, as someone closest to her, I have the responsibility and obligation to protect her. I won't let her be harmed in any way. So, I hope certain people can stay away from her life and stop using some unrefined means to disturb and entangle her. He spoke with righteous indignation. Those who didn't know would think he was some kind of flower protector. After finishing, he glanced at the flashing lights of the cameras below. A winning smile crept onto his lips. He knew that tomorrow's headlines would surely read, Gu Chun's press conference. Fiercely protects his wife, angrily denounces mysterious man. That was the effect he wanted. He wanted that man named Lin Yi to know that on the battlefield of public opinion, Gu Chun, was the king, and that man didn't even have the qualification to be on the battlefield. However, this self-righteous declaration of sovereignty seemed ridiculous to Lin Yi. At that moment, Lin Yi was lying on his sofa, eating potato chips while watching the live stream of the press conference. When he saw Gu Chun's hypocritical and pretentious face, he laughed. He picked up his phone and sent a WeChat message to Zhao Lei. Lin, that guy named Gu Chun, doesn't he still owe you a set of speakers? Zhao Lei, damn. Bro, are you watching the live stream too? That guy's so shameless, publicly putting a green hat on you. Lin Yi, he's not putting a green hat on me. Lin Yi, he's digging his own grave. Lin Yi, do you still want that set of speakers? Zhao Lei, yes. I dream about it. That's a limited edition. Lin Yi, okay. Lin Yi, just wait. Lin Yi, tomorrow. I'll have him personally deliver it to you. Lin Yi, by the way, he'll also bow to you and apologize. After sending this WeChat message, Lin Yi turned off the live stream. He felt that continuing to watch would affect his appetite. He stood up, stretched his back, and then walked into the study that he hadn't entered in a long time. He opened the high-end computer specifically used for cultural work. He logged into the author account, named One Dream for 1,000 Years. He looked at the back end, where millions of eager readers were waiting, and the hundreds of update requests sent daily by the chief editor, Wang Tao. A profound smile appeared on his face. He knew it was time to stir up the calm waters of this world once again. He flexed his fingers and then typed a few words in a new document. New book, Ghost Blows Out the Light. The Ancient City of Jingjue film adaptation officially launched. Chief screenwriter, One Dream for 1,000 Years. Chief director, Zhang Jingji. Female lead, Xia Wanqing. Male lead. He paused for a moment, then a devilish smile curled at the corners of his mouth. He typed 2 words. To be determined. Requirements, acting skills on point, good character, no scandals. Most importantly, must not be more handsome than me. After finishing all this, he clicked publish. He knew that from this moment on, the entire entertainment circle of Blue Star would be shaken. He looked at the deep night sky outside the window and said softly, in a tone filled with absolute confidence and dominance, "Playing with public opinion? You're still too inexperienced. I'm the only rule maker in this game." He glanced at the picture of Xia Wanqing, who was forcing a smile at the press conference, and asked in a very complex tone, tinged with a hint of pity, "So, now you know why I don't like going out, right? Because there are just too many idiots in the outside world." Chapter 54. Lin Yi's Indifference. The most ruthless slap in the face. The news of One Dream for 1,000 Years comeback swept through the entire Blue Star network like a super typhoon overnight. All social media platforms, all media outlets, and all forums were completely exploded by this monumental news that was significant enough to be recorded in history. One Dream for 1,000 Years new book Ghost Blows Out the Light film adaptation. One Dream for 1,000 Years. Xia Wanqing. Countless related keywords dominated the trending lists on all platforms in an unstoppable, overwhelming manner, pushing the carefully planned, trending topic of Gu Qin's domineering protection of his wife into a corner, leaving it ignored. The entire internet went crazy. Those book fans who had been waiting eagerly for months rushed online like it was a festival, celebrating and rejoicing. What the hell? What the hell? What am I seeing? The great god is finally back. Woo-woo. In my lifetime, I actually get to see the great god publish a new book. I'm going downstairs to run 10 laps. No, 20 laps. His Ghost Blows Out the Light, a sequel to the Earth official. Oh my god. Hu Bai and Wang Pengzi are going to start their new adventure again. I'm so excited. And it's going to be adapted into a film. The great god himself is the chief screenwriter. Zhang Jingji is the chief director. Xia Wanqing plays the female lead. What a divine lineup. This is simply a bombshell. I declare, from today on, this is my most anticipated, only series of the year. No one can steal it from me. Meanwhile, stars, directors, and producers in the entertainment industry were also shocked by this news. They knew what this meant. It meant an unprecedented, massive feast was about to begin. It also meant an unprecedented and brutal reshuffling was imminent. Whoever could land a role in Ghost Blows Out the Light would essentially hold a ticket to the pinnacle of their career, especially the still-to-be-determined role of the male lead. Hu Bai, which had become the coveted prize for all male actors. In no time, numerous agencies began frantically utilizing all their connections, hoping to link up with One Dream for 1,000 Years or director Zhang Jingji. The entire entertainment circle was thrown into a near-crazed frenzy because of Lin Yi's seemingly casual Weibo post. At this moment, the other instigator of this storm, Gu Qin, was sitting in his company S-Van, watching on his phone as the overwhelming news about One Dream for 1,000 Years flooded in, along with his trending topic that had been pushed out of sight. His face turned green and pale like a color palette. He felt like a clown. Just yesterday, he had been smug, thinking he had control over public opinion and had won that invisible war. He had even fantasized about seeing that man named Lin Yi looking defeated and retreating by the star of the day. But what was the result? The other party hadn't taken him seriously at all. He didn't even bother to fight him on the same level. He had directly flipped the table, crushing all his careful calculations into dust. He turned all his pride and showboating into a huge joke. Bang! Gu Qin slammed his fist against the car window. His eyes were filled with unwillingness, jealousy, and a deep sense of powerlessness. For the first time, he felt what true disparity meant. It was a gap so wide that it left him without the courage to chase after it. Gu, his agent who was sitting next to him, cautiously advised as he watched him on the verge of collapse. Why don't we issue a statement and apologize to Xia Wanqing? After all, the tide has completely turned. If we keep holding on, it will only get worse. Apologize? As soon as Gu Chun heard these two words, he exploded like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Why should I? Why should I apologize? I'm a victim. That Lin guy stole my woman. Xia Wanqing betrayed me. He yelled hysterically. His agent sighed helplessly as he saw Gu Chun lose his grip on reality. He knew that Gu Chun had really messed up this time. Messed up badly. Just then, Gu Chun's phone rang. It was a call from the higher-ups of the company. Gu Chun looked at the number, and his heart sank. He knew the moment of judgment had come. He trembled as he pressed the answer button. Hello, Mr. Li. A cold, emotionless voice came from the other end of the line. Gu Chun, the company has decided to suspend all your entertainment activities. You don't need to go to the set of the world anymore. Starting today, you should stay at home and reflect. After saying that, the other party hung up. Gu Chun stared blankly at the call ended screen. His mind went blank. Suspended from all entertainment activities? He was being frozen out? Is it because he offended that man named Lin Yi? What kind of extraordinary background does that man have? How could the company so decisively give up on him, a hot young star? Meanwhile, in the Tianxia crew, Xia Wanqing was also looking at her phone. She was watching the overwhelming news online about a dream for 1,000 years, and Ghost blows out the light. Looking at the grand stage that Lin Yi personally built for her, her eyes were filled with tears of emotion. She knew that Lin Yi did all of this for her, to help her clear up rumors, to help her fight back against malicious slander. He clearly hated trouble, yet was willing to put himself at the center of the storm for her. This man, she really didn't know how to repay him. Just as she was feeling overwhelmed with emotion, she noticed a sudden commotion in the crew. Then she saw Gu Chun, accompanied by several assistants, storming out of the set with a dark face. He was carrying all of his personal belongings, looking as if he had been fired from the crew. What happened? She grabbed Chen Mengmeng beside her and curiously asked. Chen Mengmeng had an unabashed, gloating smile on her face. Sister Wanqing, you don't know yet? Just now, we received a notification from the production team. Gu Chun has been replaced because his image and character have serious negative issues. Director Zhang is now worried about finding a new male lead. Xia Wanqing was stunned by this news. Then, a wave of indescribable pleasure surged in her heart. She knew this must also be Lin Yi's doing. This man, when he strikes, does so with thunderous force, leaving no room for mercy. Dominant and handsome. She took out her phone and opened Lin Yi's WeChat. She wanted to say thank you, but she felt that thank you was too light to express even a fraction of her feelings at this moment. She thought for a moment, then sent a message. Xia Wanqing, so about the male lead that's still undecided. Xia Wanqing, aren't you really planning to play it yourself? Xia Wanqing, I think in this world, only you are worthy of being my male lead. After sending it, she held her phone tightly in her arms, feeling both nervous and expectant. However, she waited for a long time, and Lin Yi did not reply. She felt a bit disappointed. She thought he might be playing games and didn't see it. Just as she was about to put down her phone and go back to filming, Lin Yi's reply finally came. It was very simple. Just a screenshot. It was a chat record between him and Zhao Lei. The screenshot contained only 2 sentences. Zhao Lei, bro. That move of yours is too ruthless. That kid Gu Chun is probably already crying in the bathroom. This slap in the face is too satisfying. Lin Yi, slap in the face? Did I slap him? I didn't even bother to look at him. Below, there was an additional comment from Lin Yi. Lin Yi, for such ants that aren't on the same level. Lin Yi, ignoring them is the most ruthless slap in the face. Xia Wanqing looked at this chat record. Looking at Lin Yi's words filled with absolute, crushing confidence, she fell silent. Then she smiled. A smile more radiant and reassuring than ever. She finally understood what true tenderness this man had. He didn't not care. He just used his own way to block all storms from her world, allowing her to forever live in that small, warm world filled with sunshine and delicious food. She looked at Lin Yi's avatar and, in a tone filled with admiration and adoration, softly asked, So, as the rule maker, what kind of dinner menu are you planning to set for tonight? Chapter 55. Xia Wanqing's intentions begin to take clear shape. The aftermath of Lin Yi's understated slap in the face had far greater repercussions than he had imagined. Gu Chun was completely finished. Tian Entertainment was severely wounded. Meanwhile, Xia Wanqing became the only beneficiary of this storm. Not only did she clear all negative rumors, but she also leaped to become the hottest focus in the entire entertainment circle because of Lin Yi's mention of her as the female lead, Xia Wanqing. Everyone knew that this woman, personally chosen by the legendary figure A Dream for 1,000 years, had an unlimited future. In no time, countless resources, endorsements, and scripts surged toward her like a tide. Sophie's phone was once again bombarded. But this time, it was no longer questions and harassment, but rather flattering and eager collaboration offers. She felt like a lucky winner who had won the lottery overnight, floating in an unreal sense of happiness every day. However, Xia Wanqing was clearer than ever. She knew that all of this was not because of herself, but because of the man who lived across from her. He was the one who gave her all this. He was the one who sheltered her from all the storms. He was also the one who paved a broad road to the peak for her. Therefore, what she needed to do was not to enjoy all of this complacently, but to work hard to make herself better and stronger. Strong enough to stand shoulder to shoulder with him, instead of always hiding behind him, seeking shelter. She began to immerse herself in her work with an unprecedented focus and passion. On set, she was no longer the confused actress who needed Lin Yi's guidance. She perfectly integrated the complex and profound feelings she had for Lin Yi into her role. Every scene she performed was filled with explosive power and infectiousness, making director Zhang Jingji repeatedly praise her as a natural actress. Outside of work, she also took the initiative to clear the obstacles between her and Lin Yi. That day was an open media visit day for the Tianxia crew. During a break, Xia Wanqing was surrounded by a large group of reporters. One of the reporters once again brought up the question that was almost forgotten. Teacher Wanqing, regarding the photo of you shopping with a mysterious gentleman that circulated online a while ago, do you have any response? Many people speculate that the gentleman is your real boyfriend. As soon as this question came out, everyone present perked up their ears. Even Sophie was nervously sweating, fearing that Xia Wanqing would say something wrong. However, Xia Wanqing's reaction surprised everyone. She didn't evade or play it safe. She looked at the reporter and showed a calm, even slightly sweet smile. That gentleman you mentioned, he is not my boyfriend. Her words left everyone present stunned. Not boyfriend? Then what is he? Just when everyone thought she was about to officially refute the rumors, Xia Wanqing calmly added, he is someone very important to me. Someone who will stand up to protect me at the first moment when I am at my most difficult and helpless. Someone who understands me better than I understand myself. She paused for a moment, looked at the camera, her eyes filled with an undeniable determination. He is the person I'm striving to pursue. Boom! Her words were like a bomb, 100 times more explosive than the last one, instantly igniting the entire filming location. All the reporters went crazy. They were publicly pursuing a man. My God, what a shocking revelation this is. This is more explosive and thrilling than any scandal. Xia Wanqing publicly expresses her love. Xia Wanqing pursues a mysterious man. Sophie could foresee that tonight, Weibo's trending topics would once again be dominated by the surname Xia. She looked at Xia Wanqing, who bravely expressed her feelings on camera, her heart filled with shock and an indescribable sense of relief. She knew that her little fairy, whom she had nurtured for many years, had finally grown up. She had learned to actively pursue her own happiness. She had also learned to define clear boundaries in the most direct and effective way. She was telling the whole world that Xia Wanqing had someone she cared about. Interfering parties, please do not disturb. At the same time, she was telling that proud man living across the hall, I like you. Very much. So, don't think you can escape anymore. Meanwhile, the man publicly declared as Xia Wanqing's possession was lying on his sofa at home, watching the live broadcast of the filming while leisurely eating potato chips. When he saw Xia Wanqing boldly and straightforwardly confessing her feelings on camera, the chip in his hand crunched and broke. A look of shock, similar to Sophie's, appeared on his face. He felt as if he had been tricked by this woman again, and this time in front of the whole world. How dare she? How dare she say everything so openly? Does she know how much of a stir this would cause? Does she realize she has put herself in a very dangerous position? For the first time, Lin Yi felt a surge of emotions he couldn't quite articulate. Was it anger? Maybe a little. Anger that she didn't cherish her own reputation. Was it worry? Perhaps a bit of that too. Worry that she might face more attacks and harm because of this. But more than anything, it was an unprecedented, overwhelming feeling of excitement, and a sense of fulfillment from being trusted, relied upon, and even admired by someone without reservation. He looked at the screen, where Xia Wanqing had just finished her bold declaration, her cheeks slightly flushed, but her gaze exceptionally firm. He smiled, a smile that was both helpless and joyful. He realized he seemed to have truly fallen for this silly, brave, and lovely woman. He took out his phone and opened Xia Wanqing's WeChat. He thought for a moment and then sent a message. Lin Yi, not bad, huh? Lin Yi, daring to confess in front of the whole world? Lin Yi, aren't you afraid I'll reject you? Xia Wanqing replied instantly. Xia Wanqing, not afraid. Xia Wanqing, because I know you can't bear to. Followed by a smug cat emoji. Lin Yi looked at the emoji and smiled. He felt as if this woman had truly ensnared him. He shook his head and sent another message. Lin, all right then. Lin Yi, since you've been so proactive. As the one being pursued by you, shouldn't I show a little something? Xia Wanqing's heart skipped a beat. Xia Wanqing, what do you mean by something? Lin Yi's lips curled into a mischievous smile. Lin Yi, for example, let you exercise your rights as a potential girlfriend ahead of time? Xia Wanqing looked at the message. Her face instantly flushed. She looked at Lin Yi with a voice that was almost about to cry, thick with nasal tones, asking, so, you mean I can now go to your house and openly mooch off your meals? Chapter 56, she fell ill, and he silently took care of her. Xia Wanqing's public declaration of love was like a thunderbolt, finally breaking through the thin barrier in the relationship between her and Lin Yi. Although neither of them had officially said, let's be together, their interactions were already indistinguishable from those of a real couple. Xia Wanqing finally got her wish, possessing the supreme right to openly go to Lin Yi's house to eat. She almost treated Lin Yi's home as her second home. She had the access code to his place. She had her own exclusive pink bunny slippers. Even her toothbrush and towel were discreetly prepared by Lin Yi. Every day, as soon as she finished work, she would rush over to his place like a little bird returning to its nest, and then comfortably enjoy the loving dinner Lin Yi prepared for her. Lin Yi also seemed to have gotten used to the lively atmosphere of having someone else at home. He would still verbally complain about her clumsiness, but the dishes he made for her became more and more sumptuous and thoughtful every day. He remembered that she didn't tea like scallions or cilantro, and that she enjoyed warm corn juice. He took care of her meticulously, as if nurturing a picky and precious little cat. The two lived together in a fairy tale-like cohabitation, though they lived across the hall. However, storms may come unexpectedly. One day, the temperature in Tianhai City suddenly dropped significantly. The day before was sunny and warm, but overnight it turned into a cold, drizzly day. Unfortunately, Xia Wanqing had to shoot an outdoor scene in the rain that day. In pursuit of realism, director Zhang Jingji rejected the proposal to use a water truck for substitution. He wanted real heavy rain. Dressed in thin costumes, Xia Wanqing spent the entire afternoon running back and forth in the icy rain. By the time they wrapped up, she was almost frozen stiff, her lips turning a purplish hue. Sophie and Qin Mengmeng looked at her and were so heartbroken that they almost cried. They quickly wrapped her in a thick blanket and gave her a large cup of steaming ginger tea. But it was already too late. When she got home, Xia Wanqing felt lightheaded and cold all over. She knew she might be coming down with a cold, but she didn't dare tell Sophie. She was afraid Sophie would worry and wouldn't let her go over to mooch meals anymore. She mustered her last bit of strength to take a hot shower. Then, she changed into her pajamas and, as usual, ran to Lin Yi's house. I'm back, she shouted weakly. Lin Yi was busy in the kitchen, wearing an apron, preparing seafood baked rice. Hearing Xia Wanqing's voice, he turned around and glanced at her. His brows furrowed. What's wrong? He noticed something was off with her. Why is your face so pale? It's nothing. Xia Wanqing shook her head, trying hard to squeeze out a smile. I'm just a bit tired. Tired? Lin Yi put down the spatula and walked over to her. He reached out to check her forehead, which felt hot to the touch. You have a fever. His tone was calm, but undeniably serious. His gaze instantly became stern. Xia Wanqing felt a little guilty under his serious look. I might just have caught a chill. If I drink some hot water and take a nap, I'll be fine. Really? Lin Yi, you're burning up like a kettle, and you think you'll be fine? Without saying another word, he picked Xia Wanqing up in his arms. "Hey, what are you doing?" Xia Wanqing exclaimed in surprise. "I'm taking you to the bedroom to lie down." Lin Yi's tone was very commanding. "From now on, you don't have to do anything. Just lie in bed obediently." "Got it." Xia Wanqing was taken aback by his authoritative tone and could only nod in agreement. Lin Yi carried her into his bedroom and gently placed her on the oversized bed that could fit 5 of her. Then, he carefully covered her with a blanket. "You lie down for a bit. I'll go get you some medicine." After saying that, he turned and walked out. Xia Wanqing lay on Lin Yi's bed, her nose filled with the pleasant scent of sunshine that lingered on him. She felt as if she were wrapped in a warm cloud. It was reassuring and blissful. She watched Lin Yi busily moving around in the living room. He first rummaged through the cabinets to find the medicine box, then went to the kitchen to turn off the stove. After that, he took a warm towel and walked back into the bedroom. He sat at the edge of the bed and gently wiped the cold sweat from Xia Wanqing's forehead with a warm, clean towel. His movements were light and gentle, and his eyes were filled with a tenderness and focus she had never seen before. Xia Wanqing looked at him, feeling her heart melt. She thought that being sick didn't seem so bad after all. "Take the medicine." Lin Yi handed her a fever-reducing pill and a cup of warm water. Xia Wanqing obediently opened her mouth and swallowed the pill. "Now get some good sleep." Lin Yi tucked the blanket around her. "When you wake up, you'll feel better." Xia Wanqing shook her head. I can't sleep." Her voice was nasal and sounded soft and delicate. "I am hungry." Lin Yi smiled helplessly at this. This woman, she's burning up and still thinking about food. I really don't know what to say to her. "All right, what do you want to eat? I'll make it for you." Xia Wanqing thought for a moment. "I want some porridge. Plain porridge. Nothing added, just plain porridge." She didn't have much of an appetite and just wanted something light. "Okay." Lin Yi nodded. "Wait for me. I'll go make it." After saying that, he walked back into the kitchen. Xia Wanqing lay in bed, listening to the sounds of chopping vegetables and the bubbling of porridge coming from the kitchen. Her heart was filled with an unprecedented sense of peace. She felt like she was not a star in the spotlight, but an ordinary, happy little woman being cared for by her husband. This feeling was wonderful. She didn't know how long it had been when she caught a faint but enticing aroma of rice porridge. She opened her eyes and saw Lin Yi walking in with a tray. On the tray was a bowl of steaming, soft-looking white porridge, a small plate of finely chopped golden pickles, and 2 perfectly boiled eggs. "Get up and eat something." Lin Yi placed the tray on the bedside table. Then, he naturally helped Xia Wanqing sit up, letting her lean against him. Xia Wanqing's face instantly turned red. She leaned against Lin Yi's solid, warm chest, listening to the steady beat of his heart, feeling as if she could barely breathe. Lin Yi didn't notice her shy demeanor. He picked up the bowl and scooped a spoonful of warm white porridge, blowing on it before gently bringing it to her lips. "Open your mouth." His voice was soft and gentle, carrying an undeniable, commanding tenderness. Xia Wanqing's mind went blank. She felt like a puppet pressed on pause, instinctively opening her mouth. The warm, soft porridge slid into her mouth. It had a simple, pure aroma of rice, without any extra seasoning. Yet, Xia Wanqing felt it was the most delicious thing she had ever eaten in her life. The warmth spread from her tongue to her stomach, then from her stomach to her limbs, driving away all the cold and discomfort caused by the fever. Her heart felt warm as well. She looked at the man in front of her, who was focused on feeding her porridge bit by bit, admiring his handsome face close up and his deep eyes filled with concentration and concern. Her heart raced uncontrollably once again. She felt that the iceberg of indifference and detachment she had disguised for over 20 years was completely melted by this man's gentle care through a bowl of porridge. "Do you want more?" Lin Yi asked, looking at her silly, dazed expression. "Yes." Xia Wanqing's voice was barely a whisper. Her face was so red it seemed like it could bleed. Lin Yi similed. He scooped another spoonful of porridge, blew on it, and brought it to her lips. Xia Wanqing obediently opened her mouth and ate. Spoon after spoon, the bowl of porridge quickly reached the bottom. Lin Yi then picked up a perfectly boiled egg and brought it to her mouth. "Eat an egg for some protein." Xia Wanqing looked at the round, cute boiled egg and, inexplicably, opened her mouth and took a small bite. It was soft and tender with a hint of sweetness. Delicious. She took another bite. Lin Yi patiently fed her the boiled egg, piece by piece, without a trace of impatience, as if taking care of her was the most natural thing in the world. After finishing the food, Xia Wanqing felt a bit sweaty and much more comfortable. The medicine was taking effect. Sleepiness surged up. Her eyelids began to flutter. "Are you tired?" Lin Yi asked, looking at her drowsy expression. Xia Wanqing replied drowsily. "Then sleep," Lin Yi said as he gently laid her back down on the bed and carefully tucked the quilt around her. "Just sleep, and you'll be fine." His voice echoed softly in her ear like a lullaby. Xia Wanqing closed her eyes, but did not fall asleep immediately. She stretched out her hand, quietly reaching out from under the blanket. Then she gathered all the courage she had in her life and gently tugged at the corner of Lin Yi's shirt. Lin Yi's body stiffened slightly. He turned to look at her. "What's wrong?" Xia Wanqing didn't open her eyes. Her voice was thick with sleepiness, mixed with a hint of reliance and a bit of a spoiled tone. "Don't go. Stay with me for a while, okay? I'm afraid that if I fall asleep, you won't be here anymore." She sounded like a small child afraid of being abandoned. Lin Yi looked at her pitiful expression filled with unease and dependence, and a soft spot in his heart felt as if it had been struck hard by something. He felt his long-hidden heart of a salted fish surrender completely at that moment. He sighed and then sat down by the bed. He reached out and held her cold little hand that was tugging at his shirt. His hand was warm and dry, like a warm baby that could give someone immense reassurance. "I won't go," he said softly but with unwavering firmness. "I'll stay here with you until you fall asleep." When Xia Wanqing heard this, the last bit of unease in her heart completely vanished. She felt like she had the whole world. A satisfied, sweet smile appeared on her lips, and then she held his hand and fell into a deep sleep. It was unclear how long it had been. Xia Wanqing was awakened by the aroma of food. She opened her eyes and found that it was already dark outside. In the bedroom, only a dim, warm bedside lamp was on. She felt sticky and had sweated a lot, but she felt much refreshed. Her head no longer hurt, and she felt stronger. The fever seemed to have subsided. She turned her head and saw Lin Yi sleeping beside her bed, still holding her hand tightly. His brows were slightly furrowed, and he seemed to be sleeping uneasily. Xia Wanqing looked at his peaceful and handsome face under the light, filled with an indescribable sense of heartache and affection. She knew he must have been exhausted from taking care of her. She reached out with her other hand, wanting to smooth his furrowed brows. But she was afraid of waking him up, so she could only quietly watch him, etching his appearance deeply into her heart. At that moment, she heard her phone vibrating in Lin Yi's pocket. His brows furrowed even tighter, as if he was about to be awakened. Xia Wanqing quickly reached out and carefully took his phone out of his pocket. She originally just wanted to help him turn it off, but when she saw the incoming call display on the screen, she froze. The name on the caller ID was simple, just one word, "She," followed by a heart emoji. Xia Wanqing's heart skipped a beat. She? Is it a girl's name? Such an intimate note? A wave of unprecedented, overwhelming crisis and jealousy surged into her heart. Who is this she? What is their relationship? She looked at the flashing caller ID and then glanced at the sleeping Lin Yi beside her. Her heart was in turmoil. She knew she shouldn't answer this call. It was Lin Yi's privacy. But she couldn't control her jealousy and curiosity. She wanted to know. She had to know. Who on earth is this she? She took a deep breath and then made a decision that she might regret for a lifetime. She pressed the answer button. She didn't say anything, wanted to listen first to what the other party would say. On the other end of the line, a clear, vibrant voice of a girl quickly came through. "Bro, what are you doing? Why did it take you so long to answer the phone? I'm telling you, my roommate's birthday is coming up. Did you manage to get that signed photo of my goddess that you promised me?" Xia Wanqing was stunned by these words. "Bro, signed photo of a goddess? She is Lin Yi's sister?" Xia Wanqing felt like she was on a roller coaster, her emotions soaring and plunging. One second she was in hell, and the next second she was in heaven. She looked at the sleeping Lin Yi beside her, her heart filled with a sense of relief and a bit of shame for her previous thoughts. She cleared her throat and then tried to speak into the phone in the most natural and gentle tone she could muster, saying, "Hello? Hi. Your brother is currently sleeping. If you have something to say, you can tell me. I'm his girlfriend." There was dead silence on the other end of the line. After a full half-minute, a scream that could shake the entire house finally erupted. Oh my God, you're Xia Wanqing." Chapter 58, Editor-in-Chief Wang Tao's Ultimatum, God, if you don't show up soon, I'm calling the police. Wang Tao is going crazy. He felt that, as the editor-in-chief of the fantasy library, he had never been so exhausted in his 20 years of work as he was now. Everything stemmed from that man. That man who was elusive, treated money like dirt, and regarded updates as if they were nothing. A dream for 1,000 years. Ever since that man, in a nearly suicidal manner, exploded on the internet and rescued Xia Wanqing from the whirlpool of public opinion, he had vanished again. His author backend had not lit up again. The encrypted chat software he used to communicate with Wang Tao had not responded to any messages. He had disappeared like a shooting star across the sky, shining brilliantly before vanishing completely into the vast night, leaving behind a huge film project waiting to be fed and a poor editor-in-chief on the verge of madness. President Wang. Assistant Xiao Yi carefully walked in, holding a cup of strong coffee. No, a life-saving coffee. She looked at her boss, whose hairline was nearly comparable to Guiyu's and his panda eyes filled with bloodshot veins, feeling a sense of sympathy. She felt that President Wang had aged at least 10 years recently. President Wang, have a sip of coffee to perk you up. Wang Tao ignored her. His eyes were fixed on the computer screen. On the screen were the backend data of the fantasy library. All the data was plummeting at a visibly alarming rate. Monthly active users, daily active users, reader retention rates, everything was dismal. Ever since the abrupt suspension of a dream of 1,000 years, the entire website seemed to have lost its backbone. Readers were leaving. Authors were sighing and struggling with writer's block. The board was calling him daily, berating him mercilessly. And the root cause of all this? That bastard named Lin Yi. Yet he seemed to vanish without a trace. No. Wang Tao slammed the table. His plump body trembled slightly with anger. I can't just sit here and wait for my doom. I need to find him. Even if I have to dig 3 feet into the ground, I will unearth him. Xiaoya was startled. Where are you going to find him, Mr. Wang? Don't we not even know where he lives? Upon hearing this, a profound and bleak smile appeared on Wang Tao's face. We didn't know before. But now he took out a crumpled document from his drawer, resembling a piece of salted vegetable. It was the exorbitantly priced copyright contract Lin Yi had signed with him. He pointed at the nearly illegible signature on the contract. I hired the best handwriting experts in the country. I also hired the most skilled private detectives. I had them sift through all the people named Lin Yi in Tianhai City. Finally, his eyes sparkled with a nearly mad light. I found a most suspicious target. He slammed the document on the table. Yinding Tiangong, room 3201. That bastard lives there. Xiaoya gasped at the address. Yinding Tiangong? That's the most upscale, wealthy area in Tianhai City. Any random apartment starts at 9 figures. The legendary god who looks down on money as if it were dirt actually lives in such a place filled with the stench of copper. Isn't this character a bit shattered? Mr. Wang, what are you planning to do? I plan to go in person. Wang Tao's tone was resolute. I refuse to believe it. As the chief editor of the fantasy library, I personally visit him 3 times. He can't possibly refuse me at the door. Saying this, he stood up, grabbed his coat, and prepared to leave. He looked like a brave general about to head into battle, even though his legs trembled slightly. Half an hour later, Wang Tao stood at the entrance of Yinding Tiangong, a lobby as magnificent as a 5-star hotel. His heart was filled with a sense of shock akin to Lu Lao Lao entering the Grandview Garden, and a bitterness corroded by the sugar-coated bullets of capitalism. Damn it! Are all novelists this wealthy now? If I had known earlier, I would have quit my job to write novels. While he complained, he faced the disdainful gaze of the security guard, who seemed to think someone like him didn't deserve to be there. Gritting his teeth, he stated the address he wanted to visit. I'm looking for Mr. Lin Yi in room 3201. To his surprise, the security guard did not make it difficult for him upon hearing that name. He simply made a call to confirm. Then he let him through. Wang Tao ascended in an elevator that moved so fast it made him feel a bit weightless, arriving at the 32nd floor. He stood before the seemingly very expensive door of room 3201. His heart raced incessantly. He felt like a little eunuch about to meet the emperor, nervous and expectant. He adjusted his already sparse hairstyle and cleared his throat. Then, with a sense of reverence, he pressed the doorbell. Ding-dong. The doorbell sounded pleasant, but there was no response from inside. Wang Tao was taken aback. Not home, That can't be. With that guy's lazy personality. If he wasn't home playing games at this hour, it would be more absurd than the earth exploding. He pressed the button again, but still no response. A bad premonition rose in Wang Tao's heart. Could it be that he knows I'm coming and is purposely avoiding me? With that thought, his stubborn temper flared up. So you want to open the door? Huh? Fine. I'll wait until you do. He decided to stay right there. He refused to believe that he could hide forever. However, he waited for an hour. The door remained shut. He waited another hour. The door was still tightly closed. Wang Tao went from fierce to anxious, and finally to the point of feeling like he was about to collapse. He stared at that cold door, which seemed to isolate everything. His mind began to race with wild thoughts. Could something have happened to that guy inside? For example, did he die suddenly while playing games? Or did he become so obsessed with writing that he spontaneously combusted? Or perhaps he was kidnapped by some mysterious organization. After all, he was a man with 50 billion. The more Wang Tao thought about it, the more scared he became. He felt that he was carrying not just the website as performance, but also the safety of a national treasure of cultural significance. He took out his phone and once again dialed that number he had vowed never to call again. The phone rang for a long time before it was answered. But this time, the person who answered was someone he never would have imagined. A woman with a very pleasant and gentle voice, but with a hint of sleepiness. Hello. Hi. Who are you looking for? Upon hearing this voice, Wang Tao was dumbfounded. A woman? How could there be a woman in the god's home? Moreover, from the sound of her voice, it seemed she had just woken up. Could it be Wang Tao's mind instantaneously conjured up a long, dramatic tale of a domineering god and his mysterious little wife spanning 80 episodes? I'm looking for Lin Yi. His voice began to stutter. Oh, him? The woman on the other end chuckled lightly. Her laughter was delightful, like wind chimes. P.S. Not available to take calls right now. If you have something to say, you can tell me. As the woman paused for a moment. Then, with a sweet and natural tone, she said, family member. Wang Tao felt his worldview shatter completely at that moment. He was stunned for a full half-minute before regaining his voice. He shouted into the phone, almost on the verge of tears, with a tone filled with rage and indignation. You let him take the call. You tell him. If he doesn't show up soon, I will call the police. Chapter 59. Lin Yi's helplessness. Then let's borrow another song. Lin Yi felt like he was about to crack. On one side is his girlfriend, Xia Wanqing, who is clinging to his arm in a way that says, if you don't agree, I won't let go, with a spoiled demeanor, and is acting cute crazily. On the other side is the editor-in-chief, Wang Tao, on the phone, who is shouting in a tone that says, if you don't show up, I'll call the police, filled with outrage. He feels like a poor, helpless meat patty caught in the middle of a hamburger. He is stuck between two sides, unable to move forward or backward. Lin Yi is still under the relentless persuasion of Xia Wanqing. Her voice is soft and sticky, like a piece of cotton candy that can be pulled into strands. Just write me one more song. Just one, okay? I promise this will be the last one. Lin Yi looks at her watery, pleading peach blossom eyes. He also hears Wang Tao on the phone, nearly losing his voice, howling like a ghost. His head feels like it's about to explode. He feels that his lifelong plan of being a salted fish has completely declared bankruptcy at this moment. He's just a man who wants to lie flat in peace. Why should he bear these pressures and troubles that someone his age shouldn't have to endure? Sigh. For the first time, he resignedly lets out a long sigh. He feels that he has sighed more in this life than he wrote in his previous life. He first weakly says to the almost incoherent Wang Tao on the other end of the phone, all right, Wang Fatty, stop howling. I'm not dead, and I haven't been abducted by aliens. Wang Tao's wailing suddenly stops. Great God. His voice is filled with the surprise of someone who has survived a disaster. Is it you? You finally decided to talk to me. Let me tell you, the woman at your door, she's my girlfriend. Lin Yi directly interrupts him, using a very plain but undeniable tone. Wang Tao feels like his heart, which had just flown to heaven, has fallen back into hell with a thud, shattered into pieces. I'll think about the new book. Lin Yi doesn't want to get entangled in this issue anymore. He decides to paint a picture to stabilize him. Really? Wang Tao's eyes light up again. However, I have a condition. You say, don't say 1. 100 will do. In the future, don't block me at my door anymore. And don't threaten me with such a childish method. as calling the police. Otherwise, Lin Yi's voice turns cold. The consequences are something you and your website cannot bear. Wang Tao's heart trembles violently. He knows this is the final warning. Understood. Understood. I promise. It won't happen again. He nods frantically like a chick pecking at rice. All right, hang up. If there's something, say it on the app. After Lin Yi finishes speaking, he directly hangs up the phone. He feels that after dealing with Wang Tao's external troubles, he has exhausted all his energy for the day. He slumps on the sofa like a salted fish that has had all its moisture drained. Life feels meaningless. However, the internal troubles beside him clearly have no intention of letting him off the hook. Xia Wanqing shakes his arm gently. Look, you promised that Wang would consider writing a new book. So shouldn't you also consider my song? Her voice is soft and innocent, like a little cat asking for fish flakes. Lin Yi looks at her and feels overwhelmed. He really wants to refuse. But looking at Xia Wanqing's bright, expectant, and dependent eyes, he can't bring himself to say no. He feels like he has really been completely eaten up by this woman. He closes his eyes and leans back on the sofa. His mind starts racing. Write a song? What song to write? The classic love songs from Earth flash through his mind like a revolving lantern, one after another. From Confession Balloon to Today You're Going to Marry Me. From Love Is Not a Choice to I Love You for 10,000 years. Each one is a balm. Any of them could drive this desolate entertainment world crazy. But the problem is, he doesn't want to keep borrowing like this. He feels like a shameful thief, stealing the hard work of truly great artists. Although he's a salted fish, he also has his bottom line. But then he glances at Xia Wanqing, who is looking at him with eager eyes. He feels like his bottom line is about to waver for her. Sigh. He lets out another long sigh. He feels like he has come to this life to repay debts for this woman. All right. In the end, he still compromises. But I have to say it first. Just this one. No more exceptions. Xia Wanqing's eyes instantly shine like two of the most brilliant stars. Really? That's great. She cheers and directly gives Lin Yi a big kiss on the face. Lin Yi's body stiffens suddenly. He feels like the half of his face that she kissed has been hit by an electric current, both numb and hot. He looks at Xia Wanqing's beautiful face, which is especially charming due to her excitement and joy. His heart races along with it. He feels like he isn't losing out. Ahem. He clears his throat to cover up his awkwardness. You should let go first. You're making it hard for me to breathe. Only then does Xia Wanqing realize that she is still clinging to Lin Yi like an octopus. Her face instantly turns red. She quickly releases her grip and sits up straight, like a little student who has made a mistake. Lin Yi looks at her shy yet adorable appearance and smiles. He stands up and walks over to the black grand piano. He sits down, lifts the piano lid, and asks, "What kind of song do you want to hear?" Xia Wanqing thinks for a moment. "I want to hear a song that is very sweet, so sweet that it could give someone diabetes." She looks at Lin Yi, her eyes filled with unabashed affection. Lin Yi looks at her and smiles. "All right, I'll satisfy you." He closes his eyes. Once again, countless classic melodies flash through his mind. Finally, he chooses a song that best represents his current state of mind. A song filled with the flavor of youth, sunshine, and first love. His fingers gently rest on the keys. Then a light and bouncy prelude flows from his fingertips. The melody feels like a refreshing breeze on a summer day, like a glass of lemonade in the afternoon, instantly sweetening the air in the entire room. Xia Wanqing listens, entranced. She feels like she has returned to her innocent teenage years, wearing a white shirt and a pleated skirt. Then Lin Yi begins to sing. His voice is clear and gentle, carrying a unique cleanliness and magnetism of youth. He sings, "The clouds leave a shadow in our hearts." I listen to the long silent emotions, clear and transparent, just like beautiful scenery, always uncertain. That's what makes the heart flutter. His singing is simple and unadorned. There are no elaborate techniques, but it is filled with the most sincere emotions. Each note is like a sweet candy, melting in Xia Wanqing's heart on a summer evening. He continues to sing, "I want to take you cycling. I want to take you to watch baseball. Like this, without worries, singing and walking together. I want to take you back to my grandmother's house. Together, watching the sunset until we both fall asleep." Xia Wanqing listens to these lyrics. They're full of life and simplicity, and her eyes instantly turn red. She knows this song is written by Lin Yi for her, not merely for her to listen to. What it sings about is the kind of ordinary, warm love that she yearns for the most. There are no flashlights, no fame and fortune, just two people, a bicycle, a sunset, and the simplest I love you. As Lin Yi sings the last line, he turns his head to look at Xia Wanqing. His gaze is deep and serious, like a gentle starry sky. He softly sings, I want to hold your hand like this, never letting go. Can love be simple, without harm? You lean on my shoulder. You fall asleep on my chest. A life like this. I love you, you love me. The song ends. The echoes linger. The entire room falls silent, leaving only the clear sound of their heartbeats. Xia Wanqing looks at Lin Yi, tears flowing uncontrollably down her face. She stands up and walks step by step towards him. Then she reaches out her hand and gently hugs him from behind. She buries her face deep in his broad, warm back. And with a voice filled with a thick cry and endless affection, she softly asks, So the line you sang just now, I love you, you love me, is it true? Chapter 60. The moment of heartbeat. She seems to have fallen for this salty fish neighbor. When Lin Yi's lyrics, I love you love me, fall in a room with the last gentle piano note, Xia Wanqing feels as if her world has been muted. She can hear nothing in her ears. Only the sound of her heart beating like a drum, one beat after another, clear and powerful. She looks at the man sitting in front of the piano, wrapped in soft light. It seems as if he is coated in a layer of golden halo, dazzling enough to make her squint. She knows she has fallen, completely fallen. From the first time she smelled the aroma of that domineering soy sauce fried rice at his door, to later when he used the most sarcastic tone to say the most caring words to her in the elevator, and then to when he stood in front of her like a god with a brick in that dark alley, as well as when he awkwardly and gently fed her porridge when she was sick. Scene after scene, frame after frame, plays in her mind like a slow-motion movie. These seemingly mundane, even somewhat laughable daily moments are like warm droplets of water that unknowingly melt her long-frozen heart. She always thought she would never like anyone. She felt that love was the most unreliable and hypocritical thing in the world, especially in the entertainment industry she was in, filled with fame and calculation. She had seen too much. Those couples who pretended to be in love for resources, those who were bound together for hype. She found it disgusting and sad. So, she always armed herself with indifference and distance, turning herself into an island that no one could approach. Until she met Lin Yi, this strange man. He is lazy, sharp-tongued, loves to play games, and always seems indifferent to everything. He does not match any of her fantasies about her ideal type. Yet, it is this kind of man who gradually knocks on the door of her heart in the most unintentional and real way. He never says those flashy, sweet words to her. He only quietly prepares a feast for her when she is hungry. He never flatters her like other men. He only rolls his eyes and teases her for being a life idiot when she does something silly. He also never makes empty promises like I will always protect you. He just stands in front of her without saying a word when danger comes, using his not-so-strong shoulders to create the safest space for her. He is like a cup of warm, plain water, seemingly ordinary, but only those who have truly tasted it know the sweetness and warmth hidden beneath that simplicity. Xia Wanqing thinks she really seems to have fallen for this strange, salty fish neighbor. It is not the admiration of a fan for an idol, nor the dependence of a patient on a doctor, but a pure and primal flutter of a girl's heart for a boy. She wants to eat his cooking every day. She wants to hear his teasing voice every day. She wants to see his handsome appearance dominating the gaming world every day. She even wants to step into his mysterious and enigmatic inner world to see what the soul that can write deep space and ghost blows out the light looks like. This thought, once it emerges, cannot be suppressed. It grows wildly like a vine, tightly wrapping around her heart. So, she stands up. She walks step by step towards him. She hugs him gently from behind. She buries her face deep in his broad, warm back. She smells the sunshine scent that she has become incredibly familiar with. At this moment, she feels an unprecedented peace in her heart. She hears herself softly ask in a voice filled with a thick cry and endless affection, a voice even she finds strange. So the line you sang just now, I love you, you love me, is it true? Lin Yi's body suddenly stiffens. He feels as if his entire back has been hit by an electric current, both numb and tingling. He can clearly feel Xia Wanqing's soft curves in her chest. which is rising and falling violently due to excitement. His heart also races uncontrollably. He knows he should push her away. Rationality tells him he is just a lazy salted fish. He shouldn't provoke a woman like Xia Wanqing, who is at the center of fame and fortune and destined to be full of troubles. But emotions keep him rooted to the spot, unable to move. He felt as if he couldn't bear to push away this warm, soft embrace. He fell silent. A long silence. Long enough that Xia Wanqing thought he was going to refuse. Only then did he slowly turn around. He looked at the woman who was holding him, her eyes red, like a frightened little rabbit. His gaze was complicated. There was helplessness, indulgence, and a hint of heart flutter that he couldn't quite articulate. He reached out his hand and gently wiped away the tears at the corner of her eyes. Then, he looked in her eyes and said in an extremely serious and solemn tone, "The lyrics are fake." Xia Wanqing's heart sank suddenly. It felt as if she had fallen from the clouds to the bottom of a valley. However, Lin Yi's next sentence instantly sent her flying back to heaven. But he paused for a moment, the corners of his mouth curling into a familiar, playful yet gentle smile. "My feelings for you are real." Xia Wanqing's mind exploded with a loud bang. She felt as if she had been hit hard by the sweetest candy in the world. She was so happy that she was about to faint. She looked at Lin Yi's handsome face, which was so close, and those deep eyes filled with sincerity and love. She could no longer hold back. She stood on her tiptoes, closed her eyes, and gently pressed her lips against his. Soft, warm, with a hint of trembling and the taste of first love. Lin Yi's body froze once again. He didn't expect this woman to be so proactive. He felt that his long-hidden, lazy heart surrendered completely at that moment. He reached out and pulled Xia Wanqing into his arms. Then, he took the initiative and deepened this tender and sweet kiss. Outside the window, the moonlight was just right. The indoor lighting was also just right. Everything was just perfect. It was unclear how long had passed before the two of them finally separated, gasping for breath. Xia Wanqing's face was already as red as a ripe peach. She leaned against Lin Yi's chest, too shy to look into his eyes. Lin Yi looked at her shy and adorable appearance and smiled. He reached out and gently scratched her nose. Then, in a teasing and indulgent tone, he asked, "So, does this mean that I, your lazy neighbor, have officially turned into a regular?" Chapter 61, A Song Simple Love, a small gift for the neighbor. The next day, the sun was shining brightly. Lin Yi was awakened by a series of urgent doorbell rings. He got out of bed with messy hair that looked like a bird's nest, his face full of morning grumpiness. He originally wanted to ignore it, but the doorbell kept ringing insistently. "Who is it? It's so early. Can't anyone let me sleep?" He mumbled as he weakly walked over to open the door. 3 people were standing at the door: Xia Wanqing, Sophie, and Chun Mingming. Xia Wanqing still looked like the radiant goddess she was, but there was a hint of subtle fatigue and anxiety on her face. Sophie beside her looked even more gloomy, as if the sky were about to fall. Only Chun Mingming's eyes lit up when she saw Lin Yi, revealing an adoring, infatuated smile. "Good morning, great God." Lin Yi glanced at her, but ignored her. He looked at Xia Wanqing and Sophie, frowning. "What are you guys doing? Is this a tribunal on my doorstep?" Sophie looked at Lin Yi, who was still half asleep and disheveled, and a sense of inexplicable anger surged within her. "Mr. Lin, our Wanqing is almost bullied to death. As her neighbor, don't you know anything about it?" Her tone was filled with accusation. Lin Yi froze for a moment. Bullying? Who dares to bully her? He felt as if he had missed some important plot. Seeing his confused expression, Sophie became even more furious. She took out her phone, opened a news article, and handed it to Lin Yi. "You take a look." Lin Yi took the phone and glanced at it. A bold, eye-catching headline caught his attention. Music King Xia Yi, suspected of indirectly criticizing Xia Wanqing. New song, still plagiarized? Below was a report filled with tension. The article stated that the music king of Blue Star, Xia Yi, in a live broadcast last night, publicly expressed that he was preparing a new album with a significant stylistic breakthrough. He then alluded to the recently popular Xia Wanqing. He said, "I heard that some young singers like to take shortcuts, relying on some so-called genius creations of unknown origin to try to achieve success overnight. But I want to say, music requires accumulation and sedimentation. You can't establish yourself with just 1 or 2 so-called hit songs. True talent will not be fleeting. Although he didn't name anyone, everyone could tell he was indirectly criticizing Xia Wanqing, criticizing her hit song, Chasing Light, which was inspired by Lin Yi, saying she was a flash in the pan, saying her song was plagiarized. Once this report came out, the entire internet exploded. Zhou Yi's fans and Xia Wanqing's fans instantly tore each other apart online. Our King Zhou is right. That Xia Wanqing only became popular with one song, right? Who knows if that song was plagiarized? Exactly. If you have the ability, produce another song of the same level. If you can't, you're just a plagiarizing dog. Haha, are you all jealous? Our Wanqing is talented. What's wrong with that? Your king is just as out of ideas, only knowing how to reheat old meals. Exactly. Can't write good songs and is envious of others? Truly two-faced. The entire internet was in chaos. Xia Wanqing was once again pushed to the forefront of controversy. Lin Yi read the report with a blank expression. However, a surge of unnamed anger ignited in his heart. Zhou Yi, music king? How dare he? A guy who isn't he even heard nunchaku dares to act like a big shot in front of him? How dare he bully his woman? He was simply asking for trouble. So what? He put down the phone and looked at Sophie, asking indifferently, "What do you want me to do now? Should I go beat up that Zhou guy? Or should I short his record company?" Sophie and Qin Mingming looked at Lin Yi, who casually spoke words that could shake the entire entertainment industry, feeling once again intimidated by this man's dominance. Xia Wanqing shook her head while looking at Lin Yi. No need. Her voice was somewhat low, but her gaze was very firm. I don't want to trouble you anymore. Moreover, the best solution to this matter is not through violence or capital, but through music. She looked at Lin Yi, her eyes filled with a complex emotion that she couldn't quite articulate. Anticipation, reliance, and a hint of testing. As long as I can come up with a song that's better and more stunning than Chasing the Light, then all the rumors about plagiarism will naturally fall apart. Sophie let out a bitter laugh upon hearing this. Wanqing, it's easy for you to say, but is it really that easy to come up with a good song? We've already contacted all the top lyricists and composers in the industry, but none of the songs they provided can match the level of Chasing the Light, let alone surpass it. As she spoke, she collapsed onto the sofa in despair. It's over. It's really over this time. However, Lin Yi smiled after hearing Xia Wanqing's words. He looked at her bright, hopeful eyes and knew that this woman was trying to set him up again. She wasn't genuinely looking to solve the problem with music. She was clearly trying to use this opportunity to trick him into giving her another song. This cunning little fairy made him feel both amused and annoyed. But he couldn't get angry at all. He gazed at Xia Wanqing, noticing her cheeks slightly reddened from nervousness and those pleading eyes that seemed to say, "Hurry and agree." He felt his heart soften once again. Sigh. He sighed resignedly, feeling as if he was just wishing well for this woman, always ready to grant her wishes. All right. He looked at Xia Wanqing with a tone filled with helplessness and indulgence. It's just a song, what's the big deal? Just wait. After saying that, he turned and walked into the study, a place he hadn't been in for a long time. Sophie and Qin Mingming were both dumbfounded. They watched Lin Yi's carefree figure, feeling that their brains were not functioning properly. He just agreed. Writing a song that surpasses Chasing the Light is as simple as going downstairs to buy a pack of cigarettes. Is he even human? Only Xia Wanqing looked at Lin Yi's back, a sweet, victorious smile appearing on her face. She knew that this man could never refuse her. 10 minutes later, Lin emerged from the study with a piece of white paper in hand. The paper had some seemingly messy notes and lyrics written on it. He handed the paper to Xia Wanqing as if it were just a regular draft. Here, take it. Consider it a small gift. Xia Wanqing received the paper with a near-trembling, reverent hand. She looked at the familiar, beautiful calligraphy on the paper and the seemingly simple yet sweetly titled song, Simple Love. Her eyes instantly turned red. She knew this was yet another love song he had written for her. Sophie and Qin Mingming quickly leaned in to look at the paper, which was filled with youthful and sunny lyrics. I can't explain why I become so proactive. If I fall in love with someone, everything is worth doing. I want to loudly declare my reluctance to part with you. Even the neighbor next door can guess how I feel right now. As they read on, they felt goosebumps rising all over their bodies. These lyrics are too sweet, right? Chapter 62. Xia Wanqing's astonishment. Are you serious about this song? Xia Wanqing looked at the line on the paper, filled with the essence of life and a hint of sweetness, feeling as if her heart was about to melt. Her cheeks were burning. She knew that this line was about the two of them, about the strange neighbor who lived across from her, who was all talk and no action. She lifted her head to look at Lin Yi. His beautiful peach blossom eyes sparkled like they were filled with the light of an entire galaxy. This song, her voice carried a barely perceptible tremor. Did you just write it? She asked a question that even she found hard to believe. Lin Yi raised an eyebrow, looking at her astonished and expectant expression. He couldn't possibly say that he had borrowed it from another world, so he could only nod stiffly. Yeah, just wrote it casually. I jotted it down while I was in the study, taking a bathroom break. He spoke in an extremely nonchalant, laid-back tone, as if writing a song capable of shaking the entire music industry was as simple as solving a physiological problem. Sophie and Ming listened to Lin Yi's words, feeling their worldview being refreshed once again. He wrote a song in the time it took to go to the bathroom, and with this quality, it's destined to be a massive hit? Is he even human? This is clearly a monster disguised in human skin. Only Xia Wanqing, upon hearing Lin Yi's words, did not think he was bragging. Instead, she found it incredibly reasonable. After all, he was a man who could dream for 1,000 years, capable of creating countless bizarre worlds with a single pen. For him, writing a little love song might indeed be as simple as drinking water or eating. She looked at Lin Yi, her eyes filled with admiration and affection that almost overflowed. She felt as if she had found the most precious treasure in the world. So this piece. Sophie pointed to the flowing 5-line staff on the paper, her voice a bit dry as she asked, "Did you also write this casually?" She also graduated from a music academy, although her major wasn't composition. But she could tell that this piece was very sophisticated. The melody was simple and catchy, yet the chord progression and arrangement were filled with various intricate ideas. This was definitely the work of a master. Yeah, Lin Yi nodded again. I just hummed it casually. Sophie completely lost the desire to speak. She felt that if she continued talking to this man, her already not-so-strong heart would soon be stimulated to the point of failure. She could only shift her gaze to Xia Wanqing. She looked at Xia Wanqing's exceptionally beautiful face, which was radiant from excessive excitement and happiness. Her heart was filled with a complex mix of envy, jealousy, and hatred. She felt that her little cabbage, which she had nurtured for many years, was about to be completely taken away by a prehistoric beast disguised as a salted fish. Moreover, this little cabbage appears to be completely willing and enjoying the moment. This made her, as a mother, feel quite uncomfortable. Ahem. She cleared her throat, trying to steer the conversation back on track. Since the song is already here, we should immediately contact the recording studio and the arranger. We need to get this song done in the shortest time possible. Then, we can throw it right in the face of that person, surnamed Joe, and his group of brainless fans. Her tone was filled with fighting spirit. However, after listening to her, Xia Wanqing shook her head. No, I don't plan to release this song right now. Sophie was taken aback. Why? This is our best weapon for counterattack. Xia Wanqing looked at the thin piece of paper in her hand, still carrying Lin Yi's warmth. Her eyes were filled with an unprecedented tenderness and determination. Because this is a gift he gave me. It's a gift just for me. I don't want it to be involved in any disputes over fame and fortune. I just want to cherish it by myself. As she spoke, she carefully folded the paper and placed it into her bag, like she was storing a priceless treasure. Sophie watched her and opened her mouth but couldn't say a word. She knew that Xia Wanqing was truly immersed in it. Deeply, deeply. She was no longer that woman who only thought about her career. She had become a little woman who could be willful for love. Sophie felt both gratified and worried. She was glad to finally see Xia Wanqing's side that belonged to an ordinary girl. But she was worried because she didn't know if that man named Lin Yi was worth such dedication and trust. Just then, Lin Yi, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. Who said this song is yours alone? His tone was still lazy and provoking. Xia Wanqing was taken aback, raised her head, and looked at him. Her eyes held a hint of confusion and grievance. What do you mean? Lin Yi looked at her pitiful expression, like a little cat that had its dried fish snatched away, and smiled. What I mean is, such a beautiful song, to be heard only by you, is too wasteful. It should be heard by more people. It should also let that person surnamed Zhou and his group of naive fans know what true music is. Xia Wanqing looked at him, still a bit confused. But I don't want to use it to argue with others. Who said we have to use it to argue? The corners of Lin Yi's mouth curled into an inscrutable smile. We don't need to argue. We just need to sing this song out loud. Then, quietly watch them slap themselves in the face. That is the most sophisticated counterattack. Sophie's eyes suddenly brightened upon hearing this. She seemed to understand Lin Yi's meaning. Mr. Lin, you mean we should directly release this song? No. Lin Yi shook his head. Not release. It's perform. He looked at Xia Wanqing's beautiful eyes filled with confusion and said word by word, Tonight, aren't you going to charity dinner? Isn't there a performance segment at the dinner? You should sing this song on that stage where everyone is watching. Consider it a small surprise for all your fans. And also let some people know what it means to strike from a lower dimension. As Xia Wanqing listened to Lin Yi's words filled with dominance and confidence, her heart raced uncontrollably once again. She felt that her heart, which had just calmed down, was once again stirred by this man. She looked at Lin Yi, her eyes full of unabashed enthusiasm and admiration. She nodded vigorously. Okay, I'll listen to you. She now had unconditional trust in Lin Yi. She believed that as long as it was said by this man, it must be right. Sophie beside her was also excited, her face flushed. She seemed to have already seen how crazy and boiling the entire internet would be tonight when Xia Wanqing sang this fairy love song on that stage where everyone was watching. She looked at Lin Yi, her eyes filled with genuine admiration. This man was not only extraordinarily talented, but also so clever and elegant in his counterattack methods. He was simply a born king. She looked at Lin Yi and asked in a tone full of probing and curiosity. So, Mr. Lin, you just said you were just humming casually. That must be a lie, right? You actually prepared this bomb for Wanqing a long time ago, didn't you? Chapter 63. Casually written. Not worth mentioning Lin, he looked at Sophie's eyes filled with inquiry and awe. He smiled. He knew this astute woman had begun to overthink again. She always liked to imagine him as a mastermind behind the scenes, strategizing for victory. But in reality, he was just a salted fish who wanted to lie down quietly. The reason he brought out this song, Simple Love, was purely because Xia Wanqing had cuddled his arm and acted cute. He couldn't resist. As for the so-called bomb, or striking from a lower dimension, those were just incidental. He hadn't even considered that so-called music industry king, Zhou Yi, as anything significant. He looked at Sophie, shook his head, and then spoke in an extremely bland tone, even with a hint of disdain. You're overthinking it. I'm not that boring, nor am I that calculating. This song is just like the meal I cooked for you last time. He paused, glancing at Xia Wanqing, who was looking at him with admiration. It's purely because a little troublemaker was hungry. Or rather, she was bullied again. I was so annoyed by her that I had no choice but to whip up something to shut her up. That's all. He spoke casually, as if that song destined to enter the annals of Blue Star's music history was no more significant than a plate of fried rice he casually made. Not worth mentioning. Sophie and Chun Mengmeng listened to Lin Yi's ultimate display of nonchalance, feeling their hearts struck once again. They looked at Lin Yi, their eyes filled with a kind of reverent awe. This man's level of showing off was too high, so high that they didn't even have the qualification to look up to him. Only Xia Wanqing, after hearing Lin Yi's words, not only didn't he think he was showing off, but her heart felt as sweet as if filled with honey. She knew Lin Yi was just that kind of person. He always spoke the most disdainful and provoking words. However, in action, she always did the gentlest and most indulgent things. She looked at Lin Yi's face, filled with a proud, I'm just that awesome, if you don't believe me, come at me expression. Her heart was filled with an unprecedented and immense sense of happiness and security. She felt that in this lifetime, she might never be able to part from this contradictory man. Ahem. Sophie finally came back to her senses from her shock. She looked at Lin Yi, her face revealing an incredibly sincere smile, even with a hint of flattery. Mr. Lin, her way of addressing him had unknowingly shifted from Mr. Lin to the respectful you. Since you wrote this song, do you have any special thoughts about the arrangement and production? She asked cautiously. She knew that a song like Simple Love, which seemed simple but was actually full of cleverness, relied heavily on arrangement. A good arrangement could enhance the song, turning it into a true classic. while a poor arrangement could completely ruin its spirit. Therefore, she had to clarify Lin Yi's thoughts as the original creator. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi thought for a moment. Immediately, a classic arrangement personally crafted by J. Cho came to mind. The lively rhythm, the retro-sounding acoustic guitar strumming, and the finishing touches of the keyboard tones all constructed a romantic world filled with sunshine, beaches, and the sweetness of first love. He succinctly shared these arrangement ideas with Sophie. Sophie listened stunned. Although she wasn't a professional arranger, she could tell that what Lin Yi was saying was too professional. It was too advanced. Every detail he mentioned precisely captured the essence of the song. She felt as if she wasn't listening to an amateur talking theory, but rather a true master of music production guiding her through the intricacies of the field. How many hidden skills did this man have that she didn't know about? Sophie's heart surged with waves of astonishment again. She looked at Lin Yi, her gaze filled with even greater reverence. "I understand, Mr. Lin." She nodded vigorously. "I'll contact our company's best arranger right away. I will ensure he perfectly realizes your vision." "No, Lin," he shook his head. Sophie was taken aback. "What do you mean?" Lin Yi looked at her and said casually, "No need to be so troublesome. Just have your company's arranger come here, bringing his equipment. We can do the arrangement right here." Sophie, she thought she had misheard. "Do the arrangement here? At your home?" "Mr. Lin, are you joking? There's no equipment here. How can we do the arrangement?" Lin Yi smiled. He pointed to the study he hadn't entered in a long time. "Who said there isn't?" Sophie and Chun Mengmeng followed his gaze, their eyes filled with confusion. Only Xia Wanqing seemed to realize something. Her eyes lit up slightly. Lin Yi didn't explain further. He simply walked over and pushed open the door of the study that had been tightly shut. Suddenly, a professional music studio, filled with a sense of futurism and technology, appeared before the three women without any warning. In that not-so-large study, various top-notch music equipment that they had never even seen before was laid out everywhere. The latest model of Apple computers, a huge 4-display monitor, a professional keyboard, top-tier studio monitors, and an entire wall of effects processors and synthesizers. Various knobs and sliders sparkled enticingly under the lights. The whole room resembled a music spacecraft from the future, filled with an overwhelming sense of professionalism and luxury. Sophie and Chun Mengmeng were completely petrified. They stood with their mouths agape, staring at the luxurious setup that could rival the best Hollywood recording studios, feeling utterly overwhelmed. Is this the study of an unemployed person? This is clearly the private sanctuary of a top music producer. Sophie looked at Lin, feeling like she was about to kneel before him. She finally understood why this man would say something like doing the arrangement here, because it was more professional than any professional recording studio. She looked at Lin Yi, her voice trembling. "Mr. Lin, so you're not just a web literature master, a culinary genius, or a chess master. You're also a hidden music production master?" Lin Yi looked at her expression, which was on the verge of shattering her worldview, and smiled. Leaning against the doorframe, he lazily waved his hand. No. I just bought these for fun. After all," he paused, speaking in an extremely casual, yet devastatingly impactful tone, "even as a salted fish. One must be a tasteful salted fish, right?" Sophie was completely at a loss for words. She felt that the shock she experienced today was more than she had felt in her entire life combined. She looked at Lin Yi with a tone filled with awe and a hint of despair, asking, "So, Mr. Lin, do you also have a Gundam hidden at home? You know, the kind that can be taken out at any time to save the world?" Chapter 64. Sophie's Shock. This song can be nominated for Annual Golden Song. Lin Yi looked at Sophie, who had begun to doubt her life, and smiled. He shook his head, choosing not to continue using his plain yet impactful casual remarks to further destroy her already shaky worldview. He simply said, "No Gundam. However, if you want to see a simulator cockpit of the J-20, I do have one in my study. Just something I bought for fun." Sophie, she was completely speechless. She felt numb. Even if Lin Yi told her that he was actually Ultraman from the 78th galaxy, she probably wouldn't be surprised anymore. Sophie was very proactive. After a brief reshaping of her worldview, she immediately dialed the phone of the top music producer in the company, Lu Jianhong. Lu Jianhong was a godfather figure in the Blue Star music scene, having produced countless platinum-selling albums and launched several superstars. He was very proud and picky. often refusing to even glance at ordinary songs. When he received Sophie's call and heard that he was being asked to bring his equipment to a newcomer's home to do an arrangement, he initially wanted to refuse outright. He felt it was an insult to his status as a music godfather. However, when he heard Sophie mention the address Yunding Tiangong, he hesitated. Then, when he heard Sophie speak in an almost enchanting tone about Xia Wanqing and a new song that would absolutely surprise him, he was moved. In the end, he agreed. An hour later, Lu Jianhong appeared at Lin Yi's doorstep with his young, unwilling arrangement assistant and a bunch of seemingly expensive equipment. When he was led into the luxurious music studio that resembled a futuristic space capsule by Sophie, even he, a music godfather used to grand scenes, was stunned into silence for quite a while. He gazed at the entire wall of top-notch effects and synthesizers, his eyes sparkling with a fervent light that only peers could understand. "My God," he murmured. "Did they move the entire Grammy recording studio back here?" His young arrangement assistant was so mesmerized that he almost drooled. He felt like a devout believer entering the sanctuary of music. Ahem. Lin Yi looked at these two country bumpkins, who were exploring every corner like Lu Lao Lao entering the Grand View Garden, and cleared his throat to interrupt their pilgrimage. "Is everyone here? Is the equipment here? Then let's get started." His tone was very calm, but carried an undeniable authoritative presence. Lu Jianhong came back to his senses. He looked at the young man in front of him, who was a bit overly young, with eyes full of scrutiny and a hint of disdain. He admitted that this young man's background was substantial to acquire such top-tier equipment. However, music cannot be built solely on money. It requires genuine talent and inspiration. He wanted to see how much this young man, who Sophie had praised so highly, was really worth. "All right," he nodded. "Let's begin. Play your demo. Let me hear it." His tone carried a condescending challenge from a senior to a junior. Lin Yi smiled. He knew what this old guy was thinking. He didn't waste words with him. He simply walked over and sat in front of the keyboard. He moved his fingers a bit and then looked at Xia Wanqing, giving her a reassuring glance. The next second, his fingers flew across the keyboard. A light, flavorful drumbeat instantly flowed from the expensive monitor speakers. Then came a strum of a wooden guitar filled with a retro vibe, accompanied by a keyboard tone that added a hint of sweetness. It was just a simple prelude, but Lu Jianhong's expression changed. His originally disdainful, murky eyes instantly filled with unbelievable shock, because he recognized it. This arrangement was so damn high-end. It constructed a perfect romantic world filled with sunshine, beaches, and a taste of first love with just a few simple tracks. This was definitely a master-level work. Moreover, this imaginative, free-spirited arrangement style was something he had never heard before. It was simply a dimensional strike to the entire pop music scene of Blue Star. As he was still in shock, Lin Yi spoke. He didn't sing. He simply hummed the main melody of Simple Love in a casual manner. La 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 la. The melody was simple and catchy, but it seemed to have a magical quality, instantly drilling into the ears and hearts of everyone present, making them unconsciously sway their bodies. When Lin Yi finished humming the last line, the entire studio fell silent. Only the heavy, rapid breathing of Lu Jianhong and his young assistant remained. They stared at Lin Yi like two fools, their eyes filled with a reverent and fervent awe. Clap, clap, clap. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Jianhong suddenly applauded vigorously. His face was filled with an unprecedented excitement and ecstasy. "Amazing, amazing, it's just amazing," he exclaimed incoherently. This song is the most genius, most stunning work I've ever heard in my life. Its melody, its arrangement, its artistic conception, simply perfect to the point of being impeccable." He looked at Lin Yi, and his gaze was no longer filled with scrutiny and disdain, but rather a reverent, almost worshipful admiration. "Mr. Lin," his voice trembled, "this song will definitely secure the annual Golden Song of this year. No, within 10 years. No, within 100 years. The greatest love song." He, the music godfather who had been commanding the music scene for decades, was completely conquered by Lin Yi at this moment. Conquered to the point of being prostrate. Meanwhile, Sophie, witnessing this almost magical scene, was utterly numb. She felt that she had exhausted all her shock for a lifetime today. She looked at Lin Yi, who remained calm and unruffled after receiving the music godfather's adoration, as if he had merely done something trivial. She had only one thought in her mind. This man is definitely not human. He is a god who plays among mortals. And her silly little cabbage had unknowingly latched onto such a colossal godly thigh, thicker than a mountain of gold. This luck was simply off the charts. She glanced at Lin Yi and then at Xia Wanqing, who was looking at Lin Yi with a blissful expression. Suddenly, a thought sprang up in her mind, one that even she found absurd. She looked at Lin and asked in a tone full of probing and a hint of flattery. So, Mr. Lin, you see, our Wanqing is so outstanding and lovely. Are you interested in being her manager? Don't worry. We'll split it 70-30. No, 80-20. You 80, I 20. Chapter 65. The perfect performance of a diva in the recording studio. In the end, Lin Yi still did not agree to be Xia Wanqing's manager. He merely glanced at the now completely infatuated gold medal agent and then casually dropped a line. I find it troublesome, and you're too noisy. Sophie was once again petrified. She felt that all her confidence and pride in her life had been crushed before this man. Under Lin Yi, the human-shaped plug-in, the arrangement of Simple Love was completed in less than 3 hours. When Lu Jianhong handed over the nearly perfect arrangement product to Lin Yi, his eyes were filled with a sense of reluctance and reverence, as if he were sending off his own child. He knew that from today onwards, the pop music of Blue Star was going to change dramatically. He was fortunate to become a witness to this transformation. The next day, a group of people arrived at the top recording studio in Tianhai City, the Xinghai Music Factory. Here, it is a sacred place in the hearts of countless musicians. In the recording studio, Xia Wanqing stood in front of an expensive German microphone, with a hint of barely noticeable nervousness on her face. Although she had performed in numerous concerts with tens of thousands of fans and recorded several platinum-selling albums, this was her first time singing a song written for her by Lin Yi, and it was under his personal supervision. She felt more pressure than when facing tens of thousands of fans. She was afraid she wouldn't sing well, that she would disappoint this perfect piece of work, and that she would let down the man sitting at the mixing console, watching her with an indifferent expression. Are you ready? Lin Yi's calm and warm voice came through the headphones. It felt like an invisible pair of hands gently smoothed out all of Xia Wanqing's tension and anxiety. She took a deep breath and made a gesture at the microphone. Okay, Lin Yi nodded. Then let us begin. After he spoke, he gestured to the recording engineer beside him. A lively, sun-filled prelude slowly echoed in the recording studio. Xia Wanqing closed her eyes. What floated in her mind were not the glamorous stages and crazy fans, but the simple and warm daily moments between her and Lin Yi. His broad back as he cooked for her in the kitchen, his awkward expression as he spoke the most caring words in a sarcastic tone in the elevator, his tenderness as he lit candles to warm the room on that power outage night, and his dominance as he stood in front of her in that alley, holding a brick like a deity. All these heart-fluttering moments transformed into the most sincere emotions at this moment, blending into her singing. She began to sing. Her voice was sweet and clear, like a glass of ice-cold honey lemonade, bringing a refreshing and sweet sensation on a hot summer day. She sang, I can't say why, but I become very proactive. If you fall in love with someone, everything is worth doing. There were no extravagant techniques in her singing, only the purest and most genuine sweetness and bravery of a little girl in love. In the control room, Sophie and Chun Mingming were captivated. They felt they were not listening to a song, but a beautiful story about love. Lu Jianhong, the music godfather who had listened to songs his whole life, was so shocked that he couldn't speak. He looked at Xia Wanqing in the recording studio, who was singing with her eyes closed and a blissful expression. His gaze was filled with incredulous amazement. He knew Xia Wanqing was a good singer. Her tone and singing skills were top-notch, but he had never heard her sing with such soulful expression. Although her previous songs were also nice to listen to, they always gave a sense of being aloof and distant, like a perfect ice goddess. But now, she was no longer a goddess. She had transformed into an ordinary girl next door, who blushed, had heartbeats, and was brave for love. Her singing was filled with a tangy scent of romance and an irresistible infectiousness. Lu Jianhong knew that only two things could bring about such a transformative change in a singer: One was a truly moving song that touched her heart, and the other was a lover who made her willingly shed all pretense. And now, Xia Wanqing had both. He turned his head to glance at the calm young man beside him, who seemed to have everything under control. His heart was filled with deep respect. This man was not only a genius who could create miracles, but also a magician who could turn stone into gold. He could make a piece of ice melt into the gentlest spring water. As the song ended, when the last note fell, the entire control room fell silent. Everyone was still immersed in the sweet atmosphere of the song, unable to extricate themselves, until Lin Yi cleared his throat. "How was it?" he asked lightly. "Okay." Lu Jianhong was the first to react. He suddenly stood up and applauded vigorously. "Okay, if this is just okay, then 99 of the songs in the world can be thrown in the trash." He was so excited that he even swore. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. Wanqing's interpretation is simply impeccable. Every breath, every transition is filled with the feeling of love. This song doesn't need mixing. Just release it as it is. It will definitely sweep the universe. He, known for his picky and sharp tongue, turned into a brainless fan who could only shout 666 at that moment. Sophie and Chun Mingming also joined in, applauding wildly. They felt like they were witnessing history today. In the recording studio, after finishing her song, Xia Wanqing leaned weakly against the microphone stand. Her face still bore a happy blush. She looked at Lin Yi in the control room, who was smiling at her. Her heart was filled with an unprecedented sense of satisfaction and pride. She knew she hadn't let down this song, or him. She silently mouthed to Lin Yi in the control room. "How was it? Am I a qualified leading lady?" Lin Yi looked at her and smiled. He didn't speak, but gave her a thumbs up. Then he picked up the intercom on the mixing console and said in a tone filled with tenderness and indulgence, "You sang beautifully, even better than I would. So as a reward, what do you want to eat tonight? I'll make it for you." When Xia Wanqing heard this, she smiled, her eyes curving into crescent moons. She looked at Lin Yi and asked in a sweet tone with a hint of playful teasing, "So you mean I can use singing to order food from you in the future?" Chapter 66. The music producer's amazement. Who is this Mr. Lin? Lu Jianhong felt like he was dreaming. After 30 years in the industry, he had seen countless geniuses and produced numerous classics. He thought his heart, which had become somewhat numb to music, would no longer be easily moved by any song. But today he was wrong. Wrong to an absurd degree. He was not only moved, he even felt that his entire musical perspective had been completely overturned. The one who overturned him was a young man named Lin Yi, along with his song titled Simple Love. He sat in front of the mixing console, repeatedly listening to the dry vocals that had just been recorded. Xia Wanqing's clear and sweet voice echoed in his ears again and again. A look of obsession, nearly madness, appeared on his face. "Perfect, so fucking perfect," he murmured to himself. He felt that he was not just listening to a song, but appreciating a masterfully crafted piece of art. From the lyrics to the melody, to the arrangement and Xia Wanqing's interpretation, every element was flawless to an impeccable degree. It was destined to become a classic of an era. And he, Lu Jianhong, was fortunate enough to be the first listener and producer of this classic. This immense sense of honor and happiness made him tremble with excitement. He turned his head to look at the instigator, Lin Yi, who was leaning on the sofa, casually playing with his phone, looking carefree. His eyes were filled with a kind of awe and fervor, as if he were looking at a deity. He simply could not understand how a young man in his 20s could have such a treasure trove of creativity in his mind that he could casually write such an extraordinary work. What kind of person was he? He leaned closer to Sophie, who was also still in shock, and quietly asked, "Who exactly is this Mr. Lin?" Sophie smiled wryly at his question. "Teacher Lu, to be honest, I want to know that too. All I know is that he is a monster you can never figure out." Lu Jianhong looked at the complex expression on Sophie's face, filled with helplessness, and his curiosity about Lin Yi deepened. He thought for a moment and asked again, "So how should we credit the songwriter for this song? We can't just leave it anonymous, can we?" Sophie shook her head. "I don't know that either. I'll have to ask him personally." As she spoke, she stood up and walked over to Lin Yi. She approached him with a smile that she felt was a bit flattering. "Mr. Lin." Lin Yi glanced up at her. "This song is too perfect. We plan to play it at the charity dinner tonight. So, how should we credit the songwriter?" she asked cautiously, fearing that one wrong word might upset this great man. Lin Yi thought for a moment. He couldn't just write a dream for 1,000 years, right? That would really expose his identity. After pondering for a moment, he looked at Xia Wanqing, who was watching him with an expectant look from a distance. A gentle smile appeared on his lips. Let us just write one character. Sophie was taken aback. One character? Yes, Lin Yi nodded. Just right. Sophie was even more puzzled. What does this mean? Lin Yi smiled, but did not explain. He simply cast a deep glance at Xia Wanqing. When Xia Wanqing heard that character, her heart suddenly trembled. Her face turned bright red. She knew. She certainly knew what it meant. It was Lin, his surname. It was also the first letter of love. This man, this damned, contradictory, proud man, he actually used the most subtle and romantic way to confess to her, to announce to the whole world that this song was a love letter he wrote for her. Xia Wanqing felt as if she were about to faint from happiness. Her eyes brimmed with tears of emotion. She looked at Lin Yi and silently mouthed, "Thank you." Lin Yi looked at her adorable expression, filled with both tears and smiles, and also smiled. He felt that everything he did today was worth it. Meanwhile, Lu Jianhong watched the interaction filled with the smell of love, feeling like a lonely old man in his 50s who had been struck by 1,000 blows. He felt he had not come to produce music, but to eat dog food, the kind that was the highest quality and sweetest. He sighed and once again turned his gaze to the young man who filled him with both awe and envy. His heart was filled with a strong impulse. He wanted to befriend him. He wanted to learn more about music from him. Clearing his throat, he walked up to Lin Yi, wearing the most sincere and humble smile he had ever shown. "Mr. Lin, I wonder, after we finish recording tonight, do you have time? I'd like to invite you for a meal and discuss some music-related questions with you." In that moment, this music god who held sway in the music industry appeared like a humble student seeking advice. However, Lin Yi merely glanced at him and shook his head lightly. "No time." Lu Jianhong was taken aback. "What about tomorrow?" "No time." "The day after tomorrow?" "Even less time." Lu Jianhong was utterly dumbfounded. He couldn't understand why this young man, when personally invited by music god, wouldn't give him any face. Could it be that he was even more famous than himself? He looked at Lin Yi and asked in a tone filled with confusion, "Mr. Lin, are you very busy lately?" Lin Yi looked at him and nodded. "Yes, very busy. Busy taking care of my little troublemaker who can't take care of herself. Cooking, washing dishes, and..." He glanced at Xia Wanqing, who was covering her mouth and secretly laughing beside him, the corners of his mouth curling up in a doting arc playing games with her. Lu Jianhong felt like the dog food he had consumed today was about to suffocate him. He looked at Lin Yi and asked with a tone full of admiration and a hint of despair, "So, Mr. Lin, you mean to say that in your heart, playing games with your girlfriend is more important than discussing music with me? This music god?" Chapter 67. New song release, soaring to first place on hot searches that evening. At the charity dinner in Tianhai City, the stars shone brightly and the elite gathered. Xia Wanqing, wearing a custom-made starry gown from a top international luxury brand, slowly walked onto the stage. Her appearance instantly captivated the attention of everyone in the room, along with countless flashing cameras. She looked like a true queen, noble, elegant, and radiant. But tonight, she was a bit different. Although her face still held that impeccable, perfect smile, but in her eyes, there was something unprecedented. It was a light filled with sweetness, happiness, and endless love. That light was so dazzling that everyone who saw her couldn't help but feel curious. What could make this ice queen, known as the goddess, show such a charming, girlish demeanor? The host noticed this too. He walked onto the stage and half-jokingly asked, "Wanqing, you seem especially happy today. Did you encounter some great fortune?" Xia Wanqing looked at him and smiled. That smile was sweet enough to melt anyone's heart. "Yes," she nodded, not hiding her feelings, "because today I received a very special gift. A gift that I want to share with everyone who likes me." Her words instantly piqued the curiosity of everyone present and the billions of netizens watching the live stream. A gift? What kind of gift? Just as everyone was buzzing about it, the stage lights dimmed. Only a beam of soft spotlight illuminated Xia Wanqing. Then, a lively melody filled with the essence of sunshine began to play. It was the prelude to Simple Love. The moment the retro-sounding strumming of the acoustic guitar and the sweet keyboard tones rang out, everyone was stunned. They had never heard such music. This fresh, natural style, filled with the flavor of love, was simply a breath of fresh air. It completely overturned their understanding of pop music. Before they could recover from this stunning arrangement, Xia Wanqing began to sing. Her voice spread through the microphone, reaching the entire venue and the whole network. I want to hold your hand and never let go. Can love be simple, without harm? Her singing was sweet and soft, like a piece of cotton candy that melted in the mouth, instantly warming everyone's hearts. At that moment, the entire world fell silent. Everyone was immersed in her sweet and happy singing, feeling as if they were experiencing the simplest and most beautiful love themselves. When the last note fell, the venue was first filled with dead silence. Then it erupted in a thunderous, unending applause and countless excited screams. Meanwhile, the internet exploded. Wow, what did I just hear? What a divine song. It's too beautiful. Woo-woo. So sweet. So sweet. I feel like I'm about to get diabetes. Xia Wanqing, you heartthrob. What is the name of this song? Who is the genius behind it? Please let me know. I'm willing to trade my 20 years of singlehood for the song title. This style is amazing, fresh, unique, and filled with the feeling of love. It's simply a fresh stream in the Chinese music scene. Xia Wanqing's new song Simple Love and its songwriter shot up to the top of Weibo's hot search list at an unstoppable rocket-like speed. And behind it was a deep red explosive tag. The entire internet was caught in an unprecedented musical frenzy. Everyone was wildly discussing this suddenly emerging divine song and a mysterious songwriter. Meanwhile, the previous plagiarism controversy sparked by Xia Yi became a huge joke at that moment. Everyone knew that someone who could write a genius piece like Simple Love would never resort to plagiarism. He simply wouldn't stoop to that level. Xia Yi's Weibo was once again attacked by angry netizens. This time, it was even more brutal than before. Xia, come out. Get ready to be hit. You dare to question our Wanqing? Dare to question the genius? After hearing Simple Love, I realized that all your previous songs are trash. If you're out of ideas, just go home and retire. Don't come out and embarrass yourself. Xia Yi looked at the endless insults online and the song Simple Love, which had been crowned as the best love song of the year by countless people. His face turned pale and then flushed. He felt as if he had been slapped hard in front of the whole world. No, it was 2 slaps, loud and bright. He, a king in the music industry for over a decade, was completely crushed at this moment by a mysterious newcomer whose name only had 1 letter. And moments later, the instigator of this storm, the mysterious man, was lying on his sofa, eating apples that Xia Wanqing had peeled for him, while watching her radiant performance on TV. A satisfied smile, like that of a proud father, appeared on his face. Not bad. She sings quite well. She has about 70 or 80% of my level. He commented honestly. Next to him, Xia Wanqing, who was peeling a second apple for him, rolled her eyes at his self-satisfied comment. Yes, you're the best. You are the universe's #1 producer. Is that enough? She held a piece of peeled apple up to Lin Yi's mouth. Lin Yi naturally opened his mouth to eat it. Quite sweet, he commented. Xia Wanqing looked at his smug expression, feeling both amused and annoyed. But more than that, she felt sweet. She liked this feeling of cooking for him. Oh no, peeling apples for him. She felt like she was gradually becoming a qualified girlfriend. She looked at Lin Yi and suddenly thought a question. By the way, the trip to experience the slack-off journey you mentioned last time, is that still on? Lin Yi was taken aback by this. He looked at Xia Wanqing, whose eyes sparkled with anticipation, and smiled. Of course it's on, but before we go, you have to answer me a question. What question? Xia Wanqing asked curiously. Lin Yi looked at her, a mischievous smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Do you think that tonight, that king named Xia can still sleep? Chapter 68. The whole internet is asking, who is the songwriter? Xia Yi certainly couldn't sleep. Not only could he not sleep, but he felt like he was on the verge of a nervous breakdown. The catchy melody of Simple Love and Wanqing's overly sweet, clear voice echoed in his ears all night. He felt like he had been cursed. For the first time in his 20 years in the industry, he experienced true despair. It was a feeling of powerlessness, being completely crushed by a mysterious opponent whose identity he didn't even know in the field he was most proud of. In the most nonchalant way, he knew he was finished. His so-called era as the king of the music industry had ended the moment that song played last night. And at this moment, the entire network of Blue Star was caught in an unprecedented nationwide guessing game because of that mysterious songwriter. Everyone was asking the same question. This genius who suddenly appeared, who exactly is he? Wow, this is too amazing. With just one move, he knocked down the king of Zhou. This is a true dimensionality reduction strike. I declare from today on, I am a die-hard fan of the great god. So who is it? Is there a class representative to analyze this? I guess it must be some hidden music industry big shot. He can't stand Zhou Yi's arrogant demeanor, so he stepped in to teach him a lesson. Upstairs, I don't think so. The style of this song is too youthful and fresh. It doesn't seem like something an older generation musician could write. I guess it's definitely a talented young newcomer. I agree. And haven't you noticed? The lyrics of this song are practically a love letter to Xia Wanqing. Even the neighbor next door can guess how I feel right now. Isn't it just saying that he and Xia Wanqing are neighbors? Wow, blind man, you've discovered a key point. So, is this the mysterious guy who went grocery shopping with Xia Wanqing? Oh my god, this speculation is too sweet. The great god, in a fit of love, slapped the king in the face. What kind of divine idol drama plot is this? Xia Wanqing's neighbor this new, gossip-filled and sweet entry has once again topped the trending searches. Countless fans and onlookers have transformed into detectives. They linked Xia Wanqing's previous Food Weibo post with this time's simple love. Then, they came to a conclusion that made them excited enough to take off on the spot. That is, Xia Wanqing and that mysterious gentleman are in a passionate romance. And the song Simple Love is the gentleman's love confession to Xia Wanqing. Once this conclusion came out, the entire internet turned into a pink ocean. Ah, so sweet. So sweet. I don't care. This pair, I'm locking them in. The key. I swallowed. Divine love. One is a dazzling top-tier diva, and the other is a talented, mysterious great god. This is simply a plot from a novel. Right now, I just want to know what that gentleman looks like. To be able to write such a sweet song and win over our goddess. He must be an extraordinarily handsome guy, right? Requesting the gentleman to show his face. Requesting the gentleman to debut. I promise. I'll be the first to support you. The entire internet is desperately searching for any clues about him. However, they're destined to be disappointed. Because the gentleman they worship as a deity is currently lying on his own sofa, eating the oranges that Xia Wanqing peeled for him while looking at the online praise about him with a smug smile that resembles a lazy fish. TSK, TSK. He clicked his tongue. This batch of netizens is not doing well. Their imagination is too poor. Why hasn't anyone guessed that I am actually an AI from the future? Xia Wanqing, sitting next to him, looked at his smug expression and couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. All right, you. Don't act all innocent after taking advantage. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't know how to wrap this up. Her voice was filled with gratitude and reliance. Lin Yi looked at her and smiled. So, how do you plan to repay me? Just peeling an orange isn't enough, you know. His tone was full of teasing. Xia Wanqing's face turned red. She looked at Lin Yi's handsome face, which was so close, and those deep eyes filled with laughter. Her heart started to beat wildly again. She thought for a moment, then mustered the courage to lean in and gently pecked his face, like a dragonfly touching the water. It was a brief moment. Is this enough? Her voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz. Lin Yi touched the spot where she had kissed him, still lingering with the softness and sweetness of Xia Wanqing's lips. The corner of his mouth curled into a satisfied arcum barely passing. But he changed his tone. Next time, remember to kiss. That'll be excellent. Xia Wanqing. Her face instantly turned bright red. She felt like she was going to be driven crazy by this man who was getting better at teasing her. She decided to change the topic. By the way, she pointed at her phone, which was showing the trending topic. Now, the whole internet is guessing who you are. Aren't you even a little worried about your identity being exposed? Upon hearing this, Lin Yi casually scoffed. Exposed? With them? If they could uncover me, I, Lin, would just write my name backward. He had absolute confidence in his counter-surveillance abilities. However, as soon as he finished speaking, his phone dinged. It was a WeChat message. The sender was the chief editor he hadn't contacted in a long time, Wang Tao. The message was simple, just a screenshot. It was a screenshot of a Financial Forum post. The title of the post was, In-Depth Analysis, The invisible hand of the capital giant behind the plummeting stock price of Tianhe Entertainment. And below the post, there was a popular reply highlighted in red. The reply was from Keyboard Warrior. The content of the reply was, "Wow, I think I've discovered a huge secret. Do you think the capital giant who shorted Tianhe Entertainment might be the same person who wrote Simple Love? Because I found out that a friend in a game of mine, his name is King of Lazy Fish. He lives in a cloud top palace. And he also has the surname Lin. Most importantly, he also knows Xia Wanqing. Do you think there can be such coincidences in this world?" Lin Yi looked at this reply, full of coincidences. His face instantly darkened. He felt as if he could hear the sound of his handsome face being slapped. He looked at his phone and then at Xia Wanqing, who was curiously looking at him. A wave of unprecedented crisis surged in his heart. He felt like the disguise of the lazy fish he had been using was about to be stripped away. He looked at Xia Wanqing and asked with a complicated tone mixed with a hint of guilt, "So, do you think your all-powerful hacker assistant is reliable? She shouldn't be spreading my business around, right?" Chapter 69. Gu Chen's Jealousy. She really has a powerful backer. Gu Chen felt like he was going crazy. He had never felt so embarrassed and humiliated in his career as he did now. He was shelved. The entertainment company he had always been proud of, Tianhe Entertainment, had ruthlessly thrown him aside like a used rag. All his engagements, endorsements, and drama contracts were canceled overnight. His Weibo was flooded with angry fans and passers-by. The comments were filled with all sorts of unsightly insults and curses. He went from a highly watched top-tier young star to a rat everyone wanted to beat. And all of this was just because he offended one person, a man named Lin Yi, a mysterious man whose background he didn't even know. He sat in his empty, cold luxury apartment, looking at the bustling night scene of Tianhe City outside the window. His heart was filled with unwillingness, jealousy, and overwhelming hatred. Why? He, Gu Chen, had everything he wanted for so many years. Yet, he had to fall at the hands of such an ordinary-looking, unemployed drifter. He couldn't understand. He was even more unwilling. He picked up his phone and once again clicked on the name that made him grit his teeth in hatred. Xia Wanqing. He looked at the woman on the stage, shining brightly, receiving everyone's blessings and praises. He also recalled her, in front of him, always cold and aloof, keeping people at a distance. His heart felt like it was being stabbed by countless poison needles, both painful and numb. He always thought that Xia Wanqing was that kind of person, proud, cold, and unapproachable. She showed no kindness to any man. He thought that as long as he had enough patience and means, he would eventually melt this iceberg, make her become Gu Chen's woman, become the most perfect trophy he could show off to everyone. But he was wrong. He only realized now that she wouldn't melt. It was just that the one who could melt her was not him. It was that bastard named Lin Yi. He remembered that day at the CAF. Lin Yi looked at him with eyes full of disdain and contempt, saying, "Our soy sauce is almost out," in that self-assured manner. He also recalled Xia Wanqing, in front of everyone on set, saying, "He is the person I am trying to pursue with the sweetness and happiness of a little girl." His heart was so jealous it was about to go mad. He knew he had lost completely, lost inexplicably. He didn't lose to Lin Yi. He lost to the mysterious expert behind Xia Wanqing, whom he couldn't see through it all. That's right. It must be this way. Gu Chen's eyes flickered with a fanatical and obsessive light. He felt he had found the truth. That man named Lin, he must not be an ordinary person. He must be the mysterious benefactor who has always been protecting Xia Wanqing. Or he could be the heir of a powerful family. Only this could explain why Xia Wanqing was so devoted to him. Only this could explain why he could bring Tianhe Entertainment into such a huge crisis in the blink of an eye. And that so-called Simple Love was definitely not written by him. It must have been bought from some reclusive music master for a high price. The purpose was to please Xia Wanqing, to help her suppress himself. Yes, it must be this way. Gu Chen constructed a self-righteous truth in his mind. He felt that his heart, twisted by jealousy and failure, found an outlet to vent at this moment. He looked at Xia Wanqing's dazzlingly happy smile on the phone. A cold, twisted smile appeared on his face. "Xia Wanqing, Lin Yi," he murmured. "Do you think this counts as winning? Do you think Gu Chen would give up so easily? Ha! Too naive. I will not let this go. What I cannot have, no one else can have. You too, wait for me." I will make you pay. He took out his phone and dialed a number he hadn't contacted in a long time. The call was quickly connected. A somewhat sarcastic woman's voice came from the other end. Oh, isn't this our popular young Master Gu? What? Today you have time to think of me, your old classmate. The voice was filled with unabashed mockery and acidity. Gu Chen frowned at the sound, but he still patiently said, Yang Shui, don't say those useless things. I want to talk to you about a collaboration. Yang Shui on the other end was stunned for a moment. Then she laughed, laughing very happily. Collaboration? Young Master Gu, you also have times when you need to collaborate with a second-tier star like me? Didn't you always look down on me? This is a different time. Gu Chen's voice was very cold. We now have a common enemy. Oh, Yang Shui's tone was filled with interest. Who is it? Gu Chen looked at the face of Xia Wanqing on his phone, the one he hated to the bone. He slowly squeezed out 2 words through gritted teeth. Xia Wanqing. There was silence on the other end. After a long time, Yang Shui's voice finally rang out again. This time, her voice lacked the previous mockery and acidity. It was replaced by a cold hatred similar to Gu Chen's. Go ahead. How do you want to collaborate? A snake-like cold smile appeared on Gu Chen's face. He looked out at the dazzling city night scene and said in a tone filled with madness and a sense of revenge, very simple. I want to ruin her reputation. I want to make her fall from grace into the mud. I want that mysterious man hiding behind her to know what happens when you offend me. Gu Chen. He looked at the trending topic on his phone and asked in a tone filled with complexity and a hint of disdain. So, do you think a turtle who only dares to use a letter as a name is really that powerful? Chapter 70. Xia Wanqing's Test. Can you still write songs? Gu Chen and Yang Shui's malicious conspiracy was quietly brewing in the dark. Meanwhile, Lin Yi and Xia Wanqing were completely unaware. They continued to live a blissfully sweet life together. Lin Yi was responsible for using his incredible culinary skills and endless little gifts to pamper Xia Wanqing, making her plump and happy. Xia Wanqing, in turn, used her increasingly skillful ways of acting cute and her growing starry-eyed admiration to erode Lin Yi's steadfast heart. The two were lost in this sweet atmosphere of romance. That day, Lin Yi made a table full of delicious dishes: sweet and sour pork, garlic vermicelli steamed scallops, crab roe tofu, paired with a pot of fresh and delicious soup. Xia Wanqing ate until her little mouth was greasy, satisfied. She leaned back in her chair, touching her slightly bulging belly, her face showing a lazy expression of happiness. Lin Yi. Lin Yi was focused on wrestling with a giant king crab leg. I think I might have gained weight. Xia Wanqing's tone carried a hint of sweet worry. Lin Yi glanced at her. Really? Let me see. He reached out and naturally pinched Xia Wanqing's tender cheek. It is a bit rounder. Feels good, like a little piggy. Xia Wanqing. She felt she shouldn't discuss such romantic topics with this straight man. She swatted Lin Yi's hand away, which was still playing with her face, and pouted in dissatisfaction. I don't care. It's all your fault. You make me so many delicious things every day. How can I not gain weight? Next week, I'm going to attend a fashion dinner. If I can't fit into my dress by then, it's all your fault. She started, unreasonably shifting the blame. Lin Yi looked at her cute appearance, both delicate and willful, and smiled. All right. It's all my fault, is that okay? He put down the crab leg in his hand, took a tissue, and wiped his hands. Well, to make it up to you, I'll give you a little gift. I guarantee it will make you the most stunning one at that so-called fashion dinner, the brightest star of the night. Xia Wanqing's eyes lit up instantly. What gift? Is it a new, beautiful dress? Or a limited edition handbag? Lin Yi shook his head, looking at her eager eyes filled with a hint of greed. None of those. It's more sophisticated than that, he said mysteriously. Then, he stood up and walked into the futuristic study once again. After a while, he came out holding a piece of white paper. Xia Wanqing's heart skipped a beat when she saw the paper. She had a strong premonition. Could it be another song? She quickly took it. Then, she saw the familiar, beautiful, thin golden characters and the title that looked quite extraordinary: Nocturne. This is a piano piece, Lin Yi said lightly. It's for your entrance at the dinner. I guarantee it will make those unsophisticated bumpkins kneel before you. Xia Wanqing looked at the complex and magnificent score in her hand. Her heart was filled with an indescribable shock. She knew Lin Yi could play the piano, but she didn't expect that he could also compose piano pieces. Moreover, This one, just by looking at the score, exuded a classical, melancholic, and gothic romantic ambience. A high-difficulty work. This man, how many surprises does he have that I don't know about? She looked at Lin Yi, her eyes filled with an almost fanatical admiration. She felt increasingly unworthy of this man. He was too outstanding. So outstanding that it made her feel a bit ashamed. She looked at Lin Yi and suddenly asked in a tentative tone, tinged with uncertainty. Lin Yi? Do you also compose other songs? Like not love songs? She was too curious. She wanted to know where the boundaries of this man's talent lay. Lin Yi was taken aback by her question. He looked at Xia Wanqing's bright, inquisitive eyes. He knew her curiosity was piqued again. He initially didn't want to borrow ideas again. But, looking at her cute, expectant expression, he couldn't bear to refuse. Sigh. He sighed again, as if resigned to his fate. He felt he would be forever trapped by this woman's curiosity. All right, he nodded. What kind of song do you want to hear? Xia Wanqing's eyes instantly sparkled. I want to hear, she thought for a moment. I want to hear a very cool and swaggering song. One that is full of chivalry and the spirit of the Jianghu. Just like that, like your character Ling Huchong. She wanted to see what this gentle, laid-back man would look like when he sang a song filled with the heroism of the Jianghu. Lin Yi smiled upon hearing this. All right, I'll satisfy you. He thought for a moment, and in his mind, a perfect song immediately surfaced. A classic piece filled with Chinese style and the spirit of chivalry. One that couldn't be more classic. He cleared his throat. Then, with a voice completely different from the gentle tone he had just used, filled with carefree and unruly charm, he began to sing. A laugh across the vast sea, the tides surge on both shores. Floating and sinking with the waves, only today is remembered. The heavens laugh, as the tides of the world swirl. Who wins and who loses, only heaven knows. His singing was neither high-pitched nor intense, but it was filled with a nonchalant and bold attitude that saw through the ups and downs of life, like a peerless hero laughing in the Jianghu, reveling in wine and song, and relishing in vengeance and affection. Xia Wanqing was mesmerized. She felt that the man before her had transformed into someone else at that moment. He was no longer the lazy, carefree neighbor, nor the gentle and considerate boyfriend next door. He had become a true hero, a great man that filled her with awe and made her want to follow him. By the time Lin Yi finished the last line, Xia Wanqing had completely fallen for him. She looked into Lin Yi's deep eyes, which seemed to encompass the entire Jianghu. In her heart, there was only one thought: to marry him, right now, immediately. She looked at Lin Yi and asked in a tone filled with admiration and adoration, like a little woman. So, you great hero, where are you planning to take me, this little girl, to adventure in the Jianghu tonight? Chapter 71. Lin Yi. A little understanding Lin Yi looked at Xia Wanqing, who had completely turned into a smitten fan, and smiled. He felt like he was increasingly enjoying the thrill of impressing this woman with his talent. He reached out his hand and once again habitually scratched her nose. The gesture was filled with an intimacy and naturalness like an old married couple. What Jianghu? The only place I'll take you to adventure is... He paused, a mischievous smile creeping up his lips. The bronze Jianghu of divine demon battlefield. Xia Wanqing. She felt her heart, which had just been filled with the heroism and dreams of the Jianghu, was suddenly slapped back to reality by this unromantic, steel-straight man. She looked at Lin Yi's expectant face, which seemed to say, "Come play games with me," and couldn't help but roll her eyes in exasperation. No way. I don't want to play games today. I want to hear you sing. She began to stubbornly throw a tantrum. Lin Yi looked at her willful and spoiled demeanor and sighed helplessly. All right. I'm scared of you. What do you want to hear? I'll sing it for you." He felt he had completely been taken in by this woman. Xia Wanqing's eyes sparkled with excitement. Really? Then she looked at Lin Yi. Her eyes filled with an almost greedy curiosity. Just how many styles of songs can you sing? It seems you can do anything. Sweet, cool, emotional, bold. What is it that you can't do? She bombarded him with a series of questions like a curious child. Lin Yi looked at her shining eyes filled with admiration, and his little masculine vanity was greatly satisfied. He cleared his throat. Then, looking at Xia Wanqing, he revealed a mysterious smile that belonged to a master. He raised 2 fingers and casually uttered 4 words. A little understanding, a little understanding. Xia Wanqing. She looked at Lin Yi's casual and lofty demeanor, feeling like she was about to be dazzled by this man's charm. She thought that these two words, when spoken from Lin Yi's lips, were more impactful than any grandiose rhetoric and exuded an irresistible allure. She looked at Lin Yi and suddenly thought of another question. She spoke with a hint of curiosity. Can you write those very sad, tear-jerking songs? You know, the kind that makes people want to cry as soon as they hear them? She wanted to see what this man, who always brought her joy and warmth, would look like when he expressed sadness. Lin Yi was taken aback by her words. Sad songs? Countless classic tear-jerkers flashed through his mind in an instant, from 10 years to, unfortunately, It's Not You, from Later to Decent. Each one was a powerful weapon capable of making a heartbroken person weep on the spot. He looked into Xia Wanqing's curious, clear eyes and suddenly felt a bit reluctant. He didn't want this girl, who had just stepped out of the shadows, to experience unnecessary sadness again. He shook his head. No, I can't. For the first time, he chose to admit defeat. I'm naturally optimistic and positive. I can't write those weepy songs. Xia Wanqing, upon hearing this, was not disappointed. Instead, she smiled, a happy and warm smile. She knew that this man was once again protecting her in his own way. Looking at him, her eyes were filled with an unprecedented tenderness and affection. She stood up and sat beside him, gently resting her head on his shoulder. Okay, she said softly. From now on, let's only sing happy songs and live happy lives. Lin Yi looked at the woman leaning against his shoulder like a gentle little cat, and his heart softened immensely. He reached out and naturally pulled her into his embrace. He replied. The two of them held each other quietly, without saying another word. Yet, the air was filled with a sweetness and warmth more touching than any love confession. He didn't know how long it had been when Xia Wanqing finally lifted her head from Lin Yi's embrace. A satisfied blush was on her face. She looked at Lin Yi and suddenly thought of a crucial question. By the way, about that laid-back trip you promised to take me on last time, when are we actually going? You're not trying to back out, are you? She looked at Lin Yi with a hint of skepticism in her eyes. Lin Yi laughed upon hearing this. How could I, Lin Yi, keep my word like water that's been poured out? If I say I'll take you, I will definitely take you. Then where are we going? Xia Wanqing pressed. Lin Yi thought for a moment. How about tomorrow? It's the weekend, and I'll take you to a place that will definitely let you experience what it means to be worth it in this world. Xia Wanqing's eyes lit up instantly. Really? Where? In the mountains? Or by the sea? Lin Yi shook his head, looking at her excited expression. Neither. He smiled mysteriously and then looked at Xia Wanqing, saying slowly, I'm taking you back to my home. Xia Wanqing was stunned. Back to your home? Yes, Lin Yi nodded. To my old home in the countryside. To meet my parents. And by the way, let your enthusiastic little sister ask for your autograph in person. Xia Wanqing's mind exploded. She felt like she had been hit by a bomb of happiness. Meet the parents? Is he proposing to me? She looked at Lin Yi's handsome face, filled with sincerity and tenderness, and her eyes turned red. She jumped into Lin Yi's arms and asked with a voice thick with emotion and endless joy. So you, great hero, are planning to take me, this little girl, back to your Peach Blossom Island to get married? Chapter 72. The Journey Back Home. An anxious future daughter-in-law get married? Lin Yi was stunned by Xia Wanqing's warrior-like words. He looked at the woman in his arms, who was both crying and laughing, her emotions so overwhelming that she was almost incoherent. He couldn't help but pinch her cheek and said, What are you thinking all day long? Who said we're getting married? I'm just taking you home for a meal, and by the way, to solve the little trouble you caused me. His tone was still playful, but the affection in his eyes was about to overflow. Xia Wanqing blushed even more at his words. She buried her face deeply in Lin Yi's embrace, too shy to look up. I don't care. She pouted. In your heart, you must be thinking that. Lin Yi watched her act so spoiled and stubborn, and he smiled. He didn't argue back because he knew she was right. He indeed thought about bringing her into his world and stepping into hers. Early the next morning, Lin Yi drove his understated black SUV, carrying his future girlfriend, who had been excited since the night before, on the road back home. Xia Wanqing dressed up specially today. Instead of wearing those glamorous haute couture dresses, she chose a very demure, elegant, milky white dress. Her long hair fell gracefully over her shoulders, and she wore delicate light makeup. She looked like a gentle lady ready to meet her future in-laws. However, her heart was far from calm. Sitting in the passenger seat, she tightly clutched her dress with both hands, her palms sweating. Her mind was racing with anxious thoughts. Will your parents like me? She asked nervously. Will they think that a star like me is not good enough for you? And should I bring some gifts for my first visit? But I don't even know what they like. Oh, and your sister, will she not like me? What if she thinks I'm different from what she sees on TV and is disappointed? She bombarded him with a series of anxious questions like a machine gun. Lin Yi listened to her rambling and couldn't help but shake his head with a smile. He reached out his hand and naturally held her cold, slightly trembling hand due to anxiety. Don't worry, his voice was warm and reassuring. My parents are just ordinary honest people. They don't understand the entertainment industry and don't care if you're a big star. They just care if you're a good girl who can treat me well. As for my sister, Lin Yi's lips curled into a mischievous smile. She probably already sees you as a sister-in-law. Even if you give her a strand of your hair, she would frame it as a family heirloom. Xia Wanqing couldn't help but laugh at his straightforward comfort. The tension in her heart finally eased a little. She tightened her grip on Lin Yi's hand, feeling the warmth radiating from his palm. Her heart was filled with an unprecedented sense of peace. The car was smoothly driving on the highway. The scenery outside the window gradually transformed from a bustling city with towering buildings to lush green fields and villages. The air began to fill with a fresh scent that mixed the smell of soil and grass. Xia Wanqing looked out the window at the tranquil pastoral landscape she had never seen before, her heart brimming with novelty and yearning. She felt as though she was stepping into a brand new world that belonged solely to Lin Yi, a world without flashlights or the Vanity Fair. Only the most simple and genuine aspects of life. 2 hours later, the car slowly entered a seemingly ordinary yet very clean small county town, finally stopping in front of a 2-story self-built house. The house appeared to be somewhat old, but was kept very clean. The yard was adorned with various flowers and plants, along with some vegetables that Xia Wanqing couldn't name, all filled with the breath of life. We've arrived. Lin Yi parked the car, turned around, and said to Xia Wanqing. Her heart once again leaped to her throat. She took a deep breath, adjusted her clothes and hair, and then followed Lin Yi out of the car. As soon as she stepped out, she saw a middle-aged woman wearing an apron, looking very kind, swiftly coming out of the house to greet them. She wore a warm, yet slightly reserved smile on her face. Xiao, you're back. Oh, this is... Her gaze fell on Xia Wanqing, sizing her up with curiosity and a scrutinizing look like that of a mother-in-law assessing her son's girlfriend. Lin Yi smiled. Mom, I'm back. Then he naturally took Xia Wanqing's hand and introduced her. This is Xia Wanqing, my girlfriend. Once again, he declared his claim to the world in the most direct and domineering way. Xia Wanqing's face instantly flushed red, but her heart felt as sweet as if she had eaten honey. She looked at Lin Yi's mother, Zhang Huilan, and showed a well-behaved and sweet smile. Hello, Auntie. Her voice trembled slightly due to nervousness. Ah, good. Seeing Xia Wanqing's pretty and sensible appearance, Zhang Huilan's eyes squinted into a line with joy. She took Xia Wanqing's hand and warmly led her into the house. Hurry, come in and sit. It's cold outside. I made a whole table of your favorite dishes today. Xia Wanqing was taken aback. Auntie, how do you know what I like to eat? Zhang Huilan smiled. Xiao, he called me last night specifically to tell me. He mentioned everything you like and don't like. This is the first time I've seen him care so much about a girl. Hearing this, Xia Wanqing felt a wave of warmth wash over her heart. She turned to glance at Lin Yi, who was following behind her with an innocent expression of I know nothing. Her eyes were filled with a mix of playful reproach and an uncontainable affection. Just then, a lively figure of a girl rushed down from the second floor like a gust of wind. Brother, you're back. Where's my goddess? Where's my goddess? It was Lin Yi. She spotted the living, breathing Xia Wanqing, who looked 100 times more beautiful than on TV, and screamed. Lin Yi's scream almost blew the roof off. She dashed in front of Xia Wanqing like a runaway husky, her sparkling eyes filled with enthusiasm. Goddess, you're really Xia Wanqing. Alive? Xia Wanqing looked at the girl with a high ponytail, full of collagen and energy, and the tension she felt from meeting the parents was instantly replaced by a mix of amusement and helplessness. She nodded and smiled gently. "Hello, Lin Yi, Xia Wanqing." "Oh." Lin, she screamed again, grabbing Xia Wanqing's hand, excitedly rambling. "Goddess, you actually know my name. You even smiled at me. I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm going to die of happiness today." Lin Yi rolled his eyes at his sister's embarrassing behavior. He stepped forward and pressed Lin Yi's head down. "All right, you. How embarrassing. You're about to drool on my goddess." Lin Yi, though pressed down, was not angry at all. She continued to look at Xia Wanqing with adoring eyes. "Brother, let me go. I want to take a picture with the goddess. I need her signature. I want a hug." Lin Yi, seeing his sister acting like a lovesick fool, found it hard to watch. He let go of her, too lazy to deal with her. Zhang Huilan came out from the kitchen, holding a plate of freshly cut fruit, shaking her head helplessly at her daughter's starstruck behavior. "Xiaoxi, stop making a fuss. Let Wanqing sit down and rest for a bit." Then, with a beaming smile, she handed the fruit plate to Xia Wanqing. "Here, Wanqing, have some fruit. These are all grown in our yard. No pesticides, very sweet." "Thank you, Auntie." Xia Wanqing accepted the fruit plate in surprise. She felt like she wasn't there to meet her partner's parents, but to enjoy royal-level hospitality. Lin Yi's family was even more enthusiastic and genuine than she had imagined, which completely put her heart at ease. Just then, a middle-aged man who looked very honest and simple walked in from outside, with some dirt still on his hands. It was Lin Yi's father, Lin Gowen. When he saw the beautiful girl sitting in the living room, who looked like she had stepped out of a painting, he was momentarily stunned. Then, he revealed a somewhat awkward yet honest smile. "Hello. Hello, uncle." Xia Wanqing quickly stood up and politely greeted him. "Ah, good. Sit down. Sit down." Lin Gowen, somewhat flustered, wiped his hands on his pants. "Don't just stand there. Feel at home like it's your own house. Don't be polite." Seeing his father's nervous yet happy expression, Lin Yi smiled. "Dad, did you just come back from the field?" "Yeah," Lin Gowen nodded. "I want to check on the few cabbages your mom planted to see how they were growing. She said to save them for you guys when you come back to eat." Listening to this simple and life-filled conversation, Xia Wanqing felt an unprecedented warmth swell in her heart. She realized this was the true taste of home, a warmth she had never felt in that cold, empty so-called mansion. Soon, lunch was ready. The table was filled with the most authentic home-cooked dishes: braised pork, stewed ribs, steamed fish, and various fresh vegetables grown at home. Although it wasn't as exquisite as the meals Lin Yi cooked, it was filled with a flavor called love. The atmosphere at the dining table was exceptionally lively. Zhang Huilan kept serving Xia Wanqing food, afraid she wouldn't eat enough. "Wanqing, eat more. Look at you so thin. Is it hard being a star? You can't even eat properly." Lin Gowen, though not very talkative, but from time to time, he would give Xia Wanqing a piece of fish belly meat that he thought was the best. Lin Yi, on the other hand, transformed into Xia Wanqing's chief praise officer. "Sister-in-law, you're so beautiful. You're the most beautiful woman I've ever seen. Sister-in-law, how is your skin so good? Did you grow up eating fairy pills? Sister-in-law, my brother must have saved the entire galaxy in his past life to be able to pursue you." She called her sister-in-law with such warmth that Xia Wanqing's face turned red all the way to her neck. It was both shy and sweet. Lin Yi watched this warm scene with a gentle smile that he didn't even notice was on his face. He felt that his decision to bring Xia Wanqing home was the best decision he had ever made in his life. After dinner, Lin Yi pulled Xia Wanqing into her room, claiming it was for an in-depth discussion about fashion and beauty with the goddess. In reality, it was just to get an autograph, take a photo, and casually dig for gossip about her and her brother. In the living room, only Lin Yi and his parents remained. Zhang Huilan looked at Lin Yi with a satisfied smile that couldn't be hidden. "Xiao, yeah? This girl named Wanqing is really good. She's beautiful, has a good personality, and doesn't have a hint of a celebrity's airs. You boy, being able to find such a good girlfriend is your blessing from your past life. You better treat her well." "Got it, Mom." Lin Yi nodded. Lin Gowen, smoking beside him, added in a simple-minded way, "Yeah, good girl. When are you going to make it official?" Lin Yi nearly spat out his tea at these words. "Dad, what are you talking about? We're just starting." Lin Gowen shot him a glance. "Just starting? What's wrong with that? I see that girl is completely devoted to you. You better not delay her. Marry her home soon. We want to hold our grandson early. Lin Yi felt like he was being urged to get married. Just then, a deafening scream came from Lin Yi's room. What? My brother is not only a web fiction master, but also a music genius, a culinary god, and a capital tycoon. Oh my God, is my brother a deity? Upon hearing this scream, Lin Yi's face instantly darkened. He knew that Xia Wanqing, with her big mouth, had definitely sold him out. He stood up, ready to go upstairs to demand an explanation. However, just as he reached the staircase, he saw Lin Yi and Xia Wanqing walking down hand in hand, looking intimate. Lin Yi held the signed poster she had longed for, and her face wore a satisfied, happy smile. When she saw Lin Yi, she even winked at him. Her eyes seemed to say, "Brother, don't worry, my assistance is definitely powerful." Xia Wanqing followed behind her, wearing a sly smile of accomplishment. She walked up to Lin Yi and, seeing his defeated expression, leaned close to his ear and whispered in a teasing tone that only they could hear, "How about it? My future sister-in-law performed quite well today, right? Should I give you, this future husband, a little reward?" Chapter 74. Director Zhang's new script, the challenge of character development the day after returning from Lin Yi's hometown. Xia Wanqing, filled with energy, returned to the Tianxia crew. She felt as if she had been charged with electricity. Both her state and mood were at an unprecedented height. Everything in the crew seemed particularly pleasing to her. "Sister Wanqing, you're back." As soon as Chen Mingming saw her, she excitedly rushed over. "How was it? What was it like meeting the parents? Did he bully you?" she asked with a look of gossip. Xia Wanqing's face turned slightly red as she recalled the warm and ambiguous kiss from last night at Lin Yi's house. Ahem. She cleared her throat, trying to conceal her awkwardness. It was quite nice. Uncle and Auntie were very warm. Lin, she's also very cute. Seeing her clearly flustered expression, Chen Mingming laughed even more happily. "That's great. That's great. It seems we're not far from the day of eating wedding candy." Just then, Su Fei also walked over, wearing a professional serious expression. "All right, stop joking around." She interrupted the two's banter. "Wanqing, Director Zhang is looking for you. It seems he has encountered a tricky problem." Xia Wanqing's smile faded upon hearing this. "What problem?" "About the new script." Su Fei's tone grew serious. "Ever since your last scene was so well acted, Director Zhang feels that the original script no longer matches your acting skills. So, he decided to scrap it and rewrite it, especially the later darkening and revenge aspects of the female lead." Xia Wanqing was taken aback. "Scrap and rewrite? That's a huge project. Is the new script finished?" "It is finished." Su Fei nodded. "But," she paused. "Director Zhang said the new script has higher demands on the female lead. He's worried that you might not be able to handle it." Xia Wanqing's heart sank. Not able to handle it. She, a powerhouse actress who had won Best Actress, will be questioned by the director about her ability to portray a character? This made her feel somewhat indignant. "I'll go take a look," she said, quickly heading towards Director Zhang Jingji's office. In the office, Zhang Jingji sat at his desk, his brow furrowed. In front of him lay a thick, printed new script. He held a pen in his hand, continuously circling and drawing on the script, looking very anxious. "Director." Xia Wanqing walked in and called softly. Zhang Jingji looked up, and upon seeing her, displayed a complex expression. "Wanqing, you're here." He pointed to a chair beside him. "Seat." Xia Wanqing sat down and looked at Zhang Jingji, asking directly, "Director, I heard you're not satisfied with the new script?" "No, it's not that I'm not satisfied." Zhang Jingji shook his head. "On the contrary, this new script is too good. It's so good that I even feel it has surpassed the scope of a typical TV drama script. It's more like an epic work filled with philosophical reflection and human inquiry," he said, handing the script to Xia Wanqing. "Take a look, especially the final monologue of the female lead during the coronation ceremony, where she confronts all those who have betrayed her. It's simply brilliant." Xia Wanqing took the script and flipped to the last page. She looked at the 3-page-long monologue, and her heart sank little by little. That monologue was indeed well written, so much so that it shocked her. It portrayed a woman who, after experiencing all kinds of suffering and betrayal, faced the cruel world with a heart of ashes, yet had to hold on and confront it, capturing her contradictions and pain vividly. However, precisely because it was written so well, The demands on the actor reached an almost perverse level. She needed to convey a lifetime of love and hate in just a few short minutes. This required not only superb acting skills. What is needed even more is a profound understanding and insight into human nature. Xia Wanqing felt that she really might not be able to do it. She looked at Zhang Jingji, a hint of a bitter smile on her face. Director Zhang, I might really not perform well. Zhang Jingji looked at her lack of confidence and sighed. I knew it. This role is indeed too difficult for you. After all, you're still too young. You haven't experienced that kind of true despair and pain. You can't portray that look of crawling back from hell. His words felt like a knife, stabbing deeply into Xia Wanqing's heart. She felt herself once again trapped in that frustrating bottleneck that left her powerless. Just then, the office door was pushed open. A familiar figure walked in. It was Lin Yi. He was carrying 2 huge thermal lunchboxes. His face still wore that lazy, indifferent expression. Director Zhang. He greeted lightly. I brought today's lunch. As he spoke, he placed the lunchboxes on the table. Then, he looked at Xia Wanqing, who was sitting there with a face full of dejection. He frowned. What's wrong? Did you get hit again? Xia Wanqing looked at him as if she saw a savior. She picked up the script and handed it to him. Can you help me take a look? I can't perform this scene well. Lin Yi took the script and flipped through it casually. Then he saw the monologue that had troubled Xia Wanqing for a long time. He looked at it for less than a minute, then threw the script back to Xia Wanqing. What's so difficult about this? His tone was very flat. Xia Wanqing and Zhang Jingji were both stunned. Difficult? Lin Yi smiled. It's not difficult. It's just that you are overthinking it. He looked at Xia Wanqing. His eyes filled with a wisdom that seemed to see through everything. Do you think that a woman who has lost everything, when she finally stands at the pinnacle of power, will her heart still think of revenge? Will it still think of those past loves and hatreds that have already passed? Xia Wanqing was stunned. Then what will she think? Lin Yi looked at her and said word by word, she will think of nothing. Her heart is filled with emptiness, because she has already died at the moment she lost everything. Now she is just a walking corpse, a puppet controlled by power and hatred. His words struck like a lightning bolt, cutting through the chaotic fog in Xia Wanqing's mind. She felt as if she had suddenly grasped the soul of that character. Yes, emptiness. This is the core background of that character. She is not seeking revenge. She is simply fulfilling a destiny she must complete. And Zhang Jingji was even more shocked. Unable to speak, he looked at Lin Yi, his eyes filled with a kind of almost fanatical admiration. He felt that a so-called director who had directed plays for decades, seemed like a novice student in front of this young man. He looked at Lin Yi and asked in a tone filled with awe and expectation. So, Mr. Lin, do you mean that in this scene, the female lead should portray it with a state of numbness and emptiness, rather than with emotions full of tension and explosiveness? Chapter 75. Another unintentional hint. A sudden realization, Lin Yi looked at Zhang Jingji and Xia Wanqing's 2 pairs of shiny eyes, filled with curiosity. He smiled and shook his head, picked up the luxurious lunchbox on the table that was still steaming. He opened it, and a rich aroma of black pepper beef filled the entire office. It's time to eat, he said lightly. No matter how big the issue, eating is more important. Any problems can wait until we're full. His tone was very calm, but it was filled with a powerful aura that was hard to refute. Zhang Jingji and Xia Wanqing exchanged glances, seeing a hint of helplessness and respect in each other's eyes. They knew that in front of this man, the so-called big directors and big stars, had to obediently listen. So, the 3 of them began to eat lunch in an extremely strange and quiet atmosphere. Lin Yi ate with great enjoyment and focus, as if this lunch was some kind of delicacy. Meanwhile, Zhang Jingji and Xia Wanqing were eating without tasting anything. Their minds were still echoing Lin Yi's words that had overturned their understanding. Emptiness. This word was like a seed, taking root and sprouting in their hearts, giving them a brand new and deeper understanding of that character. The meal quickly came to an end. Lin Yi, satisfied, let out a contented burp. He looked at the 2 people still sitting there, deep in thought. He raised an eyebrow. What? Haven't figured it out yet? Zhang Jingji, like a good student who had finally waited for the teacher to finish the class, hurriedly leaned in. Mr. Lin, what you just said about that emptiness, we probably understand. But A new confusion appeared on his face. How exactly should it be performed? An actor can't just stand there in a daze, right? The audience won't understand. And how should that 3-page monologue be handled? If her heart is empty, then when she speaks those powerful and accusatory lines, what should her emotions be like? He threw out a series of questions. Xia Wanqing nodded vigorously beside him. This was also where she was most confused. Lin Yi listened and smiled. He looked at Zhang Jingji as if he were looking at a wooden block that couldn't understand. Director Zhang, have you been making art films for too long? Is your brain a bit stuck? Zhang Jingji was taken aback. Mr. Lin, what do you mean by that? Lin Yi did not answer directly. He simply pointed at Xia Wanqing. You ask her, what is her identity now? Zhang Jingji thought for a moment. She's the female lead. No. Lin Yi shook his head. She is now a queen. The iron-blooded queen who has already seized the world and holds power. Then think again. When a queen is giving her inauguration speech at her coronation ceremony, who is standing below her? It's the civil and military officials, the common people. Zhang Jingji answered. Right. Lin Yi nodded. Then who is she speaking those words for? Is it for those who have betrayed her? Xia Wanqing tentatively asked. Yes and no. Lin Yi shook his head again. He looked at the two pairs of puzzled eyes of Xia Wanqing and Zhang Jingji. He sighed, feeling like a teacher telling a story to two kindergarten kids. You need to broaden your perspective a bit, he said lightly. A true ruler. What she sees in her eyes is never those personal grudges and grievances, but the entire world, the flow of history. So, the words she speaks are not accusations, nor revenge. She is making a declaration to the old era that caused her to lose everything. Also a declaration to the new era that she is about to open with her own hands. She is conversing with history. Yes, it's about talking to the world. His words struck Zhang Jingji and Xia Wanqing like a bolt of lightning once again. They felt that their already open meridians had been completely unblocked in that moment. It was a sudden enlightenment, a moment of clarity. Yes, how could they not have thought of this? The core of this play is not about personal revenge at all. It is about the transition of an era, the collapse of an old order, and the establishment of a new order. And the female lead is the lonely witness and initiator standing at the intersection of the old and new eras. Her heart is void because she no longer belongs to any era. She belongs only to history itself. That is why her words are filled with a grand sense of tragedy and epicness that transcends personal emotions. Understanding this, Zhang Jingji looked at Lin Yi with eyes that could no longer be described as admiration. It was as if he was looking at a living god. He felt that he, the so-called great director, was nothing but a childish and ridiculous elementary school student in front of Lin Yi. His understanding of drama was not even on the same dimension as Lin Yi's. Understand. He was so excited that his face turned red. Mr. Lin, I completely understand now. Thank you. Thank you. Your words today have truly enlightened me more than 10 years of study. He, the great director known for his arrogance and temper in the industry, bowed deeply to Lin Yi like the most devoted student. Xia Wanqing, even more so, looked at Lin Yi with stars in her eyes. She felt that she had once again been completely conquered by this man's talent and wisdom. She thought that perhaps there really was nothing in this world that this man did not understand. He was a god, an omnipotent god, a god that belonged only to her. Lin Yi looked at these two fervent fans who had completely been brainwashed by him and shook his head helplessly. He stood up, ready to leave. He felt that if he stayed any longer, these two might just build a temple for him on the spot. All right, the problem is solved. I should go back. My game at home is waiting for me to save it. As he spoke, he skillfully packed the luxurious lunchbox belonging to Xia Wanqing on the table. Then, he carried it in his hand. Zhang Jingji looked at his demeanor of leaving gracefully, hiding his achievements and fame, and felt even more deeply respectful. He hurried forward to see him off. Mr. Lin, take care. Mr. Lin, take care. If there are any questions in the future, I will seek your advice again. Lin Yi waved his hand. No, I am very busy. Busy fishing. After saying that, he walked away with the lunchbox, under the awed gazes of the entire crew, leaving Xia Wanqing standing alone in place. She watched his lazy figure gradually disappear, her face revealing a foolishly sweet smile. Sophie had come over at some point. She looked at her artist's infatuated expression with some helplessness and sighed. Then, She looked at Xia Wanqing and asked with a tone full of probing and curiosity, "So, do you now fully understand? Do you know how to perform that scene?" Chapter 76. Sophie's Doubt. Is it that Lin Yi again? Sophie felt that she had been unable to understand her artist lately. She also couldn't understand this crew. Since that last performance that could be called legendary, Xia Wanqing seemed to have truly opened her meridians. Her performance in the crew was simply on another level. No matter how complex or difficult the scene was, she could easily handle it. Her acting skills were visibly growing at a rapid pace. The speed of this growth was so fast that even Sophie, a seasoned and experienced top agent, felt shocked. She felt that she was not guiding an actor. What puzzled her even more was director Zhang Jingji's attitude towards Xia Wanqing. He was no longer simply admiring her, as before, but had added an almost flattering eagerness and a humility faced with a big shot. He would personally serve Xia Wanqing tea and water and would actively discuss the script with her when she was resting. His attitude was respectful, like a student asking a teacher for advice. Is this still the tyrant-like director Zhang on set? Has he been possessed? Sophie's heart was filled with huge doubts. She knew that all these abnormalities were definitely related to one person, that mysterious man named Lin Yi. She knew that Xia Wanqing had been running to the opposite side almost every day recently, under the pretext of connecting with neighbors. In reality, she could easily guess what she was up to. She was definitely going to mooch food, and by the way, receiving that man's education on love. Meanwhile, director Zhang Jingji would frequently give Xia Wanqing half a day off under the guise of discussing the script. Then, Xia Wanqing would run home joyfully like a little bird. After that, Sophie would discover that the next day, Xia Wanqing's understanding of her character would reach a new level. Everything pointed to a chilling fact that Sophie felt uneasy about. That was, the man named Lin Yi had not only completely captured Xia Wanqing in her personal life, but had also thoroughly conquered Zhang Jingji professionally. What kind of monster is he? Sophie's heart was filled with a deep sense of helplessness. She felt that this so-called top agent of hers was like a dispensable, transparent person in front of that man. She couldn't get involved at all and couldn't understand their operations. She could only watch helplessly as her precious little cabbage was gradually taken back to its cave by that prehistoric giant disguised as a salted fish. And she couldn't even let go of it. That day, the crew was having a very important script reading session. They were discussing a newly revised key scene about power struggles. In the scene, the female lead had to engage in a thrilling game with several cunning courtiers. There were very few lines, relying entirely on the actor's eye expressions and micro-expressions to support it. The difficulty was extremely high. Several top screenwriters and director Zhang Jingji discussed for an entire morning, but could not find the best way to portray it. The entire conference room fell into a state of anxious silence. At that moment, Xia Wanqing, who had been quietly listening, suddenly spoke up. "I have an immature idea." Her voice was soft but clear, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Zhang Jingji looked at her, his eyes filled with anticipation. "Wanqing, go ahead." Xia Wanqing cleared her throat. Then, looking at the script, she slowly said, "I think the core of this scene is not about speaking, but about listening. The female lead doesn't need to say much. She just needs to sit there quietly and listen to those old foxes perform in front of her. Her gaze should be like a bottomless ancient well, without any ripples. But her fingers can unconsciously tap lightly on the table, one after another. Every strike precisely lands on the other person's words at that crucial pause. With this most subtle action, it tells the other person, I hear everything you say. I see all the tricks you play. You in front of me are like a group of jumping clowns. And I am the one who truly controls everything." As she spoke, the whole conference room once again fell into a deathly silence. Everyone was completely stunned by her imaginative and vivid analysis. They felt as if a scene had appeared before them. A scene of an unruffled, yet commanding, unparalleled queen. Clap, clap, clap. Zhang Jingji was the first to react. He clapped vigorously. His face was unabashedly filled with joy and admiration. Incredible. Simply incredible. Wanqing, you are truly a genius. This handling is so advanced, so dramatic. How come I didn't think of it? Several top screenwriters beside him nodded in agreement, their faces filled with a sense of inadequacy. Only Sophie, watching Xia Wanqing, who remained calm amidst the astonished gazes of others, as if she had merely mentioned something trivial, felt a storm raging inside her. Her eyes were filled with an unprecedented sense of doubt, because she knew this understanding of drama, which seems to wield a god as perspective and can turn a small force into a great impact, absolutely could not have been thought of by Xia Wanqing herself. Although Xia Wanqing was talented and spirited, she was ultimately still too young. She lacked the depth and perspective to see through human nature and worldly affairs. The only possibility of coming up with such a handling method was one that sent chills down her spine. That was again Lin Yi. It must be that man who casually pointed her in this direction. What kind of monster is this man? He not only understands human hearts, music, and finance, but he even comprehends this top-tier power play better than those gold medal screenwriters who have spent their lives writing scripts. This can no longer be described as genius. This is clearly a prodigy. Sophie felt like she was about to suffocate. She looked at Xia Wanqing and asked in an extremely complicated tone, laced with a hint of probing, "Wanqing, did you just say this was your immature idea? This was also what Mr. Lin taught you to say, right?" Chapter 77. Gu Chen's Conspiracy. Prop misfire. Dangerous shooting scene. Lin Yi's presence felt like an invisible thorn, deeply piercing Gu Chen's heart, which was filled with jealousy and resentment. He was unwilling. He was unwilling to accept that he, the center of attention and the proud son of heaven, would lose to an unknown, unemployed drifter. He was even more unwilling to accept that the goddess he had longed for would disregard him, yet be devoted to that man. Therefore, he sought revenge. He wanted to retaliate in the most vicious and direct way. If he couldn't have it, that man shouldn't think he could have it either. Ever since the last public relations battle that left him humiliated, Gu Chun had been quiet for a while. He no longer openly harassed Xia Wanqing as he had before, nor did he engage in those petty antics. He became exceptionally dedicated in the crew, polite to everyone. Even when acting opposite Xia Wanqing, he maintained a very gentlemanly and safe distance. At that moment, he seemed to have genuinely turned over a new leaf. Even Sophie, who had always been wary of him, felt he might truly have come to terms with giving up. But only Xia Wanqing knew that all of this was just an illusion. The calm before the storm. That day, the crew was set to shoot a very important action scene. In the play, the character played by Xia Wanqing had to protect the young emperor during a palace coup and was being pursued. In the end, she would leap from a 3-meter-high platform. Of course, for safety, the crew had made thorough preparations. Thick imported cushions were laid beneath the platform, and several steel wires thicker than her arms were attached to Xia Wanqing. By all accounts, this scene should have been foolproof, but accidents still occurred. On set, the atmosphere was somewhat tense. Director Zhang Jingji sat in front of the monitor, sternly directing various departments. Lighting. Move the lights a bit to the left. Props team. Check the safety of the wires again. Are the actors ready? Xia Wanqing, dressed in blood-stained white, stood atop the 3-meter-high platform. The wind lifted her clothes and long hair, making her look like a phoenix about to be reborn from the ashes. Her face bore a determined and resolute expression. Her gaze looked into the distance, as if she had already seen the future fate of this dynasty. She was in a great state, fully immersed in her role. Gu Chun stood not far from her, wearing a concerned expression. "Wanqing, be careful," he said softly. "This scene is too dangerous. How about using a stunt double instead?" Xia Wanqing ignored him and simply signaled to Director Zhang that she was ready. Gu Chun watched her cold, indifferent back, a flicker of cold, triumphant amusement crossing his eyes. He knew a good show was about to begin. He could hardly wait to see how this high and mighty woman would fall from grace into the muddy depths. With Director Zhang's command, filming officially began. Pursuers surged from all directions, swords flashing and cries of battle echoing. Xia Wanqing, holding the small emperor played by a child actor, fought fiercely on the platform, moving fluidly and gracefully, exuding a refreshing beauty. Finally, she was forced to the edge of the platform. Behind her was an abyss, and in front of her were the merciless pursuers. She had nowhere to retreat. She turned to glance at the pale-faced, frightened child emperor in her arms. A flicker of tenderness and reluctance crossed her eyes. Then her gaze became incredibly firm and resolute. Holding the small emperor, she leaped. She jumped from the 3-meter-high platform. Just at the moment her body fell, an accident occurred. With a sharp crack, One of the main steel wires attached to her suddenly snapped without warning. Xia Wanqing's body instantly lost balance. She plummeted like a kite with a broken string, hurtling down at an extremely terrifying speed, although there were cushions below to protect her. It was clear she was heading to a spot outside the cushions. A deafening scream erupted throughout the set. Everyone was stunned by this sudden turn of events. Sophie and Chun Mingming were so frightened that their faces turned pale and their bodies went limp. They watched helplessly as Xia Wanqing fell like a meteor. Their minds went blank with only one thought: it's over. Everything is over. Guchen stood on the high platform, watching the chaotic and panic scene below. A cruel, twisted, and triumphant smile appeared on his face. He knew his plan had succeeded. He had long bribed the crew member responsible for the props, instructing him to tamper with the main steel wire that Xia Wanqing was on. What he wanted was not Xia Wanqing's life. He wanted her legs and arms to be broken. He wanted her to lie in a hospital bed for a year and a half. He wanted her to completely miss this grand production that could make her a star. He wanted her to watch helplessly as all her efforts went to waste. This was the cruelest revenge. He had even thought it through. In a moment, he would be the first to rush down, then hold the nearly lifeless Xia Wanqing in his arms, performing a heroic rescue in front of everyone, a touching drama of deep affection. By then, he could not only restore his reputation, but also disgust that man named Lin Yi, killing two birds with one stone. Perfect. However, just as he was immersed in his malicious, perfect fantasy, a figure he could never have imagined suddenly burst out of the crowd like a bolt of black lightning. The speed of that figure was beyond the limits of human capability. Before anyone could react, he had already rushed to the air cushion. Then he leaped into the air. In an incredible posture, he caught the rapidly falling Xia Wanqing. Bang! Chapter 78, Heroic Rescue? No, I just don't want you to blame me for your work injury. Bang! A dull, heavy sound. The entire world seemed to freeze at that moment. Everyone stared in disbelief at the incredible scene. They saw Lin Yi holding Xia Wanqing, crashing hard onto the thick air cushion. The massive impact caused both of them to bounce several times on the cushion before finally coming to a stop. The entire film set remained eerily silent. Everyone was still in a state of shock and fear, unable to come back to their senses. After an unknown amount of time, a light cough from Lin Yi broke the silence. He slowly sat up from the air cushion. His face was somewhat pale, with a barely noticeable trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Clearly, that impact had also caused him considerable shock. Yet, he still held tightly onto the terrified woman in his arms, using his body to absorb most of the impact for her. Hey! He looked down at the pale, unconscious Xia Wanqing, his voice hoarse but exceptionally gentle. Silly girl. Are you scared, silly? Come on, open your eyes and see. You're still alive. Xia Wanqing slowly opened her eyes. Her gaze was somewhat dazed as she looked at Lin Yi's handsome face, which was filled with worry and tenderness. Just inches away from her, her mind was blank. All she remembered was the weightlessness and near-death fear, and in the last moment, that warm embrace that seemed to descend from the heavens, holding her tightly. Lin Yi? Her voice trembled. Lin Yi nodded. It's me. Xia Wanqing looked at him, her eyes suddenly turning red. She reached out to gently touch the blood at the corner of Lin Yi's mouth. Tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. Why you hurt? It's nothing. Lin Yi shook his head, nonchalantly wiping away the blood at the corner of his mouth. Just a small injury. What about you? Are you okay? Do you feel unwell? Anywhere? As he spoke, he examined Xia Wanqing with an extremely anxious gaze, scanning her up and down, fearing that she had even the slightest injury. Looking at him, clearly injured yet still caring for her first. Her heart felt as if it had been struck hard by something, both painful and warm. She could no longer hold back. She cried out and hugged Lin Yi tightly, burying her face deeply in his embrace. I was so scared. I thought I was going to die. She cried like a child, venting all the fear and grievances from just moments ago. Lin Yi said nothing. He simply held her silently, gently patting her back as if soothing a frightened little cat. His movements were clumsy, but exceptionally tender. Meanwhile, the staff members who had finally come back to their senses looked at the touching scene filled with the aftermath of a disaster and a heroic rescue. They all revealed smiles of admiration. They felt they were not witnessing an accident, but rather watching a love drama more real and moving than any idle drama. Oh my, so handsome. Who was that man just now? His speed was incredible. He acts like a superhero. He seems to be that legendary, mysterious gentleman, the boyfriend of the goddess Wanqing. My goodness, this is simply a real-life version of a heroic rescue. So romantic. I believe in love again. Woo-woo. The gentleman is amazing. He risked his life to save the goddess. What a divine love. I'm in love. Only Gu Chun, standing on a high platform, looked at the dazzling scene below with a twisted expression on his face. His fists were clenched tightly, making cracking sounds, his nails almost digging into his flesh. He could not believe it. That bastard named Lin. How could he appear here? How could he have such terrifying skills? His perfect plan had been ruined just like that, and he had inadvertently become Xia Wanqing's savior, making him perform such a touching, heroic rescue in front of everyone. Gu Chan felt a sweet taste in his throat, nearly spitting out a mouthful of old blood. He felt as if he was going insane with rage. At this moment, Lin Yi, who was regarded as a hero by everyone, finally stood up after comforting the sobbing Xia Wanqing in his arms. He still held her tightly and scanned the crowd, filled with admiration and emotion, until his gaze landed on Gu Chun, who was hurriedly running down from the high platform. His eyes were cold as an ice-cold knife, making Gu Chun shiver. Then, he glanced at the crew member hiding in the crowd, looking panicked. A cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He knew this matter was not that simple. However, now was not the time to pursue these issues. The most important thing now was to ensure the safety of the silly woman in his arms. He walked up to the now terrified Su Fei and Chun Mingming. Holding Xia Wanqing, he looked at Su Fei and said in an unquestionable, commanding tone, "Go to the hospital. Now, immediately. Do a full-body checkup. Not a single spot can be missed." Sophie looked at Lin Yi with a worried and fearful, serious expression. Inside, she was filled with an indescribable, complex emotion. She nodded. Okay. Then, she looked at Lin Yi and said in a tone filled with sincerity and gratitude, "Mr. Lin, thank you so much today. You are Wanqing's savior and the savior of all of us." Upon hearing this, Lin Yi frowned. He looked at Sophie and then glanced at the surrounding staff, who were looking at him with eyes of admiration. An extremely disdainful expression appeared on his face. He pursed his lips and said in an extremely plain yet deadly sarcastic tone, "Hero saves the beauty? You guys are overthinking it. I save her purely because." He paused, looked down at the adoring Xia Wanqing in his arms, and continued, "I was afraid she would get injured and then come to blame me. I'd have to be responsible for her medical expenses and living costs for the rest of her life. I don't want to raise a big troublemaker who can only eat and do nothing else." Xia Wanqing, Sophie, Chen Mingming, all the staff present, they felt as if their hearts, which had just been moved, were mercilessly crushed by this man. Xia Wanqing was so angry that she almost couldn't catch her breath. She looked at Lin Yi's face, which was filled with a "I lost" big expression that begged for a beating. She reached out and punched him hard in the chest. Then, with a tone full of both anger and laughter, she asked, "So, what you mean is you saved me not because you like me, but just because you're stingy?" Chapter 79. Xia Wanqing's fear and gratitude. The hospital was filled with the cold smell of disinfectant. Xia Wanqing lay on the soft and comfortable big bed in the ward, yet her body was still shaking uncontrollably. Her mind kept replaying the thrilling scene from that afternoon, the feeling of her body plummeting uncontrollably, the cold fear of death being just a breath away. She was still haunted by it. She had always thought she was not afraid of death. She felt that there was nothing particularly worth cherishing in this world. But today, when she truly walked on the brink of death, she realized she was wrong. She was very afraid because she had someone she cared about, someone she couldn't bear to leave. She turned her head to look out the window at the man who was standing there with his back to her, talking on the phone. Lin Yi. His figure was tall and straight, like a silent mountain, capable of blocking all the wind and rain for her. Looking at his back, her eyes turned red. She remembered the chaotic moment that afternoon when everyone else was stunned. Only he, like a black lightning bolt, rushed over without hesitation. She recalled how he had caught her in mid-air with his warm, powerful embrace, and how, when he shielded her from that immense impact, blood had seeped from the corner of his mouth. More than that, she remembered the anxious eyes filled with worry and pain he had while holding her. Her heart felt as if it were tightly gripped by an invisible hand, both sour and swollen, filled with an indescribable, immense gratitude. She knew this man had saved her once again. He had saved her life, although he said the most disdainful and irritating words. Claiming he was afraid she would blame him and get hurt, his actions were always more honest than his words. At that most dangerous moment, without a second thought, he had risked his life to save hers. This fool, this contradictory big fool. Xia Wanqing looked at Lin Yi's back, and tears fell uncontrollably. She felt that she might never be able to repay this man's debt in her lifetime. All she could do was use her life to slowly repay him. Did you find out? Lin Yi's voice was cold. On the other end of the phone, Zhao Lei's voice was equally filled with anger. I found out. It's that bastard Gu Chun. He bribed the props worker in the crew, Wang Yi, to tamper with the main steel wire of your goddess. Damn it. This guy is too malicious. This is no longer simple industry competition. This is premeditated murder. Lin Yi's eyes narrowed. The usually lazy and smiling deep eyes now flashed with a terrifying cold, killing intent. What about that Wang Yi? He ran away, Zhao Lei said in frustration. Gu Chun gave him a large sum of money and told him to flee overnight. But don't worry, I've sent your omnipotent keyboard warrior friend to track him down. He can't escape. What about Gu Chun? Where is he now? Where else could he be? He's hiding in his luxurious turtle shell like a coward, too scared to come out. But does he think he can get away with it? So naive. I've sent you all the evidence I found, including his transfer records with Wang Yi and a recording of their conspiracy. This is enough to put him behind bars for a long time. Good. Lin Yi responded lightly. Leave the rest to me. You don't need to intervene. Zhao Lei was taken aback. Brother, what do you want to do? He sensed the unusual coldness in Lin Yi's voice. Don't do anything reckless. We're in a society governed by law. It's not worth it to risk yourself for that kind of scum. Lin Yi similed. A society governed by law? I know that. I won't let him die. I will only make his life worse than death. After finishing, he hung up the phone. He turned around and saw Xia Wanqing staring at him with red, swollen eyes, unblinkingly. The cold, killing intent that had filled him vanished without a trace, replaced by endless tenderness and concern. He walked to the bedside and sat down, reaching out to gently wipe the tears from her face. Why are you crying again? His voice was soft. Didn't I tell you it's okay? Xia Wanqing shook her head. I'm not scared. I'm worried about you. She reached out to gently touch the corner of Lin Yi's mouth, where there was still a faint bruise. You got hurt too. Why didn't you tell me? Lin Yi looked at her eyes, filled with concern and self-blame, and smiled. It's just a small injury. What does it matter? I'm tough. It'll be fine in a few days. But you. He looked at her, his expression becoming incredibly serious. You must not film such dangerous scenes again in the future. Do you hear me? His tone was filled with an undeniable dominance. Xia Wanqing looked at him and nodded. She knew that this man was genuinely worried about her. Also, Lin Yi added, that scumbag named Gu Chun. You won't have to see him again in the future. I promise. Xia Wanqing looked at him, her eyes filled with concern. What do you want to do? Don't do anything foolish for me. Lin Yi smiled at her anxious expression. He reached out and gently scratched her nose. Don't worry. I'm your man. I have my limits. I won't let you become a widow. Hearing this, Xia Wanqing's face turned bright red. She looked at Lin Yi's handsome face, filled with confidence and dominance. And her heart was filled with an unprecedented sense of security. She knew that since this man said it, he would definitely do it. She just needed to quietly believe in him. Suddenly, she thought of a question. Right? You just said you're my man? Is that true? Lin Yi looked at her, his eyes filled with mischief and testing. He was momentarily stunned before he smiled. He lowered his head and gently placed a doting and affectionate kiss on her forehead. Then he looked into her eyes and, in an extremely serious and deeply affectionate tone, said word by word, What do you think, my future girlfriend, Miss Xia? Chapter 80. No evidence, but a grudge is established. The hospital corridor was brightly lit. However, the atmosphere was as cold as a morgue. Su Fei stood in front of Gu Chun. The professional smile that used to be on her face was gone, replaced by cold, unmasked anger and disgust. She stared hard at Gu Chun's hypocritical face, which was still trying to maintain an innocent and concerned expression. It was you who did it, right? She asked slowly. She had no evidence, but her intuition told her that today's seemingly accidental incident was definitely related to the harmless-looking popular star in front of her. Gu Chen's concerned expression slightly stiffened at Su Fei's questioning, but he quickly regained his composure. He looked at Su Fei with a wronged and hurt expression. Sister Su, what do you mean? How could I do something to hurt Wanqing? I love her too much. When I saw her fall from that high platform, my heart almost stopped. He began his performance, which could be considered Oscar-worthy. His acting was so realistic that even he almost believed it. If it weren't for Su Fei having seen through his superficial charm, she might have really thought he was a lovesick man. But now, she only felt disgusted. Really? Su Fei sneered. Her gaze was like a sharp scalpel, peeling away Gu Chen's hypocritical mask layer by layer. Then explain to me why, of all times. The most crucial main steel wire just happened to break when Wanqing was about to shoot the most dangerous scene. She paused, her eyes growing even colder. And why did Wang Er, the props worker responsible for the equipment, disappear right after the accident? He didn't even want his salary? Do you dare say this has nothing to do with you? Her series of questions shot towards Gu Chen like bullets. Gu Chen's expression finally changed. A hint of barely perceptible panic flashed in his eyes, but he still insisted stubbornly. How would I know? I'm not part of the props team. Sister Su, you can't just slander me without any evidence because you suspect me. That's unfair. Unfair? Su Fei laughed, coldly and mockingly. Gu Chen, you're talking to me about fairness? When you used Wanqing for malicious hype, when you bribed paparazzi, how come you didn't talk to Wanqing about fairness? Gu Chen's face turned completely white. He hadn't expected Su Fei to know about these matters. You. He pointed at Su Fei, momentarily at a loss for words. What about me? Su Fei stepped forward, staring him down. Don't think that the dirty things you've done can be hidden from everyone. To want others not to know, one must not do anything wrong. Gu Chen, I'll say this clearly. Today's matter is not over between us. Even though I don't have evidence now, I will find it out. At that time, I'll make the entire Tianhe Entertainment pay for this. Her words were firm and filled with a resolute determination to spare no effort. Gu Chen looked at Su Fei's cold eyes filled with hatred, and for the first time, a hint of fear arose in his heart. He knew this woman meant what she said, but it had come to this. He had no way out. He could only hold on until the end. Ha! He sneered. Sister Su, you have quite the audacity. With just you want Tianhe Entertainment to pay for me? You think too highly of yourself. I advise you to save your breath. Instead of that, you should think about how to explain to your investor father. After all, with Xia Wanqing's fall, the entire crew's progress will be delayed. I want to see how you, this top-notch agent, will end up. He began to retort. Try to use this method to cover up his inner guilt. However, at that moment, a lazy yet cold voice rang out from behind him. You don't need to worry about that. Gu Chen's body suddenly stiffened. He slowly turned around and saw the man he both hated and feared, Lin Yi. He was leaning against the corridor wall, hands in his pockets, still wearing that indifferent expression. However, there was no smile in his eyes, only a bottomless coldness that sent chills down one's spine. What are you doing here? Gu Chen's voice trembled. Lin Yi didn't answer him. He just walked step by step toward him. His footsteps were light, but with each step, it felt like he was stepping on Gu Chen's heart, almost suffocating him. I heard. Lin Yi stopped in front of Gu Chen, towering over him by half a head. He looked down at him, as if examining an ant that could be crushed at any moment. You care a lot about our Wanqing? His voice was soft and slow, but each word pierced Gu Chen's ears like sharp ice picks. You also care a lot about our crew's progress? Gu Chen looked into Lin Yi's oppressive, cold eyes, and his legs went weak. He felt like he wasn't facing a person, but a prehistoric beast crawling out of hell. I. He couldn't say a word. Since you care so much, Lin Yi smiled. That smile was bright, but it made Gu Chen feel a chill down his spine. How about I show some concern for you too? He reached out and gently patted Gu Chen's shoulder. The gesture seemed affectionate, but Gu Chen felt as if a mountain was pressing down on him. It was so heavy that he nearly knelt down. I heard you seem quite free lately. Since you have so much free time, why don't I find you something to do? For example, he paused, leaning closer to Gu Chen's ear, and spoke in a devilish tone that only the two of them could hear. How about going to Africa to mine? Or going to Syria to be a war correspondent? Which do you think suits you better? Upon hearing this, Gu Chen's pupils constricted sharply, his face filled with unprecedented, immense fear. He knew this man was not joking. He could really do such things. "Who are you?" he shouted with all his might. Lin Yi looked at his nearly collapsing figure and smiled. He straightened up and withdrew his hand. Then, in a tone filled with pity and disdain, "Who I am isn't important. What's important is that you have provoked someone you cannot afford to offend. You have also touched someone you shouldn't have." He glanced in the direction of the hospital room, a hint of tenderness flashing in his eyes. Then he looked back at Gu Chen, his gaze turning cold again. "Remember my words. From today on, keep your distance from her. Otherwise," he didn't finish his sentence, but that unfinished threat was more terrifying to Gu Chen than any malicious words. He watched Lin Yi's graceful figure turn and leave, along with Sophie, who was completely stunned beside him. His body went limp, collapsing directly to the ground. He knew he was truly finished. Sophie, watching Lin Yi's back, felt a tumultuous wave in her heart. She looked at Lin Yi and then at Gu Chen, who was lying on the ground like a dead dog. Suddenly, a thought emerged in her mind that even she found unbelievable. She looked at Lin Yi and, with a tone full of awe and a hint of curiosity, asked, "So, Mr. Lin, are you serious about what you just said? Do you really have the ability to send someone to Africa to mine?" Chapter 81. Lin Yi's Warning. "Keep your distance from her, Lin." He looked at Sophie with a complex gaze filled with awe and inquiry. He smiled. He didn't answer the question about mining in Africa. He simply picked up the now cold tea on the table and took a slow sip. Then he stood up. "Director Zhang, I've finished tasting today's boxed lunch. It was okay. I'm heading back now. You all take your time chatting." He nodded at Zhang Jingji as a farewell, then looked towards Xia Wanqing. She was still immersed in the kingly lines from earlier. Lin Yi's lips curled into a gentle smile, a smile that only Xia Wanqing could understand. "Let's go home," he said softly. Hearing his voice, Xia Wanqing stood up instinctively, like a puppet being awakened. "Oh, okay." She followed Lin Yi out of the office, under the awe and curiosity of everyone present. The entire office fell silent. It wasn't until their figures completely disappeared at the door that Director Zhang Jingji let out a long breath. He sat back down in his chair, feeling like he had just engaged in a thrilling game with a true emperor. It was so exhilarating. He turned to look at his several top screenwriters, each of them wearing a confused expression of "Who am I and where am I?" Zhang Jingji's face broke into a brilliant smile. "Everyone, it seems we've struck gold." On the way home, Sophie drove, her mood still unsettled. Her mind replayed everything that had happened in the office over and over again. Every word Lin Yi said, every look he gave, every gesture he made played in slow motion in her mind. The more she thought about it, the more alarmed she became. This man was too terrifying. His terror did not lie in his culinary skills or his background, but in his seemingly all-seeing mind and perspective. His way of viewing problems was always so sharp, so piercing. It was as if he always stood at a higher dimension than everyone else, observing the world coldly. Then, at the most critical moment, he would say the most worldview-shattering words in the most nonchalant tone. Such a person is either a true genius or a deeply hidden old monster. Whichever it is, he is definitely not an ordinary 23-year-old young man. In the hospital room, Lin Yi pushed the door open and walked in. Xia Wanqing was leaning against the head of the bed, hugging a pillow, staring blankly out of the window, her face still marked with tears, looking pitiful. Lin Yi's heart ached, as if something had tugged at it. He walked over quietly, sat at the edge of the bed, and said nothing. He simply reached out and naturally pulled her into his arms. Xia Wanqing's body stiffened slightly, then she leaned against his broad, warm chest like a small boat that had found a harbor. "Did you hear everything?" Lin Yi asked softly. "Mm." Xia Wanqing's voice was thick with nasal tones muffled. "Do you not have anything to ask me?" Lin Yi asked again. Xia Wanqing shook her head in his embrace. "No, I trust you." Her voice was soft, but exceptionally firm. She didn't need to ask. She just needed to unconditionally trust this man, the man who loved her more than he loved himself. Listening to her words filled with trust and reliance, the softest part of Lin Yi's heart was completely filled. He felt as if he had the whole world. He reached out and gently stroked her smooth long hair. "Silly girl," he said, his voice full of affection. The two of them embraced quietly, neither saying another word. but the air was filled with warmth and sweetness, more touching than any love confession. After an unknown amount of time, Xia Wanqing finally lifted her head from Lin Yi's embrace. Her eyes were still a bit red and swollen, but her gaze had regained its usual brightness. She looked at Lin Yi and suddenly thought of a crucial question. Right, how did you suddenly appear on the set? Aren't you the one who hates going out the most? Lin Yi was taken aback by her question. A hint of awkwardness flashed in his eyes. I just happened to pass by. He casually found an excuse. Pass by? Xia Wanqing raised her eyebrows, looking incredulous. Your passing by is too coincidental, isn't it? You couldn't have passed by earlier or later, but just happened to pass by when I was in trouble? Lin Yi's face became slightly awkward. Ahem. He coughed lightly, trying to change the subject. Are you hungry? Should I go get you something to eat? Don't try to change the subject. Xia Wanqing was relentless. Looking at Lin Yi's guilty expression, she already had her answer in her heart. She knew that this man, who often contradicted himself, must have secretly gone to the set to check on her because he was worried about her and coincidentally saved her life. Thinking of this, a wave of sweetness surged in her heart again. She looked at Lin Yi, her face breaking into a sly smile. Okay, you better come clean. Have you been here all along? Are you hiding in some corner watching me secretly? Lin Yi felt his ears turn red from her question. He realized he was running out of secrets in front of this woman. He could only admit defeat and confess, yes. I'm just worried about you. I'm afraid this fool will get bullied again. Is that okay? It was the first time he had so openly acknowledged his feelings. When Xia Wanqing heard these words that could be considered a confession, she felt so happy that she could almost bubble over. Looking at Lin Yi's both proud and shy expression, she couldn't hold back any longer. She leaned in and kissed him fiercely on the lips. Then she looked at him, her eyes crescent-shaped with a smile. I'm very satisfied with this answer. Lin Yi looked at her smug, little fox-like demeanor and helplessly shook his head. He felt that he would truly be completely at this woman's mercy for the rest of his life. He reached out to pinch her cheek, then spoke in a tone filled with indulgence and dominance. All right, stop messing around. Hurry up and rest well. If you dare to make yourself like this again, I will. He paused. I will lock you at home. You're not allowed to go anywhere. You'll cook and wash dishes for me every day, becoming my exclusive little maid. Xia Wanqing looked at his threatening, domineering expression and felt not the slightest bit scared. Instead, her heart felt sweet. She looked at Lin Yi and asked in a tone full of provocation and expectation. So, are you saying that you're preparing to let me get used to the life of Mrs. Lin in advance?